Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second day here of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. We're getting into an action, or week of CS action, and I'm stepping over myself because I'm just so excited about what Blast have actually managed to pull off. We've had to take everything online. It's like we're going into the past, except that Blast have run into this challenge head on, and now we've got player cameras, we've got fan cameras, everybody's casting from home, and we are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast, and I'm really proud and excited to be a part of it. So just wanted to get that out there because every time we watch these opening segments, it's so cool to see the fan cameras in and the player cameras. Feels like we're at LAN. It's awesome. So that out of the way, I'm Semler, I'm your host, and joining me on the desk today will be Maniac and Thorin, our wonderful analysts who just crushed it yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to get a whole lot more going into today. But gentlemen, welcome. How's it going?
Hey, it's going amazing. It's really hot out there. I don't know for you guys, but I think it's about 27, 28 degrees here.
Yeah, it's a bit toasty.
Yeah, it's a little bit toasty. I mean, the Counter-Strike is as hot as the temperature right here, so I'm ready for another day of CS.
Yeah, Thorin, how are you doing, man?
I concur. Obviously, things are pretty cool. We've had some interesting games. Actually, we had a couple of really good games. I thought the FURIA MIBR game was a banger yesterday. We had some that were sort of gradually built up. Plus, I agree with you, Samuel. Like, to me, for Brazilian fans to be thousands of miles away from me at all times, securing their homes, watching the games, it's perfect. I've been waiting for this kind of a setup for years.
I love it. Here are the groups that we're looking at, and also I want to take a look at this because it's not only the fans that are on the other side of the world, we've got some of our casters on the other side of the world. We've really taken this show online, so we've got some graphics to look at that, showing where everybody kind of is. But this is the Spring Showdown, Europe, Americas, the groups. And we've already started to get into it. Yesterday was our first day of matches, and now, obviously we're going to be kicking off our second day, and there's still plenty more. Like I said, it's all week. Every day we're going to have EU, we're going to have NA. It's going to be sick. But this is today's match day overview. These are the matches that we'll be having coming at you today. And you can see it's just chock full of action. We're going to be non-stop all day here, straight into the wee hours if you're in Europe. But Maniac, is there any match in particular that stands out to you here that you really are getting wound up about? I saw your tweet earlier that you had a few that you were keeping an eye on.
Well, listen, it's always hard for me when I do these tweets to make a definite choice. As I said, I think Vitality and IP will be a big banger. Obviously, I'm always biased when it comes to Vitality, but I will still say I want to see more of NIP. What they have shown against Astralis was full of promises, and I like what I heard on their comms. I like what I've seen on monitor, and then obviously you have the FURIA versus Gen.G, which in terms of skill and mechanical gifted individuals should be absolutely insane.
And now let's take a look at, before we get into that, I want to ask Thorin as well if you have any matches that you're trying to keep an eye on, because we also want to get into the format. We want to get into a few more things going into the matches. But Thorin, are there any ones that really stand out to you?
Yeah, I'll pick out Mad Lions versus Virtus.pro because I think that's like kind of another check mark that the Mad Lions team needs to tick off if they want to become an established top tier team, which is you've got to be able to know how to play against Eastern Europeans on the internet. Like, that is going to be one of the factors that decide if you can qualify to some of these big lands, if you can maybe even make it in, obviously not in this current setup, in past setups to a major potentially. So I actually think that that's like another match, like that style of like structure Counter-Strike, that could be a perfect like that could set you up very poorly actually to go against some of these teams that are a little bit more gimmicky. And then I'll also throw in as well Chaos versus MIBR. I certainly don't think if you look at the recent form of MIBR, you can write off the idea that Chaos can steal a best of one upset against them and potentially really throw that entire group into confusion when you consider MIBR were the ones that won the game against FURIA yesterday.
There you go. That's the big one that MIBR were able to pull that off. All of us here, our predictions, we'll be getting into some of those later on, but our predictions yesterday, we all went with FURIA, and massive upset there. But let's take a look at the format, how all of this is going to be going down here in the groups, and then we can discuss more after that.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the European Showdown, 10 teams are divided into 2 groups of 5. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 5th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. fourth place from Group A will play against third place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 quarterfinals. The winners of each quarterfinal will face the second place finishers from the groups in the semifinals. Ultimately, the winners from each semifinals will play against the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. For the teams finishing second in their gauntlet brackets, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
So there you have it. The way that the groups are going to go down, it's a round robin format. And essentially what you're trying to do is not be at the bottom of the group. You want to win. It's usually how tournaments work. You win, you do better, you lose, you happen to go home. Even if you're already home right now in this case. So as far as the format is concerned, but yeah, I know. There you go. But these are the standout results from yesterday. And already, I'm going to start with you, Thorin. I mean, this was a big one. We've already had some big matches that went down. I mean, Nip versus Astralis. Nip with the win. That was already a big start for the Swedes.
Yeah, I think actually, obviously, we saw a lot of upsets there. I think the NIP squad, somewhat in the short term, justifying that roster move they made. They've already been a team, I think, we're on the rise gradually, event on event on event. Sure, not Astralis in the best form, but I'm looking more towards the NIP side of that and building to the future because obviously, in this kind of a group, they've got a real chance to get out.
And Maniac, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it feels like these are the 2 teams that we're going to be keeping a strong eye on. We already saw Dupree tweeting about it yesterday, how this is a different Astralis, and to kind of manage those expectations. Do you think that's a fair tweet from him to try and get out there that message?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the frustration from Dupree, and surely this must not be an easy situation for the players to be in. But if we just focus on NIP, I do agree with Duncan. I also want to say that Blast have been very, very kind to have me hooked up on the comms from the teams. So I'm so fortunate I can hear what's happening. And from NIP,
yeah,
it seemed to be like a very controlled win. I liked what I heard from them. They sounded calm, they sounded focused, they knew what they were doing. They had a clear idea, a clear direction from each round. You could see the stats. Everyone was between 16 and 19. So this was a very, very good look from the Swedes. But, you know, today they have a big shot against them again. They're going to play against Vitality. So I want to see more of that NIP that we've seen versus Astralis.
Well, they do have quite a chip on their shoulder in IP right now, considering, you know, the whole roster. That's it. This is their brand to build now. This roster, this team, none of the legends left. Get right for us. They're on Dignitas, who are competing in the tournament, and we'll be seeing more of them today as well, obviously. But now all eyes on Nip and the young guns there, and one of them in particular, Rez. He's been standing out individually. He is one of those stars that the team seems to have to rely on. So I mean, going forward in his performance, what are we thinking about him?
Well, the Rez situation is a little bit of a special one because he went from being the youngster amongst very veteran players around him and he needed to shine to now being more the experienced player himself. If you compare the whole lineup and where he stands compared to his teammates, I guess he has to be some sort of stability beacon. He has to be the one always consistently giving the frags. He cannot just be a wild one anymore. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can actually, play up to these responsibilities, because this is a way different role than playing next to, Xiz, Get Right, and Forest. Now he has to be the one showing the way.
Mm-hmm. And Rez, I mean, that's going to be the thing. Young gun, young star, young talent. But there's also some young players in the form of Mad Lions. And Thorin, I want you to walk me through, what we can expect from this Mad Lions roster, the team that actually just took down Flashpoint, another major tournament that kicked off the year.
Yeah, I think for me, the way I view the Flashpoint win was that was kind of showing, a bit like we're seeing now with online CS for general teams, it was showing the potential of the players. Like, would they do that if that had been offline and it had been ESL1 clone file? Probably not. But what you saw was what they could become if they can keep working through this scenario. So Bobski, I've said he looked like a Danish fur. The aggression level, I can't think of almost any other players except maybe Config in his prime who had that kind of recklessness but could just take over a game in that regard. The guy on the left of your screen there, Shush, was probably the revelation of the tournament for Mad Lions. He actually showed himself to be a very well-rounded player who could play out of scenarios where he didn't have the resources but would still be a top fragger. Even Roy, this old guy who people barely even know in the scene, he was pulling out all kinds of crazy moves. He was actually a guy who just seemed like a soldier willing to run through a wall for you, and then a Cillian, someone who's supposed to be played out. Like, he's had his chances on teams. He's had a chance on Danish teams. He was playing on SK like 5 years ago, but he's taken this opportunity to reinvent himself, perhaps in the mold of a Glaive who was out in the wilderness for a while, and at the moment he's really seizing upon it. So I think what's crucial for me is you've got these people who've never made it yet, you've got a couple of people who probably thought they never would have a chance to make it, and then you combine that together. This is a very, very hungry squad, and I know from behind the scenes they are putting in serious hours trying to use this downtime for other teams to climb that ladder and make themselves a legitimate team when we get to the offline portion.
You know, I do like that reference to Glaive there, with the Cillian and Glaive being out in the wild. Could be one of those cases of you don't really quite know what you're missing until you've lost it, and now you have to take it into account, and you really jump on the next opportunity. And Cillian is clearly doing that right now. He is definitely shining with this team. It turns out he can even frag, he can clutch. He's brought it all for that team. Really fantastic to watch his performance personally on there. But another team that we're keeping an eye on, obviously, is the FURIA MIBR matchup and everything that's been going on there. I mean, it's just been a storied matchup, it feels like, throughout the beginning of this year, FURIA and MIBR head-to-head. So, Maniac, I'm going to start with you. I mean, what are you making of that matchup in particular?
That was a wild one, right? Judging by how the teams were playing, I can confidently say that this has become like its own microverse. MIBR versus FURIA is a game in its own, and I think there is a ton of mind games coming into this matchup specifically, because I've seen rounds where FURIA legitimately on the CT side of Inferno, we're playing with 5 players on the A side. Not an eco round, not a pistol round. 5 weapon armored player on the A side. That is how much the mind game was going into this game. So they know each other so well. And it's been a crazy game, honestly. It's been clutches left and right. Fallen actually risen to the occasion. He won at least 3 very key clutches on the A side. On the side of FURIA, it was mostly the B bomb side that was the problem. But it is a 16-13. It is a curse that is somewhat broken by MIBR, and they must feel great about it. But don't get me wrong, it could have gone either way.
And Thorin, I mean, was there anybody in particular that stood out for you going into this match? I mean, online, you and I, we've talked a little bit about it in the past at Blast in London, and obviously, going on into Flashpoint, the MIBR performance online with Gen.G. I mean, is there anybody else that stood out for you here in this MIBR match?
I would just highlight Fallen, as Maniac said there. Like, I actually think he got completely outplayed both with the AWP and individually by Henny. I actually think right now you can make a solid case Henny's the best AWPer in Brazil, as crazy as that might sound, because I was obviously very skeptical of him back in his Immortals days, but that was, we're talking like 3 or 4 years ago. So despite that, though, what Fallen was able to bring that a lot of other players in that server can't is, when it's a big game, he can give you a couple of those clutches. He can throw you a lifeline in a game that otherwise you might be heading towards a loss. So in the end, the Gen.G performance wasn't some valiant but wasted effort where people are going to say, get Gen.G out of Elo hell. Like, in the end, they managed to get the W, and it doesn't matter how dirty it looks, as long as you get the win in the end.
So let's take a look at our predictions now, because we've been on and off as far as the predictions are concerned, but now it's a second day, right? Yesterday it all panned out, fine, fair enough. Now it's a new day, and we get to see what people are going with. A lot of Fnatic, a lot of NIP, but Mad Lions also the ones who are really, getting a lot of the attention. I mean, is there anyone in particular that stands out to you, Maniac? Like, who's got the prediction game on lock? Because you and I are doing pretty well right now.
I know.
My horn or anything.
We were doing decently. Listen, for the Mad Lions case, I even said it in my hot take today, I might be a little overexcited about this lineup, but it's okay. I stand by it. What I've seen from them was so impressive individually, tactically. How they approached that Fnatic game was beautiful. So I'm hoping that we're not going to be let down and that today is not going to be a massacre. But if they do play at that level, to me, they become instantly like favorite to make the playoff. And now the Vitality and IP1, I know we're disagreeing here, but that was a true 51-49. It truly hurt me, but I still gonna go with Vitality.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I can't side with it. I mean, Duncan or Thor, like, is there anything about this Anders turning coat on all of us here? You know, going with the solo Dignitas prediction in the Mad Lions match? What's this guy on?
Right, you have to understand, Anders is someone where, as he got progressively lazier over the years because his work was done for him, you know, he'd set up the jokes and the narratives. He just wants to basically reference back to those all the time because that's his glory days, isn't it? So to be a boomer, what he has to do now is go, look, I told you, get right back. He's just like the old days exist. Don't pick that against him, MFer. Meanwhile, what he doesn't realise is, though, we're on to you, Anders. And not only that, we've got people out there who are going head-to-head with you in your own game because Scrawny is picking Virtus.pro to beat, who was that, like Fnatic or something? Some outrageous one. He's actually outgamed you. It's not impossible, Mad Lions, a bunch of young guys could just blow it and lose the best of one to dig. Like, whereas Virtus.pro beating that Fnatic, that's outrageous. So Scrawny's beat you at your own game, you fool. You glorious fool.
Endless entertainment, though, man. I mean, I'm always waiting for the predictions now just to see where these guys are going to take it because it gets better and better. You're right. But that's the main thing. These are the predictions that we've had. It's been a roller coaster. It's been up and down. But there's also the North American matches that I'm looking forward to seeing as well in terms of the predictions, like where we went with that one. Because obviously, guys, it's nonstop CS all day here at Blast Premier. We're going to have the 5 EU matches, but then we're going to get into 3 NA matches as well. And you know, if you're in Europe, it's a long time. It's a long day. But I think it's a good time to go ahead and just cut to break before we start, so we can have a little bit more time to get into the actual match discussion to kick off our day here with our first match. So we're going to throw to break now, and then we're going to get into the discussion of our first one right after that. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right? Let's go. Okay, boys, let's close this shit out. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th!
Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring final.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
So, welcome back from the break, and now we're going to take a look at our odds here provided by our sponsor, Betway. Thanks to them, obviously, for keeping us up to date. And so it's going to be Fnatic versus Virtus.pro, our first match of the day. And I'm glad to have a little bit more time here to just hop into it and start having this discussion with our analysts so that we can really get into it, because, you know, we've got plenty of matches, but it's always the first one when you have a little bit more time to discuss. So, Fnatic, Virtus.pro. I mean, Thornton already kicking it off. You were kind of, it seemed like leaning on Virtus.pro a little bit there at the beginning. It seems like the expectations might not be too high for him. So do you want to kick us off here with this match?
Yeah, let's be real. Like, Virtus.pro, remember, is a Vanguard, the team that was in the final of the major, and a team that right after that won a Blast tournament, Blast Moscow. So you might think from that, like, come on, they can't have fallen that far. They have. They have been absolutely dreadful in the, 6-8 months since then. They've even now, at this point in time, lost one of their key players, Buster, actually the player many people considered like the shadow carry of the team. He didn't get all the big highlights and all the big acclaim like Jim and Cricket did, but he kind of did the heavy lifting a lot of the time. So they've brought in this young guy here, Yakinda from Latvia. Obviously, someone who's only played at the lower levels, hasn't really got experience playing against some of these top teams, except maybe the odd online game like this. And they've still got the issue that they've got a Dren in the lineup who continues to post more red numbers all over the place than, I don't know, I should probably had a joke ready for that. I don't know, someone who just likes red numbers. Someone who's a fan of Astralis, there we go, whatever, who prints up the jerseys. So the problem here is, notice his name there, in-game leader. Like, this is the other thing. When they were at their prime, that was where James' baiting style was justified because he was the in-game leader. He had to stay alive. Now they've just given that title to a Dren. So I feel like it's a team that lost a lot of their luster, a lot of the pack punch that they used to have, where they were kind of a surprise factor, where if you underestimated them, they could really mix it up and match up well. Now they've been getting dusted off by so many teams. They don't even win those CIS tournaments. The same way everyone's laughing at Na'Vi for coming last year. Like, these guys bomb those out. So at the moment, things are not great for them. They need to really turn it around. This Yakinda guy has to basically be an enormous fragger for my money.
And Maniac, would you agree with that assessment? I mean, it does feel like perhaps Virtus.pro haven't been living up to expectations.
Yeah, that's a mild statement to make. That's a euphemism and a half. You know, VP, they have completely
coming in now.
Here is the problem, and I think Duncan is right on the money. You bring in Yakinda, right? The first few numbers are quite encouraging, honestly, for a rookie to jump in at that level. He's had most of these maps with plus 20 kills, which is great. But you've taken off Buster. The net positive just isn't here. If you had told me that Yakinda was coming in for Gen.G, I would have told you, okay, hell yeah, now we're talking. Now there's more depth in the roster. Now there's actually 4 people consistently shooting headshots. That would be cool. But you actually have taken Buster, which I agree again. I echo Duncan's sentiment. He was the one consistent beacon of light for that team. He was always posting the frags, even though he wasn't put under the spotlight of a hard MVP, because sometimes we, expert, community, put whatever name you wanted, we forget these people. So you take out Buster and then you bring in Yakinda. That is not a net positive for me.
He's got a sick roof going on in his room, though. That's rad. I mean, live camera feeds from all of the players here, as well as the fans. And hey, if you're a fan tuning in, be sure to follow the Blast Premier Twitter account. You can get involved, and you can get up on the stream here and cheer for your team. So be sure to get on top of that. But yeah, here's some stats coming in from Yakinda. I mean, there are going to be eyes on him, obviously, going into this match. But do we want to take a little bit of time to discuss Fnatic as well? I mean, we are closing in on the beginning of the match, but the Swedes, it wasn't the strong start for them yesterday. And I'll go ahead and hand this over to Maniac to kick things off, and then Thorin, we'll close with you.
Okay, so here is my issue with Fnatic right now. As I said, and I'm going to say it multiple times, I have access to the TeamSpeak, right? And I was listening to them play against Mad Lions, and it felt like it was just okay for them to get beaten down. And that is an issue for me. You know, we came into this tournament saying Mousesports and Fnatic, they've had hard times. It's time to bounce back. I felt that fire. I've sensed that fire in Mousesports. I did not in Fnatic. So maybe that's just their way to go about it. But I would like to see a revolt. I would like to see a spirit of vengeance coming in from Fnatic, because you have players who are supposed to be absolute safe values. I'm talking about Flush, I'm talking about Creams. These two are at the absolute bottom after day one in terms of stats. That just cannot happen. These people are supposed to always deliver. And then you have a guy like Berlin, which can be a superstar and he will step up. But Flusha yesterday was just non-existent, and I know the quality of the player, and the reason I'm being a little bit harsh is because I value him so much, but he needs to wake up today.
Yeah, I would also mention, like, the big problem for me with this team was they were the most consistent team in the world. Like, they actually, I mean, admittedly, Astralis had a larger sample size, but they were more of a lock than Astralis in theory to make a top 4, to make the finals of an event. That's how good they were when we were playing exclusively offline. But if I had to pick out the quality, I think, that allowed them to do that, it is what has always epitomized Swedish Counter-Strike. It is team play. It is having an amazing chemistry, people who can play off each other seemingly in unspoken fashion. And it means you elevate everyone in the team beyond the level of what their individual ability would be. So the problem is, if you start to lose any of that, if that starts to disappear, you are very much going to become merely the sum of your parts. And when you become that kind of a team, I actually think some of the older guys aren't as good as some of the young stars we have now. Someone like Brawlan is very good. Yeah, you've still got Crims as a beast. Some of the others, though, pound for pound, you look at some of the other teams in this competition, they have the talent to beat or to go directly at the Fnatic side. So I still think they've got a very good map pool. They've got a really nice mix of youth and experience. But I've got to see some of what I saw a few months ago from Fnatic. The Fnatic that was winning EPL, the Fnatic that looked like monsters offline. I don't want to see the Fnatic that was coming 12th in Road to Rio or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm. And so now I think it's a good time, you mentioned map pool, to hop into the map pick and ban and see which map is actually going to get chosen here. So I'll hand it over to you, gentlemen. Where do you guys expect this to go?
Well, the first video makes sense. Vertigo, Fnatic first ban, Nuke, VP's first ban. Now, in terms of map, I'd say Overpass or Train could be possibilities, because if you're Fnatic, I don't think you're going to get the chance to go to Inferno. That would be a mistake on the side of VP to allow Fnatic on Inferno. So I'd say Overpass, Train, maybe.
I mean, it's Fnatic who gets to pick, so I think in theory they should go Train. Like, that would be the logical choice here. Like, this is a map that over the last 11 times the VP players have played it, admittedly with a different lineup, they've won 27% of the time. Whereas actually, they won it 50% of the time. I looked at the wrong one there. But it's still Fnatic have the winning edge on this one. I know it's not traditionally known as like a Swedish map as much, but actually this Fnatic core has always liked this map. And so I feel as though it's a good one. Listen, it's definitely a Jim map as well. He can do some things here, but he's also not the in-game leader. So I'm liking this for Fnatic. I think if they've picked a map that it's hard to lose on if you're them.
And here are the views of the Virtus.pro players. Cameras on them, and we'll be keeping an eye on them throughout the match as well. But it seems like Train is a good map actually here for Fnatic. Then it looks like would you say that they won the veto real quick before we throw it over to the casters?
Yeah, I think they must be somewhat satisfied with where it ended up. I mean, when you end up with Inferno and Train as the two possible maps for the veto, and you're Fnatic, then that's it. You can check the box. You've done a good job.
Yeah, for me, the key was just to avoid the maps that will make it more of a crazy match, more of one you can't control. What I love about maps like Train or Overpass, if you can play them, is if you are the better team, even by like 5%, it's like being the better player in tennis. The format actually suits you to win the match a high percentage of the time, and that should apply to Fnatic right now.
Excellent. So on that note, I think it's time to hand it over to our casters, and let's get started with our day here. Our first match about to get underway, and it's going to be Anders and Moses on the mic. All you fellas.
Ooh, I can't wait for this. Jason, you look wonderful this morning, and Samla, how we lost him already. I was gonna say.
I know we were
always looking good, but
listen. Yeah, we were going to compliment him, but if he's off the screen, we might as well just get out of there. There's no point.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm doing really good. I'm pumped for this matchup. Fnatic VP. We got to cast them at the major fight. It seems so long ago since Berlin. I haven't even really heard very much news out of this Virtus.pro team, at all since then, basically.
That's what they do, isn't it? They just go off the radar. They disappear for a long time, and then they show up for for various tournaments throughout the year. But I guess now that the major's been pushed back, they had to come out and do something and fight a little bit. And Scrawny picked them to win, so that seems crazy. I say
there's always one, Anders.
Yeah. What can you do?
Yeah, you've got a little bit off the deep end with that one. I don't know. I kind of understand where the prediction might be coming from. It's not like Fnatic has looked unbeatable recently, right? They've dropped 0-2 to FaZe, who's obviously a solid team. 0-2 to Spirit, which I think is better than most people thought coming into things recently. But I mean, the real ones that have been tough is the 0-2 loss to Movistar, the 1-2 loss to NIP. You know, their Swedish rivals and everything. So they've had a pretty tough time. And as you said, Virtus.pro, this squad just kind of disappears, but they do have a very unique playing style. You know, we've had certain times, even in tournaments where they've gone out in last place, where we've watched them play, and their T side is just very intriguing and very hard to read. It's like no one else plays in this style. So if they can bring that out and find some of that magic, Fnatic is still relatively beatable.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree, and it's been fun watching VP play online. They've had some moments of looking really good, but I think some of their star players have kind of gone missing. I mean, I haven't seen everything that I would want out of someone like a Dren, maybe. I don't know what they're at right now. I'm not 100% confident.
Yeah.
But I don't think, I agree, it's not a completely crazy pick.
I think that's a good point. I mean, remember when these guys had that miraculous run to the major finals, like all the talk about Sanji, Dren having his resurgence as he always does, seemingly does in the majors. You know, James, even with the memes of him saving so much, was a beast with the AWP. Kickert was this really crazy entry fragger, and we've seen that. But you know, recently it hasn't quite been there. So I think a lot of this is going to come down. I'm excited for this being my first glimpse at Yekindar. Is that how we're going to say it? Yekindar? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think I swear I heard it a number of different ways, so I think we'll just have to make up our own, and someone will correct us. But yeah,
great, definitely. Everyone, make sure you tweet corrections at Anders. That would be On Fire Anders on Twitter.
Yeah, flood my timeline. I'll sort it out. Actually, the community is usually pretty good at fixing these things whenever they pop up. Only really, you know, it's only a problem if people fix it years later. You know, if it's 3 years down the road, then it's too late in that sense. Odds seem to be favoring Fnatic quite a bit there, so I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it should. They should be the overwhelming favorites. As much as we just had a discussion about how they're kind of beatable, still the odds should be swaying in their direction. And Virtus.pro has a huge struggle as we fly through train. About to get started here on this first map of day 2 of Blast Premier. The Spring Showdown has begun. It's finally arrived. It took oh so long, but I'm oh so happy.
Yeah, it's finally time. We need to watch some more good Counter-Strike. We had just a number of really, really good games yesterday, and I expect that'll continue today. So, yeah, I find it to be quite exciting. It's been too long, I think, since we've had some really high-level Counter-Strike. So, what do you think as well? Train being the map pick, does that make you more or less satisfied in your pick?
Yeah, I mean, I have Fnatic winning this, and obviously they're going to be very confident on it, and I'm actually pretty confident in them on this map, especially against a Virtus.pro, but there is that one X factor where we've seen if these guys on VP want to get crazy, want to get individual, there's a lot of ways to get lost on this map between the different lanes at both of the different bomb sites, so someone like Kickert can very much get an advanced position if Fnatic just kind of miss a little piece of information, if they take their eyes off one of the choke points for just a moment. These VP guys have shown time and time again they're willing to make those aggressive plays. So there could be some trickery in here for Fnatic, but I'm still pretty confident in a victory.
Well, we are just gonna have a tech issue. It shows a PC that's almost catching fire. It's classic. Yeah, it is a classic. I don't know if it's actually a burning PC that's the problem. I doubt it. It doesn't happen too often.
No, but it's a cute graphic. I think it's really well done. It's really well crafted. Whoever's idea that was deserves a bonus of some sort.
I'm sure they'll get it at some point. You know, it's always the little guy, Jason, that gets their just reward at the end, as you know.
Yes.
Was there a map that you would have rather seen between these two, like one that you think would have opened it up more to VP being being a potential favorite, or is this not necessarily.
Nothing really comes to mind. Nothing really comes to mind. But I mean, obviously, if you want to go that route, the Dust 2 is always a solid map for upsets. So why not head there? But regardless, I actually didn't really catch which teams banded out. I'll check that right now. But yeah.
All right, so but pretty even overall. I'm tempted to agree. I don't think it's going to make such a huge difference.
Fnatic removed Dust 2, so maybe not even wanting to mess with any kind of a crazy upset map. Let's talk more about. I want to hear more about your reasoning while we have a moment. The insanity of you picking Dig, and I'm sure we'll be able to rehash this later. Actually, you know what? We just went live, so forget that. Save it. Save the gold for later in the day. You at least have some moments now. You know what's going to come. You have some time to come up with an answer.
I was going to say, I need time time actually to come up with the reason, so just give me a break here. It's early on, Jason. I'll come up with some reason. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus.pro starting on the T side, Fnatic on the CT side, and this is Blast Premier. It's day 2, and we had a lot of great action yesterday. I expect much the same already, with a little bit of an aggressive move. In fact, Kickert pushing out to the E-box with the team behind him. Look at how much they're coming into this A-bomb side. Brilliant start as they take down Brolin, and this is exactly the kind of high-powered play that Mad Lions took to Fnatic and kind of caught them off guard, and it was great to see over on Mirage. Now we're on Train, and there is a bit of a response, and no bomb plant. Not as quick as I was hoping for here.
You know, but they're starting to push up now. They hit the pause button. That gave Fnatic some time to breathe, but now they're re-aggressing. These are great kills. Kickert with the triple, and that's just what I outlined previously. He is going to be aggressive and getting down these train lanes. JW, the last one left. 2 bullets in the chamber, and he's going to back on out. This should be an impossible clutch. Kickert is going to go down eventually, but he's done his job.
Yeah, it's just Yekandar and Adren that are left, and I don't even actually know how they can I mean, he's in a crossfire no matter what he does. He's going to try and run down Adren, and it's not going to work out. He'll go down, and VP will pick up the pistol round. I've got to say, normally we're quite excited about whenever teams go aggressive and then have that moment of pause to allow for the enemy team to make a mistake. I feel like in a pistol round, that's pretty risky.
Yeah, especially the Glocks against the USP is what really does the trick. But I mean, as you can see there, Kickert is able to take some kills at long range, some easy cleanups for him. But it was very weird. Mostly, I think, because it was disjointed as a team. James pushed up to the bomb train with the bomb, but he was the only one. Everyone else was very far back. So that is what felt very strange, especially when he gets picked off from the player behind Green Train. That felt like it was an avoidable loss, but VP still wins the pistol. Crims with the missed opportunity with the scout. He's brought down to about half HP.
Yeah, gonna start to fall back a bit. I think big opportunity with the scout there. Even just the tag again. We've talked about it so many times. When you have that scout set up, even just 1 or 2 of them there, it's nice if you could just get some shots in early on and bring the enemy team a bit low, but not able to do it. And now they're relocating down towards Ivy, where JW is holding with the scout, but they could be on him pretty quickly.
I expect to see a lot of this style throughout this half from VP. I don't expect to see a whole lot of like set strategies. I think we're going to see a lot of improvisation. I think we're going to see a lot of pack mentality from the VP attack. JW misses a shot with the scout as well. He's brought down to 41, and now the pressure is being put on. 50 seconds on the clock, and VP getting to the end of Ivy just now.
Yeah, they are really close to the A side. I mean, they could be in there in a second. And Brolin and Golden, they're about to get shot in the back there in a very uncomfortable sandwich. As long as that smoke is up, Golden will get a kill. Oh, JW through the smoke to take down Sanji. Another kill with the scout coming in, and the bomb's dropped back here. This is actually a bit of a disaster now. 25 seconds, and somehow Fnatic have done so much damage. A great setup for JW. What a triple kill. And now that's Adren alone in a 1 versus 2. The bomb out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know, he has to basically run and fight right now. I think he may have already lost the round without even knowing it. It's just not possible for him to get the bomb plant in this circumstance. He's looking for the kills at the very least, but again, 3 seconds on the clock here, and Fnatic with a huge swing back. JW, an absolute hero in that round.
Yeah, but Flush is an absolute rat the way he plays that. Never giving Adren a chance to find that kill. Oh, Flusha. Yeah, that is some weak attack from Virtus.pro. That is weak sauce all day long. You have plenty of time when you begin that attack. Nobody actually did it. No one actually turned towards the bomb site. They all got bottlenecked. JW spams an entire, 8 shots with the scout through the smoke. No one is punishing that. It's just, Virtus.pro just lost all the power in that hit. We're tied up 1-1, and that's going to be painful. If you're scrawny and you're the only one predicting VP to win, you're really hoping they convert that second round.
Yeah, I mean, they should, right? That's all set up nicely for them. I completely agree. I mean, they actually had them sandwiched in. I don't know why they were that slow, because all they had to do was fight the 2 people in yard, Golden and a Crims, I think it was. So could have been quite doable, I reckon. Well, they're gonna lose Adren.
Yeah, if they weren't just scared the whole time.
They were scared, and it's early to be scared, isn't it? Early days.
JW knows one's close. USP is out. Doesn't want to peek into the deagle too much. Flashbang, and again, James scared. You have that wide angle swing with the deagle, and he's going to back off. That's Sanji taking a kill from middle. And JW still spots nothing. That leaves Golden to go down to Kickert. And this is an issue now for Fnatic. 3-on-3, still very recoverable, but actually surprisingly a lot of pressure being applied by VP in this round.
JW also swinging, quite committed to that fight. The Deagle comes in, the flashbang will help him out, and that was last second, wasn't it?
Oh no, they know Kickert's position. He's got the bomb as well. 1 versus 2, he's out. He's got the scout as well. They're gonna wrap around towards old bomb. There is Flusha waiting, does damage, but not the kill. 1 chance. And Crims puts him down. Dangerous round.
Ridiculously so. I mean, now, I don't know, there are a lot of fights there that Fnatic really just didn't really have to take. They could have done without them, probably would have been just fine. I think they were getting a little bit ahead of themselves. We like the Fnatic craziness, but that was too early.
It's not the right kind of crazy. You like the aggressive crazy, not the almost lose a force buy crazy.
No, you gotta at least warm into that, you know? Like, give us a chance to
preheat the
adjust.
oven before you put the turkey in.
That's exactly what I mean. Pretty good grenade. A lot of aggression in this one.
There definitely is. SMG, JW just farming, getting himself in the mood. This is what you call foreplay before the real rounds begin. And Krim's gonna sit back. It's just Yekindar, the only one left. Brolin finishes him off, and plenty of bonus money for J-Dubs. 3-1 for Fnatic.
Yeah, I realized as well, Jason. I mean, it's gonna have to be quite the oven to fit a whole polar bear in there. I don't know if that's even possible. Don't think anyone's ever tried that. They're also, I think, endangered or something like that. So probably gonna have a lot of issues if you go down that road.
I imagine there'd be some environmental problems coming along with that. Well, that's a good thought for what is, you know, 9:30 in the morning my time.
Yeah, that's the kind of
There we go.
analysis that we're
Jame
gonna
with the
bring you.
AWP. Jame is forced back by the flames, by the Molotov, and Brolin actually has lost control of ladder room. That's an odd peek. Running backwards. The flashbang wasn't even effective, but he builds on it. And now he's got a free AWP. This is brutal. Adren burns alive in ladder room, and Virtus.pro was not ready for this in any way.
No, if you're Jame and you're behind there with the AWP and you're just not expecting Brolin to keep going in that moment. He was already tagged up, but he certainly did. Wow, what a slap in the face. Kick it in Gen.G now, 2 versus 5, but that's really heartbreaking. Brolin probably should have gone down.
First gun round for this to happen. That's sad. Brolin even took the time to pass the op over to JW in the middle of the round as well. Normally that happens towards the end, but he just felt so safe and so comfortable. Kickert's gonna make his play, maybe as the smoke clears. Looks like he kind of wants to edge through it. Stuck in the corner for the moment. And literally this is another one of those scenarios where the most you can hope for is damage. Golden goes down. That's a very nice shot. Might be too little too late. 37 seconds on the clock and the bomb is still not picked up.
Brolin continuing, still back in main. 3 kills for him in the round. It's absolutely disgusting to watch. And kick it now. Again, as you pointed out, damage, get another headshot in here. I mean, if you could pick up 2 kills, that would be some kind of a miracle. He's also about to walk into the line of that AWP. I just don't think that'll... Ooh, a little bit of a pre-fire, in fact. I think he just saw the elbow there. 10 seconds, and kick it, I guess, just going to try and see if he could get a last parting kill. Oh, Flusha running into that one. Another one. That's just the MP9 going down, so maybe not the biggest deal there. See if he can outlive the round. Oh, he gets one more, and that's the AWP that he carries over. That's so much output for a round that they had definitely already lost.
That's a terrifyingly bad decision for JW, but I don't know. It feels like maybe they're feeling very confident, and on top of that, just being hyper-aggressive, getting into the swing of things. I think this is almost a team Fnatic that has been struggling with some of these online games, so it wouldn't surprise me to see more of those decisions throughout this map, just as if they're trying to play to get their confidence back. And I would imagine we're going to see them go for plays like that are usually inadvisable. Well, still inadvisable, but they're going to do it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, do we give JW a pass to do that sort of stuff anyways? He one of the few people that can be allowed without getting too criticized?
He's one of the... Yeah, he's got the universal pass.
All right.
We've seen those kinds of plays that just don't make any sense, that are just like the worst possible decision you could make in the moment, and they usually pan out for him, or they have frequently in the past. So yeah, he gets his own he gets a reprieve.
Well, round number 6, and they have that AWP stolen back. It was briefly stolen by Brolin at the beginning of last round. And then Deagles to try and follow it up. Still Flusher, I'm noticing, is alone early on in the rounds. I don't know if VP know that yet from watching demos maybe. That's something that could be fun to see if they want to try and exploit that before Golden or someone else rotates back. But he's playing the B-bomb side alone early.
Oh my god, I cannot. Kicker must have just assumed that he bounced out. Maybe didn't see it with the cover of the smoke from the nade, but Brolin's having himself quite the hot start. And the unfortunate thing for Virtus.pro is they've lost 2 players. Kicker was fully invested, and James hasn't even been able to have an attempt with the AWP quite yet. I think also this is probably the area where James catches the most rightful criticism. I'm not so much against, you know, have any kind of issue with his tendencies of saving the AWP. It is kind of funny, but just in general, being a passive player with the AWP does not work on a round like this where it's the only weapon your team has to get involved in the action.
Yeah, you actually need him to pave the way and create some space for the Deagles to do something else. I tend to agree.
He didn't take a shot that whole round.
No, even saving the bullets. It's, guess, environmentally conscious kind of decision. I'm sure that's relevant. Yeah, he definitely just thought
What's
that's
this drop down here?
I don't know.
Yeah, he had to have thought he backed away. Interesting.
I mean,
a lot of interesting things happening early on in this map.
He had a 50% chance of being right, Jason. Either he was going to be there or he wasn't. So
you take those odds
all the time. Going down to JW. He was trying to chase him down. He was almost baited into it because Flusher had taken so much damage and was being so aggressive with the MP9 that he really, that looked like he was lured into that fight. Grim's going down, but Golden with a nice return with the AWP, and he actually turns for it, taking down Sanji. What a nice swing, Golden. We don't normally used to see him, you know, do that much with the AWP, but that's great.
Here we are, James. AWP again. He took 3 shots that round. None of them landed. 6-1 for Fnatic. And now, this is kind of, I mean, this defense is being so aggressive at the moment towards inner, towards ladder room, towards team mid a couple times already. This is Fnatic just saying, Virtus.pro, if you can't stop this kind of aggression, we're going to do it all day long and you're just going to get buried. And it's happening very quickly. Not a whole lot of production for the VP side. 0 kills on James, 3 kills on Sanji and Adren, only 2 on the new player Yekindar. So this is not going any of the way they would have liked it to start train.
I really like the name Yekindar. It sounds like an expensive clothing brand, like, you know, something that makes fur or something, I reckon. And he's gonna get a kill right there with a deal, taking down Brolin. So put on that coat and go running into the yard. He's gonna get a kill there, JW, and James coming in from the other side with the Tech 9. It's a 3-on-3, and Yekindar getting a kill with the AK-47, taking down Crims, leaving Flusher and Golden. This is actually looking pretty good for VP. A chance here to pick up a second round. Wow.
Golden's been spotted. I'm kind of surprised he didn't catch that or didn't notice it. Flusher now needs this kill. Track's over, but he's taken a lot of damage. Gonna make his move. He saw one way against the wall. I believe he caught that spot. And Yekindar with a great peek. 4 kills for him. Just as we said we needed more production, he provides. Up to 6 frags for the rookie.
Yeah, 4 of them in that round. That is really well done. Tremendous plays. I like the Zoom. I like the Tech 9s. I'm still waiting for my moment, Jason. I haven't sold my position in Tech 9 and Bison just yet. I'm still interested, but I will admit it's a bit delayed.
Yeah, it's not coming as quick as you thought it would.
No. These pro players, they're slow to react. I'm usually like 3 years ahead of the curve when it comes to Counter-Strike meta, so I'm just used to it by now.
That's a good point. You've been talking about that train boost for a while, and we finally saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this rush. Flusha, got to get that Molotov out. Crims, that's an important kill. Just to give Flusha some time. They're going to back away, and now they're getting caught on sidewalk. Not able to make it all the way around. Yekindar falls. Brolin with a triple kill to close it out. The AUG still does work. 7-2.
He pushed through the smoke. I just don't even know. He's come into this game just glowing hot. It's absolutely outrageous. He's 12-4. JW's 14-7. But between those two, they've got 26 kills. And that is just completely outrageous. We've only played 9 rounds of Counter-Strike, so
Yeah, they're doing a very nice job. They're almost impossible to contain. It's nice to see Brolin as well, also fitting into the whole Fnatic insanity thing. Look at James just burning down to 23 HP. So, you know, if he likes to save his op and be passive, it's going to be more so now that he's low on health. Flusha felt the pressure, deploys an early defensive smoke.
Run boost attempted, but James actually did get tagged down to 23. I like the idea of the run boost. Always fun to see. And now more of a standard type setup here for Fnatic, I would say. 3 in the A yard, Golden and... Oh, they're starting to fall really far back. So they're really going to be retaking that mini bomb site if it comes to it. Brolin again in main, not even reloading. 14 bullets left, and he's going to keep pushing. He's just so aggressive. No, surely not going to be going for the smoke, is he?
Please do it. Please do it. Please do it.
He's on the other side. It's just
he can't
faded
reload
now.
Anymore.
They're not going to check it. They just run
Here
right through.
Oh, there's the first.
He's out of control. Adren will take him down finally, but he called in Crims. He was like, you know what? They're never going to expect this. This is an incredibly aggressive Brolin that we're seeing.
Yeah, I like it. It's very stylistically appropriate for Fnatic. Kickert's gonna take control of T main, or some semblance of control. Flush is right on top, doesn't even realize it, doesn't notice it. Kickert had a chance, but Golden stops it before anything else can build. 8-2.
Man, they are they're really getting beat up. Fnatic 6 rounds ahead, and I mean their economy is not even building as much as maybe you would have expected. Is that the silver lining they could draw from this? Is that the shining light in front of VP right now? Is the fact that they could beat Fnatic, you know, 2 rounds in a row here, and then they'd have a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think the other side of that same coin is the fact that while the economy, they're grinding it down and they're doing a pretty good job, none of the rounds have been actually close. They've all been like really superficial frags that all they really do is the economic damage. But again, that doesn't matter if you can't actually win a round. And we haven't seen them in a winnable post plant in some time. We haven't seen them in any kind of like a clutch with, you know, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 or anything. So yeah, you have the money low, but you're not showing that you can get to the point where you can actually break it.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. James getting double naded down at the bottom of Ivy. That must have been a little bit uncomfortable. Again, I guess when he's the orb, it matters a slight bit less. But they have 1 smoke left on the VP side, so that had better be a really good smoke, Jason.
Better be the god tier smoke. Oh, they're gonna push into Flusha, but he is a master at this, and he's got Krims in a perfect bait. Krims hearing the footsteps and the scope up top. He's going to call that out to his teammates, but JW is already holding the angle. He's going to peek wider. That's so dangerous for JW. He had the information, but he really wanted that duel. Now the possibility opens up of a readjustment for VP back to the outer bomb site.
Yeah, they're thinking about it because Sanji's over there at Ivy, and he's been looking in that whole time. So if they could get 3 people out of Pop Dog, they could absolutely do some damage to Golden right here. And he spotted them now with the M4. 25 seconds left. Sanji goes down. That's an important kill for Brolin to get. He's going to continue to pick it up. He is a monster right now. They're going to go for the bomb plant, and finally Brolin is taken down. Now it's a 2-on-2, and Flusher, even low on health, still being incredibly mobile with that MP9. But what could he really do? It's going to be maybe Krims coming out of Pop Dog here could do anything. They're both looking for him, though. Look at the setup.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is brutal. This kind of a peek from Krims, and he would surely go down, and that's a perfect smoke. They have the idea of where he's coming from, and Fnatic may actually want to save this. We just talked about their economy situation. This is the best opportunity for VP to take a round, shatter the economy, and get a chance for a win. Krims trying to provide some distraction with gunfire to allow Flusha to get out of the smoke. It's not even close to being successful. That's a 3rd round for VP. And this gets interesting here, because as much as it's been dominant for Fnatic, now Virtus.pro can close this gap. If they can just actually complete their economy reset, they have an opportunity for a decent half to salvage what they can.
Yeah, I think this is you know, the big moment they've built for themselves. Only Krim surviving with a rifle. It's going to cost Fnatic a whole lot to rebuy into this round. In fact, the most after the buy they have is 350 on Krims. So if there was a chance here to make Scrawny excited about, you know, about his pick, then now is it for VP. Probably the last chance they'll have in this half, I expect.
None of that connecting. Pretty standard so far. VP all clumped together above ladder at the moment. This is going to be an inner hit. It looks like a slight fake will be thrown by Sanji. I don't think anyone from Fnatic is going to get fooled by that. There is a player in ladder room to spot that out very early on. That's going to be Brolin, and Crims is doubled up, so they could actually have a huge flank. And I think this is doubled up because there's no other information anywhere on the map. Great kill from Adren.
That was actually such a smart play from Flusher. I think he just walked right into the crosshair, but I think he could have caught at least one off guard there. Golden bumping into Yakandar inside of the smoke, but Jane will take care of it. He just saw the feet, and that's the round. I actually think there was a good chance Flusher could have taken one, maybe both, and that would have shut down the round. I think I almost want to watch that from Adren's point of view. I bet he just walked in and Adren was like, you know, just he had that like jumping kitten moment where he was like, oh god, there's someone on my screen, and then he just pulled the trigger and killed him.
Jumping kitten moment.
I don't know. I've never had cats myself, so just from what I know on the internet.
I know what you mean by it. It's just I've never heard it described in such a fashion. I actually think that was an awful defense for Fnatic. When you have the two players doubled up in ladder room like that, it's not that you have to play passive, but you know that flank is part of the strength of that defense. So Flusha pushing, Golden trying to get cute in the smoke over towards Pop Dog. I thought that was a very weird way of playing a defense when you have a setup that allows you to flank quickly, pinch the attack, and really just be a nuisance to them ever getting that bomb planted. So I think a lot of advantages from Fnatic were given up in this round.
See. So he's going to throw that, he's going to shuffle around, and he's like, oh, here we go. Didn't quite walk into it, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly, you're right. I mean, you end up taking that fight that early on. It either works or there's no time for your flanking, you know, force to ever come in. That's definitely true.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind the push from Flusha if Golden wasn't making that weird play around the smoke as well. Like those two combined were just odd. One or the other would have been fine, I think. Both of them just as awkward.
Well, it's going to get more awkward now because we have an AWP umbrella and an M4. That's what they saved from the last round, but that's what they have here. They don't have a lot of other stuff to really be working with. So I think that's Fnatic's time in the limelight. Their time having fun on this map kind of coming to an end with the money running out. Unless they can make this M4 and the Elp work. But otherwise, VP actually could have a pretty good first half.
Yeah, shockingly, with how this half started.
The scrawny
and then who knows
crowd.
when you switch side.
I was going to say the scrawny crowd are excited now.
Scrawny loving it. He's in his bedroom. He's in his PJs, cheering.
I bet he is comfortable waiting for his games to come up later in the day. Yeah, I'm sure he's having a pretty good time. Brolin has gone
tuxedo,
down.
denim pajamas.
Is that what is that called that?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
The jean jacket, the denim jacket.
I didn't even realize. I'm not into the whole America versus Canada kind of, you know, warfare that's going on. Cultural warfare, as it were.
Yeah. It's an interesting relationship. It's a lot of fun. A couple players sneaking down these lanes. JW with an AWP has got to be worrisome if you're VP, especially that kill from Golden. That's going to funnel the hit towards JW, and he's got a chance here. Bit of a wide stance. Oh, you hate to see that. You absolutely hate to see it. JW is going to get it, but they've already crossed over into the bomb site. And even if he gets one kill, that position at Oil Train from Adren is so brutal. There's no chance that he could even build on anything. So timing is not the friend of JW in this round.
Even JW, when he came back from that kill on Sanji, he just ran like no one could have seen him from on top of the first train down there. And they definitely could have. So I'm noticing a couple of... You remember that previous round where they also went to B and he just walked in? And you were right, because Flusher had heard the scoping, and JW still just sort of peeked into it. So I'm seeing a couple of moments here out of JW, and that could just be a result of the fact that he's been having a fantastic game, that he's like, you know what, I'm just not even going to care. But sometimes you have to care, Jason. It's important.
Yeah, it could be that he's having a good game and he's just kind of taking his fights. It could be trying, as I said before this map started, maybe trying to play Fnatic back into being a confident team. It could also just be lack of communication. Like, we don't know. Maybe that communication is not actually passed on for whatever reason.
That could
or
be
it could be getting passed on, and yeah, as you said, they just don't care. There's so many things available, so many options.
I'm a big fan of those glasses on JW. I think it doesn't always happen, but some people, it's just, you know, glasses work for them. I had glasses for years, and no one told me that I looked stupid wearing them, so feel bad about that now.
Listen, LASIK is the best decision I ever made.
Yeah,
I was certainly not a glasses person. Nice opening kill from Yekindar. Crims against the wall. JW right here. Around the corner, Sanji spots it out, but he can't win the fight.
Yeah, that was a very cool move from Yekindar. Aggressive on his own, just trying to hit it. But Brolin is coming back alive again with the AUG. He's just become kind of a master at that. It's kind of cool to see. Her man up now. Fnatic looking to see if they can take the last 2 rounds. If they win this one, there's going to be a pretty good bank on VP's side. They can still buy. JW actually going aggressive, and I don't know if you realize, but James is right around the corner. And let's see if he's going to take the swing wide enough. The gun barrel might show. Yep, JW knows, and he goes straight for it. Oh, man, the tip of that barrel.
This is the thing with JW, right? Like, these are the results when he does a super aggressive play where you're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess JW will just make those all the time, and he'll make it work. And so you have to take the good with the bad. He's been like that his whole career. Oh, good shooting from Kicker.
He's been on point, but he had no way to know where Brolin was in that moment. So triple for JW, and he continued the aggression. This is the other thing, right? If you encounter a CT down at Ivy that's going to be forward and he gets a kill on one of your players, you're not going to think, oh, he's going to keep pushing. But then he does. And then he gets another one, and he keeps pushing for a 3rd time. It's like, in the back of your mind, you're just not expecting that.
No, I mean, it is the hard factor. This has always been like one style of, or like stylistically why JW's been such a tough opponent over the years. Is when you're trying to make a decision as a player, you're thinking like, what is the smart decision for your opponent to make? And you're trying to counter that. Well, JW often makes the silly decision, but it works. Whether it's catching him off guard or a stunning shot. Kickard has another opening. Smoke to cover his flank from ladder room, but Brolin is standing tall, and he's not giving up any of the fights. Flush is going to come through. He's got an angle, and behind is Sanji making noise. One more for Flusha, transfers out to the AK.
Yeah, and makes his escape. That's actually a very, very smart move. I kind of wish Kickard would have kept going. I feel like his aim is on point this game. I actually want Kickard off the leash right now. It's going to be a kill on Yekindar traded there. Brolin also going down. Still a 2-on-3. More than a minute left. JW, really long angle down there. James is looking for him, but he might cross right in. He sees just a bit. Oh! I don't know. JW fired the gun, but nothing connected.
He stopped short. Stanza levels of stopping short. Good shot from Flusha. Good flank. Kickert was searching for that for some time, but Flusha was elusive. It's James in a 1 versus 2, and there's no saving here. It's the final round of the first half. A 4-round lead for Fnatic, and James would like to chew into that just a little bit.
Oh, this would be an amazing clutch, wouldn't it, to finish the half with if he could somehow come up with a 1-on-2, but realistically, 25 seconds, and that's really, I think, the main problem that he's dealing with right now. He's almost just going to have to run and put the bomb down and cross his fingers that no one is nearby, and then deal with the rest, because he's not going to find any one of them, and indeed, he'll be found by Golden instead. So 10-5 lead here for Fnatic in the first half on Train. That's pretty impressive. I think they're going to be really excited about it. We'll see how it goes when we get into the second half, and that's going to be coming up right after the break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back to the Bedway aim challenge. We just finished off the AWP. I won that, and now up to the Deagle.
Oh my god! He's sitting in window and camping there. Where is everyone shooting from?
One window.
The window.
This window! Stop! Stop! He's dead now though, 100%.
I hate spawning in seat spawn. Oh! Echo, what's up? Spam that beat.
Running. He's running away.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Blast Premier, it's Fnatic and VP. Jason, what did you learn from watching that Deagle movie? I know you have a sad relationship with Deagle yourself.
I actually try and avoid all those kind of Deagle deathmatch things, and yeah, Deagles and me don't get along. They've never worked for me, and I seem to have my hitboxes, I think, get bigger when opponents have Deagles, so I just don't mess with the gun.
Okay, blaming the Deagle.
I stay away.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Oh, they maybe could have rushed that. They're going to go upper instead. Kick it and Jame are quite far back. This is all about the B bomb site. Golden's just a distraction out here, and what a distraction he's being. But inside of the B bomb site, that is a very critical kill for Jame. Leaving it in a 3 versus 4. The bomb being planted quickly. Kick getting one more kill on Brolan. And actually, in spite of a very, very fast strategy here from Fnatic, it looks like VP are in the lead. Gen.G goes down. And what can they do with just the Glocks here? They're really being hunted. They've got nowhere to stand. They're all being funneled up against the back left side of the bomb site. Flusher trying to fight his way out, but again, there's 3 people coming from, 2 of them behind, and Kickert will take him down. VP win the pistol. That was some great shooting from the CT side there.
Yeah, it's on now. Now VP have a real shot at taking this. Scrawny's sitting up in his chair. He's pumped. He's excited. This is the second time. We saw it yesterday on Mirage, remember, Anders. The strategy on the T-Pistol on a Mirage for Fnatic was send Golden to A and attack the other bomb site. Here on Train again, send Golden out mid on his own, have him take a one-on-one fight, and attack the inner bomb site. So they're using Golden as a huge distraction in these pistol rounds. It almost works there. At least they get the plant. You're going to see a small buy, no armor, very little utility, but upgraded pistols. Fnatic's going to buy in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and I like that idea because actually, now that you bring it up, I do remember, and Golden is actually usually really good at taking those box fights. So I think I want to see that happen more. It's just that one kill for Jame in there buys them, I think, not even just the man at lead, but it buys them the space VP to spread out and fan out for the retake. They don't have to worry about anyone being too close, and Kickert, found that 2nd kill over there, and it worked out really well. So big opportunity right now for VP to swing it back in their favor if they can survive this round, and surely they can.
Well, JW's got a pretty cheeky angle, and we'll see if the rookie forgets to check this as he walks by, and he will. That kill seals it. Oh, I don't know how he's gotten away. JW needs to be way more aggressive. Good job from Golden to clean the kill up. Now the bomb site is exposed. 2 players at the bomb train. Nice shot from Gen.G, straight to the face of JW. 3 on 3, and Kickert might just seal things.
Yeah, that is a really nice kill coming out of Pop Dog there. And that also boxes them in, right? That means VP know kind of where they've gone. Although it is still a 2-on-2, So with 45 seconds, you could still just have some bad timing if you're VP. So I respect the fact that they're falling this far back and not sort of staying out where they're exposed. Sanji's low on health, man. This is a little bit worrying. And Kickert has got no head armor.
So is Crims. Yeah, it's a pretty even battle, actually. VP's playing this very well. Both of them centralized in CT connector and Z-Halls. Crims is going to come down to the ramp, and this is a... Yeah, I mean, they have made a very interesting call, sandwiching towards this direction. Crims can actually get down, and Golden is clearing everything for him, but the timing, it's all down to that timing, and there's Kickert. Golden missed the shot. He missed the opportunity and the vision. Now he hears the footsteps, but that's the bomb on the ground, and it was just a matter of seconds. Sanji's gonna run away. He had the low HP, and that's a very narrow victory for Virtus.pro.
Ooh, I almost guarantee you that was one of Golden's teammates that called it out, watching his point of view, saying, oh, you saw him there's almost no way that it was himself, because it happened like 2 seconds later. He was so focused on something else. That was a close round,
well,
very
it's
close.
Just it's almost an impossible situation for Golden, right? Because he's trying to clear, ooh, look at this shot. Boop. He's trying to clear the bomb site and make sure that there's no CT that's going to stop Crims from coming in, so he cannot just stop and hold the choke point and Z. He has to actually move into the site and make sure there's no one playing, you know, backup pop dog, whatever it might be. So that's just a very tough scenario for him to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that was going to be a low percentage round no matter what, but wake-up call for VP if they weren't already aware. They've got a pretty tough opponent on their hands. Yeah, let's see. Scout on Golden, AWP on Jame, and somewhat limited on the grenades there on VP. Let's see how quickly they use them. I mean, if they're aggressive about using them early on, they're gonna run out pretty soon, I think.
And they don't even have a whole lot to kind of work with. You can see the odds there shifting more in the favor of Virtus.pro. I mean, more in the favor of Fnatic, excuse me.
I don't know if that's
despite
reasonable.
The fact that VP had a relatively decent first half.
That looks a little bit skewed.
At least in terms of the actual score line itself. Good opening kill from Brolin, popping out of the smoke. He really has bought into this Fnatic insanity very well.
Yeah, he's young and impressionable, and really good at aiming. It's kind of the perfect mix, isn't it? He's drank all the Kool-Aid. Kickert is right underneath Flusher at this point in time, but how do you check that?
I guess, well, here it comes. You check like it just like that, Anders. Just like that.
Thanks, Flusher, for the moment, for the education.
It's like one of those 80s PSA films, black and white, or from the 60s.
Exactly.
It's like, this is how you clear the inner bomb sites. Just peek straight down.
Thanks. I'll do that next time. I'll just walk in and shoot someone in the back. I learned a lot today. It's
11-7 in the favor of Fnatic.
You know those memes where it's like, you know, what they teach you in class versus what's actually on the test, and they're just completely different things. They're not even close. Just several orders of magnitude more difficult than the actual test, but not for Flusher.
Not for Flusher.
That's not just a round that they win, but they only lose JW at least so far. VP saving the M4 and the AWP, that will help them some, but I don't know.
It's not pretty for their economy. I mean, this is where that second round for Fnatic comes into play. All that damage they just did previously, bringing it down to just one player alive. Now they get to reap the rewards of that. VP is forced to buy up around the two weapons that are saved. That's a cool angle.
That's just very cool, isn't it? I really appreciate that.
We've gone sideways.
Production, having fun with the camera angles. It's fantastic. But yeah, that kill was all they really needed. Now we have 3 people from VP over at the B bomb site, pushing aggressively. Kickert leading the charge. Let's see if they can actually find the timing. Flusher, his gun barrel showing, but he's back around the corner. Yeah, pre-firing. Crims wanted to help out, but he's gonna get killed. Kickert again with a nice shot there. I want to see Kickert more active. I feel like he's been really good.
I want to see VP back away from this. They might just get this kill by virtue of low HP on Flusher, but this is risky. They had such a huge advantage, and this push, it's all on it now, especially because JW's got the flank. And of course, Flusher's going to handle business with 2 HP. couldn't take a single point of damage after the initial contact. That is impressive stuff. You can see him there on your screen. Casual, calm, collected, adjusting his headset. No big deal.
Yeah, not even worried a little bit. Yeah, they should have taken your advice, Jason. I mean, if they could have heard it, falling back instead after that initial fight. They didn't, and it did cost them pretty much everything. Oh.
That's a stern gaze.
Wow, I wonder what will make you look like that. Oh, Flusher.
Getting shot in the face by a CZ.
That might do it. Realizing that Flusher is having an increasingly better game, but also that Brolin and JW are respectively at 23 and 21 kills. Again, it's just absolutely, utterly outrageous. They're playing such a crazy game right now, the Swedes. 13-7. Look, the kind of stuff that just happened, never mind that they just mostly had pistols, VP, but to stop that from happening more, you need more grenades, and that's what VP don't have. I mean, there's a lot of moments right now, I think, for Fnatic to be able to take more of those kind of fights, either early or later in the round.
Yeah, you need grenades or you need an AWP to put a stop to that. James had his on the T mid choke point, at least the start of the round. He's transitioned over. He's still going to be aiming in the same direction. And this time, 4 players outside. Only Kickert inside, which not the best, the worst idea, I should say. I've just combined best and worst for some reason. Kickert, your strongest player so far in this map, just holding on alone. And that should make the outer defense very powerful, especially because James can just pivot in both directions. Yekindar is going to get aggressive, but JW is ready.
Yeah, that container apparently eating all of the flash, and he was just fine. Yeah, that's kind of my issue right now. I feel like Kickert is such a strong player, but he's being, held back, and he was on the T side as well. I mean, not all the time, but I almost wish they would try and find a way to get him into more fights because he's winning so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 21 kills. He's been pretty active. I think the problem on the CT side is they can go away from him. Not so much on the T side where you're right. Maybe he could have been used a bit more in the entrance. James is boxed in. He's trapped in old hell. There's going to be a Dren coming in from Z Hall, but he's gone down, and James falls as well. 14-7, and now that Fnatic have gained control of the economy, it's not good. There's only been 3 kills. Only 3 players from Fnatic have died in the past 4 rounds.
Yeah, that I think is worth highlighting. Not a good trend, really, for VP. I think Scrawny will have to, I don't know, potentially face the reality that this might not be working out.
We really need to start coming up with punishments for predictions.
Yeah? How would you punish Scrawny?
I don't know yet. That's why I said we need to come up with it. Golden's gonna go down. Nice trade from Brolin. And Sanji desperately coming through the smoke. JW doesn't look like he's gonna clear this. So James will have an AK-47 to work with, but they know exactly where he is. And Yekindar has a frag. They know exactly where he is as well. And Fnatic now have 8 chances to close out this map, and they're all rich.
They're so rich. Brolin has 60,000. That's a lot.
They're 1% rich.
Yeah, they're all the way up there. 23rd round. This we're requesting an 8th round comeback. So 8 rounds back to back with no mistakes really being made here out of VP. It doesn't seem doable. Have we seen much out of James? I feel like he's got 9 kills. He's had the AWP a lot. I feel like it's just not been doing much with it.
No, we haven't really had to call them out whatsoever. But I mean, that's the case with 3 of their players. Kickert's obviously playing well. Yekindar's having a decent game, all things considered. But man, when you think about the successes of VP and previously Avantgarde going back to the major, winning Moscow, you're thinking the revelation of Sanji as a player was incredible back in Berlin. He was supposed to be one of the next coming huge talents. He's really dropped off. Adren has always consistently been there. He's pretty much disappeared. James, we've kind of, gave him a shout out after Berlin, and we're like, okay, let's stop making fun of him because he's actually got some skills, but he's not putting them to use at all.
Not right now, I agree. Yeah, that's one of my favorite stories is James actually beating the meme. Like he actually defeats the meme, which is great. I love seeing that, but We need to bring it back to that level once again. 4 versus 3, and Fnatic gonna put the bomb down. Jame inside of the smoke. He wants to go through, I think, or at least it's gonna be fading in a second here. He's got some backup behind him. Oh, JW! I don't know if that was just a blind shot or if he actually saw just a leg. It looked like he might have there, but that's a 3-on-3. Flusher covering behind. Yakandar gonna be showing up. He does win the fight, but JW's found another one. He's trying to get a bit closer. He's got one chance and he misses it, leaving Golden alone. That bomb is down, but only for a couple of seconds. They have some time here, VP, if they want to get that defuse. No kit being picked up right now. There's one of the kills for Golden, and Yakandar now on the other side. Everything is on this. The grenade will slow it down, but it's such a lone defuse. Yakandar, it doesn't matter. He gets the kill, and they'll still lose the map. 16-7 Fnatic with a really powerful performance here today.
Yeah, really powerful performance, and a lot of some of the early mistakes that we saw was just them really starting to feel it. So you have to be happy about that one. Fnatic playing a very good game, and that is a convincing victory. Unfortunate for Virtus.pro, but I mean, we weren't really sure what to expect out of VP coming into this. This answered some questions that there's still a lot of questions to be answered with that team.
Yeah, what we realized is there are more questions down the road, so I guess that's kind of it. I don't know. Overall, I thought that was a fantastic game. Obviously, Fnatic, really fun to see them at this level. We'll have a lot more Counter-Strike the whole day coming up for you guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
To London for week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, that's all, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
So there we have it, the result of our first match of the day. The Swedes, Fnatic, taking full control of the situation on Train. They got that nuke out of there. They're looking good. And, well, Virtus.pro, they had some fight in the first half, but I'm going to allow the analysts to break it down for us here, what they took away from that first map of the day. So, Thorin, I'm going to hand it to you first. How did you think Virtus.pro performed here versus Fnatic, who actually looked pretty good?
Under the circumstances, I think they were all right. Like, I will say, like, new guy Yakinda, I'll give him some props. He actually performed well, despite the fact people had pointed out he hadn't had that many good games overall since he just joined. I think actually for me, this is more an indictment of the problems that VP has as an overall squad. Like, everyone's obviously raving about the kicker performance. I think Moses said it best. Like, if anything, they should have used him more on that T side. They could have actually gotten more done. That's an example of where I'd rather the stats were worse, but we won 2 rounds. So I feel as though one of the problems in this team is not only do they prop up Adren, which then allows Jim to just bait people, basically. Like, he just does play way too passive in certain scenarios where on a map like this on T side, my Opa's got to hold a line. He's got to lock something off. He's got to follow up with me when my entries guys go in. And so the guy I feel like really gets exploited on this team and is the scapegoat is Sanji. This is the guy they just send in to just get filled full of bullets while they then run in and get the kills and then look all right in a round they lose. Like, that's whack to me. So I didn't think it was close enough as a game. I don't think they could do anything in the veto. Fnatic pretty much outplayed them there. Fnatic is the better team, but we're talking about, you know, trying to track Virtus.pro for the rest of the tournament.
This isn't the last time that we're going to see them. This isn't like they get eliminated. It's a round-of-robin format, so we're going to see them play against the teams here in their group. But, Maniac, I mean, what did you take away from Fnatic's performance then? I mean, we saw the Virtus.pro, a little bit of a struggle. Fnatic, anything good there?
Yeah, this was more like the Fnatic we know and we like, right? So first of all, you have their uncanny ability to win any rounds. They win the force buy in the first half, then they win a full eco round on the second half. So obviously you don't want to give Fnatic these types of rounds. And then you can see again on their T side, even if Train is a very tactical map, once you give them some of the opening kills, they'll just make you crazy. JW did a fantastic job IV. As soon as he felt like he had a timing, he would be an absolute pain in the ass. You had Flusha always waiting higher on the B-bomb side. Same scenario. As soon as he feels like there is an opening, he'll take it. So they had the opening kills and they just toyed around with VP. I mean, once they switched over to T side, you could see that there was a difference in terms of class between these two teams.
You didn't really get the impression that Fnatic were out of control or lost control. And, well, we do have some insight. I know, Maniac, you've been listening to the comms, but we do have the coach from Fnatic here for an interview post-match. So welcome. And it's actually open floor. So if you guys have any questions for him, we can go ahead and throw them out there. And, Maniac, if you want to kick it off.
Oh, we actually get to talk with the coach directly? Oh, that is actually amazing.
With the coach directly.
Okay.
You can work on your Swedish live.
Yeah, tjena. That's the best I can say. I'm going to stop it at that. No, I guess one of the first questions that I have, what kind of difference did you feel in Fnatic yesterday and Fnatic today, if you had to synthesize the differences between the two performances?
Nope.
I don't think my question.
I don't think it's working.
It's okay. It's all good. I'll send him a message after that.
Hey, listen, bumps in the road. It's fine. It's a live broadcast. These things are going to happen. We're going to roll with it. I mean, Maniac, you can go ahead and try and synthesize. Or no, hold on. We'll do it this way. Thorin, put yourself in the position of the coach. How, you know, Fnatic yesterday, Fnatic today. What happened, man?
Probably just say some waffle like, you know, we weren't really feeling it. The guys, you know, things were a little bit off, you know, but we got together, we went over the demos, we found a few of those little problems, a few of those little tweaks that we needed, you know, to get back to where we know that we need to be. You know, with your Brolan, I just told him, keep your head up, kid, you know, big things for you in the future. I told Flusher, like, well done on the weight loss, but like, you know, try not to bait everyone as much as you do. And then JW, I don't even know what you do, but just keep doing whatever it is, baby. And then I turned him loose on those Russians.
Perfect. I'm sure that's exactly what he would have answered had he been allowed to answer some questions from you guys. But we're going to talk about another Swedish team now. It's NIP versus SAW, our next match of the day. So that was the first one. Now we're getting into the second European match here at Blast. And, well, NIP versus SAW, I mean, this is going to be the NIP who took down Astralis yesterday, who are looking to be in fine form, versus SAW, who admittedly are still struggling, a little bit like Virtus.pro right now, you know, still trying to find their footing. So, Thorin, I'm going to hand it to you, man. What do you think of this match so far going into it?
Yeah, this is another game where, you know, no offense to Saw, I mean, they've done well to even be in this position. For people who don't know, they actually came out of a qualifier that had, for example, Movistar Riders, much more famous name, the other Portuguese team that has Fox in it. So it's not like they just got given the spot for free. They earned their spot. But in this tournament, they are outclassed. And at this point in time, even winning a best of one here would be a big time accomplishment for them, would really actually kind of stake a claim that they can be competent at this level. So for me, it's all about NIP. I mean, you see there, the guy with the lowest score, Hampus, coming in, you're not expecting him to frag at the level Lekro did. Like, one thing I actually think was underrated about Lekro's game is when you consider he was the in-game leader, and he wasn't just a pure loose style in-game leader. They certainly tried some tactics when they had Threat in their lineup as the coach. I actually think he fragged pretty well actually from an IGL. Like, obviously he had that Monster Deagle, pretty nice AK, and he would put himself as the entry player. Like, he would go in first, open the site with an AK, then lead his men in and win the round. That's what a real man does. So I think the guy was a baller. So Hampus, for me, if he's coming into this lineup, it's got to be that he's bringing different skills to what Lekro had. He's not going to frag like that guy did. So I'm hoping when he comes in, he's going to bring a tactical approach, and that's where we're really going to activate Threat in the server. Anyway, as we see the map Vito here, what do you want to see here, Maniac?
Ooh, honestly, that's a hard question. I just think that the map is not going to be the answer to our question in that game, right? It does feel like wherever NIP is going to take, so I don't think they can get surprised. I don't think they get cornered in a map that they don't want to play. So it's mostly about the play.
Ooh,
the
Vertigo.
Okay, well, you know, NIP, they've been willing to play Vertigo more and more recently, so it must be a calculated risk.
Yeah, they put in the hours on this map, and I can tell you, looking at the stats here, it's actually a map that there's a decent win rate for Saw on. So maybe they've got some of that gimmicky stuff from Tier 3 that none of us know about that NIP's about to find out about.
Could this be NIP trying to play to their strengths, though? Not trying to take Saw into account, but just trying to go to a map where they feel comfortable? Is that out of the realm of possibility here, Maniac?
Well, without disrespecting Saw at all, I think when you're NIP in that position, it's also about sending a message to the rest of the opponents and the rest of the participants in that tournament, right? You have to say right now, listen, you allow us to take Vertigo, we'll take Vertigo, and you will see, we will show that we can play the map. So when we go to the best of 3, when we go where the mind games begin in the Vito, they have proven that they are willing and able to play Vertigo.
Understood. And Thorn, I mean, that's the thing. You sounded pretty excited there from Vertigo. I mean, this is a map where we can see some big pop-offs. We can see some clever strategy. Do you expect to see that from Nip here on this map?
I like it for both teams. I mean, I actually see it's one of the best maps for Saw. The other map, it could have been Inferno, by the way, a terrible map. It's actually their worst win rate. So, if anything, Nip has opted not to go for the surefire win. But on the same side of things, this is the map where I started to notice what Threat was bringing to this team. He had boosts, smokes. They had all sorts of new things each time I've seen them play the map. So they're clearly putting in those hours. They're understanding if they can become one of the best teams in the world on this map, that can be the Joker card that in the series against the better teams later, the best of 3s, that can be what gives you this slight edge and makes up for the experience disadvantage. So I hope both teams shows a great game. Maybe we can have a hint of an upset from Saw, but then maybe NIP shows us we're a top 5 team in the world on Vertigo.
Ooh. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for the insight, and I'm definitely excited now to look at this map and see what Nip and both Nip and Saw are capable of on it. But we're going to take a quick break before we get into the action, and then we'll hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses, after that.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a deke from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's anxious for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Valdo.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Aminek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, he
3
can't
seconds.
even cover that. There's no way.
Aminek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in
Ooh,
for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has
Bomb's
to hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into NIP and SAW, and not surprisingly, the odds are quite heavily favoring NIP. I don't know, is that a surprise to you, Jason? What do you think?
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me in any way, actually. That is probably the least surprising thing that's going to happen today. I actually really like what Maniac said, and it was before the break, so just in case you didn't hear it or you might have forgotten, he mentioned that it is important for NIP to send the message to the other participants in this tournament that they can play Vertigo and that they're willing to play Vertigo. I think that's a really cool point. I know when I thought about this game, I thought it was very important that NIP send the message just to SAW to just say, you know, we're going to be able to just dominate you and just be very aggressive and not be focused on the fact that you've just had a couple roster changes, you had an in-game leader change. For NIP, this is just about establishing dominance, but I also appreciate Maniac's comments on that as well. I thought that was very cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually missed that. I don't know, I was getting you a drink, so I'm glad you reiterated, Jason, when I'm not paying attention.
I got you, baby.
Yeah, always. Well, it's going to be NIP starting on the T side. It's SAW starting on the CT side. And I don't know that much about this team. I feel like they're a pretty big unknown to me as well, maybe to other people too. So I'm here to learn quite a bit, and I look forward to it. I do think NIP have a sizable advantage in this game.
You wanna run us down this roster really quick? Just Dodo, Mutiris, Arki, and RMN?
RMN, yeah, and Mutiris could just be Mutt if you want. That's what it really is.
Mutt?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but you can do both if you want. Riz has gone down. Speaking of which, I mean, Mutiris or Mutt, he's been playing in Global Offensive for a very, very long time. So, just sort of a name that's been out there, been roaming around. It'd be fun to see if he could finally find a home that's gonna last. Actually, I'm surprised there's no more fighting after that initial engagement.
Yeah, after that initial kill. There was a little bit back and forth. Hampus is brought down very low, but he doesn't have armor. He's got utility, so for him, it's not a huge deal. It's actually fortunate that he's alive, but his health doesn't matter so much because he can sit back and toss the utility. And I mean, if his teammates go down, he was going to be losing anyways. He'll be in the back line. So here come the smokes. Here come the flashbangs right off the side of the building. Pop flash in. That blind's just at the back of the bomb site, hiding behind these pillars, and it doesn't even matter. What a slaughter. What a statement from SAW on the pistol round.
Yeah, they look so completely comfortable defending that bomb site. There's just no issues at all. Some of these positions that you see them holding here on the CT side, they're going to be so much more difficult to hold when NIP start to pick up Molotovs, because you can really grenade people out from behind those steel beams. But obviously in pistol rounds, that can be tricky.
We all know Molotovs destroy steel beams.
Yeah, apparently. It's the universe we live in. P250 been picked up on Nork. Listen, Jason, you've opened the door to something terrifying.
I know. I know. I shouldn't have done it.
No, you definitely shouldn't. There's probably a producer in your ear somewhere screaming, for the love of God, don't go down that road. You know what he's like.
Not with Anders. Oh dear. Okay, look at this fancy little triple boost to peek. I'm assuming this could be awesome. Oh, he spotted it.
What's the opposite of awesome? I mean, it was cool, but I think he just, he let himself show too much. Just jumping up and getting 3-4 kills, in fact. That was cool. Very cool, in fact. I still think the triple boost was nice.
Take it away for a second. Yeah, I do too.
Well, third round. We've got AKs being picked up on the NIP side, and I mean, this is where the real excitement begins. See how much they've prepped here for Vertigo and how comfortable they actually feel in it. Not the most exciting weaponry, though, on the Source side, which is a bit of a shame.
Bit of a shame. So I believe I was connected to the 7-second Go TV, so that was a bit weird for me. Maybe not. I might just be going crazy. I might have just lost my mind. Either way, now we're good no matter what. Here we are, 2-0 for Saw. Pretty standard setup. The A defense is very aggressive on the ramp and peeking down. There's no presence there from NIP, so they're going to be calling out to their teammates to watch over towards B and mid.
Yeah, I actually really like it if you can play aggressive on the ramp, but it can be really costly to try and do it. Some amazing grenades landing on Nork. He's down to 20 health, so yeah, good start. And NIP, they seem pretty adamant about this B bomb side. They want to go for it.
Well, they're going to creep up slowly on the stairs, and Just is in that same position again. And this, there's nowhere to go from here. You either kill everything or you die, and he's going to go down. He finds one kill. Still a player deep back into the site. That's Arky just waiting. Hampus here to cut off rotations.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can do it. I mean, if he can win this fight in the middle, that's going to force the people inside of the B-bomb side to at least be worried about getting shot in the back, but they're so slow, NIP. I mean, maybe this is measured, but you see now they started to fall back. They're worried about a flank from the lower part of the bomb site because they just haven't had eyes on it forever. Hampus going down to Mutt, and suddenly they're just in a really weird spot, NIP. This isn't going to be a surprise. Saw know what's coming, and they're a man up, and NIP are low on health. I don't think they're going to be able to win this round, actually. They're in so much trouble. Arky finding a really good angle, again, behind that steel beam, and Mutt is there for the crossfire, and it'll be RMN to pick up the last kill on Nork, so that's amazing.
I have two things. Obviously, this is the second time that position behind that steel beam really takes advantage of NIP. They haven't had the utility, as you mentioned, to clear it out. The Molotovs or the nades, so he's been able to kind of just sit there and chill. The other one is that, to me, is a red flag and screams of the leadership change from NIP that is causing them to be disorganized in the mid-round. Hampus should not be the first person to go down there in that 4-on-5. He is in middle all by himself. He is just there to prevent anyone from rotating, to get the kill as soon as they're not expecting as they jump up into the window. But the fact that he is the one initiating just means that NIP is having a real problem making a convincing call of when to actually attack as a unit.
Well, and even if you wanted him to somehow do it right, like where's the flashbang going over the wall to help him? Where's the distraction? Where's anything, any kind of noise in B just to maybe give him a 10% bigger chance that someone is going to be distracted? But that really was just, you go and do it. Oh, you failed? Well, then we're all stuck. Great.
Then we lose. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right there. Some nades being tossed over. A lot of damage dealt to NIP. Saw looking good here on Vertigo. And I have to imagine, if NIP, I mean, we're a long way away, so this might be a bit early to have this kind of a talking point, but if NIP is to drop this map, I have to imagine the conversation on the desk is going to be the decision to actually challenge on this map, or, as Maniac highlighted in the pre-show, what does it mean now that they've said we are willing to play Vertigo, but then lose it?
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? Because I agree, it would be cool if NIP could establish that they're someone you should fear on this map, but obviously if you just end up proving the other side of it, maybe it actually becomes a pretty big problem. It kind of works both ways, I suppose. It is a little bit early to say. They have a lot of smokes on NIP, so I think they're probably going for a bomb plant here. They're hoping they can get them down, force Saw far enough back. that they're going to be able to do something. RMN goes down, so a little bit of something working out. Rez finding his face, and the bomb plant now, 10 seconds, and trying to jump over. Stadero hoping that he can find him inside, but that's not going to happen, so bomb plant will be successful. I don't think they'll be able to do a lot more here. North actually looking for the headshot, was pretty close, but Rez is low on health, even with the AK-47. It should not be any kind of an issue at all. They know where he is, and now the smoke is up as well, and they're just going to be playing with him. They have a lot of time to find him, basically.
Oh yeah, and he didn't have a whole lot of HP to take any kind of convincing fight. So 4-0 now for Saw. Looking good, at least at the start. Mutt with the triple kill, and he's leading the way. 7 frags for him. He hasn't died yet, so he's got a whole lot of cash. Just is at 6 and 2, and for NIP struggling to put numbers on the board in terms of frags. Even if the tactics are the right decisions, not any kind of production. They still have it. They only have 4 kills in 4 rounds.
Yeah, so time to step it up, and they have the AWP on Twist. We've seen Saw being aggressive over at the A ramp, so that all from Twist, if they go and fight there, that could be really interesting. I mean, Stadodo has one as well, but I would love to see that kind of an A ramp battle going on. Yeah, he's right there, Twist. He's ready. And this time they're not aggressive, so he's gonna be upset. What will happen if this team, the Saw team, ends up, you know, playing against the Finnish player that's called Saw as well? How's that gonna work out? Thought about that?
Yeah, that would that'd be all sorts of issues. We have the whole Nico clash, Twists and Twist.
We have 3 Nicos.
And now Saw and Saw.
But one of them isn't
3 Nicos
playing so much. There's 2 different Danish Nicos,
oh,
and then there's the real Nico.
Oh, that's right. There's a Nico with a K, a Nico with a C, and then there's actual Nico.
Actual Nico, yeah. Keep it going at this point, just why not? Official
Nico.
Official. Real competition for that real estate for some reason. 5th round, and RMN started to move forward. He is close in a kind of an all-in position right now, and he's got some backup behind him, but again, one flashbang could ruin him instead. Oh, he's going to push in behind the flash. What a great setup for Mutt, and RMN absolutely capitalizes on that. That is amazing, just as NIP were getting ready to actually fight at the bomb site, and now they are looking very deflated.
Oh, that's a near miss. He does get the leg shot. Knock, an important kill. Into a 3-on-3 as the bomb gets planted, but there's still a chance. Problem for Saw, they have no utility. They have no deep smokes to put up a wall to make anyone uncomfortable. No Molotovs, just the one flashbang on Mutt. That's the final nade. Actually, excuse me, one Molotov on Knock for NIP left.
Yeah, and that Molotov could be huge, given that there are no more smokes on the CT side. Oh no, that could actually be everything. Nok with the AWP as well, taking down Mutt. Arki coming in with a kill on Plopsky, but they're in so much trouble. I don't think they realized it yet. There's the Molotov landing, actually way further behind. That is not exactly ideal, but they may still have done it. Hampus will get a kill, and NIP will be victorious in the round. Finally picking up another one here, or the first one, I guess. That was, I don't know. He had every chance, I think, Stadodo with the AWP to get that kill, and then they win the round. But he legged him instead, and that's not quite the same.
That was a huge game changer for the round. And I mean, you could see NIP very fortunate as well. That Molotov wasn't going to do anything, so the fact that they're able to handle that post plan is good. Nice try from Saw. Still a 4-1 lead. Still plenty of money to spend, but this is it. This is their last buy. Arki's down to a Famas. All that money that Mutt had, remember, that was his first death. It's all disappeared as he drops weapons over to a teammate. Early damage onto RMN. Again, a leg shot or a shot through the wall from Twist, but not going to complete the kill.
So the odds have changed. Was it 4-1 in the beginning, I think, or something like that? And now Saw have convinced a, you know, small legion of people apparently that something else is in the mix here. And I don't really blame them. I mean, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing out of Saw so far. I think they probably should have won that last round, to be quite honest. So it's on NIP to show what this is all about. Why did they pick the map, and what are they doing? Hamper just fell down and took 21 damage for no reason. But they're back on the A ramp, Jason, and maybe they can just avoid getting flashed and killed this time before they go for the execute. That would be cool.
They have the perfect read. 4 players are going to be here. Yeah, even if they can avoid that, they can also be aggressive. Look for a pop flash from the defense, perhaps. RMN is close up along the crane. Twist is exposed out in the open. Here comes the flash. And I think it might be a little bit forward, but no, it's perfect. A team kill, but add one on top of it. They're all getting aggressive. Oh, this is going to collapse for Saw. The idea was there, but they did not get the kills they need. They're not able to swing wide enough to complete that aggression. Another bomb plant for NIP.
Oh man, it really felt like they just stuck down under that ramp and somehow none of them got shot in the face. Mutt with a really nice kill there, but is it really going to make a difference here? 2-on-3 and jumping past into it, and they got to worry about the economy too now on the CT side. These rifles are what they have, and they're going to start to back on out. They don't want to stick around. That really looked to me like that was going to work. It was such an aggressive move coming out from Saw. I guess credit to NIP for not crumbling. I thought for sure they would have been folded on right there, but it worked out. Second round for them.
This is going to be the first real test for Saw, isn't it? To see if they can actually handle the fact that NIP's taken the momentum and the advantages away from the Saw defense.
Yes.
Things, obviously, when they're going good, when you're feeling good and you're stringing rounds together and you're 4 in a row, there's no problems. But when NIP responds, can Saw hold up or will they crumble? It's unfortunate that didn't work, because I really liked that aggressive play from Saw. I like that they rotated, they had 4 players at the A bomb site, and they just flashed it and pushed forward. If they don't get that team kill, remember, the team kill happens to the guy in front pushing for Saw. So if he's able to get 1 kill and swing wide, that aggressive stance is so much more effective.
Oh, dear. Well, speaking of aggressive stances, he just ran the whole way there and almost got caught in the middle of it. Hamper's taking a bit of damage. Stadodo going all the way down to res. And this is the other thing, right, that's worth thinking about. It could also just be that NIP were, not that they were slow to start, but maybe just not fully warmed up into the game. And some of their players are starting to come online now. Res obviously being one of the really scary ones. But I actually just think this is the cool thing about this NIP lineup. You know, apart from where they're going to fit up in the overall NIP legacy, it's just that they're so young. They could play for another 2 years and just continuously get better and better. So I actually think it's interesting just to see that part.
I agree with you, and I think probably maybe one of the most impressive things was I was very worried when Forrest left this team because he was playing so well at the time. I didn't know how they were going to actually recover the output that Forrest was putting out there. Ooh, Twist takes a big gamble. He actually saw that boost, but to continue the thought, they haven't really lost a step with Forrest leaving the team. They've been able to pick up the fragging department. They've been able to match his production, so that's one of the first early good signs for me of this NIP roster.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we even had a whole conversation about it, like how many Forests are you realistically going to get in Swedish Counter-Strike? And I mean, so far it kind of feels like we've had like one, and there aren't that many around. So yeah, I mean, I don't even think it was alarmist for most people to consider. Like it's not to replace Forest just on any level, but they actually have. I agree, they have done a good job. So. See if it's going to continue in this match. Third round in a row now for NIP. That's, again, causing trouble for the economy. Although, Saw, to their credit, have saved those 2 M4s last round and this round as well. So that's worth keeping an eye on. And
they can actually drop those M4s now to teammates as well, so they can afford armor and utility. So yeah, those saved M4s 2 rounds in a row is going to help them have a pretty strong buy here. Everything you could possibly want except for an AWP. A couple kits missing on Stadodo and Just.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they've got them spread out wide enough, I guess. At least one of them is in B, so that's something. Don't want to be completely running out of kits on either bomb side. That could be trouble. Again, they're aggressive over at the ramp. Plopsky's taking a bit of damage from grenades early on here. But NIP just positioned to wait and see if they're going to be getting anything for free here from Saw early on. Which it doesn't feel like they will. They're only really Stadodo is in a position to have an early fight.
And it's against an AWP, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah.
That's not a fight that you want to make a mistake in. Plopsky, utility, over towards the B bomb site. Mostly just a distraction. He's the only one there, going to show no presence. It did pull Arky over towards B. He's just now shifting in a bit deeper. It's pulled RMN to join up with Mutt over in mid, and now they've got to fall back. Stadodo, there's that fight. He's going to back away. It might be too late. Indeed, it is. Nox got the entry. He's not going to slow down either. He's got the angle. Good shot from Mutt, but it's returned. No safety when he swings out wide, and RMN adds one more kill to it.
He almost could have had the double he's looking for. He knows he has to stand tall. He's the only one actually on the bomb side. Everyone else is behind those smokes. So a lot of it is going to be down to him just moving through, taking a kill, spinning 180 and taking down Hampus. What a defense being put up here from Saw. That actually looked like it was going to completely crumble. I think if RMN doesn't get those 2 kills, and I think most especially the first one, they don't even get close to winning that round.
Or it looked also, I mean, even the second engagement he got in, it looked like that was going to be a losing effort from him. So good on him to just fall back and take care of the AWPer through the smoke as well. Allow his teammate just to get into position. Well done from Saw. 5-3. And the defense still standing tall. Still have 5 rifles across the board, including 3 salvaged AK-47s.
Wow, the payback for saving the M4s and, you know, sort of like keeping part of their economy going. It's not that their economy is really great right now, but they've got a real platform to build on here. If they can win another round right now, NIP will probably be in a slightly tougher spot, and then we'll see what happens. And again, the Swedes, though, are setting up in a very similar position, sort of watching over at the A ramp, starting to get some control there. But the bomb is quite far back, so I'm guessing this is just all a play for map control so far.
Oh, good duel from Plopsky. If he can actually establish that he's willing to take that fight, and if he can establish that he can be successful in that fight, that's going to be a huge benefit to NIP moving forward. We've seen that solo defender. We've seen Just there on his own a couple times as Saw shifts around the map, and look what it's done to this defense. It's pulled it apart in such a huge fashion. They know his location from the previous round. This time he gets nothing done, and it should be a 4th for NIP. And you have to imagine Saw is once again going to try and save the M4s.
Yeah, they should. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Obviously, from a viewership point of view, maybe it's way more exciting if they try and go for 2-on-4 retakes, but, you know, at the core of Counter-Strike, it just wouldn't make a lot of sense to try and do anything like that. So NIP, I think, now they're sort of establishing a pretty good track record of being able to actually win the fight over at that A-bomb site. And, I mean, that's becoming a real problem, and it poses a bunch of problems for the CT side if that's the case, because where are you going to take the players from to try and have more on A? If you take them away from middle, I mean, again, if you lose the middle of Vertigo on the defensive side, you've just lost everything. I mean, you can't defend either bomb side. It becomes completely chaos. So where do you take them from?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's such a cool win from Plopsky. I hope we see that throughout the half. I would like to see Plopsky. He's probably been, what? He was a young player, but he was the first kind of young rookie to join this NIP team.
Yeah.
And I think at this point now, he's had enough time. I'd like to see him start asserting himself in that fashion more and more. Not just on this map, but multiple maps. There's another opening kill for Plopsky.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's one of the M4s.
I agree. He's also one of those players, if you notice, this is something that I find to be very cool, right? Because he was under the spotlight early on, and sometimes that pressure when everyone's like, oh, Plopsky could be the next big thing, and that'll actually cause a player to kind of freak out a bit and have a much worse performance. But I think Plopsky survived that all really well, which again is just more to his credit, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, that's... Ooh, okay.
Good night.
Twist just taking the words right out of my mouth. Here we go. Twist gonna lead the way again after that gorgeous little one-tap. Into the site we go, over the smoke, on top of the boxes, he finds another. Mutt is gonna start peeking out, but he's taking fire through the smoke, and it's time for him to slowly sneak away. Here's the thing with me with Plopsky. I think one of the ways in which he's kind of avoided that like high pressure and high scrutiny situation, he's one of those like rare rookies where I feel like he was picked up, and when I watch him play, I don't necessarily think he has like the skill set of one of like the crazy star players, but he seems like he's just going to be a very solid fundamental player who can emphasize like smart decision making, when to take your attacks, not the guy who's just going to run in and be able to find, you know, 3 kills in some insane sequence.
Yeah.
But I think that's where his career can really flourish if he becomes a very smart fundamental player.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? It's almost impossible to find a way to credit someone for doing that without making it sound like you're saying, like you're sort of not complimenting
when you're
someone.
Insulting their skills.
Yeah. I don't know, like, but I know what you are saying. It's just that, you know, people always hear it differently. Like, oh, he's not the superstar. It's like, yeah, but everyone, it doesn't make sense if everyone is trying to be the superstar, though. That's kind of the issue. So, yeah, I don't know. I do like watching Plopsky play a lot. 5-5, so it's all tied up. We've got some rifles back in the hands of Saw. NIP's economy is looking really good at the moment. And we're starting to understand why maybe they wanted to play Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, if they can have a solid performance here and take this map away from NIP, the whole narrative of that map veto will switch, and it'll be all about NIP falling into a trap.
Yeah.
Saw showing some very cool stuff. I'm excited for their T side as well. Aggressive stance, aggressive hold over towards the A ramp. Yeah, this is a beautiful push.
Oh, but Plopski's doing work again.
Three straight rounds, Plopski's had the opening kill.
Yeah, and he's operating on his own over on this side. He's not got anyone there to help him. It's just him doing the work. That's an outrageous resource to have. A nice swing from Stadodo taking down Nork. At least in a 3-on-3 now. Plopski moving up and waiting, trying to find the kill against Arki, who is still somewhere over here. And you think Plopski knows it. He's just checking it all out for the rest of his team to show up. A little bit of a shoulder showing there. Arki wants to go for the fight. Plopski with the headshot. He finally does go down, but that is again a big opening.
It's a nice Molotov to delay the plants, and he's got a cool angle as well. Return Molotov is going to force him into the open. No one from NIP there to punish him. Oh, as the bomb gets planted, he can push forward. Rez in support. Hampus is going to go down after the bomb is planted. A 1 versus 2 can do absolutely nothing, and Rez is pushed right off the edge of the map. Saw maintain their lead.
Ooh. That was a close round. And again, given the fact that Plopski is just continuously finding those openings over there, it feels like NIP need to win those rounds. Like that's so much of a gift, having one player that can just do this reliably, consistently.
Yeah, it really is. Man, if I'm Saw at this point, I think what you have to establish, now that it's been 3 rounds in a row that Plopski's had that success, you really need to make an adjustment. This isn't just about, you know, if you're just watching this and you say, oh man, Just is just getting absolutely wrecked by Plopski. That's the wrong way to look at it. At this point, as the team game, if you're Saw, if you're Just, what you need to do, either call over a second player or put an op there. If Plopski's going to be challenging in that fashion, put him down. Like, you have to find a way to get a teammate over there and up there, change something up so that you can put a stop and make Plopski second guess next time he wants to go back to that play.
Yeah, I agree. Like, that probably should be the way to deal with it. I think we're getting the server back up and running, by the way. But here's the other issue, though. Like, I imagine as a team, if you're Saw, you might be thinking, man, we actually don't really want to switch our entire defense just to try and deal with one person, you know? Like, it's one thing if it's an entire execute that's working well, but it must be annoying. I mean, I think they may have to, but I can see the, you know, the reluctance on their side, maybe. Kind of a face was that?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call, I know, and it feels like it's just one player, but the issue isn't that it's just one person. The issue is the consequences of what it is, because Plopski's not really killing just one person. He's also forcing, you know, your rotator for a mid, your support player in mid, one of the guys who's supposed to swing between different parts of the map to you know, alleviate pressure elsewhere. It's causing him to have to be committed to the beat bomb site, and that weakens the defense everywhere. So if you're just thinking about it as, you know, oh, he's just killing Just. No, that's a weird sentence, but he's only killing this one guy. That's kind of like a, you know, a relatively simplistic way to look at it.
Yeah, so it's maybe just one person, but the consequences is definitely serious enough that it warrants some kind of a change, some kind of adaptation coming out here from the CT side currently. That fan cam, by the way, those were all Saw fans tuning in all at the same time. That was incredible.
Really?
A lot
nice.
of people in that frame. I don't know what the max is
Look at
for
this,
the technology, but we need thousands of fans, all of them, little pixels.
Yeah, we can find out. We'll just have everyone log in.
Look at it.
Mud with a nice hard carry. Yeah, this is great.
I love it. We've got green screen. All right, significant mess on the
no
NIP
pizza background.
side.
Oh, there's the pizza background. You gotta like that.
Yeah, well played.
Again, no tuna, so that's a beautiful thing.
No tuna. Do you want to know something interesting, though?
I do.
The Sweden has somehow mistakenly think that they are the ones that have invented the kebab and salad pizza, and whereas in fact we know it's Denmark that came up with that idea. So that's just a little point. I know a lot of Swedes get confused about this, but we were first with. I'm pretty sure.
Is this like that stupid Danish thing where they believe that they have the best hot dogs in the world? Because if it is, I'm siding with Sweden.
Well, Jason, have you tried a Danish hot dog? It is. I think we came up with that too. If I'm being honest, we'll claim it. We'll for ourselves. You guys can have a lot of other things. I'll give you this, Jason, for something for America. I actually think the rest of the world should be banned from making burgers at all. I think it should only be.
Yeah, you're right there. The European cheeseburger is
not an
subpar. Outside of a few hidden gems in each city, it's a very subpar experience.
I think you were trying to say something about the performance of Mutt there, and I was cutting you off, so I'm sorry about that. But it has been looking great.
No, it was important. We were talking about hot dogs and pizzas, so yeah. I understand. Yeah, I just think he's playing a great game. I was kind of surprised when you said that he'd been around for a while because I hadn't really heard the name, didn't really know what to think and know what to expect. But this is a cool performance from him.
He was playing with Fox, and Fox had the same ending, like Fox Sirius, to his name at the time. So it's just an ending they love to put on their names for some reason. And there was another player there that I counted who had the same ending to that I just forgot, unfortunately. I'm sure I'll remember if I ever see him again. But yeah, there's been some players in the Portuguese scene like that have actually, been around for a long time. I mean, RMN, I think Roman is actually the kind of correct version, but he's also been around for a long time. Yeah, you want to slide down there?
All the way down that tube.
My favorite.
Yeah, it looks fun as hell.
My favorite, not Portuguese, but Spanish player that we never see ever again. I think he disappeared in 2014. Is this guy called Aguilar? Used to play really well, really good Counter-Strike. I don't know where he went, don't know what happened, lost to some other thing, but he was pretty good as well. Someone should find him, get him to play again, bring him back.
Yeah, I just think about every time we talk about Portuguese Counter-Strike, I think about the event we did in the Lisbon Blast event. That was awesome.
Something.
I love Lisbon. Yeah, that was special.
That was like a whole revelation. Yeah, I was sure. I didn't know what to expect, but it certainly way surpassed all expectations.
I didn't either. Lisbon was so much fun though. That's a very, very cool city to get to go to. I'm hearing gun sounds. I'm hearing Counter-Strike sounds in the background, Andrew. So I think the server's back up, or the GoTV is back up, and we'll probably be getting underway very, very shortly.
Yeah, Counter-Strike sounds. You can just identify them. Like if someone woke you up at 3 a.m., you'd know immediately what that was. Like, oh, I know, I recognize it. Burned into everyone's mind, isn't it? Ooh.
You're probably dreaming about Counter-Strike. It's just an extension of the dream.
Yeah. You're not far off, Jason. Close to the mark. Just going down, North also going down. A bit of a trade in the beginning of this round. So 4-on-4. And let's see if they can turn this saw. I think that they are on the edge all the time of having a very rough first half. I think if their economy goes down one more time, I think NIP will celebrate a pretty good first half.
Rez looking for a peek. And Sidoto might oblige him. Oh, that's some nasty pre-fire, but it sounded worse than it was. Either way, this is a great bait. RMN is so very close up. Sidoto just cannot go down. I don't know if NIP's going to expect this. Certainly Twist won't. He does react in time, but there's no more swinging for RMN after that. A little bit of utility for this defense at the A bomb site, but all three players are going to be here. I don't even know if there's time for NIP to turn back because they'd have to walk the whole way. The sound cues would be given up.
Yeah, that's kind of an issue, isn't it, on this map, right? If you start to run back, you're gonna be giving the game away. So might as well just keep sneaking. There is a chance that Stododo will just take a swing and finish the round right here. Oh, he almost switches too quickly. He does get a 1 kill and a lot of damage onto Hampers, but that was simply a fight selection issue. He could have maybe gone down with no kills there instead. Mutt getting dropped next, and that leaves Arky in a 1 versus 2 with the bomb already down, more smokes going up. How does he even break through here? Maybe he just smokes the bomb and tries to see if he could find a way to force them into any kind of a fight. Yeah, he's going to try and do just that. Can he get it? 4 seconds, 3 seconds, no one hitting him. He's inside defusing. Oh no, what a steal! Saw coming out with a victory.
Oh man, Plopsky didn't wrap all the way around. He stayed in that little hallway, and there was no angle there with the plant boxes, with the site boxes. That is a nice commitment in NIP. That one hurts. They had the bomb site. They took it very well in a 2-on-3. They find their way in. Good trade from Plopsky there. This was a nice kill on top of the boxes. Mutt didn't expect it. And just at the end, it slips away. 7-5 for Saw.
You would think with, you know, with AKs, actually Mutt at it again. Just forget what I'm saying here. Taking down Hampus, and Saw started to come alive. Maybe it's the power of all of those fan cams all at the same time. They're feeling it through the internet, Jason. You think that's possible?
Yeah, transmitting their energy.
Something.
Everyone's meditating at the same time. Positive vibes to Saw.
Well, there's got to be an explanation. That might as well be it. Oh, Molotov to force Plopsky a little bit away. They're really trying to make sure they don't just give up more kills to Plopsky over here. It's become an annoyance at this point in time, I'm sure.
He had a chance there. There's relative safety down here as well for Plopsky. He could engage in some spam through that board. He hasn't spotted just yet. It's a nice relocation for him. But again, it feels like a very one-and-done spot because of how thin that board actually is. Smoke might delay him a little bit longer. Plopsky peeks up. Doesn't see much. There's a Molotov used. This is starting to pull Mutt over from the A bomb site. His eyes are on mid at the moment. It's Knock that he's going to go down to, and that exposes the bomb site for the flank. So one player has to fall back, and it leaves Just all alone.
Yes, it does. And again, he's so all in on this. Knock in the middle, taking him down, and Justice also burned alive from the Molotov. Stadodo comes in with a kill, and that makes it a 1 versus 2. So he's got a very slim chance of doing this. The bomb is being planted now. Stadodo swinging for the fight, but I don't know. It looked like he almost stepped on something there that just sort of moved his crosshair.
Stepped up.
Yeah, just some sort of displacement.
Yeah, really messed with his brain.
Yeah, messed with my brain a little bit too. 6-7, and NIP winning a good round there. Yeah, but that position, I am feeling pretty lukewarm about at the moment.
Yeah, well, I don't mind it so much, but if you're just gonna sit there for the whole round, I think that's when it gets dangerous, right? Like, that feels like a staging area to have some kind of a pop flash from your teammate to peek and get in a fight, or peek and get information, and then you either win and fall back, or you kind of die, obviously, but I think just in general, that portion of the defense for Saw was too static for too long.
Justice moved quite far out. If he keeps going, Plopsky's going to be there, as you could tell, to find him, but I don't know, it's not a bad idea, and they throw the smoke from inside of the bomb site, which Plopsky is definitely seeing and registering, so the question is he still going to check, and is he going to be aware that Just could still be all the way down here? They really don't have a lot to fight with here, so mostly pistols and a FAMAS.
Twist gonna push up. RMN is just shoulder peeking over and over with the CZ. Molotov gonna force him away. Nice work so far from NIP, but Twist takes a lot of damage in that Molotov, down to 52 HP. That's not by design whatsoever. And he might be an easy kill for RMN, but no, right through the corner of the beam.
This is, yeah, it's an easy cleanup once the dominoes start to fall here. It's just going to continue all the way into the site, and they'll hunt down Stadodo, leaving Arky with just a deagle. Maybe he could give us some cool 1D, because that's not even going to happen. It looks like it was dead on, but it wasn't somehow. Nork will take him down instead. And it's 7-7. It's all tied up with... Again, remember, Saw won the pistol round and the following 3 rounds. That's how they got 4 of the 7 rounds that they have. And that's not to try and take anything away from them, but, you know, in the back of your mind, maybe you could be thinking this could be a very powerful first half for NIP if just a couple of things had worked out differently.
Well, once you get to the gun rounds, it's certainly, once NIP starts getting some money in their bank, it's pretty much all them. They've done a great job outside of a few blips from Saw. Final round to determine who's going to take the lead into the second half, and NIP have an overwhelming advantage. 5 AK-47s against 3 Deagles, a Scout, and a CZ on Mutt. And not a whole lot of utility to speak of. No kits for the Saw side of things, so they have to hold on to these bomb sites. Any plant that goes down is so brutal, is going to drastically decrease their chance of winning.
Hampus traded immediately from Muterus there, or Mutt. Stadodo taking down Rez. That's a Scout headshot. So those are the kind of freaky kills you need, I think, to bring a round like this back into your favor. I'm sure they would love to go up on or go out on a high note here and just, you know, find a way to find that 8th round. Just give them a bit of confidence. That's a nice tag once again, but yeah, he might have even seen it with that jump. That Twist was close.
I mean, he's done enough damage as well. There's no real reason to stick around. He's so low now. 18 HP. Plopsky low at 13 as well. Mutt with his 5 health is going to start the flank early. So this defense, this hold of the A bomb site, it does not need to be committed. They can wait for Mutt to come in from behind.
Yeah, he's going to start to move up. He wants to be there in time. He's actually running quite a bit of the way here. Almost catching it. There it is, taking down Twist, and he was about to throw a grenade, so that's pretty much perfect timing. 28 seconds, and a chance here for Saw to maybe pick up another round, but suddenly NIP start to answer back. Plopsky and Nork coming back and now just running through the smoke with the Deagle. They line up. Oh, he only gets the one! Great return from Nork. A nice double kill, and an 8-7 finish in favor of NIP. They end up with the majority of the rounds. That was a nice and very tense round at the end there. We'll go to a break, and then we'll be right back with the second half.
Hi everyone, my name is Christopher Gertrude Allison. I'm from Dig. I'm together with Device from Astralis, Akar from Mad Lions, and with Krims from Fnatic, and doing some sort of a cool showdown between us four. And we're gonna shoot out here and just doing our own thing and just hit it. Come and catch me. Everyone. No! You missed him.
Vi er i gang, så lav nu.
No! Yes! Oh, I got a med shot. What the fuck? Why am I even seeing Krims on my side? No.
It's in Windows.
No, he's dead. Oh!
Another one.
Oh, thank you. Fuck. Window. No!
With a very even first half now behind us. They're 8-7 in favor of NIP. Second half is going to be coming up. Saw now on the T side, NIP on the CT side. Are you feeling? We all picking Nip, I think, Jason. How do you feel about that right now?
Yes. I'm fine with it. I think this second half should be much better for them. Obviously, Saw put up a surprisingly strong defense, I think, for the Ninjas. But now that we're here, I think this is where we'll see a tough time. I'm wondering if Saw is going to have the capabilities to find entry kills, to find openings into the bomb site, and able to clutch out post plants. NIP should be much better versed in those scenarios. Mutt is handling this aggression nicely for the moment, but eventually it comes to an end.
Yeah, that was actually pretty impressive. He didn't even reload. He just wanted them to think that he was and keep pushing. Nice shot from Nork. That is going to put Just on the ground and the bomb with him as well. Now more people are showing up for NIP. Rez is going down, but still, this bomb plant, how did they actually get it done? Iron Man coming in with a big kill, taking out Plopsky. That is huge. Gives them a chance here. A 2-on-2 for the after plant, and they're going to start to fall away. They have a P250 and a Glock.
Oh, they have a smoke, though, and they're going to tap the bomb. He's actually going to stick on it. Twist is going for it. No one's finding him out of ammunition. It's a kid as well. Orman comes in with a knife, but it's just too late. NIP do it right back. They take the pistol, 9-7.
He was in there with the knife the whole time, wasn't he? Just couldn't find anyone. Yeah, that's such a simple tool, isn't it? Smoke and a diffuse kit, but in pistol rounds, it can really work well. You know, I appreciate this. You know, the blast shot, they've made like a little sun hat for your head, Jason. Now that it's all summer.
Have they?
Yeah.
Nice. That'll be great.
Yeah.
I could use one of those.
Sure, we can find a way to ship one out to you.
Listen, you're gonna experience what it's like to be a bald man in the summer sun.
I know.
It's only a matter of time.
I should take the step. I realize.
Listen, you need to make the decision right now. Are you gonna shave the head or are you getting plugs? It's either one's fine. We just, you don't have a whole long to really deliberate on this.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's getting to that point. Maybe I could, if I get plugs, can I get like completely different? Or can I get really long hair? Can I go for like one of those like heavy metal type looks?
You could turn yourself into a ginger. Listen, if you want to go that route, I'll pay for it.
Aren't those? I feel like they're becoming more rare now, aren't they? Like there aren't as many as there used to be, or something. There's some sort of thing going on there. So maybe I could. Maybe I would like to stand out like that. It'd be great.
Carry on the line. Carry on the tradition.
Exactly.
Knock with a double kill. Rez clotheslines Arky. And yeah, this is an aggressive buy, a second round buy due to the plant in the first round. It's not accomplishing much quite yet, and that should be the end. It's just in a 1 versus 3. He's got some utility, but Mutt pushed forward with the bomb, so that pretty much makes this an impossible clutch.
Yes, it did. That was that's always nice when you can start off the defense with a double spray like that. It really, really slows everything else down, so just a good lineup here for Nork. They weren't quite ready. There's 3 people nearly standing on top of each other. And he was up on the rebar there, having a bit of an angle. 10-7, and we've got the Eagles. Got a single flashbang for Just.
Yeah, I don't know what that's designed for. I don't know where that's going to go, but I can't imagine it does anything very useful. Certainly not enough to swing the round. Everyone's just waiting behind this smoke. That deep smoke from NIP has really slowed down the plans of Saw. Deep Molotov as well behind that smoke just as it fades. So if there was someone in that corner, they would have been forced into the open. Oh, this is dangerous. Knock is pushing forward. Got an immediate headshot. Rez is brought down to about half HP, but he has to stick around to help his teammate. He's got to be here for support. He's got to keep Saw honest. There's the pop flash. Oh, and I take it back. I was wrong. It was useful as hell. 2 kills off that flashbang, but really it doesn't feel like there's access forward.
No, I mean, they've taken a lot of damage already. Yeah, and the guy that got killed first was actually just with the flashbang, so kind of good that someone picked it up and they managed to do some work behind it. All the kills matter in the end here, especially if you're fighting from behind like Saw are, and especially if you get a bomb plant on top. That would be massive. Plopsky is kind of nearby, and he wants to try and see if he can stop it, and he might be successful in doing just that. Nice headshot from Arky, and now it is going to be a bomb plant. What a round here from Saw. This is actually pretty amazing. I don't think he can fight his way out. That's just, there's no coverage behind there once you get stuck, but that's amazing.
That's a very cool round. I can't believe they're able to find that bomb plant. Really well done. They just keep surprising, even in a loss there. Still, NIP getting out to a decent lead, 4 rounds ahead, 11-7, and Saw yet to put a T-round on the board. We're going to get the AKs out here. But they need to do more than show some cool things, right? They need to do more than just show some really cool opportunities, some nice shots, some nice entry frags. They need to close some of these rounds out. They need to do it quick as well. This half can disappear quickly out of their favor.
Yeah, it can. They laid the groundwork in that last round by getting the bomb plant and getting the 3 kills. So that's the positive thing right now for the T side. But, you know, it's called the groundwork for a reason. You have to try to do more than that. And I think this is the big opportunity right now. NIP had to spend a fair bit of money rebuying into this round, and you can tell 4,000 is the most they have on Hampus. Then it goes down to 2,600 on Nork, and then it gets way worse from there. So they have them in a good position in that sense. Plopsky on B, he's playing, you know, the opposite side, and he's going to win the fight against Arky in spite of a creative boost to get him up there.
I was wondering how Plopsky was going to do. Remember, he was attacking that part of the map the entire first half, so I was curious how he would handle these one-on-one duels, these fights, if they were presented to him, and at least for the first one, he's come out on top. 2 players at A, 2 players at B for Saw, not committed anywhere. Mud is actually in mid, just peeking, just forcing people back. Good shot onto Rez. So the defense starts to get thinned out. They still need to pick up the bomb, and it looks like they're going to commit to the A bomb site.
They have 3 smokes, so they should be able to get the bomb down. I think it's going to be hard with Nork and just the AWP there. And presumably Hampus is also going to be pushed back from the smokes. So question is, what do they do afterwards? There is a Molotov on Nork, in fact. So if he saves that for afterwards, he could have a pretty good retake himself. 25 seconds, and starting to get even closer now. The bomb coming in from the left-hand side there. Trying to see if they can get it down. 18 seconds, and look at Plopsky pushing through. That stops the bomb plant. What a big double kill. And that's going to leave just alone. He's going to go down right afterwards. The swing coming in from the backside there on Twist. That was a heroic performance from Plopsky.
Yeah, and those are the scenarios where I think NIP is going to be head and shoulders above Saw. As that bomb is getting planted, you could see Saw was not ready to protect against that kind of a play. It was perfectly done from Plopsky, flashed in by Hampus as well. Good communication, and NIP is off and running. 12-7, although another buy coming in for Saw.
Absolute madness. That really was their big opportunity there. And NIP not only win the round, but actually even get to build a bit of money behind it. Looked like it could have been so much worse. So able to buy in the round, and they're just maneuvering across the map, being less aggressive over at the A ramp for now. Twist, though, will take down Mutt in the beginning. What do they do from here on out?
I mean, this seems to be their default, right? 1 player in mid, 2 at A, 2 at B. These 2 players at B are trying to find ways to force Plopsky into the open to find that fight, and it's just not happening at the moment, although Arky has closed the gap. He's gotten up to a position I don't think Plopsky will be ready for, especially if Twist backs off. I think Plopsky could be caught off guard here. So for the moment, just peeking into the girder, keeping his face firmly tucked in away from flashbangs. Oh. And Twist has all the attention.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and flash him in, though. Twist running quite far away, so he's not going to get flashed immediately, but you can tell they're thinking about it. Plopsky, though, is playing a position I don't even think can be flashed. He's just looking straight into the beams out there, waiting for it. There's the push out. Plopsky's hearing it, and they don't even check it. That's where you need the Molotov. That's where you need something else, and Arky goes down. Plopsky still staying hidden. Twist back into the action with a big double kill, and what a beautiful defense. He even sees the gun barrel there. Double kill for both the B defenses. Actually triple for Twist there. And now NIP looking real good.
Yeah, Plopsky's having such a very good game. 18 and 12, he was doing a very good job on the T side, anchoring his B bomb side as well. He's performed admirably. He had the double kill through the smoke during the plan of the previous round. He's putting together a nice performance. 13-7, and this is kind of what I was afraid of when we switched sides to Saw being on the attack. They're really struggling to find entries, find kills that give them something.
Mutt going down in the beginning. That was Hampus pushing into the middle. They had 2 people pushing that, and once they get the kill, you could see what it does. They say, all right, we can have 3 people back at A defending. We just feel so confident in doing this, and Twist could just keep an eye on middle, but he doesn't really have to fight at all. More grenades, and a shot through from Hampus. What a crushing round this has started off for Saw.
Yep, all that's left is the mop-up. Nock misses 1 shot, a 2nd shot, but all of his teammates are here. There finally. 3rd one's the charm. Twist is going to get the final, 14-7. And Saw just seemingly running out of gas here on this T side. Nothing, no success to really speak of.
Oh, there's the whole face buried in the hand. That's the international sign of things aren't going so well.
It's the it's like how every language says nice, except it's a negative reaction. It's the universal negative reaction.
Yeah, we've got that going on. 14-7. Pistols in the hands of Saw. A couple of grenades just in case. You might need them at some point, but doubtful they can get a lot of return on these. And NIP cruising to the finish line at the moment. Got a fair bit of money. They got everything. Right now, Twist actually top frag. Oh, actually, sorry, that's Roplowski top fragging at 18 kills. Then Twist, then Nork. But the whole team is functioning really well.
I don't know really what Saw does here to try and get back into this. I think it'd be interesting. We haven't really seen them attack middle with any kind of real force when rifles are out. This is maybe the first time, but they just have deagles. No real utility. It'd be interesting to see an AK-47 actually try and engage in that part of the map, although NIP has been getting aggressive there and picking a player off for a couple rounds. Nice find from Mutt, but a long way to go to get to a bomb site still.
Yeah, a really long way to go. and for now, they're just waiting. They're really hoping for one of those mistakes. Mutt in a slightly unlikely corner, but we'll see if he's going to get tested. No, he won't, and he's going to get a kill. Just Rez walking right into it. Wasn't expecting it at all. Now they can crush the A-bomb site from the other side, and Nork is aware. He misses the chance, though, but he definitely knew. 20 seconds, repeat, and now's the time. He gets the kill and almost gets shut down himself, but he'll clean it up. Dropping just on top of the bomb site, 15-7.
It's got to be frustrating for Just.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Rez wasn't a bit more cautious on that rotation. Mutt had found a kill earlier. They knew his location, they knew his position.
Do you think he watches that that strange video from Shia LaBeouf where he goes, "Just do it"? That kind of, do you think as motivation for getting into the game?
I think everyone does. I have that play as soon as I turn on my bathroom lights in the morning.
Well, says a lot about your life, doesn't it, Jason?
Listen, I don't care what you say. I have a great life.
I know, I do. I do envy you. You've got it set up nicely. I think you're one of the few people I knew now that's really figured it out. You should write a book or something.
You should try it, Anders. You should get your little projector screen up in the bathroom, right on the bathroom wall, maybe in front of where the toilet is.
Okay.
Yeah. You've got that mobile projector. Get it going.
I could definitely do that. Oof. Roman going down 5 versus 3 at the moment. And yeah, they're getting into a fair bit of trouble here. Got one chance, and I mean, it's not much of a chance here to try and turn it around. They need 8 in a row to share the points. There's no overtime in the format, but that's not looking likely. Just tagged down to 4 health and walking right into the second shot. Twist will pick it up, and now it's Aki, 1 versus 4. NIP showing exactly why they picked this map. Well done on the Swedish side. Bobski being such a tremendous burden for Saw over at that B-bomb side, both defensively and offensively. What a cool game.
Yeah, very good performance from NIP. I'm excited to hear the desk talk about it. I'm excited the big points for main was that NIP play Vertigo. They have a nice victory here. Good for them. It's against Saw, a little bit of a lesser competition, but still, NIP showing that they're willing to play Vertigo is a factor in and of itself. Either way, we're going to feedback. We're going to get that recap from the desk right when we come back from the break. So tuned.
But you got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS. And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He zanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Volda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just going to feed Volda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Amenek's going to rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh,
3
can't
seconds.
even cover that. There's no way.
Amenek robs the round.
Close the door. Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting,
hold
though,
on.
to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that 1 shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
So we're back from the break and from our second map. We finally got to see some Vertigo here at Blast Premier. And well, the ninjas in pajamas have definitely shown up. Turns out that they are dominant when it comes to rooftops. You just don't go after ninjas. Daylight, so, you know, in the night, you just don't do it. Not on rooftops, man. Avoid them at all costs. So, guys, what did you guys take away from that map? Because, I mean, already we were going into it. It was looking like Nipper shaping up nicely. They beat Astralis yesterday. And so, Thorin, start us off. How did you make Nip's performance out?
Well, as you say, Samley, in keeping with the thematic ninja theme, amazing on rooftops, know how to utilize a smoke bomb to escape, follow the order of their Shogun to a T. So yeah, NIP looked like exactly, this is what Threat presumably told them was the reason they were going to pick this map. This was a show of force. They showed the world, like, look, we can do whatever we want on this map. Like, the T side looked really crisp. And by the way, against a team that clearly knows how to play the map, this is a team that wanted to play this map. I even think Saw, for all that they had no chance of really winning this game, they really ground out a lot of rounds, admittedly on the dominant side. So I think for Nip, I mean, what is there to really complain about? The game only started that way on the scoreboard because they had to start on the T side. They weren't just going to win 12 T rounds, were they? So I think within all the context you add into the game, both teams performed well. The difference is Nip is a higher caliber team. There's a reason why they've been flexing into this map early on, even when they had the brand new lineup and Threat. And this is actually, go to Maniac's point in the pregame, this is going to pay dividends in a potential best of 3 series later in the tournament. Mark my words.
And this is actually going to be highlighted as well, because I believe, Maniac, you actually have a clip that can build on this as well, some of the play that we saw here on Vertigo.
Yeah, I wanted to echo Duncan's sentiment that Seoul definitely knew how to play Vertigo, right? They came into the game with an idea, they came in with the right mindset, and as we can see here, the beginning was actually quite good for them. 4-1 start on the CT side, and they were trying to be very proactive. Here we can see the flash coming in, they go for the duels, they get 2 open kills on the A ramp, but then they get traded. And the problem is, from that standpoint, NIP will actually take the bomb site, they'll win the round. The round that will come after that will be the exact same copy-paste. They will try to be aggressive on the A-bomb side. It's not going to work, and NIP will win. And the problem after that is that it pushed Seoul into a very defensive position. So I think that these few rounds where they tried to be aggressive and didn't work out for them, it kind of backed them in a corner where, you know, they just didn't have the cards to fight against NIP.
And to battle their way out. Once that momentum is gone, once that pressure is getting put on, it's so hard to fight back, especially when you're the underdog, and it's looking like NIP are just doing fantastically well. I mean, was there any player in particular? I mean, I want to keep harping a bit on NIP because it seems like they're setting themselves up to be a team to take down here in the group. So, I mean, was there any particular player who stood out for you in NIP today who looked good?
Well, I mean, if we talk about NIP, once more, you have a distribution of frags that is quite even and is a very healthy sign, right? It isn't like one player actually completely dominated the whole match. I think everyone had their moments, and it's mostly about team moves, right? How do they avoid this weird A retake situation when they were City? Well, they flashed through the smoke, and we could see Hampus, we could see Twist going through the smoke and getting the bomb plant. They had the beautiful setup bait and switch on the B bomb side. This time it was Twist and Plopsky playing with each other. So I think that every individual is actually doing exactly what he needs to, and just the game plan is working.
And Thorin, please, if you want to add on that, was there anybody who stood out for you? Because I believe we have an interview to get to with Rez as well after this.
I think just generally, this is almost the perfect game from NIP in the context that, listen, you're never going to give like your 100% 10 out of 10 level game in theory, one of the more meaningless games. You're already thinking ahead to some of the big teams you're going to play. But what I would say is listen, normally people like to make that distinction like, oh, don't count these guys out. You know, at the top level, there's only that much. Like that much, if that is all there is, becomes this much because it becomes the entire spectrum. So what you saw here was, I agree actually, Seoul played the map well. They actually looked like they had their setups, but they were never going to win this T side because they were running into a brick wall of young Swedish aimers. Like, these guys might look silly if they play the old Astralis lineup, if they play a FaZe clan. You might think then, oh, these players aren't that good. Everyone's overrating this Plopsky guy. He'll tear these players' heads off. Like, he is just on another level skill-wise. So when you have the tactical base, it's a map you love, you can turn these guys loose, and they don't even have to have like 20, 25 frags each to everyone look like they've contributed and done pretty well.
Well, let's quickly, before we start talking about the next match, let's actually hear what Rez had to say about this match here on Vertigo.
2 games, 2 wins for you guys early on here, Rez, and this time you went up against Saw, pretty much an underdog team in this. Did you guys know much about them?
Not really. I haven't checked any of their games, so I went in like open-minded against them. Obviously, we weren't like underestimate them or anything like that. We was prepared for everything they did.
Now, they gave you quite a tough time on the first half, at least. Were you surprised with what they showed at that point? Did it kind of make you guys think, oh, okay, glad we're not underestimating them?
Yeah, like they played really well on CT. I think they caught us off guard a lot of times, and yeah, they did really aggressive pushes when we weren't ready and stuff like that. So I think in that part they did really well. So yeah, I think they're a really good CT team, but as well as I think CT half is our strongest half in the whole map, I think, on Vertigo. So we were really comfortable going into that second half there. So obviously we managed to do it unbeatable.
So NIP continue to look solid, but now we get to talk about another Scandinavian team here. Virtus.pro we already saw compete today versus Fnatic, the Swedes. Now they're going up against the Danes. And so Mad Lions, I mean, are they going to devour Virtus.pro? It's a lion versus a bear here. Who wins that fight? I don't know. It sounds epic. It sounds like it should be on YouTube or something.
Yeah, listen, it's going to be a great game. And there is something that Duncan said today in the pre-show that I really, really liked. When you're Mad Lions, the way to the pantheon of Counter-Strike, the way to the top Counter-Strike is a long way. Doing really well at Flashpoint on its own is not enough. This is not enough. You will have to prove it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. You'll have to play against people who expect tactically what you're going to do. You will have to handle the pressure of being the favorite, of having people's expectations being a little bit higher. And we are on this way, and this is very exciting. It's just like ENCE, before they made the gigantic mistake that everyone knows they did, when they were on the way to become one of the top teams, you know, all these little steps that they're taking is so fascinating. And I think Mad Lions, they might be on that road.
Oh, man, okay. Yeah, Thorin. Sorry, I got distracted. They're building this tunnel under my house, and the TNT is going off, and it just sounds like a drum roll under the house right now. I guess they're catching up for all the Corona shutdown because they've just been doing it nonstop. All right, slightly distracting. Now, back into this. Thorin, Going into this match, my dude, what are you thinking about VP and their odds here against the Danes?
Well, the interesting detail for me is that actually this is a rare example of where people like Moses, who, listen, I won't go too far, but he was earlier on saying Fnatic could have played Dust 2, a map that's like their worst win rate overall against a team that actually loves to play that map. So that would never happen. Hence why we need these segments where the analysts, the real experts, let you guys know, and then you casters sort of vaguely remember what we say later, and then apply it to your own comms. So in similar fashion, this is an example where if you know the map pools of the teams, it could actually be an interesting game, because interestingly, all of VP's strengths lie exactly where the teams from the Mad Lions will actually potentially let them go. Now, I've already heard from the guys in the truck, just why I didn't say it here, that we're going to end up on a weird one, so I'm guessing it's going to be Overpass here. And basically, Mad Lions has chosen to go into Overpass, a map they do not play, have 0 games on in the last 3 months, for this reason alone, because Virtus.pro has played it 11 times and has won 27%. So forget what you saw in the last game, where what happened there was Nip said, we'll play you on one of your best maps, but just to show how good we are. Mad Lions is saying, we'll play you on a map what we ban, but because it's a terrible map for you, to show you how bad you are. So that's what I want to see about this game. This is right up my alley.
This is some straight flex right now coming in from Mad Lions. You think that this is the level where they're just going to lay him out so hard? Maniac, do you agree with this opinion? Do you think this is Mad Lions just making a statement?
Listen, I would really love it if it's just a statement. If it's just a ballsy move and they have no idea. I do suspect they actually have prepared Overpass. And then coming to this event with a map that they've practiced on, and it's a run test for them. But I do agree with Duncan. They're probably just feeling like they're better than VP and they can take that risk. Remember, a veto is always like a decision process where how much risk do I want to take? Do I feel like I have the upper hand? Sure, then I can take some risk. I can go into Overpass. I can show the world that I can play this map even if the stats don't say. But I do believe that Mad Lions, they're ready. They don't strike me as a team who just YOLO and then we'll see what's going to happen.
Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your analysis going into this match. Now it's going to see, is it going to be for Mad Lions to take it on Overpass, a map that they have not played in the last 3 months? We're taking a break, and we'll find out after that.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects 3! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3!
He can't just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Goes to middle. They know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around him with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plan is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Oh, Magisk, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2. Well, we are back once again. This time it's Mad Lions and VP. They're going to be playing on Mirage. Sorry, not Mirage, on Overpass. I'm lying. Right off the bat, Jason. How about you? You got any lies you want to share?
I just want to get out. No, I'll save mine, I think, for an opportune moment down the stretch.
All right. Well, yeah. And you know, try not to say before you do it. It usually doesn't work so well. So, how are you feeling about this game? What's going to happen in this one?
I don't know. After the show that we saw to VP earlier on Train, I'm not super excited about this, to be quite honest with you. I think this might just be Mad Lions just running right over VP. That could be the world in where just... I don't even know if VP will have the chance. They were missing essentially like 3 players, like just didn't show up in that Train match to start the day. So hopefully that was like maybe just first map jitters, maybe just first map warm up. But I mean, Mad Lions is a team that's rising through the ranks of professional Counter-Strike, and they can and will shut very good teams down. So if VP's not on point, they're in for a very rough map.
Yeah, but was it Kickert and Yakanda that were doing pretty well on Train earlier in the day? But yeah, you're right, the rest were not really there, and Mad Lions have just looked like a really solid team lately. I think individually, but tactically as well, there's so much to look for. They're a fun team to watch. We all love it. So I'd be tempted to agree. This is also a map where... Like, it's such a huge map where you can so easily lose track of what's happening. Like, if you realize you're in the wrong position on Overpass, then, you know, you needed to move like 5 minutes earlier, because like, you never get to where you need to go actually in time. So it's a bit tricky.
Especially if you don't control that middle of the map, especially if you don't control that danger staircase, there's no way to get between the bomb sites effectively. So, I don't know. Remember what we saw yesterday with Bubsky? He dropped like 30-some kills, and he was just an absolute beast. He was highly aggressive. We have A-Core up on the screen. We know the AWPers on this map can be very impactful. Even though he was quiet yesterday because Bubsky took all the credit, I mean, Jame as well this morning. Like, the AWPers for both of these teams haven't really shown anything quite yet in this spring showdown.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I definitely want to see more out of James. This is a map where, I mean, not that Train isn't, but this is a map where he should be able to have something to say when it comes to that AWP. Although, I mean, they're so different styles. They're like polar opposites, aren't they? The way that A-Core plays and the way that James plays.
Yeah, they really are. It's going to be a nice contrast to keep our eyes on throughout all this. Will be really, really funny to watch the passiveness of James go up against A-Core's aggressiveness. So that will be certainly fun. I don't know. I have Mad Lions taking this. I think it's going to be relatively quick, easy affair. I don't know if you think differently.
Yeah. I mean, I've got them to win as well, I'm pretty sure. And I imagine it will be something like that. I'd have to see something really convincing. I don't really know what it is. I mean, I think Kickert was the shining light for me for VP earlier on Train, and he seemed to be winning so many fights. I wish they could have just put him in, you know, in twice the amount of fights. I wish he could have just done more than that. But I mean, it's hard. He was doing so much already. So that's kind of almost my wish. Is like, if he's going to continue to play well, then use him. All right, down the slide we go.
Then use him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get to go down the slide on Vertigo, but here we obviously get to enjoy things. There's a slide, there's a playground, there's a party going on in the picnic. I like this map. It's very comforting.
Yeah, balloon. There's an ice cream shop somewhere. It's all feeling pretty good. I agree. Well, starting on the T side, it looks like we'll be Mad Lions and VP on the CT side. So, yeah, once again, we got a long day of Counter-Strike coming up for you guys. Yeah, there's the menu, all in German, which, if you don't read, I guess it's unfortunate.
You can speak a little German.
Yeah, indeed. I took like 9 years or something. So the fact that I can only speak a little bit is kind of disappointing, but you know, what can you do?
9 years put to good use.
Yeah.
I like it. Freeze time coming to an end. We're going to get live into the pistol round here. Mad Lions Virtus.pro, the third match of the second day of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. Virtus.pro going to start out aggressively on the CT side. 4 players pushing up bathrooms.
Kicked, throwing bullets at them, none of them connecting. They have 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs. Again, I mean, if they want to go for that A bomb side, which it feels like, you know, you smoke off the bank, you smoke off the stairs, and then you throw a couple of flashes and go. This is a pretty simple strategy. There's A-Core setting up the really, really long smoke, landing all the way back. Let's see exactly where it lands. That's going to be interesting. I haven't seen many grenades thrown from there. It's on the truck, in fact, it seems. And all the way back at the bank. So here we go, pushing in, no delay. They're just going to be rushing it down. Jane gets dropped, but A-Core is first to go, and then kick it next. The defense is here, and they're trying to see if they can maybe hold the site, but it's going to be a bomb plant. Bobsky trying to hold the restrooms, but he can't, and that leaves Roy in a 1 versus 3.
And he has to get aggressive here. He has to take this fight on. Sanji's got it. Now he's got some safety. He can take peeks. He can go back and forth, isolate some 1 versus 1s, but the tap of the bomb is going to force him into the open, and Yekindar has it. 2 kills, a double kill for him in the round. That is a nice play from VP. Actually, Mad Lions circumventing that aggressive push altogether, but the flank that it causes is so brutal for that plant. Nice pistol for VP.
Yeah, and they'd even left Bobsky behind for the eventual push from up connector, and if he'd have won that fight, it probably would have been a very different round. But well played on VP's side. That did actually look like it was not an easy round at all for them to win. So I'm impressed. But look at the buy from Mad Lions, just instantly in it.
Oh dear.
4 Galils. It's the Galals.
Galil's the Galil meta. Yeah, the Galil's out in full force. Here we go. We'll see how they do. I can't remember the last time I've seen like a mass Galil buy in a second round.
No, it's been a hot minute. But they're gonna go. They're not gonna wait. They're gonna go right through, flashing their way in. More grenades coming through, and let's see if anyone from VP can stop this. There's so many rifles coming for them. Now they at least know, but they're getting completely chewed up here. Kick it going down, and it's a 2-on-2. And with that kill from A-Core, Adren walking right into it.
Well, they're looking for this last player. They're hoping to find where James is. The bomb is dropped very far back towards the monster tunnel. That smoke is going to force James to relocate, give time for the bomb to be picked up and planted. That's going to be... Who is that? That's Roy, I believe, that gave up his position. Over towards Water. That's a powerful position that he's given up to get this bomb, and James now in position.
He started to get there. Bomb being planted in a slightly unusual spot. And James has still not really seen anyone. He does have some grenades, so if he can get 1 kill, maybe he could isolate the other one and actually go for a defuse here. He snuck all the way through. He's nearly in position. He can almost have the kill, but oh, Roy turning around for a quad kill on him. And Mad Lions bounce right back.
That is a nice hit towards the B-bomb site. All those Galils. VP not working together, not able to set up any crossfires. They go down 1 by 1. And we're all tied. M4 passed over to A-Core. Some SMGs picked up for the bonus money. That's going to be on Roy. Or traded right back to Shush. So some musical guns. And now we're all set.
Musical guns. No one hopefully has ever played that game before. Sounds like it could end badly. Got the MP5 in play. Are you warming up to it?
I've always liked it. I enjoy using it for the nostalgia. I'm kind of amazed that it hasn't necessarily, not amazed, but it hasn't really caught on. Remember when it was just released, the conversation around it was how powerful it was going to be for pros, and that didn't really pan out in that direction at all.
Yeah, we haven't had the right trailblazers to show us kind of how to do it. Shush not getting that kill. It sounds cool. I think that's you know, a much overlooked feature of that gun.
The audio?
Yeah.
If only that was the defining factor of which weapons you should be using. Another smoke drop down in the choke point. Bomb is going to get planted. Should be a second round for Mad Lions. In fact, I think I even see some of the VP players already backing away. Investment for them with Deagle and armor, and when it doesn't produce results, just save that armor for the next round. James keeping $1,000 in the bank to be able to have that AWP out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, some damage on Roy, but otherwise a pretty easy round coming out here from Mad Lions, which I guess is kind of to be expected, although with the Eagles, long-range map like this, yeah, you could have run into some trouble. They just didn't this time, so we'll have to see next round. It's not going to be a buy round out of VP, so it'll probably be Mad Lions continuing to cruise. Do we know the history of Mad Lions as a team, like what the name is about? I wish I knew. I feel like
of the actual organization.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't actually. I didn't know that there was necessarily a history.
Well, I don't know. They would have to have come up with the name somehow, right? Maybe we could get someone to research that. We could send someone, maybe an undercover reporter or something. Wait, oh, you're gonna go undercover and find out.
Yeah, well, not necessarily undercover, but I am indeed gonna find out.
Okay.
Or do my best.
Well, I appreciate it. We've got the Eagles still in play. They were saved from the previous round. We got Sanji with a single flashbang in case it was a B push. Would have been kind of cool to try and stop them, but it's not a B push, in fact, at all. It's the opposite. They're hanging out.
It is the opposite. Yeah, they're just chilling.
Picnic is. There's a loaf of bread on the ground. Don't know if I'd want that, but...
Well, you're doing the whole keto thing, so you can't have that. You can't really have anything that would be at that party. No pizza, no cake, no soda, no bread.
It's true. You know what? You know what I just primarily live off these days? It's just eggs and avocado and cheese. Like that's
cheese?
Just yeah, that's what I eat. And I actually find it to be glorious. I really love it.
Oh, that's you filthy scumbag. Nice jumping kill from Shush.
Oh, they really smoke it. Not even going to be a fight. At least not for a while here. Mad Lions leaving nothing to chance. They're really being quite thorough in blocking out the sites and using all the utility, making sure that they don't, you know, run into anything silly. Oh, nice headshot, though. Give it to Sanji. That was good.
That was good. Not too shabby. Acorn just holding strong. Now, VP, if they can mount enough of a fight here to keep Mad Lions frozen around, that'd be a good kill for James to get. Not able to happen. But if they can keep them trapped close to this bomb, that would be huge. But you could see Kickert's already starting to fall away. He's got that full armor, and that's really the last player who is going to try and keep Mad Lions frozen here. It was a long shot to begin with, but Mad Lions will be up 3-1 after this explosion. And we head into round number 5.
Yes, James will pick up the AWP, no surprise there. The rest are, I mean, they're gonna have something. They're gonna have some limited grenades, I think. That again could be kind of annoying. I'm not seeing any defuse kits. Ooh, that could be risky. Doesn't have to be, but again, this is a map where you have to travel quite far if you're on the opposite side of the map. So, oh, are they gonna go for the quad boost? And oh, they are indeed all the way up. They're trying to look for it. They really want some sort of boost here, and looks like they're gonna get it. Oh no! Oh, missed chance. That is for all that work. Oh no! I wanted that to work.
He took that shot so fast. He didn't spend any time lining that one up. That was a quick flick over. And speaking of which, Roy is gonna put an end to Yekindar. That's a huge factor on the other side of the map. There's no presence now aggressive in bathrooms to have any information. It's just Sanji. And look at the way Mad Lions, this has got to be something they've researched, that they've looked into how VP plays this map, because they are so convinced it was going to be an easy passageway all the way to the bomb site, and they weren't wrong at all.
Yeah, they just went for it right away. I think you're absolutely right. That has to be some research gone into it. Bubsky going down to Kickert, and now he actually comes through with a double kill, taking down Shush as well. I can't believe it. Mad Lions actually had the bomb site, but was slow to plant, and suddenly it may have turned around on them. Jamin and Kickert left, and can they find that second round for VP? Kickert continues, another kill. Nice triple he's working on, and Roy, he's revealed his position. They know where he is, that AK, and he's going to go down. Quad kill instead. Kickert saving VP.
Well, that's nothing new from what we saw earlier today. Kicker was really the only performing player you could really speak of on this team. Yekindar was a close second, but Kicker was the real one having all the impact for VP. Does it again here. And Mad Lions going to be frustrated because they had the right call that whole way, except for this from Kicker. Coming through, finding Bubsky, and then Shush so quick after the plant, and closing out the round in stellar fashion.
Man, that was set up nicely for Mad Lions, but Kicker just coming into full effect, which is kind of glorious in its own rights. If not for that, I don't know. The whole setup for me there looked like it was just a round for Mad Lions to take. Yakandar's playing on his own. Like, he's so much on his own here. Roy push. Oh, he's just really quick to react. Looked like he could have had the chance. But again, there's no flashbang in. No one to revenge the kill. No, nothing like that. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, and James had a flashbang out towards long. He could have easily thrown it over where Picnic is into this area. James now just missed the timing on that peek towards stairs. If he goes for that re-peek, there's way too many bodies. He might not even have a chance to get away. Oh, he lines him up, though. It could have been a double. Now he gets back. Smoke is going to be used to cover his retreat, and he's playing alongside of it. But Mad Lions is just walking up bathrooms. They're going to press the issue. It's Adren to be the next one over, and he could be in trouble. Flashbangs blind the attack, but Adren still doesn't want to make his passage. That's a big risk.
And now James is coming back from over at long here, but again, he's going to get smoked off, and if he pushes through, that is such a massive risk. 30 seconds left. Kicker is starting to see if he can rotate in behind, but Mad Lions, they've got every shot again at doing this. The bomb finally being brought to the site, and James is on the other side, but this is so risky. Every position right now from VP is just on the edge. If anyone goes down, it should be the end of the round, and there we go. It collapses finally. And actually, Mad Lions, some credit to them, I think, for holding their nerve all the way through and not just rushing the bomb plant.
Yeah, that's just typical Danish Counter-Strike. And VP, you're exactly correct. Those positions, while intimidating, it was pretty weak. There was no real substance to them. They were not actually working together in any way. So as soon as one went down, the other was surely going to fall with no whimper whatsoever. 4-2 in the favor of Mad Lions, and they're really doing a number on the economy of VP. This AK-47 in the hands of Kickert is the only thing that VP have to be happy about. And with I don't even think they can force buy in the next round. I think it's going to have to be a double save.
Yeah, and what a way to start. I mean, again, this at least can be a pretty CT-sided map. If you get off to some sort of a good start and you have a good day on this map, you could rack up a good number of rounds here. But it's, I mean, if they end up double saving, you may almost be right here. Then that's going to be just hard to deal with. 4-2 is already starting to get me worried. And I actually think most teams these days, from what I can tell, much prefer attacking the B bomb side on this map. And part of the reason is that there are so many flashbangs you can throw over to flash the B defense. And Mad Lions have done mostly, just some pokes around the map and then going back to the A bomb side. I still think it's entirely possible that they're going to have a very, very good B hit that's going to be hard to stop for VP.
Bobski's going to lead the way through Monster at the moment. Molotov is going to force Sanji out in the open. As if he wasn't at a disadvantage already, it's certainly going to be there now. The nade combo as well. So a nade, a Molotov, an AK-47, and an AWP. That seems overkill to find an unarmored USP.
Yeah, he's definitely dead, isn't he? They had everything.
He's dead about 5 different ways.
Well, looks like, no, they don't even have a flashbang. They have a smoke, which, again, not going to be that interesting to peek behind. And Yakandar is all the way over on the other side in the restroom, sneaking around. But yeah, Bubski's just waiting for it. If they could have pop flashed their way,
they're waiting for Roy.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're waiting for Roy on the other side of the map. They're just hitting pause. Roy's going to investigate the A bomb site. The question becomes, when he sees that this bomb site is clear, do they retreat and fall back to A, or do they just let him flank? And I think the correct decision is just to sit put outside of the B bomb site, have everything under watch, and allow Roy to come back and backstab over towards the balcony. And I think that's got to be the right call. Kickert's watching it though. Oh lord, he could actually change the entire trajectory of this round right here, right now.
Especially with the time that's left. That's the big deal, right? 20 seconds, he saw it coming, but couldn't land the shot. That's a real shame. It actually would have been very cool to see how much panic would there have been on Mad Lion's side if they'd lost the flank and then would have had to run in at, almost sub 12 seconds, I think, at the end there. Not the case, though.
Not the case. 5-2 in the favor of Mad Lions. Virtus.pro is going to start getting worked across this map. Yeah, that's... I enjoyed that, actually. It was overkill, but you know what? Mad Lions obviously has no idea if that's an unarmored USP or if it's Kickert saving the AK-47. So it actually, I mean, as much as we kind of laugh at it, it does make sense.
Yeah, it does. They have picked up an AWP, but again, the grenades, I think it's even worse. There's no armor on Sanji, and again, no defuse kits. So It's not that I really necessarily, you know, I understand why VP want to buy in this round, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but you could tell how much pressure they're under with that economy, and it's starting to become a really deep issue.
Oh. Real deep issue, and the odds are showing that as well.
Yeah.
As Betway believes the very same thing. It's a very big problem for VP. Acor with that up, far back. And you can see, Yekendar's pushed twice on his own. He's gotten picked off by Roy twice on his own. And he's decided to not do that again this round. So wise decision, but it is a very passive setup for VP's defense. Already, Jame has been forced deep into the B bomb site. Or A bomb site, excuse me.
Yeah, they're setting them up here. I mean, this is a lot of map control for Mad Lions.
Yeah, this is where you'd really want Jame to be way more aggressive, because now what? He fell all the way back without actually taking any fight anywhere, and now he has an op stuck behind the smokes. Yekendar's gonna back behind the smokes as well as the entrance comes in. Good find from Jame. A boost up onto the bomb site boxes. Sanji now gonna try and spray down the bomb, and it's lined up. He's gonna get it eventually. No one's coming through that smoke on that truck, and now Sanji, he's in trouble. Flashbang is out, but he grabs one more, and the defense works. This passive hold works in spades. It delivers.
Wow, there were like 10 different ways that could have backfired, but Sanji doing so much good work. I think, you know, finding the kill on the bomb planter is huge, because that commits more Mad Lions players to have to sort of push up and fight, whereas what they really want is obviously get the bomb down, fall back, and force VP to come in and go for the defuse. But yeah, this kill is actually much bigger than it seems.
Yeah, in all these follow-up fights, you can see this is right after Sanji gets the planter, the smokes are fading. So not only do Mad Lions have to commit more players into the site, the cover is going away as well. All their utility is disappearing and fading away. So perfect timing for Sanji to have that kind of a frag. Mad Lions still lead by 2, but getting chipped away slowly but surely by VP. But again, can they hold on to it? VP have not been able to string any rounds together. It's 3 very isolated victories, and that has been just destroying and decimating their economy, preventing them from building up any kind of cash flow. So Mad Lions have an opportunity here again to steal that away from them. There's no losing bonus built up for VP. They have a 1-round loss bonus. Mad Lions have a 1-round loss bonus.
Yeah, so backs against the wall in every way. They need to go on a bit of a run here and try and see if they can shut down the Danish team. James pushed up pretty aggressively here with the AWP. He's got no one covering behind him, so yeah, he kind of eventually has to escape. And Mad Lions, nothing out of the ordinary here, I would say. They're leaving Bobski outside of B and then taking the bomb back somewhere else. It's pretty common. And actually, Sanji's moving up a little bit. Could maybe try and go and look for it, but Bobski's falling even further back now. It looks like they want to go A again. Jame unable to find a kill as they made their way out long, and he's not going to stick around either.
All right. Roy and Asilia now in bathrooms from long. Acor moving up. And Jame is here to challenge, or at least support, and he didn't even realize he was going to be exposed to that angle. That is a nasty shot from Acor. He's going to be able to get a double, but what a shot from Yekendar. Sliding out wide. An important trade, an important rebuttal after the pick from Acor.
But they want to go for it. Oh no, Kicker jumping just before they push, and that's the defense wiped out. Trying to save these rifles. They're not even going to try and do that. I don't know, I think that was a 2-on-4 attempted retake. Definitely not a good idea. I don't know why Kicker was jumping. I don't know why. Surely they must have. This is what Mad Lions have been doing so much, right? They find an engagement, then they just push up next to the restrooms into the A bomb site. So it can't have been a surprise for VP that was going to happen.
Yeah. It seems like they have the game plan that they've crafted is if we get that kill, or if we know they're out towards long, just keep pushing into the bomb site. Yeah, the jump is weird from Kicker. this is the one that's really confusing. I can't believe he actually finds that kill.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either.
But I think the bigger problem with that jump is that you could tell it brought Yekendar back from long. They were going to have a really nice crossfire setup. Hold the phone, quad boost, no opportunities this time. But Yekendar's exposing himself and putting himself in a really dangerous position to complete that crossfire. And when Kicker jumps like that and isn't prepared for the fight, Yekendar's just kind of left out to dry. So that's got to be frustrating for him.
Yeah, absolutely. maybe more frustration coming their way as the B bomb side is essentially empty. Roy being run down by a lot of players, but he's got an AK-47, and that'll do all the work that he needed. All of the danger is averted, and the Glock, he'll try and see if he can follow it. Nice quad kill for him. 7-3, man. This is already out of control.
It's getting brutal. It's a nice little spanking. It's a nice show from Roy as well, 15-4. He's not normally the player whose name we call as leading the way for Mad Lions, but this has been a great performance from him. Some important kills as well. He's been able to shut down Roy, found him both times. And I mean, that's just important because Yekindar, we haven't seen him go back to it from those 2 rounds. Here's that boost again. This time, he's got a chance, and he takes advantage of it. Kickert goes down.
That is the 3rd time they go for that boost, and it finally works. And again, if you're VP, it's just everything you didn't need at that point in time. Kickert as well, one of the top players there on VP, getting picked right out of the sky.
This is a nice setup, though. Great jump. What a beautiful bait. And now this, again, you just mentioned it. After that first engagement, it's just everyone push forward. Nobody stop, nobody slow down. And there's only one player that's rotated over to help out. That's Yekindar. That's the Rook. He's all on his own. Bubsky's got the flank. And again, VP just crumbles.
Wow, Jason, it's gone from a light spanking into something much more serious at this point.
Much more fun.
Potentially. You have to ask VP about that later on. I'm not sure they're enjoying it really on any level. 8-3. What a scenario. Yeah, they've really perfected this. Danish acrobats.
Yeah, they got up there quick, didn't they? And I mean, eesh. Yeah, Kickert's, that kind of sucks if you're Kickert. That's an awful way to get taken out of a round.
Do you think there's a moment, Jason, when he's jumping off and he sees like the sun reflection of the scope in the distance, like in that movie Sniper, and he's like, oh dear.
Yeah. Or in Saving Private Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Little gun flash, the barrel flash, and he's like, oh Jesus. Yeah, that's very possible. I guess if you were the player jumping down, wouldn't you just check that, you'd scan that spot just to see if you're close to death?
Maybe, yeah, you probably would. Be like, am I already dead? Yeah, I am. Great.
What's that movie like Enemy at the Gates when they're fighting for who jumps first?
Yeah, that one too is a bit of a classic. Some good ones out there.
Jude Law's finest moment. All right, back to Counter-Strike. Big lead for Mad Lions. Shush in the danger hole.
Again, operating this.
He's gonna go through all. Yep.
Yeah, he's on his own with but he's got the weapon advantage. So I was gonna say, sometimes it can be a bit scary being on your own in here, but I just don't think they care anymore, Mad Lions.
Yeah, up 8-3, you're probably feeling very confident, and you probably know this is an eco round as well. I mean, just hitting tab, you can see you've just been decimating this economy. Finally, VP is able to have the full losing bonus in their favor, but that's not necessarily a good thing to be discussing. And even if they go on a decent streak here at the end, Mad Lions, just this feels like it's so far out of reach for VP. Remember, this is a half. They're down 3-8, where they won the pistol. That shouldn't be happening.
No, it should not. Well, they did have that Galil return. That was pretty powerful. Roy again handling himself pretty nicely. He knew they were coming for him. He's low on health, so maybe some backup could be called in. No point in giving over an AK-47 or anything in case Yekindar could make his way out with it, but I don't know. Shush could probably... He's low on health as well. Maybe no one will join them. Just leave them alone.
9-3 will be the scoreline. This is a good opportunity because I didn't realize it earlier today, Anders, when we were talking about it, but we actually will not be casting the Dignitas game, the Dignitas Mad Lions game. So I would like to hear your logic of the prediction. You picked Dignitas to beat Mad Lions.
Well, number one, I realized that everyone else was going to pick Mad Lions, so I had a chance to, to gain some points in the overall standing. Obviously, a chance to lose more points as well, so there's always that. But I was trying to look at it positively. Then I also thought to myself, you know what? Like I I've just really been enjoying this Dig project. I'll be honest, I thought when they announced the whole thing, I thought this is just going to be some kind of a meme team, you know? This is not actually going to be...
Yeah.
It's not going to be anything really serious. And I've really changed
It's like the boy band of Counter-Strike.
It is
They're just
like
going
that.
in for the tour.
Yeah. But in a very similar fashion, like I think the Backstreet Boys are still touring, and that makes me super excited. So... In a very similar fashion, actually, I...
Wait. The Backstreet Boys touring makes you very excited.
Of course, they had some amazing hits, Jason. Can't believe this is news to you. So essentially, I was thinking, like, this is gonna be their time. Like, if it's a real project, they're building it well, they're doing well, and also, you know, Vendetta told me they're gonna win. So I thought, you know what? I'm in.
Oh, yeah. That quick, huh?
Yeah, he sold it to me. But basically, mostly...
I can't believe it.
Mostly it was the memory of Backstreet Boys that made me think, you know what?
Yeah.
If they can do it, so can Dig. Yeah, exactly.
So can Dig. All right, well, that was more logic than I expected to come out of that question, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, and there was hardly any.
Cillian. It's going to come out of the door, setting up smokes.
Oh, no.
Oh, right through the smoke is Bubsky. And Kickert's been having a rough time these past couple rounds. James is going to have to do something with his op. We've been wanting to say his name for some time. It's not going to happen here. We have to wait a little bit longer. Anders, I have a question for you.
Go on.
I don't know if you feel the same way. Maybe this isn't really a question. Every time I watch this VP lineup play, I spend like 5 minutes after the game ended, and I just like kind of walk into the other room and get a drink of water, and I just wonder to myself, how did these guys make the final of a major?
Yeah, that's a good question. I still don't know. Actually.
I don't know if anyone in the world has the answer.
It's not even just that. It's the fact that when I think about the way that, let's say, EG and Liquid and stuff were like, you know, like it's the teams that were there. That really just don't even really understand. But they did, so I don't know. Like, but it actually serves as like a really weird contrast when you're watching them not win, because you're like, wow, like, you know, if at least the fact that they won the major makes you think, come on, we could do it. Like, there must be more out there. Oh, this could be good though. Just to get back into it, as Cillian does go down, there's a little bit of a force out there, and the bomb is dropped. So I don't think at all Mad Lions were aware that there were so many people out by that part of the map.
No, I think this round is Mad Lions who's been on autopilot. They've been stomping VP so hard. They've won, what, 5 in a row. They've won 7 of the last 8. They've been so dominant that I think they're just kind of going through the motions, and this round at the very least caught them off guard. So it's a nice change-up for VP. It's not an aggressive call on this defense. It can still be lost, so they have to be cautious in that sense, but I also feel like it's too little too late. And this flank from Bubsky, oh, that timing. Yeah. Which I'm not even sure he would have spotted it. I couldn't tell with the X-ray, but
it was
regardless,
close, I think.
Bubsky coming up long, and his teammate is just waiting for his impact in the round.
He didn't actually see him. I think at Ren, yeah, he's going to have the better angle on him there. That's a shame. That would have been a bit of an opening. Well, I guess it's not a shame for VP, though. They're struggling to get any rounds on the board right now. So this could be it. I think maybe Mad Lions underestimating just how many people were going to be there, and they end up winning a 4th round VP. It's very, very late in the day, but I guess I'll take it.
Very late in the day. Yes. See if they can add one more onto it. A 5 to 10 half would be the best they can get. Good aggression from VP. It's just taken so long to be put into play. Final round of this first half coming up. 19 kills for Roy. He's 19 and 5. That's not too shabby at all.
Having a good game. He has some of those every once in a while. He's just taking over, which is kind of cool. More standard type setup, I would say, for Mad Lions. Nothing, you know, completely crazy. Although Adren is in a strange position right now. He can either try and sort of, you know, backstab them, or he could try and fall even further back down the connector and see if he could do something. He's going to go for a bit of a fight, and James also taking down Bubsky. Cillian could maybe refrag this if he's quick about it, but Yakandar going to come in and shoot him in the back, and that just all lined up perfectly timing-wise for VP.
Well, Kickert waiting for Monster. They're going to come right through the smoke. It's going to fade. Acor's looking here, but the footsteps from Sanji might pull his attention away. Good spray down from Kickert. VP get to 5. I don't think it's going to be enough, but at least they have that. At least they have some kind of an opportunity, and we'll see if they can do it. We'll see if they can mount an incredible comeback in the second half. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
(10-5) in the first half here between Mad Lions and VP. The Danes come out quite a bit ahead on Overpass. Second half coming up, I mean, they saved it a little bit there, VP. And do you think it's going to be enough, Jason?
No, not at all. Especially when you consider that's supposed to be the difficult half that Mad Lions just racked up double-digit rounds on. T-side is supposed to be difficult, but it didn't look like that whatsoever for Mad Lions. And if it wasn't for them maybe losing some focus and taking their foot off the gas, I think they would have even had, 12, 13 rounds. Or I should say 11 or 12 rounds in that first half. So 10-5 in the favor of Mad Lions, and VP sees no aggression towards the A side of the map. They're going to rotate back, but Mad Lions have complete control of the danger stairs, complete control of the underpass, and they'll have a quick flank into waters. into short sewers, and they'll be able to flank this B bomb site very aggressively.
Well, let's see what Asilian could do first, because he's got no grenades to slow them down. He almost just has to get kills or fall back like he is. So it's going to be a full-on retake here. Any kill they can get, Mad Lions, before the bomb is down is huge. But so far, that is not looking likely. They're going to be there quickly with a lot of people coming in for the L-pen. The bomb gets planted, and Bubsky still thinking someone is inside of the smoke, wasting the whole clip in there. Yekindar getting a kill, kicking with another one, and this is looking so good right now. Great boost for VP, and they are well in control of this round.
Oh, this is not good for Mad Lions. They're going to go down. They're going to lose everything. Triple kill for Yekindar in the pistol, 10-6. And VP with a pretty standard hit towards that B bomb sites. Madline could never really recover back from their stack and stairwell. That's a bit brutal for the Mad Lions. So they're gonna have to do it the hard way now. They're gonna have to grind out six gun rounds. Although, to be fair, VP did win the pistol in the first half and then lost the ensuing second round. So for Mad Lions, they're looking to do the same exact thing. Another force buy in this round. Scout on Bubsky, Deagle pick up on everyone else, and Acor saving money for the AWP.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're dreaming of right now, isn't it? Just getting a couple of Deagle shots and maybe some damage with the Scout. Pretty deep grenade will actually do a little bit to Jame. It all adds up towards the end, and no one can catch him as he falls back. Otherwise, it's the three-man stack over at the B-bomb side that's probably the most lethal at the moment. I think even with a Cillian up there with a flashbang in hand, he's just all the way up at the sniper spot holding it. So if anyone were to come through the tunnel and they knew, then that'd work out pretty well, I think.
It's all about the early spot from Bubsky out towards long. If VP actually turned that corner. Bubsky's jumping up over the boxes, just looking for information. Here it comes. Gonna jump over the APC. I don't know if he spotted that quite yet.
I don't think so.
Looking for something. I don't think so either. And the longer it takes for him to peek out towards long, oh, he's done now. He's in way out of position. They're about to turn that corner, and that Scout isn't gonna stop anything. Unless it's just pure headshots. Bubsky is in real trouble as Cillian pushes through to provide a boost, but it's not coming.
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess it's a little bit deflating, but so much of that was just as you said. Did he see them out long or not? And he didn't.
It's actually kind of fine for Mad Lions. As you can see, they're just gonna back away. So I mean, no point sticking around. Now they can either use this. I mean, I would imagine they're just gonna go for this very same buy again. But saving these weapons means they can try another stack again in the next round. They can try something different instead of having to go for a full save and wait for the money to get rifles. So Mad Lions is just gonna have a redo in the next round and no big deal.
Yeah, falling away and actually being allowed to save everything. I mean, if you're gonna make that call, then do it that early so that you actually do get everyone out. So no kills happening, but just the bomb plant. And 7-10 now. I mean, it's from a score point of view starting to look a little bit more healthy for VP. But as you pointed out, I mean, again, 10 rounds on T side of Overpass can't really be underestimated. Still pretty good.
Still pretty good. We'll see again what Mad Lions, looks like they're gonna go for the same exact thing. Redo.
Oh, and yeah, Asilian still holding the flashbang. They're coming through the tunnel. Let's see. Are they gonna have it in time? There's the early grenade landing on top of them. The flash is in. Is anyone gonna be able to peek? No, it's a bit late. So VP get onto the side. Look at Sanji. He's cruising and flanking behind with a MAC-10. He still goes down. Nice enough kill there. And now at least they managed to slow them down. It's a 4-on-4 with Bubsky actually walking into the site. Already scoped up, and they're solo on health VP. This could have been a huge disaster. The bomb is on the bomb site, and they're getting slaughtered. Roy with 2 big kills of the Deagle, and Jamin Kickard. How do they make it out? Shush gets another one, and this is falling apart. They rush the B bomb site into the whole stack. Wow.
Well, that's why you choose to save instead of some kind of desperate attempt in the previous round. What a good sequence for Mad Lions. What a good call in the second round, and they're rewarded here with a Deagle win. 2 kills from Roy to shut this down. Also, remember, the flank from Bubsky as he just popped up to sandbags. That's a rush entirely through Monster. Virtus.pro didn't have a single player coming sandbags. And Sanji, he pushes through. He's the first player in for VP, the only one to not get blind. He just had no production. He got nothing done with the MAC-10.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, if he could have got a kill or even just stayed alive after getting one, That would have been pretty huge there. They do have rifles on the VP side, but Mad Lions are going to be feeling really fired up after winning that round. And they, I mean, again, it's just amazing, right? They had the same strategy in the previous round, and no one bought it, so they just go back and try it again. All right.
Ooh, good shot from Kickert. That's through the smoke. Not too shabby whatsoever. Nice little angle that he's found. Everyone from VP is pretty much positioned towards the B bomb site. Sanji looking for pushes in the danger stairs. Adren looking for pushes out towards Fountain and Playground. But they're eventually all just going to fall back and convene at this B site. Now, the problem for the Mad Lions defense is that Acor and Roy are occupied over at A to push Roy up long. He's going to get a lot of information, but Acor has to rotate right now to the B bomb site.
Yeah, he does need to get here, and seems like he's found himself in the right position. Probably going to get smoked off up there. Bubsky trying to jump to get some information and maybe bait them out a little bit. The Molotov, they're going to push through. Adren gets a kill, but the rest are stuck behind. That's the bomb leading the charge on its own, and it gets segmented. Now the smoker's up, and Bubsky lining it up with the AK. It's going to be the full spray down. A wonderful triple kill for him. And now Yekindar and James, 2 versus 3. What could they even do here? This was just such great grenade usage coming out from Mad Lions. Yekindar wants to see if he could find that kill and at least make it a one-on-one. And he had a chance, but not enough. Man, that was great grenade work.
The utility from Mad Lions, but also Bubsky. He finds that one kill, the bomb is down, puts his own smoke down, and repositions on the other side of the monster tunnel where they'd already dispatched of his teammate. So they didn't expect him to be there whatsoever. Great impact from Bubsky on defense. 22-7 for Roy, 12-10 for Bubsky, 13-10 for Shush.
5-round difference, but the odds is 8. Wow, that's rough indeed. Maybe not completely unjustified if you look at the fact that they're out of money. VP and Mad Lions have been looking really, really solid here, but still, it is just a 5-round gap. It would have to be like a whole bunch of things that to really work out. I mean, they could maybe wipe out the economy of Mad Lions. That would win them probably a couple of rounds in a row here if that were to happen. So you know, they could bounce from like 7 to 9 in a pretty quick fashion. But even then, like they got to string so much more together.
Ooh, missed shot from Acor. Maybe an opportunity to push up close to the site, but he's not going to miss it twice. One player to his left creeping up. That's going to be James. Man, this is 2 maps now. I feel like we haven't had to say James' name a whole lot. Jesus.
Yeah. You are not wrong. And it is becoming like a little bit of an issue. Because the matches we see out of him where we have to say his name a lot are... I mean, he has such a huge impact, right? So when he goes missing, you're like, well, now what?
It's very noticeable, yeah. It's very, very noticeable. 13-7. VP haven't shown us a whole lot yet on this T side of Overpass. I think losing control after the pistol round, losing that 3rd round is really just them stubbing their toe. I think they really needed the power of having that early start of 3 to 4 rounds after the pistol, the early economic control at the very least. All of that has been ripped away from them.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows as well. No AWP. They're gonna have some limited grenades here, VP, to try and follow through. But I think even worse, I don't know, because you notice how Mad Lions had that, you know, they found what they at least interpreted as a weakness, which was being quick on that A bomb site. I'm not sure what VP have discovered yet on this T side that makes me think, yeah, they could go back and you know, do that again or exploit that same weakness. Like, I'm not seeing that at the moment. And they don't really have the luxury of spending many more rounds finding that either. Like, it has to be soon. Well, 6-round gap. This is probably one of the last chances they will actually have. Some grenades doing a little bit of damage, but not too much.
Yeah, if they lose this round, there's no more saving, right? There's no more, oh, let's make sure we can have enough money for the next buy. If they lose this one, it's just we have to start putting rounds on the board. It's just a desperate scenario. Yekindar and Adren out towards Fountain. No one peeking towards long just yet. James not with his AWP, just sitting far back at the moment. And Roy is very advanced, so he at least knows nobody is coming long A. Asilian is going to come join up with him. VP have yet to apply pressure to this A bomb site. They have yet to try and push up through bathrooms to actually attack in a gun round.
Well, they're going to try and see if they can clear out sewers here. A little bit of a chance for A-Core. He's got the right idea, and they walk right into it. Huge off angle there, and it's, I mean, Sanji's just not thinking anyone's going to show up, but they did make a lot of noise getting there, so at the same time, it wasn't that hard for A-Core to maybe guess. He was almost getting flashed into a fight, but he just wanted to wait a second while Asilian picks up 2 kills on the other side, and that, I mean, that's the round, isn't it?
Yeah, what can you say about that one? 30 seconds left. And I think, I mean, this is perfect from Mad Lions. I think they're starting to realize VP's playing these rounds so very slow. Good shot from Jame. Kicker's gonna turn the corner, off angle. From Shush, he's burning down to 11. Jame is in the sight. Shush is gonna transfer over and he finds it with ease. 14-7.
Yeah, and he'll save the AWP as well. So yeah, I mean, now, I don't know. I think I can't even really think of any way to spin this into something that's likely. The money is looking good for Mad Lions. VP just buying whatever they can in this round. 1 single Tech 9, 5 Tech 9s to the B-bomb side. Let's go. It's not quite going to be 5. 3 of them, and they're not even going to the B-bomb side. I'm disappointed.
so many things that are disappointing to you. Yeah. Well, James is at least he's made it past the Molotov, taking a bit of damage for his trouble. The nade finds Yekindar, so 2 different styles of getting past that Molotov. One ran through, one waited, and they both have the same HP after the fact. So I don't know what conclusions you can draw from that. I just thought it was interesting.
We're gonna need a larger sample size, Jason, if we want to do some real science on it. So
let's do some science. Well, we're starting to see some of the struggles of Virtus.pro coming out. That is a flashbang that wasn't even close. That was way off.
It could have, in fact, never worked when you throw it into the wall like that.
Oh, dear. 2 players at the A site, Asilian and Roy. Roy's had the hot hand, so a chance for him to claw up. He's going to try and drop 30 of his own. Match Bubsky from yesterday.
Yeah, he's got the right setup here. Smoke, so most of the target's going to be a bit further away. Only really Jame, I think, could interrupt him here. Running in with the Tech 9. Oh, nice spin. Dren, that looked really interesting. Asilian now hiding at the edge, and he'll get a free kill there on Jame. They realize where he is, and they might want to try and see if they can take him away before anyone else shows up. But another great flashbang. Now the pistols come out, and he swings for it, Asilian. That's a brilliant kill. Now it's a 3-on-3 as Kickert gets a kill, but they're still getting picked apart of the bomb. Still has plenty of time left here for Mad Lions to retake it.
Oh, but they've got all the utility planned out. Molotov in towards bathrooms. They're going to start pushing up. They'll clear the corner. Sanji's there as well. A great round from Asilian. A triple kill for him. He gets them off the back of a couple supportive flashbangs from his teammates rotating over. So great communication, great coordination. And Mad Lions have 8 rounds to close this out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a moment there where it could have worked out. I think if they could have got Asilian when he was right here, like if they could have revenged this kill, it would have been more interesting, but that wasn't happening. So, huge lead. Mad Lions looking confident on overpass at the moment. Well, we've got Jame back with an AWP at least, so maybe one last chance.
One last chance. The last dance, they call it. Roy gonna hold off.
Not gonna lie, it hasn't been much dancing out of Jame.
Yeah.
It's been standing still a lot.
It's okay, so it's like high school prom dance.
Yeah. Roy, though.
He's given the young guys some lessons there. It's taking him to school. He's saying, Yekindar, I saw you try and push mid a couple times in the previous half. I shut you down a couple times, so this is how you're supposed to do it. And he gets a double kill.
He is so far behind them. I mean, the chances that they see this coming, I guess if they sneak into B, it would be funny, because then they just sort of like you know, circumvent him and end up actually going to an empty site. But if he keeps going this way, if they go back now, they should pretty much lose the map right here. Bubsky turning the corner. They're not aware of it. Oh, no. He could have probably had that kill anyway, but they're still in trouble. I mean, this still is not easy for them. 40 seconds. They're starting to see if they can make their way out. Asilian right around the corner, and there's the kill on James. Shush inside of the bomb site. He knows they're coming. Sanji turning it. Bomb is on the ground, and now it's kick it in a 1 versus 3. He's going to get a good headshot there, but I still don't see this working out.
Oh, he's going to book it. I love this play. Make it to the A-bomb site. Turn the corner. That's what I'm talking about. This is going to be sweet. Kickert has a real chance. Oh, he's coming back. He's going to double back. Asilian's ready. Kickert goes down. Virtus.pro goes down. 2 big losses for them today. 16-7. Mad Lions take the victory, and they're already looking ahead to their game against Dig later on this evening.
Yeah, that's going to be a fiery game. I kind of look forward to that one. This was just another power performance from Mad Lions. They must be converting more and more people onto their side. Certainly an exciting team to watch. I'm sure the analysts will have lots to talk about when we get to them. That's coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. In 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an Intercafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh,
Of course. This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at G, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
So it turns out that Mad Lions were ready for the match. They weren't caught off guard. Maybe they watched Virtus.pro play earlier. They knew we can exploit these guys. We know what's up. And you know what? We'll do it on Overpass. 2. Completely one-sided affair there for Mad Lions. They looked like they were in full control the entire way through, essentially what the analysts predicted. So, gentlemen, once again, solid work. You're on the ball, clearly. But let's just go ahead and hop into it. Is there anything that jumped out at you at the beginning of this match, towards the mid of this match? And Thorin, why don't you kick us off? Because I know that we have a clip from Maniac to get to after that.
Sure, I'll just correct myself from earlier. Actually, Overpass wasn't their permaban. It was just a map they always banned second rotation, and so few teams in the world pick it. That's why they've been able to just not play it. They've actually now, interestingly, to talk about going forwards for Mad Lions, decided to make Dust 2 their permaban, a map that was one of their best in Flashpoint, arguably. So I think the interesting thing for me is, as I said, they picked it in this case because it's one of the weakest maps of Virtus.pro, and that was Virtus.pro with the old lineup as well. So you saw on this map, VP had almost no defense on a map that's heavily CT-sided. Then you look at the performance of Roy. In theory, the person lowest on the totem pole of star power on the Mad Lions side. He's much like the Jaxes of the world, a guy who's just come into a career very late in the game in that sense. I think he might be like 25, 26 or something. But you saw, listen, if you're going to get monster T rounds on a map like this, your entry very well might have an enormous game like this. So one of the key things you see here is he's got a lot of nous about him. He knows how to use his game. He's not getting the craziest like one-tap headshots, but he's out thinking his opponents. He definitely knows how to play within the system, and he's got to be the dream entry for a guy like Asilian.
So, speaking of one of Asilian's main heavy hitters that he can rely on this team, we've actually got an interview. Before we get to Maniac in your clip, actually, I want to get this interview in here so that perhaps we can comment on it afterwards, but we have an interview with Acor real quick, about a minute, and then we'll hop into Maniac's clip.
Well, a powerful performance from you guys and a big win over VP on Overpass. Firstly, did it feel as easy as it looked?
I mean, it's pretty PM to say, but yeah, it felt pretty easy, to be honest. Yeah.
Now, map pool wise, right, you guys seem to be one of these teams that are going to be trying to play all 7 maps because you hadn't played Overpass for a long time in an official. So is this something you guys are trying to implement, to just have such a wide map pool and feel super confident on everything?
I mean, we had some problems on Dust 2 in the past. So we've started betting Dust 2 and trying out other maps now at the moment. So, and it works out great. So, I mean, yeah.
He's just calm.
All right, Maniac. You know what? No, he does preface it with, it is BM. At least he says that, before he goes on to just acknowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, he looks just like Mad Lions in that game, honestly. He looks in control. He knows exactly what's going to happen. And I'm not exactly sure if production is ready to roll the clip, but I just picked one scenario that happened during that game, and it is a round that I would call flawless, perfect. It starts with the boost coming in from Acor, the 4-man. They grab the entry frag, then they redirect towards the A-bomb side. Jamie's winning with the MVP, but someone is jumping in front of him. Perfect. Shus has the easiest kill. And then the poor rotation from the CT spawn is not only smoked, he's also Molotov. There's flash coming in. There's a double pick coming in. He cannot do anything. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, the round is over. So this is how flawless Counter-Strike can look like. And, sometimes we are getting angry about missed flash, missed opportunity, but this time around, that was perfect.
Especially when you walk in, you're running through a smoke, you're flashed, and then you walk through that smoke and you're in a Molotov, and life just sucks at that point. There's a whole lot that you can do. It's just terrible. But I mean, Thorin, is there any positives that we can take away from this match from Virtus.pro at least? Because I mean, they're not done in the group. There are still matches here for Virtus.pro to move forward with. Is there anything that they can take away from this?
That's kind of a tough call, really, because the problem is they've just made a roster move, which is already going to throw you off. And then in terms of their map pool, there's not a lot they could really have done in this particular series. I mean, I think they were somewhat thinking that they could force Mad Lions to not pick into Overpass. That didn't work out for them, though. So I will say, maybe that's it. Going forwards, don't gamble in the map pool if you're Virtus.pro. Just go with the safest vetoes you can. And even if it means you get a worse map, actually in the circumstances that they're playing under, I don't think it's reasonable to think you're going to win the tournament. I would just play to try and get some good games and give Yukanda kind of blood him to the field, as it were, and give him some decent matches, because playing a match like this that you probably had no idea you were going to play this map, that's not a great scenario to give this guy a chance to actually get integrated into your system and feel like he's a real player.
Mm-hmm. So, lots of work still. Hopefully they're going to be able to get it done because they're not done yet in the groups, like I said. And but we're not going to have too much time to get into this match. Then again, it was a pretty straightforward affair. So let's go ahead and start moving into our next one, which is going to be one of the big ones of the day here in Europe. NIP versus Vitality. Both of you guys said this is a map that we need to keep an eye on. And so, I mean, just open it up right here. Maniac, what are we looking for already going into this match?
Well, I think it's probably the biggest clash of today's in terms of matchup, right? In terms of skill on the server, that's going to be absolutely massive. NIP have shown us again today that they have a very strong, very sound lineup, a full roster. They go up against Vitality. We don't even need to mention Zaiwu is already up there. Mizuta had a very great first game, even though they only draw against Ente was in the first day. But my question is going to be Vitality's behavior, because I can tell you, I was on their team speak in the first game, and I could hear the panic. Maybe not the panic, but the precipitation. I could hear that they wanted to do things too well. You know, that extra little fear that you can hear in the voice, and there is no place for that. There is no place for that here right now. They're in a competition. They have to be the best they can be, and they need to approach the situation with a bit more calm. So that's I'm going to have my ear especially for that.
Okay, well, before we get into Thorin's thoughts on this, I'm told that we have an interview with Apex. So to bookend that bit on Vitality, let's hear what Apex has to say.
Now, last time you took on NIP, you managed to beat them very convincingly. This time around, it's a best of one. They're certainly looking better with their in-game leader. Can you see a difference in them from, obviously, DreamHack until now?
Well, obviously, the first thing that will advantage them is the best of one, because, as I mentioned before as well, they don't have much time yet to prepare for everything, because they're still young, and Ampus is still in the team for not so long. So it's not really easy for them to play, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be way different. It's going to be harder for us to win this one. Even if we play really good the last time, it's going to be a tough one. So we're just going to give our best and hopefully winning.
All right, so already Apex, you know, that's the kind of standard fare kind of question. You know, we're going to give our best. I mean, Thorin, NIP have already given the teams that they've been facing reason to be nervous going up against them. I mean, they've taken on Astralis. They made their match today look fantastically easy. Now we're going to go into this next one here where Vitality are going to be on the ropes. I'd like to get your thoughts on NIP and what they're going to do here as we move into the map pick and ban.
Yeah, listen, just because NIP is kind of a feel-good story, they reinvented the lineup, different generation of players, let's not go too crazy. Like, they beat an Astralis team that had literally a guy who'd never played for them before, as well as another stand-in, no in-game leader. And then you come over to this other game, and they beat a team that's levels below them. So listen, they've taken care of business. That's it so far for me. If you want to impress me, now this is a game you could win and do that, because you're playing one of the best players in the world, you're playing a bunch of veterans, some of the greatest players that region has ever produced in CSGO, some of whom are in decent form at the moment, and a team that's beaten you the last couple of times out of the gate, admittedly, sometimes with a different lineup. So this is, for me, now where the rest of it was kind of like, these were the warm-up matches. They were beating the cans. Now it's time for the contenders match. Are you actually ready to be a legit top 10 team? Not a team that just breaks in the top 10, a team that can do damage in the top 10. If so, this is the game to win to show me.
This is the one that's going to keep an eye. And I want to just get flowing straight into this. Predictions, Thorin, on like where this map is going to go. If NIP need to get the job done here, if this is their step to break into the top 10, what map do you think they want to take the fight on?
I mean, the interesting thing here is, like, the veto overall, I actually think they've got kind of like an interesting, like, only very brief overlap and a lot that isn't. So I'd love to see it go to Inferno, personally. I think that's a map that both teams like. I think in this kind of a scenario, neither team's in awesome form at the moment. It's looking like it's starting to head towards it, so it's going to basically be on Vitality. Vitality can choose. Do they really want to play? They do. We get the Inferno. So I think this is just actually the right map for both teams to play. It makes the most sense if you look at what was banned. And so NIP's got their chance now. They can't say this is a bad map for them. Vitality certainly knows how to play this map when they're at their best. This has got to be one that's within their top 3 or 4. So I'm looking for the guys from NIP. I picked them to win this game, to take this one and show me another level with this new lineup.
All right, Maniac, very quickly before we go to break, your thoughts on this ban? I hear you making the noises. What does that mean?
I was getting concerned about a possible Vertigo, because Vitality, they've won the map 4 times in a row now, so I thought they could make the mistake of going Vertigo, where we have seen that NIP clearly have planned. Whereas Inferno, I feel like it levels the field in terms of tricks and like gimmicky moves that you can have. Inferno has a very safe and sound fundamental. So in that sense, I think Vitality made the right choice, allowing for Inferno. But this is going to be a great game for sure. Like, definitely a map that NIP can play as well.
All right, one of the big matches of the day. Thank you, gentlemen, and we're going to be moving right into it. First, we have to take a break, though. Quick word from our sponsors, and then we'll get right into the action with Anders and Moses.
could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
All right, here we go. It's going to be exciting now. NIP versus Vitality in a best of 1, and we're on Inferno of all maps. Jason, how does that make you feel?
That makes me feel very good. I love Inferno, as we've outlined many times. I think this is the best matchup that we have on paper, at least today. I think this should be a very close affair. I really, if this one could go either way for me, this was a hard one to make a prediction for, because I like everything I've seen out of Vitality. I think they're looking better after this change. I really like Masuta as a player. I think Apex as an in-game leader has shown some very cool things, at least early on in his tenure. And same with NIP. I think there's been some cool things. So we're still kind of gauging what the peak is for both of these squads after the change, but at the moment it's in that exciting let's see what happens phase.
Well, that's indeed. We're going to get into the game almost immediately here. It's Vitality, I think, going to be starting on the T side, NIP on the CT side. They have a couple of HE grenades, and they're taking a couple of fights down the middle while Hampus is being pushed a little bit forward. Not for too long. He will fall back eventually, but some aggressive flexing going on for NIP early on here.
That's cool to do in the pistol round, especially when it's not punished in any way and you back it off before that punishment even comes in. So they've shown Vitality one of their cards early. They're willing to be aggressive. They're willing to push down. That might put Vitality on notice in the further rounds, especially if it comes out again. And a pretty standard defensive setup. Rez on the balcony, Twist at the broken wall. Hampus just watching for them to gain control of brackets, and he will back away probably to Library.
Yeah, he's going to start to make his escape, and they're not going to slow down. Vitality coming straight for the A-bomb side, rushing that corner, and everyone is flashed. Misuta picking up a pretty good kill there, but jumping down in the pit, he's going to get the second one on Rez, and that will clear it all up. But look at Shox, he's deep in library. He's controlling that part of the map. I think this retake is actually impossible for NIP. As long as Shox is alive in there, I don't see how they can make it through. They have all the grenades that they had in the beginning, but where do you throw them?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much an impossible retake when you have equal manpower. The fact that it's a 2-on-4 makes this just a miracle if it were to happen. Good shutdown from Vitality. What a pistol round. Everyone is so blind, and even though they had a player in the site, player balcony, player half wall, they had like a triangle set up, plenty of crossfires. Nobody could actually do anything because they were all isolated due to the smokes and flashes.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a high level of commitment going into that one. And Misuta with a triple kill in that one. Now they've picked up a lot of Mac 10s. And, I mean, there are two unarmored opponents, one without head armor, but the other two, they could present a little bit of problem for the Mac 10 if it's going to be slow to get the kill. But nothing special coming out of NIP, I'd say.
No, nothing at all for the moment. Everything's pretty standard, actually, from both teams. Just a little bit of banana control here for Vitality. Apex very confident that no one will be playing actually in banana. Nade over the top, doesn't land on anyone. And I think NIP is going to be trying to find a way. You can see both B defenders are kind of located in the CT choke point. They're trying to position themselves to be able to rotate quick enough to the A bomb site if they need to. But again, it's going to be down to this hold, at least initially. For NIP at A, these guys have to do something to slow down the attack if it eventually does come in.
Flashed around the corner. Smoke will maybe slow them down a bit, but they're just going to retreat and go back around Arch and towards Library instead. Cyber leading the charge. It looked like he saw someone there, but not able to pick up the kill. They're really far forward, and now backup is coming in from the B bomb side, so Vitality need to find a way to crack through this, or NIP could get a lot of defense here, and that could get really awkward if the first kill goes in their direction. Masuta doing a good job staying alive. RBK will take down Plopsky. I think that's the opening they need. Actually, I think one of those kills would have been fine, but if it had gone the other way, even one of them there, it could have been really, really awkward for Vitality.
That's actually a great call from Vitality, and it might have looked a little bit sketchy as they go on towards Rap side, but it gets stuck by the smoke and small pit, but they play it perfectly. Just patient, not panicking, put their own smoke back down at CT arches, make sure their angles are covered as well, and just wait for that to clear. They had all the advantage of firepower, so perfectly done from Vitality. That helps.
That does help. So going to be a third round, and we have a Zeus stun gun being picked up by Hampus. Always exciting. No one's ever tried to run boosted yet, Jason, though. I think it's the big part that's missing.
Well, you know, if the tradition holds, in about 3 years, someone is going to run boost the Zeus like you've asked for.
That's
you have
true.
like a 3-year delay before your ideas are really appreciated. It could be worse. You could be like Van Gogh. You could be someone who's just not appreciated until after you're dead.
That's what I tell myself. I'm like, you know, it's not working out at the moment, but when I'm gone, they'll go back and see, be like, man, he really had some crazy ideas.
He was ahead of his time.
Maybe that will happen. I'd like to think so.
I'll lead the charge, Anders. When you go down, I'll give you a good eulogy.
All right.
I'll get the whole world behind you.
That's usually how it starts, isn't it? Apex leading with the Mac 10. Again, this is such a safe way to try and do it, because even if he goes down, it's going to spot two people back there. Some damage being output, but he's checked the rest of the bomb site. He knows that those people are it on the bomb site. So the rest of them feel just fine taking the fight, and now NIP are getting shut down. RPK and Sai were not afraid to take that fight. So, yeah, just Apex sacrificing himself like he's been doing his entire career.
He hasn't gotten tired of it yet, so that's good. Vitality only lose 2 players in these first 3 rounds. They've got plenty of money built up, and in the second and third, it's only 1 player. So, I mean, cash flow is sitting nice. They've had to, I think, upgrade one of those Mac 10s. So 2 Mac 10s, a Galil, 2 AK-47s, but a nice little bonus round at those Mac 10s if they can find a good angle of attack. AWP in the hands of Twist. That's over towards the A bomb site. and the traditional utility exchange in Banana, at least to start this round. But Vitality with the 2 MAC-10s, you have to think this is going to be just kind of a pretty convincing, pretty quick, powerful hit, and it looks at the moment like it's going to be towards A.
Yeah, and actually, again, one good flashbang when they're all grouped up like this on the CT side could be devastating. Look at Apex. He's so close to the corner. He's thinking about it. That flashbang, again, it would be everything. There's the first setup for it. Is he going to do anything behind it? Rez goes down. Masuta with the opening kill, and now RPK to follow it up. And there's 2 people dropping down. RPK will get a double, and that's the round. That was so quick.
I don't even know if Apex's flash did anything, but he bounces it off the skybox into the A bomb site. You normally see Molotovs and HE grenades thrown there, and it might have blinded that one player that we see dead along the back wall of the site. But that is well done from Vitality. Huge risk for Apex in terms of his life, but he has the MAC-10, so it's a risk they're willing to take. And what a cleanup for Vitality. They could get a free AWP off of it to pass over to ZywOo, but they decide not to pick that up. So 4-0, what a great knockout hit from Vitality.
Yeah, that absolutely was really, really impressive. Yeah, I don't know, like, I've been advancing this theory for a little bit now, but I really do think it's true. You know, like the second best plan, if you commit to it, you know, with 100% commitment, is probably better than the better plan that you just don't quite, you know, follow through on. And what I'm seeing out of Vitality right now is just that level of commitment, which is incredible. 8-0 on RPK.
I wonder. It'd be fun to talk with Apex about that idea at some point. About we've always kind of theorized about like the leading from the front. If you're the entry fragger and the shot caller, there's really no delay in when you say go and when you actually do it yourself. I would wonder if Apex feels some kind of sensation like that. Probably the first time where he hasn't had a delay of his teammates coming back behind him when he goes in.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's there's some truth to it, right? His picture of what he's seen when he pushes like that is, you know, 100% accurate in his own mind. Whereas if you get the information secondhand from someone else, you know, you could misunderstand what they're saying, or it may not be exactly right. Oh no, the timing there could have almost got Shox killed. Have you seen that new meme where people are drawing on someone else's back and then they have to draw another thing on, you know, they have to sort of like try and draw what's being drawn on their back? Have you seen that yet?
No, I have not.
Well, then this explanation
sounds like an
sense.
intense team building exercise.
That's what Counter-Strike players are
so
like.
So one of those, huh?
I'll show you in the break.
Okay, I see where you're going with it. Yeah, I would love that. I can't wait to see more memes. 4 players into the B bomb site. Vitality obviously going to go for this. That's a big kill for Shox. Defined twist before the bomb gets planted. ZywOo gets off it, but he's going to go right back. Smoke into the choke point is going to buy time for Vitality to get set in post-plant positions. And NIP should have a difficult, if not impossible, retake scenario.
They have a flashbang on Hampers, and I think that's going to be it. Once that goes out, they need to go. There's a little bit of a shot being fired. There's the flashbang. It does nearly nothing at all. Apex, easy kill. Yeah, that flashbang was completely ineffective.
Yeah, I don't even know. Even the player who was full exposed to that choke point didn't get bothered by it, so that flashbang fell short. ZywOo's had a haircut. Barbers are open in France.
Yeah, that's good news, I guess. I mean, so it's about time, isn't it? I was gonna say you just take care of it yourself. You weren't even affected by the whole scenario.
Yeah. No, I haven't had to worry about my barber being shut down at all.
I was starting to get.
It's the last thing I've cared about.
Yeah, another benefit.
Just the positives keep adding up. Nice boost in middle. Twist is able to pick off ZywOo. That's deep towards T-ramp. 4-on-5 in the favor of Ninjas.
Yeah, double AWP setup on CT side Inferno. I think it's kind of cool, but again, some of the downsides could definitely come if you have to do retakes. They haven't been doing good retakes anyway, so I guess they're not that worried about it. 5-0 in favor of Vitality, but this could be one of the chances. Oh no, he got stuck on the wall, flashed, I think. I think he actually wanted to fall back, and now it's back in a 4-on-4. That's kind of devastating. And now once again, they slow it down.
Oh, yeah, that one hurts. Masuta's just going to hold the line over a minute, or just under a minute to play with. Gonna make sure there's no rotations too fast. Good shot from Nock. They know the AWP is at Banana. And I think Vitality, that has to be the go sign for them. They know they can't fall back and deal with that AWP. They have no smokes. They've just used them. Molotovs out. What a nade. Hampus takes down Apex, and the defense is looking strong, but Shox has one more card to play.
Yeah, let's see. He could actually Molotov that player in pit out, and then maybe Shox could find him. Oh no, but he's going to get found by Twist instead. And then the flank coming in. That's a pretty powerful round. They know that there's a double orb in play now, at least Vitality, so that could be some info.
At least they have that information and perhaps a timeout as they try and discuss exactly what they want to do to counter it. I actually just saw Apex shaking his head. No reason to get frustrated just yet. You're up 5-1. But this is going to be a bit of a test, because this is sometimes where we see T-sides on Inferno fall flat, where you have that economic control, the losing bonus builds up, CT side gets a very strong buy, and then they go on a tear. Sometimes it's just a delayed response from the CT side because they don't have money. So Vitality, plenty of time to put more rounds on the board. Oh, Apex gave us a whole theater class right there. That wasn't just a reaction. That was a whole... He was given a prompt and he rolled with it.
Yeah, but he just is the most memeable person I know, I think. It's just quite amazing. He needs his own show or something. Like, can we get like an Apex cooking show where... I just want to see Apex reacting to different things in general. I think it would be great. I don't think he realizes, but he's got like a giant career ahead of him if he wants.
Well, Masuta and Shox going to take control of A-holes. Shox leading the way, at least for the moment. Apex and RPK control Banana. This looks like with 3 players in the B bomb site, NIP with that solid victory in the previous round, starting to feel comfortable with changing up the defense and trying some new things. It looks like they want to pounce for top Banana control at a delayed reaction when they hear the noise, but the sound cues aren't there because the players aren't there. They're going to hop up mid right now. It's Hampus and Twist to defend.
There's a pretty good double stack there towards Arch. Hampus in the corner. They have Molotovs that could be dangerous if they push through right as he's running out of it, but otherwise it should be a good defensive setup there between Twist and Hampus. We'll see. Smoke is now just fading, and they're not really pushing through around the corner yet. Heavy stack over at the B side though for NIP, so this has to work. Hampus gets a kill, but close range is Saiwu. He ran him down with the AWP, no scoping him in the corner, and that's a problem for the A side, a huge problem in fact.
Yeah, there's no one in the site, there's no one in pit, and now you have the best opper in the world holding on to Rap side. Good flashbang. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, but a missed opportunity from Twist. That could be the round right there. I don't think Twist can even hold this bomb site long enough for his teammates to rotate over, and Zaiwu can back away. They've got to be worried about him still holding this portion of the map. In NIP, a risky defense with no one actually in the bomb site, and they did not get enough production out of it.
No, they really needed that Arch double there to do way more. They needed to not just trade it evenly, they needed to come out on top, and it never happened. Popsky going down, trying to fight Saiwu, who's now down in the pit, and Nork and Rez are going to start to fall back. I've just never really seen a defense like that. I can't even really explain it. 3 in B, 2 at Arch, and nobody in the A-bomb side.
I don't mind it, but you're exactly right. That defense just needs to provide way more. I was surprised to see the Arch player throw a Molotov on contact and not swing with him. That feels like it should be a gun-out scenario where they can wipe out that whole half of the attack, or at least enough kills to make Vitality not want to attack the A bomb site, right? Now, part of this is very lucky that that Molotov didn't spread into the cubby, because Zaiwu was going to go down if it did. And obviously, if Twist comes out of library with that flashbang and hits that shot, Zaiwu goes down, and then they have a real chance to set up a staging for the retake, or at least a challenging 3-on-3. None of those things happened, so everything just goes against NIP, but that's what the benefit of having the economy, of having a clean round previously provides. You can take a risk like that.
6-1. I mean, this is just a fantastic start coming out right now for the Vitality team. You wonder when they're going to start to run into serious trouble. There's, what, 10,000 before the buy here on RPK? Kind of the same on Apex. How do you like this look for Cyber? I actually think it fits him kind of well.
I need some more time with it. You know, I've gotten used to his image.
It's on a webcam as well. You get.
I need. It feels a little grainy. I feel like it's going to be better in person.
All right.
I feel like maybe that's when I'll be able to actually draw my conclusions.
Makes him look more focused, I think. Maybe that's what I'm enjoying.
He does look like a really friendly cartoon character when he has hair. Like, you wouldn't imagine him being like super like deadly or intimidating in the game. You know, you would never pick him out of a lineup and say that's the best player of 2019.
Yeah, and he's the real killer.
This is the face of dominance.
Yeah, I agree, but there we are. Twist in the corner, flashed. Oh, he needs some backup. Hampers is trying to get in to help him out. Nice shot from Twist. Hampers goes down, though, and again, the trading is leaving the path wide open into the A-bomb side. Rez is now scrambling to get here, but if he goes down, the round is done. I mean, it almost already is. He's just struggling to find anywhere to stand, and they're coming in from all sides, and backup is not there yet. They know where he is, and yeah, it's almost certainly round done. Nice shot from Plopsky, but they need to think about it, whether or not they want to give up these rifles.
They're almost at the point where they kind of have to go for it. 7-1 is going to be the scoreline if Vitality can take this map. Nade goes into the site. It's not going to do enough damage to finish off ZywOo. In fact, it will do no damage at all.
This A-bomb side is...
NIP backs away.
Yeah, it's just crumbling, isn't it? What's going on?
This is one of the most unrelenting T-sides I've seen from a French team in a number of years, I feel. They have not, from initial contact, they have not stopped whatsoever. And the real problem is, like, NIP's not showing that they can resist any of it at the A-bomb site, so why would Vitality switch things up?
It's almost like a return to traditional French Counter-Strike, which on this map used to be exactly like you were just saying. It's like once there was contact, the fight just didn't really stop. That was like a 2014-15 type deal. Yeah, it's really, really hard to deal with, obviously, especially when they trade favorably in the beginning like this. I would really love it if one of these rounds, let's say one of these rounds where Apex or someone else spawns close to the forward zone there in T-spawn, if they just go quick banana and just hope that NIP have overstacked the A side or something like that.
Mate, this haircut makes ZywOo look like Darth Vader.
Ooh. There's got to be some merch, available at some point for that.
Yep. It smiles a little bit too much for Vader, but the look is there. It's perfect. You put him in that black suit, the mask on.
Yeah. I'm sure people are already working on the photoshops as we speak. Get him ready. Plopsky started to fall back. There's the stack towards the A-bomb side I was talking about. I mean, again, this is a pretty common strategy, so it's not like this has to be a sign of any kind of panic or weakness out of NIP, but it's just that if Vitality find the right round to go B where that stack was happening, it would be so devastating to the Swedes, surely. Yeah, Nork falling back. He was just there to throw a smoke. If they have the right read here, it's going to be so disgusting. They're now rotating Twist back in, so it's rotating more and more people back into B to throw smokes.
I don't know what NIP does here. B split coming in, Molotov out in the boxes. Good shot from Nock, retreating battle. He's got another one. Some fine shooting, and the bomb is dropped right in front of him, and I don't think there's a way that Vitality can retake it. I don't even think they can pick it up. He's got a second player coming from behind him, and even if they do get the bomb, they'll only have less than 20 seconds to actually get into the site. ZywOo has an angle. There's the first pick. A flashbang comes in. Oh, ZywOo's got that. He peeks before the flash, but again, the clock is their final boss, and they can't make it in time. They've got to rush through the smoke, and they're going to rush into their death.
Wow, nice shooting from Rez, but you're absolutely right. It was definitely the clock that was the big problem, and Plopsky was sneaking up behind them as well, so 7-2, 10th round there, but again, ZywOo just displaying exactly how dangerous he can be. Maybe...
Feels like... Yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe that is the secret for him all along, is that he actually is using the Force.
Yeah. He knows what's coming. He's got those pod racing reactions.
Exactly. Well, finally a round for NIP. It's not really good enough, but I guess it's a single step in the right direction here.
I think the real problem for them is the AWP seems to be one of the things that's had the most success for NIP on this CT side, but they don't have one this round. It was taken away from them. They weren't able to recover it back in CT spawn.
They got a lot of banana control this time, though. Nork and Plopsky both holding it for a long time. I think that could be really beneficial. Though they don't know what's happening on the A side, but I guess they can kind of guess. So as long as no one's at banana, smoke goes up at a perfect time, and the lineup is there. Beautiful stuff. Plopsky and Nork shutting it down. That's timing on that smoke could not possibly have been better.
Ooh, there's a peek. Shox is gonna pick off Twist. Any damage that Vitality can do is good. The money is still not great for NIP. Any rebar they can force out of this defense is going to hinder them moving forward. So Vitality looking for kills even if they end up losing. Masuta's going to get knocked, and now they have a chance. Oh, the young gun of Vitality. And they're going to switch back to A. And they might actually be able to lure Hampus into a peek. He's on the right side of mid. He hears the footsteps, though, and he's going to play it safe.
Yeah, this is a smart play from him. Instead of taking the fight right away, they line up in front of him, and he'll shut it down. That was, I think that was heads up. Again, if he had gone for the fight in middle there, maybe they would have traded him right away, and it would have been a bit of a disaster.
Oh, they cleared Boiler too. They were looking at it, and they just looked away before clearing that deep corner. What a great round from Masuta. NIP almost throw it away. Still, very effective in a loss for Vitality. And they're going to buy again here. They have the money. Apex can drop weapons. Shox and ZywOo can both buy whatever they want. So the pressure has not abated for NIP. There's still a chance Vitality can bury them in this half.
Yeah, they've got them deep underground already, so you're absolutely right. Got some MAC-10s coming out. And yeah, sign of the slightly dwindling economy of Vitality finally taking a bit of a dive here. And NIP, I mean, it's not like they're building a lot, but they're certainly trying. Just need another round to stack on top, and I think then we're into a changing tide here that could start to favor NIP a bit. Just a pistol on RPK, but someone could have dropped for him. Is that just... I'm confused.
I mean, this could be, you know, the Frenchies playing with the economy a little bit, saying, let's go, you know, for, we can use these MAC-10s in a certain situation, the P250 in a certain situation, and still have money moving forward for the next round. It might be their way of just preserving some money, even with the dangerous buy, so that they don't ever have to full save.
Yeah, it could be. Well, they're down in the pit. This is actually pretty aggressive. Oh, they're on the bomb side as well. Everyone is blind. Masuta going down. RPK and Apex with a bit of a return. And oh, RPK just a pistol. He didn't need anything else. A huge double kill. And now Nork is in a 1 versus 3. I don't know how that happened.
I can't believe it. The kills from RPK are stunning. Nock is gonna hard clear it. He does take a dink from the MAC-10. Bomb is not planted yet. It's tossed over. It doesn't make it. Oh, they messed up, and now Shox. Certainly you can rely on him. Maybe not to throw a bomb, but at least to win a 1 versus 1. He's losing a lot of time as Nock rotates around. He's gotten here pretty quick as Shock's going to be prepared for it. The plant goes down. Nock has got this one. Nock has played it perfectly, and he saved NIP.
Oh my god, that is so disturbing to watch. How did they lose that 1 versus 3, and how did you not throw the bomb? There needs to be some kind of Counter-Strike CrossFit games where you just learn how to do that. This is...
Listen, America's been saying for years you need to start playing baseball.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. No one ever says that. It's the worst sport.
I wouldn't know. I don't even think I know how you even play the game. Don't know what the rules are.
I think it's a slower version of cricket, I think.
Yeah, well, that really cleared it up for me.
Oh dear, I cannot believe Nock just won a 1 versus 3 like that. Vitality, that was your chance. That was the moment that this entire half Vitality could have had an 11-4, a 12-3 half had they won that. They would have had economic control down the later stages of the half as well, and they just let it slip away in a 3 versus 1. We've seen a lot of typical French Counter-Strike today.
We have, and again, it was just the confusion around the bomb and not being able to throw it across, and it was just like, it's very painful to watch. Well, they've half bought up, but again, the economy means they can buy next round anyway. So in that sense, they've found a nice rhythm here where they could be dangerous, but they can still, you know, they can still buy in the next round. So I guess that's kind of cool.
Man, I'm still hung up on that. especially considering the MAC-10's so aggressive on the site, the P250 from RPK with the double kill. Everything was perfect. Everything went exactly as designed.
Let's see. Start of the wraparound. Twist, Hampers, and Rez dug quite... Oh, they're going to be split instead. I thought maybe they were going to try and actually go for the fight, but nope. Nork and Plopsky inside of the B-bomb site, but this is very scary. They don't even realize. Now they finally do, but if Nork or Plopsky, any one of them go down, and there's RPK again at work with that ridiculous pistol. And finally, Nork comes in. Needs more than just the one. He's going to get 3, in fact. Bomb will still be planted, and now it's a 2-on-3 with a Molotov on Saiwu, and there are no smokes available here for NIP. Let's see if he has the guts to save it. No, he's got to use it really early on. That would have been fun, though, if he had.
They do have one flashbang on Zaiwu as well. This is going to be the peak for Apex. He's got to go with it as soon as it's thrown. Here it comes. Apex peeking from dark, and there's an off shot. Zaiwu down to 13 health. He's going to get spammed. It's only Apex in the back of the site. He had to have that kill clean and quick. It's not to be, and NIP still just barely holding on to this map.
Man, again, I feel like maybe there was a world in which he could have. It's hard to know if they would have had a smoke. I guess if you're Saiwu, you're just thinking, well, if they had one, then it doesn't really matter. Regardless, dangerous round that Vitality can't really convert. Gonna get the bomb plant and a lot of money to work with, though. Orb on Twist.
All right. Yeah, and remember, that had great impact early on for NIP. It seems like they've at least picked up in the other areas where they don't have to rely on the AWP, but still a pretty dangerous weapon. That smoke is going to cause some hesitation for Vitality, as it could indicate a push down middle. And again, NIP running a defense at the moment. Nobody actually in the A bomb site. There's a timing here as Masuta, Zaiwu, and Shox all pushing in towards A halls. There's a timing that could have been ugly for NIP, and I think Vitality is going to just miss it. Still, they're going to be very happy about nobody in pit.
Yep, and that trade is huge. Rez catching the mid-air, but he needed that kill. He's going to be back around the smoke, though, and Twist wanted to help him out, and you can't blame him. I mean, Rez is in trouble, but the fact is he ended up over-peeking and then goes down. Nice shot from Rez, but the fires will catch him, and Nork now coming through 1 versus 3 here, and this is a really big problem. If he could do it again, he's an absolute superhero. He's getting a kill on Shox, and they know exactly where he is. He's trapped in the corner, and surely they're going to be able to win it. That's an 8th round, but even worse, it's a huge chunk out of the NIP economy.
Yeah, they really don't have a whole lot to fight with, and they might just want to save for the final round of the half. Maybe a half buy on 2 or 3 players, but other than that, they do not have the money to really mount anything. And again, I thought Vitality missed the timing, but they actually hit it pretty damn close to perfect. First player blinded out in the open. Even though he gets the 1 kill, that's fine. 1-for-1 trade is super impactful there, as you can tell. And they've Vitality now with a 3-round lead. 8-5, a chance to make it 9-5, a good chance against what's going to be Deagles. But Plopsky's fully investing. If NIP go all in on this round, that could have been a 3-for-1 victory for Vitality in the last one.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's going to be a Deagle and a flashbang on Plopsky, and more investment coming in. They really are buying into it. At least some of them are. It's happening slowly, but it is happening. What do you think about that?
I don't like it. But I mean, I guess when you're down 5 rounds, you're down 5-8 on the CT side of Inferno. I guess you kind of have to take a little bit of a risk. They probably feel like they need more rounds before switching over. And we know these Deagles can do work, so let's see. Either way, the odds are not looking pretty for the Ninjas at the moment.
No, they do sort of reflect a reality around just how well the French side has been playing here. It is really, really impressive. Rez over on the one side of the pit there with the M4. Hampers the sole defender inside of the B-bomb site with a Deagle, and if they test him, I mean, surely they're gonna, yeah, if they actually go for him, there's nothing you can do right. They do slow it down and the smoke comes up.
But that's good. I mean, obviously, well, it's not good for NIP, but it's Vitality playing it correctly, applying a little bit of pressure, forcing some of that utility out. And normally, you know, you'd probably see the players hold onto those smokes a little bit longer if they had rifles, but at such a disadvantaged fight, you can't really take that risk. Here comes stack on rap side, best chance for NIP. Oh, they're gonna get a couple kills of those Deagles, but Apex commits again, and Knock finds one more. Very far back, and there's Rez with the M4. Vitality walked right into the stack. ZywOo's got knife out, and he switches over, but it's not fast enough. 8-6, but NIP, they hold on and get a couple of free rifles.
I actually think part of the problem there was that the first people around the corner there at Arch just didn't swing quite wide enough. They actually needed to go further. I think we'll maybe see it here. They did. I don't know how they don't get this kill. There's 3 people shooting at the guy on the pallet there, and they still don't do it. That's kind of hard to even explain, isn't it?
That's so brutal. For NIP, though, they've got to be so happy. They've got to be jumping for joy. The risk paid off.
I mean, listen, credit to NIP. I'm kind of impressed that they're back at 6 rounds even. I don't think it's necessarily a great first half, but it's not at the point yet now where you say, well, this whole map is just, washed away from them or anything.
Yeah. They've avoided the catastrophe of going into the second half saying, man, there's really not a great chance that we can pull this back. They've actually survived the worst that Vitality could throw at them. Or I guess the best that the Vitality has thrown at them. This is pretty incredible job from them on defense. Nice counter flashes, 1-for-1 trade. Plopsky's still alive and he mows down 2.
Well, 2 on 3, another bomb plant here, but Vitality's after plants have not actually looked that great. And in the 15th round, NIP, they've got so many grenades to make this work. If they find out exactly where the Vitality players are, they can use those smokes and Molotovs to block them out and really isolate them. And especially in that corner that ZywOo's in right now, if they Molotov that, then there's no out for him. He doesn't have any smokes or anything to get rid of them. He's going to go for the fight early, though, and he'll take down Rez. Now, let's see. Oh, the grenade lands, but ZywOo continues. More headshots. Now a flashbang, and he wants to finish it, and he will. What a quad kill coming out from him. And a 9th round there for Vitality. That was absolutely brutal.
That was a supreme round from ZywOo. 4 kills, 17-7 he ends the half on. We're headed to a break and we'll come back and we'll have the conclusion of NIP and Vitality.
Have completely bought into the idea that, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky.
They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that, so putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
That's a little profile there of Evil Geniuses. Definitely still a fun team to watch. But we've got NIP and Vitality. 9 rounds in the first half for the French side. Jason, it's gonna be very, very tough for NIP, I think, to come back in the second half.
It is, but I think if you're gonna lean on anything to say that they can do it, it's how much did they withstand in that first half. It looked like Vitality was gonna be able to wipe them out of the map in just 15 rounds of play, essentially. So that was pretty sick to see NIP hang on in tough situations. I like this aggressive Pisteron as well. Shox and Masuta up in the halls. Although Nock might be hearing or seeing that drop.
He definitely had the flashbangs, but he's still going to take a bullet to the face. I almost wondered if NIP could have tried to react based on that aggression, because they knew what was coming, I think. Rez charges into the bomb site now, but more backup is coming. RPK will take down Plopsky. I think he was flashed as well. Shox with a kill on Hampus, and it's falling apart right now for the Swedes. I'm not even sure they're going to get a bomb plant, so maybe try and go for one of those early buys. They might just have to wait, and that's, I mean, time and rounds. They don't really have to wait either. Nice shots.
Ooh. Oh my god. They got to gush through the smoke. Look at the HP. Like, that's just Glock spam as they're running. And they have a real chance at winning this pistol round somehow. Just a second ago, they were completely boxed into banana. Now Vitality is all over the map. They don't know what's happening.
Wow. I mean, they can actually... Twist can throw that standard smoke to block out RPK. This can actually work.
I don't know how they've got themselves in this position, but it just continues the trend of NIP somehow digging themselves out of every hole that Vitality has put them into. They're playing this very slow. That smoke is going to come out any second, but they don't want to give away the game too soon. So just now it goes up. RPK has the information, but 5 HP. He doesn't want to go for it. 5 HP on RPK, 3 HP on ZywOo, but Rez, he's putting himself in danger if he pushes in here. He's got to clear everything. Great shot from RPK, and that might have been too much of a risk.
Yeah, it might have been. That was a huge chance there, and RPK will land one more headshot. Beautiful triple from him. The last 2 kills there, so crucial, but honestly, that's... I mean, just for the future of Vitality, these rounds can't end up turning out this way. They were so aggressive even after they had essentially won the round.
It's wild. I mean, this kill is great. That right there, that little sequence was the gush onto RPK.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
There's some absolutely wild stuff happening on the Vitality fan cam.
Oh, it's getting weird.
Yeah.
It's getting weird.
The best kind of weird. Oh, let's see now. Pushed up in the middle. Shox and Apex. They want to put the pressure on. And NIP, obviously, with the bomb plant now, means they can actually buy. And they have, but they're still losing all across the board. 3-for-1 trade. And ZywOo with a headshot to take down Hampus. And that was quick.
That was good mid-aggression, and then a pause, a tense pause to wait for a flashbang, but that neutralized those AK-47s in a big way. Nock in a 1 versus 3. He won one of these in the first half, completely different situation at this time as well. Look at Vitality, they've just evacuated the premises. They're just like, yep, you can have the bomb, you can have as much space as you want. We're gonna force you into a bomb site. Masuta is playing over at Banana, at top towards the car and half wall. And he's got a smoke, so even if he spots anything, now he's deep into the site, but he could just drop that smoke and buy time. 2 players over at A, and Shox is playing early warning at the corner on the left.
I mean, Nork is their star player right now. It's 17 kills, the only one in double digits at all here on the NIP side. So if anyone could do it, maybe it'd be him, but I think he's about to get shot at the back end. Oh no! I can't believe it. How does he turn around to check that? Out of control. Still, he's in a lot of trouble. 30 seconds. He sees the fight down there. Grenade to try and see if he can do some more damage. The headshot on RPK from a 1-on-3 into a 1-on-1. What a miraculous play coming out from Nork. Now, can he finish what he started here? Masuta is coming around the corner, and Nork, he's hiding. He's already got the quad kill, and he's on par for you to try and see if he get the ace at the end. Walking right into his crosshairs. Masuta coming in. Nork standing up. He sees it, and there it is. What a genius.
He's won 2 1 versus 3 in this game, and you're exactly right. He is the only thing keeping NIP alive. That should have been an impossible round. And again, Vitality just played it so well until right at the end, the late round scenario in a 1 versus 3, everyone is alone and isolated. You can have one player at the B bomb site spotting, playing alone, but those 2 players at A, there's no reason to not be together. And that's an Apex level meme.
It is.
And
I can't even, I don't know how he turns against Shox. How does he turn around to see that?
Yeah, you're just, I guess you're clearing everything as you go up, and you feel a little bit safe when no one peeks from library. The big one, I think, is RPK peeking out from pit. Could have slow played that as well. I mean, there's a lot of things you could criticize after the fact, but the big one is just, you have 3 people. Put 2 together and 1 person on the other side of the map who just stays safe at the other bomb site. But the fact that there was no teamwork in that 3-on-1 is just so strange.
Yeah. Yeah, no one could revenge any of those kills. Vitality are determined to play this game on hard mode at the moment. They really want to make sure it gets maximally difficult. Nork will continue, taking down Saiwu this time. And they have invested into the round here, Vitality, so this is not nothing. If NIP end up walking away with this victory, it's going to be just a painful conversation on the French side afterwards, you have to assume. Of how do we...
They've had to have a lot of painful conversations over the years, Sanders. I think they're used to it at this point. I think they all know what those conversations feel like.
Nork is at 23 kills. He's outfired everyone on the server. And yeah, he's having himself a monstrous game right now. It's cool to watch. I mean, all they need surely on the NIP side is for someone to join him. Someone to catch up even to half his level at the moment, and they'd be in a good spot.
Yeah, that would be nice. It would certainly help. This is good at the moment that they at least have the economic advantage in the early stages of this half. Even that first gun round might be a little bit tough for Vitality. And NIP, it's their turn to just crank up the aggression, crank up the pace. They know it's going to be a save. MAC-10s are out against unarmored opponents, tapping away at the head. Masuta forced into the open, forced into a jumping MAC-10. And a 9th round now for the Ninjas is going to be put on the board.
Yeah, and they're even, I mean, they know exactly where the rest of them are. Happy to try and take some of these fights. All they have to worry about is the Deagle, but not really that much of a worry. 9-10. I'm so confused. On the one hand, I'm excited for Nork just single-handedly lifting the entire NIP team. What a great story that is, but there's part of me that just doesn't want to... I don't want to see these kind of collapses from Vitality when they have the lead in some of these rounds.
No, and because they've played so good as well, like some of that T-side calling was very fun, very cool to watch. They had a lot of the correct calls. And it's just, I mean, it's impressive that Nip's in it, and it's also heartbreaking that Vitality haven't been able to capitalize on everything they've given themselves. Especially when you consider Vitality more than most teams in the professional scene. The biggest question marks for this squad have really come around you know, tactic, leadership, which in-game leader. You know, they had the whole Shocks NBK thing. Alex was in there doing well for a while. And then they've had this jockeying. Now Apex has taken over, and we're questioning where that's going to end up going. And at least in the early stages, it looks cool. Just too many, I mean, losing 2 1v3s is heartbreaking.
Man, that was a deep smoke being thrown by Twist. I wonder if they were going to try and do anything more with it. I actually thought maybe they would try and speed it up, but they did also get smoked out in middle, so maybe that's why they've slowed it down here. But NIP have checked out Banana and not seen anyone, so they might feel like they could do this. One good pop flash in the middle, and they could actually go and fight RPK and Saibu.
Yeah, we'll see when the timing comes in. They're going to go for it. Looks like pretty soon here. Rez coming up to the angle, pushing down halls as well. There's a nade into Boiler. Goes past Twist, but it does some damage. There's the jump out. He knows where RPK is. ZywOo's all alone. That is a comprehensive victory for NIP and just Shocks. You're not re-peeking from that angle. And it's time to save for the other 2 Vitality members, Masuta and Apex. No chance to get involved. 10-10.
Wow. Yeah, now you're starting to feel like NIP have really come alive. It's like they lived through all of it. They watched Nork ace his way into through a 1 versus 3, and then that was what it took to wake them up. The rest of them started to really get on the scoreboard now, and they're about to tie it up. I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
Why not? This is what we're talking about. Who'd you pick for this game? Did you have Vitality? Did you have Nip?
Oh, I can't even remember. Again, I just, you know, Jason, I probably should have some better answers for you, but at least it's on the graphics, so we definitely know whenever we go and find it.
You picked Vitality.
I picked Vitality?
Picked Vitality.
Oh, yep. Dear. Well, now I'm going to be mad if they don't. I'm not going to do... I need the points.
Tweet at him. Let him know.
Okay. What do we... I mean, they have some rifles saved, but this is really turned, and it's just turned really quickly. Rez and Plobsky are pushing up Banana, on Nork is on the other side, so yeah, they're being defensive early on, but they are checking out Banana, and again, they're getting it kind of without having to spend that much energy on it here.
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to see Vitality challenge a little bit more. I'm actually interested. I don't think NIP is going to end up at this B bomb site because, I mean, if they're thinking, you know, logically and critically about the problem ahead of them, they have to know the 2 players who saved those rifles are the B defenders.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd probably want to avoid that. If they go... Well, if they go now, it's only one of them. Go back to A, it's a stack.
Masuta's got one more smoke, though, so as soon as that one fades, he's going to put it down. And I think during that second smoke, during its lifespan while it's up, you'll eventually, I imagine you'll see Apex rotate back. That's a great push. They pop flash mid, and they push down. Vitality trying to get the information. They see nobody in mid, so it's a shift back to the B bomb site.
Masuta's hiding inside of the smoke. If he gets the right timing, he could maybe line it up. He's certainly thinking about it. There's the swing, but he gets nothing out of it. They saw that coming. And I think that's probably the round here. Again, Apex with the M4, maybe not want to risk it. Shocks is showing up with a deagle, but... Oh, the smoke fades, and he could almost find that. Would have been insane, but not happening. Rez with a triple instead, and now NIP in the lead. Winning 5 in a row, catching fire, and they're up 11-10.
This is wild stuff. This is really good from NIP. 5 in a row now. And finally, we have ZywOo with the AWP. We have Vitality with plenty of utility as well. One kit is on Shocks. But this is where, if you're Vitality, ZywOo is going to step up. This is where your star needs to shine to get you back in this game. Again, no defense of Banana. NIP is able to march all the way up to Car with basically just 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, and it does allow them to do so many things behind that. It looks like Masuda and Apex want to try and retake it after the fact, which I think if they were to do that, I'd be a huge fan of it. Look at NIP. They're all outside of middle, but the rest of Vitality don't know it. Those 2 players in B have just no information.
Yeah, but if ZywOo gets flashed off the angle, they're going to be in trouble.
See Shox pushing through, wants to be there to help out his team. There's ZywOo with a kill. RPK still hiding in the corner, and Shox will get one before he's loses 2 teammates on the other side. It's Nork to return, and now it's a 3-on-3. They're inside of the side, and Shox, he wants to get up and see if he can flank them. He could still be the hero in this round.
Rez needs to get out of there with the bomb. And who's going to watch the flank after he leaves? They don't have the cover of smoke anymore. Shox is going to come in. Hampus is watching this for the moment, and Shox pulls a nade out. That is unfortunate timing. Here it comes. Pop flash. Shox is going to peek. Hampus is ready. Ready to go. And now he can stay alive in pit. He's safe for the moment.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the cue. There's no reason for him to take the fight. Just wait until they get closer. Apex is already escaping, and man, if Shox if he had his rifle out, that would have been a kill.
Or at least an opportunity for it, right? At least the chance to take that shot. And unfortunately, Vitality back away and save these guns. They're not able to recover the AWP that ZywOo had. And that, we have seen that defense so many times, and that is the weak point of it. If you send anyone through halls as NIP, if there's that lane stack, while there's attention on mid, that jump out is so dangerous, especially because you can curve through the smoke and negate anyone in pit. This round, they have to deal with that, but it's a double kill.
Wow. I'm actually shocked because it starts out well enough, but Nork coming in with the spray, that's it. Too much to handle.
And Shox even gets blinded. Shox even gets blinded by Apex, his teammate.
Yeah.
So a little bit of miscommunication on top of it all. This, I don't know, I wonder, you can do this with a lot of maps that have been played in the history of Counter-Strike, I would imagine, but you have to feel for Vitality in the sense that those 2 1 versus 3 that Nock won in this game, what is the trajectory of this map if he doesn't win those, if they play those fine?
Yeah. It's
starting to look like NIP's going to run away with this.
That's absolutely what it feels like to me right now. And I can't even imagine the level of frustration because, again, it's not like they were so far ahead and they were playing really well, but all the rounds they've lost have just been slightly silly, to be honest. We'll see. Back at Banana, and it's Masuta taking down Popsky. Swings for it with the AK and takes him right down. That was a nice little hit. Hampus, though, we almost, I think, had the timing then. That could have been dangerous. It still might be.
Oh, he's used the footsteps. Oh, Masuta's so dead. Mistake out of inexperience, and what a huge trade. 2 players into the bomb site. There's still actually a great opportunity for Vitality to win this round. It's a 3-on-2. They don't have a kit, but they do have an AK-47 and some utility. It's this position that's going to be so tough to clear out.
Yeah, very tough against Rez. He's definitely a very good player again. Turning around for the flashbang there, and yeah, they have the right idea, but how do you get rid of him? The answer is you just don't. Big double kill, and now it's Twist left. Another heavy hitter here of the NIP team. Shox is low on health. He does have a smoke, so he's going to try and see if he can tap it, but it will be a 10-second defuse, and that's just hard to do. He comes out, but goes down to Twist. AK versus MP9. That was a predictable outcome, and another round, 13-10 here. Oh god, man, they are running away with this game, winning 7 rounds in a row on this T side right now.
Oh, that's a great shot to start the round for Masuta, but this one right here is a massive either miscommunication between the 2 players. I have to think that Masuta thought Apex was at least holding enough of an angle to know if they were walking in, that he would have the information that they were coming into the bomb site.
Yeah, but I think it's...
But the drop off the boxes that made the noise.
Yeah, and I think Hampus knew that actually that he had fallen back that way. I think he heard him running. ZywOo there to pick up the kill. Hampus ducked right into that. He can't get back around the corner, but pushing ZywOo like this is really dangerous. Yeah, and I think they might know that, like, actually, let's not try and chase him down. Good opening for Vitality.
Well, they won the last round in a 4-on-5.
Yeah. They could do it again. That's an early smoke from Masuta, isn't it?
Take it away.
Well, I was just gonna say that is a really early smoke for Masuta to throw down. I know he's just covering this part of the map on his own, but that does leave him with the Molotov, I guess. But they can wait around in IP, and I think that's just what they're doing. Let's see if it ever gets put up again. No smoke returning, so Banana is theirs.
Yeah, he's deep into the bomb site now, and I think more than anything, that's going to put some pressure on ZywOo, who would be the one, who knows, excuse me, it'd be Apex and the one who'd be rotating back. He doesn't have a smoke either. There's the Molotov, and that's the seconds needed to get Apex back at this B bomb site to kind of shore up the defense here. But again, they have nothing to block these choke points. It's going to be an aim battle, and Apex is smoked off.
Suter inside of the site. It's a good early headshot. Rez there, quick with the trade. 25 seconds. RPK and ZywOo going to be retaking from Banana. Apex actually showing up with a really good kill there. And no bomb plant happening yet. They've really slowed down behind it. And Nog realized he has to go back and check, but there's another one there. He did hit the straight headshot. Nog is good for 1 kill and 1 kill only. Yeah, 9 seconds here. Plovsky trying to push in, and he's not going to be able to do it. Even if he had, I'm not sure he could have actually won the round. Vitality finally getting back in the game.
Yeah, but they missed a step here right at the end. RPK did not run back to actually go pick up the AWP from ZywOo. They haven't recovered that. Remember, that got them the opening pick in the previous round, and obviously it's ZywOo. Give them the op as much as you possibly can. So they'll be missing that critical weapon. 2-round lead for NIP, and the money is not good for Vitality. Again, a victory here for the Ninjas might just seal this map. Even just a solid take of a bomb site might force Vitality to not actually try and go for the retake.
Oh, they're going to be quick about it as well. Look at this, running up through the arch all the way around. They've got RPK and ZywOo pushed into the bomb site. Rez leading the charge, and they're in so much trouble, Vitality. They need some strong early kills. NIP have slowed it down, and there's at least one of them. RPK realizing someone would have had to have boosted him up there. Apex gets a kill. Is it actually going to turn? Can they really survive this Vitality? ZywOo gets one more before he goes down, but it's a 2-on-2 now with the bomb behind Shox. He keeps fighting. Did he not know where the bomb was?
Yeah, he must have had no idea. Must not have seen it. That's a huge mistake. Masuta, 1 versus 2. Nox gonna go down. Rez for the trade, goes for the peek, and Masuta backing off. 1 minute, and he uses a Molotov early. Smoke as well goes down, but he gives up the angle. He puts the utility in the choke point and just backs away. Rez can play this as slow as he'd like.
Is he going to expect the reposition? He's got the right idea, and Masuta coming up with a 1 versus 2. He nearly gave it away, and I just think the fact that they didn't know where the bomb was, that nearly lost them everything.
That might just be the pressure of the situation and maybe the frustration coming to bear. I think more often than not, that bomb keeps them firmly planted where they are. There was no need for that push from Shox to get involved in this fashion. Especially with the smoke down. Good win from Masuta. But still, the money is on the edge.
Yeah, it really is on the edge, and NIP could still buy even after this one. I mean, they have a pretty good bank on Rez there, so I'm sure they'll keep forcing it up. Tried to get flashed in, but Plovsky was quick to spin and take down Shox. This is a very intense game we've got going on.
Yeah, this has been beautiful so far. This low economy and the buy right on the edge for Vitality means they are missing a lot of utility. Means they can't actually rotate anyone off of the B bomb site. I almost feel like the best option for Vitality to actually win this is exactly what they're doing now, but pull ZywOo over and you can defend with 3 players in A. Either way, everyone's here. Plopsky with the double kill, but ZywOo is unexpected. Nade out for Plopsky. Do they want to go forward?
No. RPK in the middle, though. Almost finding a kill. It took a second too long. If that had been an instant shot, he could have been ready for hampers. Now it's ZywOo 1 versus 2. He's here pretty quickly. Twist needs to make the cross. They're going to be trying to smoke him off. Some heads-up play coming out now. They're holding the smoke. He walks right into certain death, and that's 14 rounds. Oh, man, the money for Vitality.
No.
This is dreadful.
Yeah, it's gross, and Ninjas have so much cash built up from their earlier successes. What a battle for NIP to be in this position. They had to withstand, if you're just joining us and you missed the first half. Vitality put together a very, very good T-side on Inferno. And NIP had to do everything they could. Nock has had to win 2 1 versus 3s to keep NIP alive in this map, and now he's got Rez joining him. You mentioned all NIP need is one more player to join Nock and having actual production in this map, and they've got it in Rez.
Yeah, and that's beautiful for them. Nock is up at their 30 kills, but Rez at 21, really starting to catch up here. This is This is a great sign for the future of NIP, isn't it? We saw like some of their resilience when they were playing on Vertigo, but that was against Saw, and we maybe rated them a bit lower. But here against Vitality, they were so far behind. They're already getting beat up, and they just lived through all of it. Force up for Vitality makes sense, I guess. Don't want to be playing for the
want to
tie.
fight. Yeah, I want to fight for the win. And listen, remember, NIP had to do a buy like this at the end of the first half as well. Right at pretty much this exact same situation in the final 3 rounds of the first half. It paid off for them with 2 rounds they won right at the close. 2 of the last 3. And we'll see if Vitality can do something similar. Quiet on the map, but look over towards brackets. And this has been happening all half. It feels like, not so much at brackets where Vitality's had some aggressive defenses from time to time, but Vitality has never battled or contested top banana control.
No, they really haven't. Good kill on Saibu. Hampus just able to pick it up. That leaves RPK and Shox inside of the bomb site, and they're in so much trouble. What a beautiful headshot from Hampus. Just effortless. RPK, yeah, he was going to get traded no matter what in that position, and there's no point in fighting.
This stems from the same idea of fighting for banana control, but like Swedes have historically always been some of the most raw, skilled Counter-Strike players in the history of the game, and Vitality's giving them a lot of space to work with. This was a passive defense, although admittedly they had some weaker weapons, but if you're never going to challenge for banana control, like that feels like a huge problem where pretty much every other team in the professional scene knows you have to at least have some kind of a plan to push down banana and utility sequences in banana. Vitality have shown none of that here.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to really become a big problem, and I don't know, it seems like it's almost too late to try and solve it now, given the fact that they're not going to have much of the equipment that you normally would try and use that. I mean, there are ways to try and get that banana control early on. And again, maybe even if they don't want to fight for it right away, I'd be happy if they just try to retake it sometimes. Maybe, and it's the same is true for middle. If you don't want to have it straight on, just try and flash your way in, 20 seconds into the round and see what you find.
Vitality's at least tried a little bit of that brackets aggression at the very least. We've seen a number of times they've had that stack towards Porch, towards Quad. We've seen a couple of times, especially in the pistol round, a couple of players push in towards A-halls. But it's been punished once or twice, and they've never tried to go back to it. Regardless, that all gets thrown out the window now. 15-12. NIP have 3 rounds to close this out.
We got MP9, UMP, a couple of FAMASas, and an M4 there on Apex. Is it going to be enough to stop the Swedes? Masuta and Apex inside of the bomb site, and peeking that is dangerous. They're outside waiting. They could go for an incredibly fast attack here. They could have the Molotovs on Masuta.
This could be a timing hit.
It definitely could be.
Yeah, the utility is just running out. Even if Nock just throws the smallest of fakes over towards the A bomb site, but this is the hot hand that NIP doesn't have with their main attack. They want him to provide some kind of a distraction, apply a little bit of pressure to keep the defense here. It's not working. ZywOo's already rotated over to B.
Yeah, they were starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable that all they heard in the middle was an AK-47. 40 seconds.
Oh, he just came to throw the smoke and he's backing off. That's a heartbreaking timing for NIP, but they're going to wait behind it.
Bomb now making its way back. 28 seconds. Man, they're running this clock very low. There's not going down to Shox. A quick return from Rez. Now it's RPK and Cyber. We were at the A-bomb site. 18 seconds on the clock. Can they stay alive? Can they actually try to bring it back here and maybe tie this series up? It's RPK and Cyber inside of the smoke. Oh no, running for the fire. 8 seconds left, and Cyber with a double kill. And that's the round. The bomb is on the ground. There's nothing they can do here to win it. It's a 1 versus 3 for Hampus. That is heartbreaking for NIP. I mean, they just left themselves no time.
That is the first round of this half where we've seen NIP play the round scared.
Yeah.
Scared to take the victory, and now look what they've done. They have been able to lean on an economic advantage the entirety of this second half. Once they took control, they've never given it back. They've constantly reset Vitality. They've reduced the amount of time that ZywOo's had an AWP in his hands. He has never consistently had the weapon. They just handed him one for free. And even if he goes down, he'll be able to get one in the last round of the half. That could not have gone worse for the Ninjas.
At least they still have money to buy. I guess that's, you know, that's something that they can look to here. If they lose the next round, though, it's going to be a slight bit more tricky. Although, yeah, the round loss bonus is not even really building for them. So, yeah, they might have a little bit of more trouble in the next round if they want to try and see if they could close it out. Bomb is far back, so NIP just set up for some tests early on here. But again, they're getting banana for free.
Here comes that delayed take. ZywOo's creeping up to it. It's a good peek. Oh, Plopsky was almost able to pounce, but he wanted ZywOo. He didn't know Apex was going to be at the corner. NIP again, some difficulty here. And wouldn't it be a shame if they couldn't close this out, if this ended in a tie? Hampus going to turn the corner right into the crosshair of Masuda. A nice trade, but still a 3-on-4.
Look at how deep in Twist is. If he can find one more kill, that could open it all up. But there's only 30 seconds. If he goes down instead, I don't know. I think, yeah, we're probably going to go to the 30th round right away. RPK and Shocks with a good crossfire. ZywOo started to make it over there. Look at how he's trying to find it. He needs that shot, and he's not going to get it. RPK standing tall in the pit for a second, at least enough for a kill. ZywOo's there with a crossfire, and now 10 seconds left. There's nothing to do. Shocks will take down Nok. He was never getting out from behind that box. 15-14.
What a change that we've seen ever since NIP just relinquished that previous round. Now that Vitality have the utility to force NIP into a late hit, they seemingly have all their plans taken away from them. 15-14. One last opportunity for NIP to take all the points. This map will not go into overtime. A tie gives a point to both teams.
Man, again, I thought once NIP went on that 7-round run, they looked indestructible. And then Vitality decided to give it one last swing here, and it seems to be working. Nok at 31 kills, ZywOo at 27. So those are the two tops right now battling it out. Man, this is a very strange game.
It is. It's a very strange game, but a very cool game so far. I've liked it very much. Even its scrappy parts. Either way, we get to forget about all those now. Round 30, 15-14, NIP. They've squandered 2 chances to close the map. One final opportunity. And they've got to do it with 2 Tech 9s, 2 AKs, and a Galil. The worst buy they've had for some time in this half.
Well, ZywOo just took a peek down second mid and saw no one. And they're not really using that information for much of anything. They're still keeping everyone here. Banana in control of NIP. Apex and Masuda with a very, very forward defense. They're boosting as they're being pushed on. Oh my god, they could be dangerous. Masuda will get a kill on Rez. And 4 more kills, and at least they'll get 1 point out of it. Twist going straight for the bomb plant here. Humpus with a kill, taking down Apex. That was with a Tech 9, and he steals the M4 to fall back. Have NIP found exactly what they need here? No one is retaking from Banana, and they still have another flashbang on Nok. He could do so much if he times it right.
Yeah, but he's stuck in the corner. He's stuck in the back corner, so he'll have to expose himself to throw that properly. What an intense situation for Vitality.
Yes, it is. There's a kill on Hampus. A little bit of a spray comes out. Bomb is ticking away in front. Props giving 1 good kill. Twist in the back, and he's flashed. He can't see much. They're hunting him. He's going to get 1, but he goes down, and they're going to run straight for it. I think they just have it. Absolutely close round. Down to the last second, but it's 15-15. Oh my god, that's a ridiculous game.
Yeah, how fitting this actually ends in a tie. Because both teams showed some really cool stuff, but neither team really deserved to win it. Even NIP finally getting to 15-12 and then playing scared right at the end of the half, not taking that victory. Even in that final round, they have the advantage in that retake. They can shut that down, but man, what a battle from both squads just to not take the loss. That was cool stuff from Nok, cool stuff from Vitality on their T side. And it's all said and done. Point for each team, and we're gonna go to a break. We'll come back, and then we'll have the desk, and the next map is getting ready for you right now. Stay tuned. he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know if that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was an fly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay, he still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
Gud alltså.
Well, man, on your screen right now, Nock certainly had quite the game. Him and ZywOo were going toe-to-toe the entire time. It felt like ZywOo dropped off a little bit at the beginning of the second half. But what we wind up with is the second tie for Team Vitality in these groups. And so I want to get our commentators or our analysts involved. The commentators are going to take a break. I want to get our analysts involved here and get their impressions on what's going on here with this map. Thorin, kick us off, my dude, because, I mean, right now, that's looking like a lot of Nock, but also ZywOo, they definitely popped off the two of them.
Sure. I mean, I have to say, listen, I definitely won't put Nock in the category that ZywOo is in at the moment. The guy's one of the best players we've ever seen in only like a year and a half of play. But Nock had a very promising game here. And when you think about where these two squads are positioned right now, that could be a really fun matchup for the next couple of years. So what I will say on Nock is, look how many of the highlights were with an AK-47. This guy came in with this rep as an AWPer. You saw him get a few scout shots there. This isn't the best map to have a T-side AWP though. He was playing with an AK. We've already seen it previously in some other games as well. It looked fantastic. Generally, I have to say, NIP's T-side, they had the whole playbook on that T-side. And secondly, they had some really sick entries. Like, everyone who was running in was just like, if the first guy didn't kill you, the second guy definitely traded you. So I think like they showed a lot for themselves in that regard. I agree with actually Moses' sentiment towards the end of the half. I think once they saw the victory in front of them, they eased up a little bit and hoped they were just going to creep over the line. Obviously, it could have happened maybe if they win the Masuta 1v1, but Masuta rather. So I would say, listen, good performance by Nip. They showed me some quality play here, but still something lacking in the first half.
Still not quite there. But to close out this map, it definitely seemed a bit off to me, whereas like Apex and Shock's very serious, because I think they knew that obviously they could have taken this home. Zywoo just chuckling, laughing the whole time around. So I mean, does that throw us off a little bit, or should he be a bit more long in the face after a tie, the second tie in the groups? That's not exactly putting yourself in a winning position here.
I mean, I think there's definitely reasons to be angry if you're Vitality. Honestly, in this game, there is plan to have regrets, because they dropped twice a 1v3 versus Knock on the T side and on the CT side. They've dropped situations in which they had complete control. So yeah, there should be regrets from Vitality. At the end of the day, they still come back 3 rounds in a row. But yeah, it was a bit complicated for Vitality. I mean, the beginning was perfect, and as we can see on the clip here, they were leading 7-1. This is actually when things started to go a little bit complicated for them. They tried to fake the B split. NIP did not fall into the trap at all. They had all the guns in position, and that went to hell, to not say another word. But if they're on Vitality, there's something missing. There's something missing right now in that whole team to function at maximum power. And I do want to echo what Duncan said. The T side of NIP was extremely, extremely powerful. And I can tell you guys, Vitality, they did not know what NIP were doing. They were guessing most of the times. They were trying to figure out what NIP's plan was, because they were all over the map.
Feels like a little bit of what was mentioned there was the fact that they're always trading frags, they're taking over zone by zone. I mean, it feels like there's threats fingerprints all over this offense. The very thorough approach to the game, playing off of his fraggers. We do actually have an interview real quick before we move on to our next match. We have an interview with Hampus, so we'll hear what he has to say now about that match versus Vitality.
You guys take down Astralis, you take down Saw, and we tie it up here on Inferno. A very back and forth game, but it looked like you guys had it in your hands. What do you feel went wrong towards the end rounds there?
Well, yeah, it really felt like we had it, but once we hit 15, it got a bit shaky, and it was just some nerves coming down to it, I think.
And what was the communication like at this point? Were you trying to calm things down a little bit and kind of get everyone to reset? Because we know how manic it can get in those positions.
Yeah, like it was still pretty calm in TeamSpeak, I would say. Like the communication was good. It was just, we lost rounds.
And overall, right, you must be very happy with what you guys are being able to do here, because you've had 2 wins, you've now tied up with Vitality, and yet you're still trying to, like we spoke about earlier, implement your new system. You're working with Fred a lot and trying to kind of position yourself as the new in-game leader.
Yeah, like it feels good to get some wins and now a tie. Like I've only been here for 1 or 2 weeks, so it's like it feels good. The future's looking bright.
Now, there's left with Ents for you guys to fight up against. Do you feel confident going into that matchup and taking a win against them, considering the results you've managed to achieve already? Or do you see Ents as quite a hard counter against you guys?
We played them a couple of days ago and we won, so I think we can do it again. I'm pretty confident.
So that was a quick word from Hampus, and he almost sounds, sounds pretty confident in his ability to take it versus Ents, and that is going to be the big match for him coming up. But they're looking good right now, Nip. Now let's talk about the next match that's coming up, our final European match of the day. It's going to be Mad Lions versus Dignitas. And so Dignitas, ups and downs, as we've seen with this team. It's looking like Mad Lions are the team to beat right now, and so I think Dignitas have got their work cut out for them. And I'm going to ask Maniac to please lead off here. What are you looking for when it comes to this match?
Yeah, I think you prefaced it correctly, right? And for some of us who have been around Counter-Strike in a long time, it is a little bit weird to talk about a game where in one team you have Get Right, Forest, 6, Xist, Freiburg, and then on the other you have new players like Shush, like Roy, and yet the title of the challenger, well, this is for the old guard. The old guard is actually the one running behind in here. Mad Lions, they've done enough, I think, on short term to be considered heavy favorite in that matchup. Dignitas, still trying to find their groove. I mean, Halzak and Forest are the two ones almost always bringing up the frags, almost always bringing up the heat. But it's been a little bit lackluster in the whole lineup, I want to say.
And Duncan, what are you making of this right now in terms of Dignitas? It seems like we're still waiting for the aha moment where it all kind of gels together. Right now, it's just to hop on the Halzak.
Yeah, I'll quickly go the opposite way and say, instead of talking about Halzak and Forest, who you expect to have some performances, it's the fact that will exist in Freiburg be the liability? That's what I think costs him in some of these games. Anyway, in terms of the map here that we're going to on the Veto, the obvious middle ground would be Nuke. That would be a pretty fun one as well, because if anyone watched Flashpoint, the guys from Mad Lions are monsters on the T side. But you know what? Playing CT side of Nuke is what 4 of these guys have done their entire careers. But we actually end up with Train instead, which I have to say, listen, the guys from Mad Lions won a certain tournament called Flashpoint on the map Train, but they started out in a really big hole in that game. It's not like it's a great map for Dig, actually. They've got some, I probably keep saying Nip all the time, by the way. They've got some pretty bad win rate on it, but it's another map that they also like to play. It's certainly one of the last few years when they were Nip that they always played with this core. So I actually feel like this is a bit of a gamble, actually. If I'm the Mad Lions guys, I would have liked to make a statement on Nuke.
And as far as Maniac, and as far as the matches are concerned, or the maps are concerned, is this a shock for you?
Yeah, I agree with Duncan. I think that Nuke being a possibility for Mad Lions, I would not have been surprised to see them pick Nuke instead of Chain. Now, if we focus the discussion on Dignitas for a second, there are actually 2 players in this event who are underperforming if you compare to the past 3 months rating, and these are Halzerk and GetRight. These are the 2 players with the biggest difference at the moment. Halzerk, obviously the AWP on Train, needless to say, he's going to be absolutely pivotal, and GetRight, he's going to take a lot of space if he's allowed to. That is going to be my one question. If you're Mad Lions, and if you do your prep work, which based on the TeamSpeak, I can tell you they have done most of the times. They know what their opponent are going to do. I'm sure they will be ready for that. I think GetRight is going to get punished when he tries to take D space, and if Mad Lions can, keep him quiet and keep him down, they should be poised to win this.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We need to get into the match now. And so I'm going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we will be hopping into our final European match of the day here at Blast Premier.
We don't have any of the old Nip players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the Nip defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
We've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad.
But pop towards the window, he's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down, oh, actually it's Device instead, 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's the one, they line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you're tuning in from. It's Scrawny and Launders from the east coast of Canada. And we, of course, have Dignitas and Mad Lions coming up next. Mad Lions on the Betway live odds favored for this single best-of-1 matchup. It's all going down on Train. Mohan, I'm loving this shirt, my man.
Hey, thank you so much. You were there when I bought it. I think this was in Amsterdam, a local store in Amsterdam that I bought it. Doesn't really have much to do with this matchup. It's just a shirt that I just haven't pulled out in the closet in a long time. And I think if we're going to talk about this match right away, we know that Mad Lions, as Thorin brought up, they just won Flashpoint on this map after pulling off one of the most insane comebacks versus MIBR in the finals. Dignitas, they want to play this map, but this video is a little bit tricky for Dignitas. There was a couple of maps that ended up on, but Mad Lions liked them both, Train being one of them.
Train, a good place to be, I think. It's a legendary map in Counter-Strike, and we have the legendary roster of Dignitas. I'm very excited to see if Halzerk can find some impact today. This was the kind of the one point with the Flashpoint season was that they didn't have Halzerk in the mix, so now they do. He's ready to go. And this is it. This is what we want. We want the full-fledged roster of Dignitas. They're on the T side. They've got a little bit of utility. They're already starting to barrel towards this A site. It's just straight up hit. All right, we're wasting no time. Let's get into the action. It's going to be Roy with a headshot over the top of the Train. Shush with another frag as well. So 5v3 to the CTs. Finally, an answer back from Exist here. They are alleviating a bit of pressure over on Ivy, but Acor, he's going to very quickly deal with that one. And a single man left in the clutch, trying his damnedest with the Glock. Guts it down to the 1v2. He's got more than a minute to play this one with, and Roy's facing pretty close, tries to use the ladder to offset the aim, doesn't work. CT side and Mad Lions gonna pick up first pistol.
I don't know if you got to hear the desk, but I really like the way that Thorin characterized this matchup from the perspective of individuals, where he said he feels this is more about whether or not Freiburg and Exist will be liabilities as compared to will Halzerk play as well as we know and expect, and the same for Forest. And I think that's a very, very good point. I think at the peak, Dignitas can keep up, but it can't across the board against most of these teams. At least now with Halzerk in the mix, as you pointed out, he wasn't playing at Flashpoint. We'll get to see what he can do. As an op on Train, he'll be pivotal. Mad Lions are buying up with the 3 MP9s. That pistol round was great because you had that creative boost to deny the plant. All the trades went really well, and they forced the T's to actually come through their own smokes to try to trade.
Smoke fades over towards ramp. That's where Shush is going to pick up the first kill here. So the lone player in Get Right trying to lurk around those box halls, not panning out at the start of this one. Still a chance for a Deagle to crack a head open in a Cillian. He's going to face, and there are definitely bodies there. He confirms the numbers. We're definitely going to get that shift over from the defense. They realize that, well, Get Right was first found on the B site. B is not what they need to worry about, if they need to worry at all.
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they shouldn't worry at all. They have no nades for Dignitas. They've got to try to come up with something without any form of utility. Waiting outside Ivy, I wonder what the plan is. It seems like they might just try to go up quickly. There's no pushes for Mad Lions, and I think Dignitas feel like a push was definitely coming, but they're not right about that.
They definitely needed one to serve as a trigger for this hit. Going off of a kill elsewhere to try and sneak these 3 Ts in. Would have worked well. Could have worked well, but not going to be the case here. Cillian's activated as they finally get to the cusp of Ivy, and as expected, the unarmored, ill-equipped Ts all fall.
Cillian's got one of the best webcams. We compared to everybody else. He's running at a high frame rate. He's got a decent lighting. It's smooth lighting. But we've got all 10 webcams today, so this should be a good match from the perspective of reactions. We'll get to see everybody's reactions, which should be fun. Round 3, one of the MP9s gets upgraded. There's no op in play here for Mad Lions, but they're going up against 5 rifles as well. The initial set smokes are going to be set up for Dignitas. These are just going to try to draw out some information. I don't think they're executing off of these. And I think we had that first flashbang into the box halls, but there's no pushes from either side. They've just drawn out some utility. However, Bubsky's already in T-Con. So as you can see for Bubsky, he gets in a T-Con for the 1 smoke, and we can see from the T's perspective, they throw out the E-box cross smoke and the sandwich smoke. So it's a very nice trade for Mad Lions.
Get Right goes for a little bit of wall bang, and I mean, I love Bubsky's initiative there, trying to get him bested by flying up the ladder, but Get Right reacts fast enough. Little inaccuracy because of the ladder as well is not playing into the favor of Bubsky. So we've got Dignitas man advantage, but now Get Right. Oh my god, knives out. And he just slashes Roy's throat. Hauser able to get his gun back up in time to shut down Asilian. A little bit of chaos erupting here on the outer yard, and it seems like Shush wants to get the best of the Ivy push. Through the smoke he goes, and he finds the backline turn. Forrest is going to trade this one. Acor could clutch. They don't know he's here, and Forrest offers his back. Trigger discipline until he feels like he's reached the limit. But a single shot versus Get Right would be enough to finish this 1 versus 2. Acor, he's trying to predict the peak. He's getting ready for it, and yet Get Right gets out from Z. Now, Get Right, his eyes are going to be back here, but he has to get that bomb. There's 15 seconds left for this clutch. He's going to try to double back, but now he has confirmation to exactly where Acor's at. It's going to come down to the headshot, but no, cut down at the knees. Acor, with ease, clutches out the 3rd.
I like how the X-ray washed away. That made it made you even more nervous. Like if we had that awkward knife interaction where you see player drops down, everybody runs out of bullets, and there's that moment where you're clicking as fast as you can. You're like, I'm gonna be the first one to swing. An animation battle right here as Get Right wins it. that's a easy. Oh wow. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's a first, isn't it? Player is reaction cams talking trash. That's good.
We're breaking ground
all
here.
we need is custom zoom backgrounds for the players.
Unreal. All right. It's like they stared in each other's eyes with their knives out. Like, are we gonna do this? Yeah. Got stuck. Yeah. Single AK here for Get Right. He's gonna have to be doing all of the hard lifting, or heavy lifting, rather, on this B-bomb site. Met by the grenade and the Molotov. Hauser finds himself on a single point of HP. Roy's going to try to go for the spam damage through smoke, but they are going to be filtered into Shush. And he's looking for them to extend around the bomb site. As they do so, he takes down the carrier, and the AK included. 2 versus 3 as Forrest is trying to find that long-distance deagle. Somehow, Hauser, the first player to find himself on 1 HP, is the last man standing. But that 1 health is enough of a difference to get the bomb plant at the very least. Mad Lions retake with 3 players surviving. 4-0 the start.
That is just how good he is. He can stay alive with such low HP, get the bomb down. Mad Lions with 4, and there's a lot to be desired about Dignitas' T side so far, but we haven't really got to see them play just yet. We'll have the op in the hands of Hauser for the first time, which is nice. And I think it's going to be all about Hauser Cam and how we follow him around this round and see how he manufactures his opening kill to dictate the pace for the T side. Got that, Prius?
DJ wanting in on the fun. I like that we're all on the same page already. You know, DJ is an extension of our view in the end of the day. Hauser, he does get that first one, but he's losing bodies all around him, so let's see if he can come in with the multi-kill. It's a crucial second. Shuts down Bubsky. Man advantage now up for Dig, and he has a wind of this CT who's crossed, but he can't manage the flick. Shush, with a big heads-up play, decides to take the duel on his own accord, and Acor nails exist. So Freiburg gonna have to clutch this 1v2.
Yeah, the exchange is a little bit awkward there at the E-box. Oh, Shush, he's making a lot of noise. Might specifically to scare Freiburg, but also gets this audible on Freiburg crossing into the B site. However, Freiburg wants to kill first. Very smartly done from Acor to put him out of position, and now he can reverse plant.
Shush comes running down the ramp as fast as he can. He's making a ton of noise. Freiburg has wind of him now, and he is just tucked. He's holding. He's waiting. Shush, he's got all the utility in the world, but does he expect this peek? Freiburg's going to come around the corner and take the 1v2.
Amazingly well done by Freiburg. You have to love that. I mean, the first thing that Mad Lions had in their favor was because Shush went up the ladder. He definitely heard and confirmed how close Freiburg to read your next move, peeks wide on the upper, inside of Z connector, and then goes and proceeds to outplay Shush as well. Did he just?
Yeah, no, I think he's fist bumping. He's fist bumping his teammates.
He just dabbed it. Yeah, that's what I meant. Dapping his teammates up. Oh man.
All right.
That's
you know
so
they're
good.
there in spirit. I like that the players seem to be playing around with this whole thing as much as the fans are in their cams. It's all a good time, unless you're Halzerg. It seems like this round he's been burnt to a crisp. The first casualty here versus Dignitas. And don't forget for a moment, Mad Lions are very much playing off the back foot, but these Deagles are real. Roy, Shush, and Asilian, all with Deagle headshots. Forrest gonna have to clutch this. He has no chance. Where does this round come from?
It took a 1v2 to get to this point, and suddenly their hope is just swept away by the broom that is called Mad Lions. That is a frustrating round to lose. Dignitas, where do you go from here, man? You've got Get Right with enough money for a buy. Nobody else can try to steal this back, and they're going up against the Op and all of the best guns possible. Not going to be any upgrades from that. I mean, the upgrades for Mad Lions are the AKs picked up from that previous round. Oh, man. That was a swift loss.
Whoa. Oh. Meanwhile, Asilian, yeah, just he's looking to make some friends here, but you don't make friends with SMGs. Oh my. It's getting ripped apart. There was an attempt to peek over top of the dumpster. There was a chance where they would have gone for like a 3 versus 1 type deal, but nonetheless, Mad Lions, they get through with everything they could hope for. Roy's gonna have to rebuy. Same can be said for Dignitas. Off back on Halzerg early.
Problem for Dignitas is when they had the up on Halzerg, they sacrificed Forrest to allow him to get the peek off, but it didn't feel like they had a plan to make sure Forrest stayed alive. However, he was trying to catch the ladder cross while Halzerg worked the pick out. I think it just ended up looking a bit sloppier than it was supposed to. Forrest in the same position once again. He actually catches the cross off perfectly, so you can have the ladder drop if you'd like. Nobody's going to take it just yet. Get Right's waiting for the push inside, but it's a fantastic flash from the support on Shush to make sure that he can't. And a lineup to drop a smoke right at your feet. Would you look at that?
Ooh. Collateral. Exists in Freiburg. They can taste each other after that shot. A little bit more damage versus Forrest as well here. So there's still lots of utility being held onto by the Dignitas players, but those players are also tagged. So hopefully they don't go down and lose out on the ability to use their utility. A-core ready for the peek around Ivy, but it's Bubsky to get onto the kill feed first here. That's the only casualty versus Dignitas for now. Everybody else still able to succeed in taking this outer yard. Sure, there's damage stacked up on a bunch of the bodies, but hell, they've done it. And if Dignitas can just lock down this retake, if there's even an attempt, then they're going to find that second round on the board.
All the damage was unconfirmed, I guess. They have no idea how low Dignitas are exactly. And for us to come out of T-Con and get that opening kill meant a whole lot. They denied any of the forward A control, which opens up the front of A for the execute later on. Get Right doesn't die to that inner push. Luckily for him, even though it was great flash to try to get some information and map control back from Mad Lions. And they pushed the 5v4 into a round win. It really did feel like this game was about to be a complete stomp, but now you look at a round like that from Dignitas, and you see there may be hope. That was a very, very good round to look back on.
Crucial round at that, because you know that round was good to look back on. That round had a core element for us to praise. Remember that the only other round Dignitas have been able to put on the board was Freiburg by way of 1v2 clutch. So this finally in the 8th round, something that can be replicated by Dignitas, something that they can do over again with hopefully the same results. But don't forget, the damage that was stacked up versus them, as you said, unconfirmed. I mean, Asilian, or whoever fired off that op shot, maybe A-Core, he had no clue that he had actually collateraled people through a smoke. So there's a danger here for Dignitas, but they could also be stepping closer to a solution to this 6-2 lead.
We just look at the individual performances here. Roy, Shush, and Asilian, 100 or more ADR so far in this matchup, which is pretty extraordinary to have across 3 people, no doubt. Bubsky tries for that ladder presence once again. No, he's been an absolute monster in the last few matches that they've had, and especially in some of their most important train victories. I believe versus Fnatic, him and Roy were the 2 players who stepped up the most. And we know how important Bubsky is. Professional paid baiter, I believe it reads on his Twitter bio, for Molding Lions. That's Bubsky.
Yeah, self-identified. He said it himself best. Roy, are you ready to rock up the ladder and hit this B flank? Because Forrest is looking to, Freiburg is looking to keep him honest, as everybody else from Dig start to rig their B hit. They wait, and then they execute. Down the ramp into Shush first and foremost. It is Get Right to answer with a kill, and oh my god, that just spreads back onto his own feet. Luckily for the CTs, Bubsky can make up for that bit of a mistake. He takes 2 names, and Get Right's gonna have to hold off on this flank here. It's Roy with a little bit of patience. Just as Get Right turns, Roy then comes around the corner. Next turn, and it's his for the taking. 3 survivors for Mad Lions. I mean, think about this. Dignitas, sure, they get into this bomb plant, and they lose everybody, only getting 2 kills. But they only actually got 1. Shush killing himself in the mix definitely aids in the bomb plant, and that doesn't bode well for Dignitas.
No, I think by the time this game is over, we're going to have a nade flub compilation for Shush as he has to walk forward into his own Molotov to 1G in order to avoid dying to theirs. At least he avoids the damage. But that previous round, I believe he also dropped the smoke at his feet by coming through with a convoluted lineup in the box halls. And so, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
good
very
point, funny
yeah.
nades here from Shush. Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go for the ladder peek. Aggressive stance being taken by Roy. He just clotheslines Freiburg. Never even had a chance. Get Right nearly lines up the spam perfectly. And it seems like Roy wants to engage in this dance of death. However, not wanting to stick around too much here. There could always be the double peek or something even more dangerous.
I feel like the old generation players expect a bit more tact out of the pushes and didn't expect Roy. You know, once he heard the footsteps running up close to ladder, I think he expected Roy to slow down. And Roy just full swing into ladder, all the way from E-box. Went straight in for the peek and got the kill. And oh, it looks like T-Con has been won as well as ladder at the same time. Yeah, so he'll end up going down, and it's now 3-on-3. Who this favors is hard to say. Well, now we have more clear answer. Acor comes out, kills a T-Con player. Don't know if he has eyes on the bomb, but both Dignitas players are low as well.
Forrest swaps over to that AWP, so he's looking to crack open the A site. Currently, the defense stands real high up. Asilian tucked into the office. And nobody else is going to present themselves. They've actually decided to move over a double CT setup to the depths of the back B. But 20 seconds left over, and this A hit is inbound. Forrest now still trying to carve out a route around the Ivy. Goes for the Molotov to try and prevent the peek. Now Asilian can activate, confirming where the bomb's at, and even catching Get Right as he falls. An 8th to the board for Mad Lions. This is 10 rounds deep, and a significant lead still held by the CTs.
And we know how important it is to get high ground control on train. We talked about previously, getting on top of trains and anti-ecos for longer lines of sight is very beneficial to the T side. And one step above that, of course, is heaven here for Asilian to get up there in the mid to late round. It's one of the positions you are least likely to clear as a T coming onto a site, and especially so when you're down to a 3-on-3 situation or later in the round. So smart to try to put that in, pepper that in once every few rounds on the CT side. Shush and Asilian both 10 kills plus. Mad Lions 8-2 right now over Dig. Dig, that wasn't a bad default, man. They got down ladder. They did lose the opening kill, but then they traded back 2 people. Good amount of control. Didn't execute off that presence, and I feel like Mad Lions are preying on the fact that Dignitas are playing a bit slowly.
Betway odds on screen. Dig now no longer nearly as favored. You know, they seem to have had a chance in terms of the bookies numbers. 8-2 CT side. I mean, there's still a world where they can claw this one back. Shouldn't be happening on a half buy like this, but we've seen some promise. Although at the same time, actually, maybe it's not too promising. You know, even last round where they had an opening, think of the fact that 2 of their entries, both in T-Con and Ladder Room, come by way of smoke spam. Again, like Freiburg's 1 versus 2, not something that they can rely on consistently.
Yeah, completely. I think the big thing was the Ivy Opper was able to have line of sight on T-Con for that entire time. And maybe if Dignitas had tried to apply a bit more pressure to Ivy, they have a better chance.
Well, they've got the Ivy train, that's for sure. Roy on the bomb site, just trying to move around and find his opening. He and Acor, simultaneous opening kills. Bomb's going to be thrown down behind green. Roy trying to extend for one better. Needs Shush to lend a helping hand. And Halzerk 1 versus 3 now on the op. 40 seconds. No utility, no armor. A very valuable save if he can get away. But they are dangerously close to him. And if he doesn't exit right here, right now, I've got a hunch Bubsky wants his scalp. But Halzerk, he's going to go for the Deagle play. Come on, bud.
He seems to know where they both are. Yeah, look how confident he is. Oh. Wow, he
nice
crouches in for the peek. Yeah, nice try. Nice try. Yeah, you get a sticker star for that one. But it's no round win, man. And Dignitas, they're slowly eroding to the point of losing this half in dramatic fashion. Mad Lion's already touching 10 rounds here if they win this one, and Dignitas only have 2. And it doesn't feel like Dignitas are fragging. We look at all of their players. No one's really carrying at this point, so there's nothing that's going to help them in the second half if they don't get enough rounds here. Obviously, I mean, I hate to point out the obvious, but half this game is, of course, putting up numbers, and some of these rounds they get good openings, but they can't close. And if they're not trading well enough, of course they're not going to win. Mad Lions look super sharp right now.
Ooh, the double grenade. First one, not too much to handle, but the second then adds that up. We've got Shush nearly half HP, Roy just beneath it. A third grenade in that moment as the Molly burned them back into the corners. Dude, could have blown them into tomorrow, but there is no extra piece of utility there for Dignitas.
We do see another round where they come up with a good opening strategy to get damage in or to get an opening kill. They're applying a lot of the pressure in the right places with ladder especially. They've caught Bubsky a couple times here. They're punishing them for trying to play it. And, it's a good start. It's just not quite enough. But now that we have another good start, we have a bit more Ivy control. Maybe this is the remedy.
Could be. Bubsky. He's going to play close to that smoke. He's going to eat a couple of flashbangs and decide to throw himself through it. Again, they have backs turned, and it's Halzerk trying to keep this smoke pinned in, so not the best weapon for him to be trying to hold Bubsky back. Bubsky, ooh, he's going to get the best of him. Suddenly, these other Ts, they're all over on the side of T-Con. There's another member inside of the ladder room, but this is going perfectly for Mad Lions. They've picked up 3 kills. There's no answer back. The snipers just doing damage, with a Cillian on the cannon and Bubsky as well picking one up. They had a triple op setup in that hold at one point.
I don't know what this looks like to you, but I feel like they're missing some of the nades past the point of map control where they need to get across the site. And of course, there is that awkward interaction between Halzerk and Bubsky, where Bubsky just moves into the perfect position to avoid the scope. And that's a kill that goes unchecked, but then how come the ladder guy isn't mollied out if you're not using ladder? Or if you're not using ladder, why aren't you smoking it out? Or if you're not using ladder, why aren't you trading it when you come outside? It seemed like there were too many unchecked points that allowed Mad Lions to tether off each other and cause problems.
Oh, and it goes from bad to worse. This round, by the time Freiburg gets over to the hit, it's already been burnt to the ground. A well-placed frag grenade, an excellent molly, and a single M4 spray down are the 3 key pieces to an 11th round won by Mad Lions. And damn it, Roy, Freiburg can't even see you. Give the guy a chance.
Yeah. It seems like it's all coming to a close now. It's a little bit rough, but yeah, it's kind of disappointing that you can see the solution and you can see where they're coming from, but some of the executions into the executes are not looking too sharp. And, you know, I mean, I feel like if I was at Dignitas, I might try Ivy again, because they did get to the top of Ivy clean. They got out with 5 players. They know now how Halzerk might be playing it, and it was a pain point for them in the past. But yeah, just maybe pay more attention to other parts of the map, like ladder as well. Acor ends up dying here to get right. Nice and early on. This is a big win, of course, for Dignitas, and it looks like Asilian, yeah, he's getting approached as well.
He decides to fall off of his position. Absolutely right in saying get right was getting closer. He's trying to suspiciously crouch around those corners, looking to find Asilian, who has now very safely tucked back into the middle of the bomb site. So we hit that minute mark, and we do still have a little bit of pressure coming in from Dignitas on Ivy. But what do you make of this deep position from Bubsky on T-Con?
Yeah, it's a huge call out. You can play much lighter outside if you know that Bubsky's here, especially if you're even slightly confident in the retake. It's a really, really difficult spot for Dignitas because they might know someone's pushing the T-Con. Number one, they might not know he's pushed this far, but number two, if they ignore him completely, you know, we can see what kind of trap Dignitas have laid if you go without thinking about this information that's been gathered. So yeah, running into 3 people. However, Freiburg is here on the flank. 25 seconds, and he can't activate before they do is a big problem.
Yeah, and as they do activate, they can't deal with the Opper. Roy from behind the spool. The bomb is actually dropped on top of the spool, so even more awkward for Freiburg to come in and try to reclaim, but he doesn't even have the time to make it there, and that's assuming Asilian wasn't posted on the position. Mad Lions find themselves on fire, and they are shooting for that super lopsided 13-2 half. There is no reason to believe that Dignitas are going to figure it out now.
No, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of clarity of thought here for Dignitas. Things aren't coming off without a hitch. When they're coming into sites, you know, we're not getting blind as the camera's watching for the hold, and oh, it's a lot of frustration there for Halzerk. I don't even want to poke fun at that. That seemed very genuine.
Don't hurt your mouse hand, my man. It's not going to get any easier from there. Those 10 digits, those are your money makers. You know, slam your head against the desk, not your hands. There's an auto sniper in play here from Shush. Again, scoped weaponry has been a key piece, a reoccurring element of the Mad Lions CT success. He's going to be solo anchoring the B bomb site because the Scar 20 is essentially 2 players wrapped in one. Meanwhile, this enables them to stack up on A, getting ready for this execute, the final attempt from Dignitas to add a round to the board here on what has been a great CT side for their opponents. Acor over the side of the smoke, nearly finding vision versus Get Right. Maybe that could be the opening. It most certainly is. Get Right afforded just enough space to move forward, and then Halzerk calls up that upwards position. This is great from Dignitas. I love to eat my own words. I said that there was no reason to believe it would happen now, and they come out of nowhere with a near flawless round. Get Right, the can opener, and Forrest, the jackknife. Halzerk's gonna fall here to Shush as he attempts the ace clutch, but he's already dinked and he is done. Dignitas gonna be able to find that 3rd round in the half. It's not ideal, it's sure as hell not pretty, but it's something of a chance. Well, join us, please, after the break to see how this one concludes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15
seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Gold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping knock-ins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Let's have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faceplant.
They got a plant, right?
Oh,
or no?
No.
Okay, then they might be saving, right? So they like to rush in and get the bomb planted, rotate.
Yeah.
If
you press tab on your keyboard, then you can see if they plant.
Thank you, appreciate you.
No problem.
Oh, man. A laugh there. Yeah, Peacemaker getting schooled.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be a little bit upset if someone said that to me. But I mean, it's not like he doesn't have a point. It's not like he doesn't have a point.
How many teams now is Peacemaker coach? Can we count it on both hands?
I think he's coached more teams than Acor's been on.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, along those lines. Definitely more than Roy. You know, one of the unknown entities once upon a time for Mad Lions. But this team, having made a name for themselves in the last year or so, and most notably, making a name for themselves here today versus Dig. Such a lopsided first half. 12 rounds on the defensive train. And that's not going to give very much margin of error here for the legendary roster of Dignitas. So their defense going to have to be rock solid straight out the gate. They can give Mad Lions no room to work with, give them no chances, give them no breath. Shut it all down here and now. They've got the double flash kit for Exist on the pistol, and second half is live.
Yeah, so we saw that there was kind of a read into what Dignitas were going to try to do, and it looks like they've got a similar pistol to Dignitas with this kind of sight smoke and the ladder rush, but Forrest is handling this so well. Shots over top of it. Bomb plant doesn't get denied, but there's so much damage dealt.
Ooh, he's going to take a gush back, and now we have the answer from Mad Lions. Yeah, they were sitting in the 5 versus 3, and Dig now going to have to try and rely on Freiburg's flank. That's a good first one, because the player on E-Box now clothesline. Freiburg, oh, he does it all. They start to stutter on the outer yard until Freiburg hits them on the back line. He gets all 3 frags in the retake, and Mad Lions have lost second pistol.
So just to recap that first half a little bit, it was a lot of good starts from Dignitas, followed by bad ends, some lackluster executes, and other types of rounds peppered in there, even losing a full-on eco, or a round to Deagles. Freiburg had a great 1v2 in one of these 4 rounds that Dignitas did end up winning, and here we can see that he is playing pretty well. I think in general, most of the team is slacking, but there's a spot of brilliance to help him back into it, but it did feel like it was going to be another round that started off well and ended badly.
Yeah, absolutely. I would go as far as saying that Freiburg has actually won Dignitas 2 of their 4 rounds single-handedly, and oh boy. This is the buyback from Mad Lions, just dismantling Dignitas. They're going to lose 3 of their bodies and everybody over at the B site, so that one crumbles beneath the feet of Mad Lions. They roar through the defense, they find their plant, and now Dig, they're going to have to cut their losses. And we mentioned, before the second half started, they cannot afford many losses. So taking one after winning Pistol in the first 2 rounds of their CT side, this one has to sting.
Yeah, it's definitely been rough here. Mad Lions, they bought smart. I feel like with the Galils, they made this feel like a very, very easy round to win almost. And the way they used their smokes outside, it was nice, neat, and simple fake to try to pull some slight attention. And they used their one player to get outside to get a kill, and then everything is successful. And that's why this round ends with 3 Mad Lions players alive, a bomb explosion, and only 2 Dignitas players saving. They had the most frictionless route to actually closing out the round, and of course here's Roy, not only getting the 1 kill as what's essentially the lurk, he gets both. And there's it looks like Dignitas have 7 players as well. We've got Catnatos coming through. What is Florence
actually spoiling his cats? Oh wait, yeah, that's what I said exists. That was Fiflaren. Excuse me. Fiflaren's cat's name, you should know this. That was Fiflaren, right?
Yeah, it was Fiflaren. You should know this.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, I just misspoke and said it was Exist's cat. But Exist, clearly, it looks like he's in a much more Swedish building. I don't know if we've had his camera up on screen for a bit here, but look at that. Come on. That's a classic Swedish basement, right?
That looks like one of those side houses outside of a regular house where you're kind of in a cabin that has an air conditioning unit but not central AC.
Okay, I feel you. I'm vibing.
One in the backyard, a little game station.
It's got a garden house like Nicholas Estrup. Exist challenged over on this B bomb site. He's gonna fire off the Deagle here, trying to puff his chest, trying to have the T's fall back, which they will. They're gonna disengage from that one. And they hold, trying to vie for the laddered control. Shush goes down off of the flashbang. He's not gonna take any damage, and Asilian has already started to crack open the back line of this bomb site. Not a good look for Dignitas. They're going to feel pressured here on both fronts. Get Right is able to shut down the first ladder player, but Shush trade frags efficiently. 2 headshots off of the AK. This A site has fallen, and Exist, all that's left over, just hanging out inside of Z, looking for something to take down, but he's going to lose even his vision. They're taking everything from him.
I think how you pointed, you're calling this efficient. I think that's a great characterization. I think the real problem for Dignitas is multi-layered at this point, where they're not trading effectively. Their executes look like they fall behind. They look like they're kind of slow to the jump when they need to make decisions, and for a lot of reasons they're losing to Mad Lions, and it makes it hard to analyze and pick stuff apart when it feels like in general they're being outclassed.
I would say outclassed and then some. Mad Lions are on a whole other level today. Ooh, even calling out Exist in the final moments of the 18th round. So that's a 14-4 score, 10 rounds of an advantage for Mad Lions. And on top of it, they've got the big old bolstered buy as Dig have to dig deep. If they even want to come into this one with weapons, they might have to just forfeit this 15th round and try to make the 11-point comeback. Hard to believe in this, but we're going to try.
Yeah, they're gonna try to do it. They've got 2K apiece. They don't want to, I guess, waste an attempt here. I mean, it is only a best of one. They do want to, you know, sort of put everything on the table. I think it makes sense for them to give it their best shot. It doesn't feel like guns are the biggest issue for Dignitas. You know, some situations like this, you think you might as well buy because it doesn't seem like we have much better chances on full rifle rounds. And so you compound that with the fact that you have to win 10 rounds after that. And you think, yeah, maybe it's worth it to try to just pull off the pistol.
Somebody should tell Forrest that yeah, it's a white flag he needs to surrender with, not the ringing of the bells on the outer sight. But maybe that was just their war cry for what's about to come in the follow-up round, because this one gonna fall absolutely flat as expected. I mean, it was just Forrest, the single USP. Maybe if they had put more bodies outside and all started ringing the bell, then Mad Lions would have been a little more intimidated to hit the stack. But they call it out. One defender already down. Bomb plant easy. CTs, I mean, they have absolutely nothing to do in this one. So we knew it coming into the round that it was going to fall short. The big question is, can they start the comeback now?
Yeah, I mean, they won the pistol. They lost the second round so swiftly. Nothing would point to this to tell you that Dignitas are going to come back in this match, except for blind faith, and maybe you bought a Dignitas jersey, and so you bought a Dignitas jersey. You want to believe they can make a comeback. From that perspective, I get it. And you know what? All of these players have definitely been in this situation and still won matches. But yeah, nothing from the past and these rounds in both the first and second half would tell you that there's a comeback on the cards. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. But if we look at the contents of the rounds themselves, okay, Freiburg, he's not in a bad spot. He kills one in the back. He's got Bubsky coming up forward. He might be able to take this kill as well. And as they put pressure on Ivy, he still maintains presence back here. They're kind of huddled up around the bomb train. Shush is picking them apart. There's not a lot of forward aggressive A control, which gives Mad Lions a little bit too much space, I feel like.
Shut down Shush on the front of the A site. Oh. Bubsky's crosshair wasn't perfectly placed, so there we go. Dig coming in big in the 20th round, extending the game somewhat, and cutting that 11 needed comeback just down to the 10. So still a very daunting task for them to piece this all together. But what's nice is that it started with what I would say has been the most consistent piece, and that's Freiburg. He's over towards Ivy. He locks down the first one. He kind of disrupts the offense slightly. He slows them down. They use their utility, announcing what they were up to, and that gave Dignitas a good idea as to what's going on. And then more importantly, when they had a man advantage, they didn't let the T's back in because I think they stay progressive. You saw Get Right and Forrest come around the corners of the A train in that moment where Mad Lions could have vied for control of the situation, and it all worked out from there. But Bubsky, oh, Bubsky, you rat. He falls down the ladder, denies Get Right, and it gets from bad to worse. Look at the damage that's stacked up here versus Mad Lions. There's a world where they've lost out on these opening duels and Dignitas can keep this comeback going. There's a world where the last two CTs still keep this one rolling, but it's going to take a huge clutch from Exist. He's got two weakened players still ahead of him in the 1v4, but down he goes. A-Core denying it, and that is Mad Lions with a masterclass performance, 16-5 on Train.
Man, it was so efficient. A lot of their executions looked really cool. They were doing stuff that was clean, and they had a lot of great follow-through. And there was more that we could have seen from that second half to complement how good they looked in the first, but there was pretty much no flaws in the game of Mad Lions that we could see. Dignitas certainly couldn't show us their flaws either. So, yeah, it's more of a loss on Dignitas than anything else to not even need to push Mad Lions to the next level. But from what we saw from Mad Lions, I mean, that's exactly what you'd expect from them on Train.
More developed thoughts on this matchup after the break. We'll have the analysts after this.
Let's do it. Oh, my voice.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all. A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14, now we do it!
It was ready for Vitality versus Complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course. 16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
And there we have it. Welcome back. Mad Lions continue to establish themselves as the dominant team in their Group B. Just looking so clean, so good, untouchable in this match versus Dignitas. And I want to dive right into it because right now, that was almost looking like old Train. You know, 3 rounds on the T side. Anything's possible. We can switch it around. But not with Dignitas. It didn't quite feel that way. And so, Thorin, let's start with you. What was your impression here of this first match?
I mean, if you want to actually win CT rounds on Train, you can say to yourself, well, the map's biased in favor. No, it's in favor of good players or equal players on that side of the map. Like, if you turn up and you have like 1.5 players, yeah, you're not going to get anything done against a really good Danish tactical team that's got a bunch of rising stars. So, like, one of the big problems I have with this whole equation with Dig is, listen, I've already flamed them pretty hard on Flashpoint. Like, I think they're actually a joke of a team. Like, they have some legendary players in it, but they're legendary for stuff they did years ago. They're not legendary for the way they play right now. So my biggest problem is everyone kept telling me that this Halsuk guy's the Messiah, he's going to save them, he's going to hard carry them. He's not Ziwu, you know. And in fact, what you see in this game here, and you've seen the last couple of months, is he's really good against the tier he used to play at, tier 2, tier 3, let's say like bottom to middle of tier 2. Put him against tier 1 teams, tier 1 opponents, and he's still developing in his career. It's actually unfair to put that on this guy's back and say that he has to hard carry like old school Guardian and Na'Vi, Nico and Mouse. It's just unrealistic. So at the moment right now, Mad Lions basically won the veto, flexed hard into this, didn't choose the handshake of let's both play nuke map that we're both pretty good at. And they just stomped this game. Like, this wasn't competitive.
We're even getting the easy sign out of this guy. You're right, Thorin. You're right. This is still leaving a lot to be desired here on the side of Dignitas. Halzerk, I mean, 8 frags at the end of the map. I mean, that's not saying much considering the top fragger for them was Forest with 13. So really, they need to dig deep here and find a solution. Maniac, yeah, thank you. Maniac, what did you take away from Mad Lions' performance? I mean, did they stand out for you there, or was it just business as usual?
I mean, Duncan said it right, you know, individually, Mad Lions, they're just one step ahead. And we talk about the frags from Dignitas, but I'll take it one step further. The entry frags from Dignitas, that was the big issue. 6 entry frags in favor of Dignitas in the entire map. That wasn't enough. And here, just as a nail in the coffin, we see after Mad Lions actually lost the pistol round on the second half, they do this very well-oiled strategy where they send Roy outside team middle, but he's actually alone, complete fake, gets 2 kills. And if Halzerk is here for the revenge, that's it. Look at the minimap. They're nowhere to be found. Bomb is planted. That is round number 13, and that is done. But just to get back to the entry frag, you know, discussion, the paradigm for Dignitas to win was never to come in Counter-Strike and bring exotic, never seen before tactics. That was never the idea. Whenever they can win game, it's because they have entry frags, they have power plays, and you will give them the advantage of the experience. They'll know how to abuse these situations. They just never had any advantageous situations here. Never ever. Halzerk, as we say, maybe the Messiah is supposed to give them these situations, but it just didn't happen.
And also the utility, the nade usage, right? Using the nades but then not following up on them. I feel like that's one of the things where it's like you get those fire and forget nades. They just get kind of thrown out there and then, oh, right, hold on, I threw a Molotov, I did something. But you need to do more. And I feel like we saw that from Mad Lions. They'll throw the Molotov HE combo and then they'll shoot you in the face behind it. And it's just those little differences. Well, we can get right into that, but before we continue, we actually have an interview, I'm told, with Shush from Mad Lions, so we'll hear what he has to say about the match.
Shush, I am glad I chose you for this interview this time around, because not only do you grab another win here, but you decided on your camera to show us, what was that little sign you had? I think you said easy, because it definitely looked easy as well.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the confidence with it. But all things considered, a lot of your games have looked really convincing now. You really only have mouse sports to go with it. What has changed within you guys? Was it just the need for you guys to get back to Europe and find your feet again after Flashpoint?
Well, in the start we were pretty bad, but like it's just a rush we had to like get rid of, and then we start shining again, and we'll keep shining. Yeah.
Now, you're one of the teams that certainly isn't struggling playing online. Why do you think that is? Is this just where you guys feel comfortable? It doesn't matter if it's LAN or online?
Well, we're pretty used to playing online qualifiers to bigger tournaments and all that. So we've been through it all, and we're kind of used to just play at home and all that. So we don't bootcamp that much either. So, yeah.
And I mean, that speaks to the current situation right there. His answer at the end that they're used to playing in online environments, qualifying for the big events. They're used to the pressure online. I mean, they're sitting at the top of their group 3-0 right now. And you're kind of left wondering who's going to be able to stop these guys. They're monsters. Do you think Mouse Sports could be the ones? I mean, they're the last ones standing in line here for Mad Lions to devour.
Yeah, if you can guarantee me that 100% Mouseport is going to show up, then that would be a new type of challenge for Mad Lions. Because what we have seen so far is that they were able to best Fnatic, but obviously not the Fnatic that is running full engine, and they were able to beat the teams against who they should win, which is an important step. You know, when you want to make that gap from interesting team to actual top teams, not losing the games you're not supposed to lose is a great step. But a full-fledged Mouseport, a full-force Mouseport, now that would be next level for Mad Lions.
Thorin, do you agree? What is your take on that match? Because that's going to be coming up. Not today, but on the 4th of June.
Mouse certainly has the players to do it. Like, they can turn up in the game and do it. Carrigan, obviously, listen, he's always been famously good against the other Danish teams. I could see a world in which he could call a fantastic game that an Asilian, more of a playbook IGL maybe wouldn't be as suited for. The problem is Mouse Sport's individual form has been pretty terrible for the last few months. And actually, for me, that's the whole thing about this group is, even if Mad Lions does just trounce the whole group, win undefeated, it's like they get the scalps, you get the name Fnatic, you get the name all these Mouse Sports, all these different names, but you didn't beat them at full peak. And plus, to add on to what Shush was saying there, like, yeah, their life is a boot camp, isn't it? They were a Flashpoint for all that time. They just played all these online tournaments. I get the feeling that these guys actually, they're sick of just playing games that aren't the big championship that they're waiting for. So I want to see this game. They're going to be a team in the playoffs, let's be real. I'd like to see them close it out. I'd like to see them take care of Mouse Sports, go into the playoffs, play some of the teams from the other group that'll look a little bit stronger, and then let's see what they can do when there's real pressure, when it's a playoff setting, not just a qualifier or just an online game.
You got a little bit I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of focus on the Danish players in this team, but they're also backed by Peacemaker. He's spitting a bit of fire here on the Twitter. I mean, he's got the Freiburg there. I mean, and then that's kind of what's going on with Dig right now. But Peacemaker seems to be having a real impact with these players. You see, we get him in the cam. He's always watching the games. He's looking very confident. I mean, could he be the difference maker here as well for Mad Lions that's leading to these results?
Well, I can guarantee you that during the game, he will be the one giving information, as in, you know, I know what they're doing, guys. If I see these smokes, I'll tell you this is tactic ABC. These utilities mean this is going to happen. But what is very funny to me and kind of a little bit strange is that you have a team that is speaking Danish between them when the game goes live. And he jumps in English during the freeze time. So you have this sort of a disconnect. And you never know if when he's talking, if they're actually, you know, listening completely, because they might be in the middle of a conversation and you have two languages at the same time. So it's a strange dynamic. But at least I can say that Peacemaker is coming in with his ideas, he's coming in with the input for sure.
So, Thorin, on the other side of things, you've got Dignitas, and it's not like they're alone on their side. I mean, they've got Fiflaren, ex-teammate. They've got Vendetta, who's analyzing and also acting in, I think, in a coach role as well. So, I mean, Dignitas, what do they need right now to turn it around? Because they're sitting at the bottom of the pack, and it's not pretty.
Time machine, access to alternate dimensions, some Merlin sickness out of the Hyperion saga, so they start aging backwards and they can eventually become like 23 years old again.
Now that's a fire reference. That's a fire reference.
To recruit the Shrike to carry them. There you go, Semler.
Oh, straight fire. All right. Well, I think that's the perfect note to end on because, I mean, yeah, that was a Mad Lions stomping. They did a fantastic job. Dignitas are obviously going to be looking to redeem themselves. We're not done with the Counter-Strike, though. Actually, it just occurred to me. We do have the predictions. We can bring up the predictions board just one last time here for the European day and see where we all stood. I mean, none of us got that. Oh, wait.
Yeah, we did.
That's right. Anders on the last match. What is this business? All right, he's just done it again, boys. He's just done it again.
Yeah, Anders took a risk. That didn't really pan out. Same for Connor, who tried and went for VP, but we talked about it. It's not like a surprise. And the rest of us, a pretty good day for the EU Showdown predictions.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy, Maniac, because you and I mean, we break even on the prediction for... I was counting on that to divide us there, to, you know, separate us, but...
Right, the 15-15.
We're going to... Yeah, we're not done yet, actually. We still have the North American matches. So I think this is a good time to call it. We're going to take a short break here, guys. We'll be back in roughly 45 minutes, 50 minutes time. And when we come back, we're going to be getting into the first match of the North American series of matches that we have here at the Blast Premier. Because every day, this is how it's going to go. We'll have the European matches in one block, and then we'll be moving into our 3 North American matches for the rest of this week. So we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be diving into some NACS.
Blast Premier, I would say it's got to be OG. OG are a team where you've thrown together, it's like a ragtag team. It's similar to OG in Dota, where they put together 5 players who maybe would have never found each other if not for certain circumstances.
It has to be Na'Vi. They were the ones when they made the roster changes and brought in Guardian last year. I was excited for them, so I'm going to stay excited this year now that they've added this new kid, Perfecto. And I want to see this team succeed because it has one of the greatest players to ever touch Counter-Strike and a fantastic supporting cast, so Na'Vi for me.
At the moment, it's probably Na'Vi because, for me, this is just the early days of a team that has all the pieces to be really successful. And if Boomich grows a little bit more as an in-game leader, Blade has all the input that he can do from a coaching role, I feel like they'll have like a better balance. That could be the winning formula for them, but obviously we'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of the year.
Having these orgs come in who haven't been involved in Counter-Strike either ever before or for some time, it's great because there's a pedigree to these brands. They already have their own fan bases, and if they can bring across any of the fans from the other games just to appreciate what we're offering here, you know, it's good from that standpoint. And to see them supporting Counter-Strike, it means, hey, we're still growing, we're not going anywhere.
Obviously OG, the success and the way they did it in Dota was phenomenal. It's one of the most talked about things. Even if you don't follow Dota, you would have seen that. And with their Counter-Strike lineup, they've almost done the same thing by picking people from different regions and different nationalities and trying to bring together a powerhouse team. Now, their results aren't too good just yet, but given them more time, I'm excited to see what they can do. And I think it's just nice for Counter-Strike is that it's not just the same organizations kicking a team, bringing in some new players, trying to make something work, and actually it makes it a bit more competitive in terms of what these teams can actually kind of bring to the table.
Yeah, Evil Genius's buyout of NRG at the time was incredible news. It's awesome, obviously, to see Counter-Strike prevailing, to see Counter-Strike thriving and growing still to this date. So it's exciting. And it's even more exciting when some of these rosters, like OG, on the other hand, who aren't an established team but are still backed by a massive organization, let's say Gen.G as well. It's just an exciting time for CS.
The ideal map pool for me in 2020, well, it'd have to include Seaside. I think maybe a little Cobblestone. No, but seriously, I think it's hard to say what maps that aren't in the pool should be in the pool right now. We've got a pretty stable map pool, one that players know and understand, one that doesn't have maps that don't have a lot of glitches and tricks and stuff like that. So that's really important. But I think it would be healthy just to try to add in maps that we haven't seen before, work on those, and bring those into the map pool for the future.
Let's take out Mirage and rework it. And before it comes back, I want to see a bit more Season. Yeah, I miss it.
The ideal map pool for me in 2020 would be to get rid of Mirage. I know they just updated it a little bit, but I think that map, even with these changes, it's still going to play quite stale. And for me, I never liked playing it. So get that one out and bring in anything. Everybody wants Tuscan. Let's get Tuscan.
Economy is the first one. Economy needs to be fixed because at the moment it's just become, okay, the Krieg's in there which helps with like the T-side meta, but it's definitely not working out. Like teams can kind of get away with just buying every single round now. And while we get some more exciting rounds where you get these low buys and these force-ups, I loved it when you would maybe once in a game, or maybe not even once a game, once in a series, you get one round where they have literally terrible pistols and a few grenades and still get the win.
I am not a huge fan of the economy. I make that quite clearly known to everybody. I think that we've lost a lot of the ebb and the flow in Counter-Strike and the excitement curve. I would like it to go back to the way it was before, but that's not going to happen.
To balance Counter-Strike and make Counter-Strike even better, I would say you need to have more credence for movement. There has to be an appreciation for it. Over the years, the limitations to movement have been heightened. There's been slowing down of ladder movement, B-hopping getting nerfed, air strafing has never been good enough. All of those things need to be given more attention and love, and we need to appreciate movement, and we need to see more changes in favor of movement in 2020.
I think that 2020 needs an additional nerf to the Krieg. It was a sleeper weapon for so long, and now everybody knows exactly how powerful it is. We've tweaked the economy around it just so slightly that it's negligible. So I would like to see a hard nerf, not into non-existence, but at least a bit more to return Counter-Strike to where it was before.
Then I start with Obo, who's on Complexity. And the reason for him is he's only 16. He's already doing well. We saw the damage Complexity's managed to do this year anyway, beating down some huge names. But he's one of these, and this is what we're seeing with more young players. They're just fearless. Like, they don't care if they're going up against Simple or Zyru. They're just running out and they're playing their game. They know how to actually just win the individual fights. And it's an air of confidence that they have that if they can do this against the tier 1, as long as they're in the right system and they're being used correctly, you can have a lot of success.
Rising star for 2020, it's got to be Brokey. I think he's going to do big things, and it's hard to pinpoint where he's at because he's surrounded by legends on FaZe. His name is not meant to be, in the spotlight with them near, but his well-roundedness as a player is incredible, and I think he's just got this like cool, collected aura about him that's really exciting to watch. So I'm putting all my money on Brokey.
I think 2020 is about if ZywOo can be #1 2 years in a row. At this point, we look at some of the storylines that have ended last year are still continuing on to this year, and Blast Premier is the first time we're seeing a lot of these teams play. But as an analyst, there's no reason not to assume that the teams that were great and the players that were great from last year won't continue that on. And so ZywOo's #1 in 2019. Why shouldn't he be #1 again? Let's see if he can do that.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
What was Kenny's first in-game name? Was it Bruce? Sorry, there's no accent on the end. Or Rezel?
No way. This one I don't know.
Okay, well, taking what we called an educated guess. Talk through your options. Simple. Work it out.
Can you show more?
I can show them again. Yeah. Okay. So, Bruce, or Rezel.
Okay, let's B, the Bruce.
You're saying Bruce. Do you know what those words mean?
No.
Okay, Kenny, do you want to explain the
Bruce?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know myself.
What was the first? So the first word. I always use Google Translate. What was the first word?
Oh, arbust. It's a small tree.
It's a shrub.
It's a baby tree.
Because you're
so it's the first one. The answer is A. No. Well, first of all, I needed to remind myself what was my first nickname. So no way he knows, but that was the C.
It was C.
You know,
how do you say that name?
Raziel.
Raziel, okay. Because the first word meant small tree, which in the UK is a shrub. And Kenny, your second name is shrub. And then
Shrub.
Yes, shrub. And then the second word I tried to say bush.
Yeah.
So I was going to call you Gros de Bruce. Big bush man.
Someone told me that shrub means arbust. I know it.
There you go. Are you in Malta at the moment? You spent too long away from France.
I'm in France now. I'm back in France. I have my flat in France. I live in Aix-en-Provence. It's close to Marseille.
Marseille, yes, they make soap.
They make soap, yeah. And we have good weather as well. And like you, Frankie.
Je suis très triste maintenant.
You live in the UK, it is what it is.
It's not fair. Okay, question number 3. I hope you're all good in chat and you're getting the answers right. We've got question number 3 for you now. Which of these names would Kenny not consider a great in-game name? Sumdayung, Disco Doplan, or Pimp? These are all genuinely Counter-Strike players.
I think you answered somewhere, right, Kenny? I remember this. You answered in some interview, maybe. Yeah. Did I? I don't know, to be honest.
Kenny,
but if I can give you a hint.
No hints. No hints.
I give him a hint.
This is competition.
All of those 3 nicknames are ugly to me. Okay, the answer is B. I think it's Disco Doppler. I think you said Disco Doppler.
Disco Doppler from Team Smash, you're saying? Kenny just winced. He wants you to do well because you're not, because the answer was not Disco Doppler. It was not Pimp either.
It could have been Disco Doppler.
I never heard of him before today, and I found it and I went,
you know, he played Fnatic and I did
I'm
some
a
good shit.
boomer, okay? I've only just learned how to use a computer.
Yeah, if you're a boomer, you will know Disco Doppler.
Yeah, I should. Overwatch player, no. But Kenny, your answer was actually a player who really was looked at for Na'Vi, I believe, before Perfecto was picked up. Was Sumdayung.
No. Yeah, it was
he wasn't.
Sumdayung, yeah.
He wasn't. Was it someone else from Team Spirit?
Jerry, I think. No? You ask me?
We're asking you.
Before Perfecto, right?
Yeah.
It was Fleet.
It was Flit from
Yeah.
Pause, yeah? Okay. So you've never looked at Some Die Young?
I mean, our coach, he watched the 100 demos of every player that was maybe in our roster, So he know about him, everything, but not me. No,
Okay.
I didn't want anyone, You just want to play.
You wanted to play as 4 men and a bot.
Yeah. Just imagine.
To be fair, I could actually imagine you winning some matches with a bot.
I think you could do a lot of strategies with 4 and bot.
With
You
4
could
and
just
bot?
put him somewhere
Yeah.
and just rush to find some crazy entries.
Would you make your bot stay in spawn, or would you let it
Yeah.
go and get info by dying? What's your preference?
No, stay in spawn.
Stay
Not in
spawn.
spawn, but somewhere on site where
Okay.
they mostly not gonna die
Okay.
first
So
minute.
send
30
Boom
seconds.
on entry, and then if he dies, he becomes bot. He's the Boom bot.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm gonna start assisting Blade sometimes. Never. Okay. Hope you're still with us, Twitch chat, and you are answering those questions. It's time for question number 4. I should have been keeping count of how many you got right. Simple. Whoops.
You got 2 right.
Thank you, Kenny. Okay, here we go. Question 4. How does Kenny describe his first impressions of Simple? A, bad, then worse, then great. B, good, then pretty bad, then really good. C, really good, then really bad, then normal.
Can you show again? Show again.
Yeah, sure.
This is literally what I wrote. Bad, then worse, then great.
Good.
Then pretty bad, then really good. Okay, B. Let's take B.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
guys,
wait,
in the chat-
then pretty bad?
Hang on, okay. Hang on.
Good, then pretty bad, then really good. Man, then worse, then pretty bad, then really bad. What can be worse? Okay, let's do B again.
Okay, we're saying B. Good, then pretty
got a
bad,
bet on B.
then really good. Twitch chat, I hope you've answered. I can't see what you're all answering, but I can sort of see a lot of people are saying A and a lot of people are saying B. A few weird people are saying C, because obviously not normal. You can't have a normal feeling about Simple. Kenny, what was it?
It was answer B.
It was B.
First meeting, I liked him. Really respectful, really nice dude. And then he was a bit. I think I wrote it down as well. He was a bit becoming childish, I would say, and provocative. Something happened between him and I, but we talked about it almost straight away. And then, really good again, because I think Sasha made a lot of progress. He's a really, really good guy. And everybody know back then that he was a bit more emotional and saying what he wanted to say. And being honest is really good, but I think now he's more wise,
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's sometimes hard for me to explain everything what I want, because all some different words, it's very hard for me. English words, very hard words, trust me. I'm watching TV series, for example, I'm watching Money Heist. There are some very smart things, but I watch it on English and I never heard this English word. So just imagine what was 5 years ago. When I couldn't even say some sentence, I couldn't even do it now sometimes.
You called me a noob in 2016. In Columbus, you called me
I
a
remember
noob.
something like this.
Yeah.
But where did I call it?
It's not important, but what is important is that we saw you.
I remember our talk.
Yeah, we talked and it was all good. And then after that, I liked him again.
It was literally being called a noob.
Yeah, he called me a noob.
I
Simple.
don't remember why, and maybe it was just a joke. Maybe
Maybe it was just a joke, to be honest, because when I went back in 2016, I was also younger, so you don't react the same. Maybe he was joking, but we didn't know each other well enough, and I got everything he called me a noob, oh my god. Well, now he called me a noob, I don't really care, but I know he would not say that today, because as I said, he's a good guy, and we get along as well, so no reason or if we could each other, no, but no, I know it's a joke, you know.
Lost. At the moment, I think MIBR don't have their identity.
People can expect us to never give up.
I hope that we get to see the other word, which I would normally have with the Brazilians, of passion. I think that they're a team with a lot to offer, a lot of pedigree, and they're not done yet. I want to see more.
Being the best means everything to us.
If they can, you know, show some of that old resilience.
You can expect a much better MIBR. The MIBR, they always fear.
They've got plenty of fans, they've got passion, they've got hype.
Kido and Fallen, 10 seconds left. It's now or never. Can he actually do it? He has maybe one shot, and he gets a headshot. What a clutch coming through! Oh man, that is the experience and just the veterancy of someone like Fallen.
The best word to describe our team is hard work.
There's a lot of emphasis on them doing a lot of practice and getting back to where they were, but it is a long climb because Counter-Strike has changed.
No matter what happens, we are always there trying to learn and improve.
We know how good Fallen can be on the AWP. Gen.G is a player, you know, with his impact. If he can actually find that in this team, it's starting to look exciting. I just want to see the players living up to their expectations.
What I want people to think is that we're a team that will never give up.
Pressure, man. It's the pressure of the clutch.
Okay.
Come on. 40 seconds.
Yes! That's so important. Like, I'm so happy. I'm so ready for practice tomorrow with my team. I finally won in something.
Right, yeah. All right, man. Listen, I got something else to show you. Damn,
Okay.
I'm a little surprised that I did so badly. I thought I was really confident that I was gonna smoke you there. I think
I got 3 tries.
I think this is something that I feel like a lot of players don't or a lot of people who don't maybe play competitive games on a level that you do really don't understand. But like being in a pressure situation actually makes games way freaking harder. I've played like one show match in my life, you know, when they get the casters and maybe some players to go for it. And and I remember in the pistol round, I was in like a 1 versus 3, and I got the first 2 kills. And you know, I'd played tons of Counter-Strike. I'd clutched tons of rounds in online CS. Like it didn't matter. And yet, because it was on that stage, because there was enough people in the audience, you know, I just whiffed the 3rd kill. And for the next 3-4 rounds, I didn't get another single frag because I was still in my head, like replaying it. You know, like failing a clutch. Would you say that's one of the worst feelings when you're playing a game?
Especially if it's like a clutch where you have like the easy kill. That's probably the hardest part. And then if you get like 3 kills or 4 kills and then you whiff on the last one where you like could have killed him, that's the one that hurts the most in my opinion.
Yeah. Like the easy nail in the coffin, you know?
Yeah, and then you fail that, and then it's gonna be like in your body for a few rounds, and then you get it out. You can definitely feel the pressure when you get in the clutch situations, and there's a lot of people watching, online and offline. Like I felt the same thing when we played in Pro League online. So yeah, it's an insane feeling, and people should try to grind to that feeling. Like it's the best feeling in the world. Playing on a stage, so many people watching. It's amazing.
Right. Yeah, it's that gladiator feeling, dude. But so I brought you up here as the sun sets over top of our crashed airplane. This is something that, like, when you said you played Minecraft before, but it definitely was not in Minecraft when I played. So I'm sure you've never done this either. But what we're standing on here is a bit of a runway. We're gonna blast off into the sunset, bro. So if you open up this here chest, you're gonna see something special. You see these? They're called elytras, but basically what they are is they're wings. So you're gonna want to go ahead and take one of those elytras and put it on instead of your chainmail.
I have to clean the inventory. There's so much stuff here. I picked up so much of the dead people stuff.
You can't just pollute like that, man. You can't just throw your garbage off a volcano.
That's how we do it.
I feel like if anything, you throw your garbage into the volcano over here.
No. I didn't actually.
Don't fall.
Oh. I won't. Oh shit! Can we go down there?
Yeah, we can after if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the. Trash over the.
It's okay.
Side.
We'll just burn it. You know, no problem. So you're gonna want to. Okay, you took the elytra. You got the. Oh.
My game crashed again. Oh my.
It's okay. You came back pretty fast last time.
Yeah. It's quick. And let's see.
Hey, Risky, what's up, man? Obo says that he could have made that run in 24 seconds.
That's a lie. Okay, he probably could. Obo is the machine of Minecraft. Like, he's a killer as well as he is in CSGO.
Yeah, there's your wings
He
back.
played a lot.
I was gonna ask this too, actually. It's the importance of movement. I remember during the Blast Premier in London that Mohan Launders kept asking a lot of people, like, how much of Counter-Strike is aim? If you had to decide, like, if you had a perfect player, if a player is 100%, then, like, how much of that player has to be aim? My question is how much of professional Counter-Strike is movement?
Actually, a lot, because your movement is also the same as your positioning, in my opinion. Like, if you get a kill, then you have to move quick to another position to get another kill where, like, you cheat, like, you outplay your opponent with movement.
Yep.
That's probably what people do the most, and that's what people, like, pro players need. Like, the good players, they always, like, outplay you with movement as well as their aim and their way of thinking. So movement is, like, I think it's pretty important. It's like almost half of the game, in my opinion. Like, I surfed a lot. I did a lot of KC maps in CSGO and a lot of jump servers and stuff. So I think it's pretty important. Like, my movement is decent. It's not the best, but you know, when you see a player that has good movement, he usually gets a lot of free kills just with good movement.
With the movement, yeah. So you would say, like, if we clumped, like, movement and positioning, if we put that together, you would say that's 50% of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Cool. Good answer. Fair. All right, dude. Let's fly, man. So this is what's gonna go down. You're gonna put on your wings. I think you got to put them in the same spot that you have your armor in right now. So you're going to be a little bit exposed.
Oh, yeah, I'm naked. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. And so then the next step is you're going to want to take those rockets, and I would just put them all in your bar at the bottom. So if you mouse wheel up and down, you can change what you're holding. I would just put three or four pile of those rockets, because I'm going to show you what you can now do. All right. Here's the game plan. We're gonna fly around and use some rockets. The rockets will keep you flying forever. Okay. But so this is, and you got one shot, because if you fall and die, that's the end of it. All right, you got to get this right the first time.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm listening.
So you're going to run. You're going to jump, and once you're in the air, you have to press jump again. So space bar. All right. And so while you're falling, you space bar one time. And then your cape will be activated. And you'll know if it's activated because if you look up and down, you'll feel your guy kind of like glide, you know? You're not flying in a straight line. It doesn't have any like fuel. But yeah, you almost just did it right there. And then if you right click with your rockets in your hand while you're flying, it's going to speed boost you. So you can just keep flying around all over the map.
Okay.
All right. Do you want me to go first? Just to show you?
Yeah, you go first.
All right. So I'm gonna.
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it.
Yes. Run.
I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you. It was a good effort. I'm pretty sure you just rocketed straight down into the ground and yeah, man, that didn't go too well.
How can I be this stupid, man? Okay, I have to come back. I have to go back to... That was funny. Okay. I'm on my way.
All right, yeah, I see you down here. Hold on, I think I can teleport you actually. Let's.
All my stuff. I just collected all that good stuff.
Yeah, all your items are gone.
No.
Let me see if I can teleport you. See if I can do this wizardry. Well, you know the way up here, so it's a question of whether you can get here faster than I can teleport you.
I'm on the way.
Damn. I think that was pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie, man.
I died, man. That's crazy. I didn't think I would die. I'm on the way soon. Oh.
Nice. I figured it out.
All my stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of down there, man.
Hey, I just gotta take a new set.
Actually, hold on. I might have some of your things. Yeah, I got your compass, and I've got your pile of rotten flesh. I don't know why you got that.
I collect that stuff.
yeah, you just keep it in a box in the basement, man. Shit. All right, so you got another elytra. You got some more rockets. Are you ready for your second try?
So I run, jump, and then I jump again in the air, and then I can fly with the rocket.
Yeah, but don't look down at the ground, because if you look down at the ground and shoot your rocket, that's kind of yeah, that's kind of why you died.
Okay.
All right.
I actually had it. I had it.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Okay. So I'm right behind you, man. Don't look down. Go for it.
Oh my god.
There you go, man. Now shoot a rocket. Be careful, if you run out, you're gonna die. There you have it, dude. A little bit better. So try to get a feel for it. You know, if you kind of glide down and then look up, you can get some of your height back.
What is this?
Woohoo!
Yeah, we got it. Okay, so where do we go? I'm gonna check out the island over here.
Yeah, I'll follow you, man. Oh, you almost ran into something again.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
It's the way you look, that's the way. Oh.
All right, listen, there's a hole in the back of the airplane's tail. Do you think you could fly through it?
Okay, let me see. I gotta check it out. Oh. Where? Is that tight? I can't even see it.
Yeah, so if you, my suggestion is kind of rocket away from it and then slowly come back at it.
Okay, I got it. Is this the hole?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you nailed it, dude. Good job.
I got the movement. I got the fly skills. Maybe
Yeah.
I should transition to this game.
You know, second time around. Woohoo! And you landed on the tree. Well done, dude.
Thank you.
All right. Damn, that was funny. I'm looking forward to watching back the clip of you just smashing your face straight into the rocks. You're like, yo, I'll go first. Oh man, too funny.
Oh, I just saw death in front of my eyes. When I
Right? Yeah. It came at you pretty fast. I mean, you know.
it definitely did.
All right, so that's everything I kind of prepared for you. But there's one more thing, and that's you know, if we bring more guests back to our island config, first of all, I'll be sure to show them your giant crater over here. Where the house blew up. But I was wondering if I was hoping that you would actually leave something behind as well. So I'm gonna jump off the tree and I'm gonna fly, and if you can follow me, we'll test your skills again. I'm gonna bring you to somewhere. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of our day here. The first North American matches of the day at Blast Premier Spring Showdown. I'm Semler, your host, and we'll be getting into the thick of things. We've just finished up with the European matches, so in case you're just tuning in, there's all sorts of CS that's just happened. But now we get to get into the 3 matches that we have today planned for the North American groups of this tournament. So I'm not alone on the desk. Joining me, as they did today, valiant champions that they are, Maniac and Thorin. Gentlemen, how's it going? You guys feeling good? You had a little bit of a break. You had a little bit of a breather. You ready to get into it now?
Yeah, I mean, the sun is still shining. It's not getting that late, so I had a little bit of coffee, a little bit of fresh air. I chilled a little bit, and now I'm ready for more Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, people are going to be mean and say, come on, who are these guys in Triumph? I've never even heard of these guys. Were these guys even playing Counter-Strike last year? But you know what? Don't be so ignorant. They could be in Cloud9 next year.
Okay.
I'm glad to say, it's just, you just got to give Duggan a little bit of time, He'll just come and put this on the spot, though, so it's all good. I know he probably just thought of that right now. There we go. I'm glad, Duggan. And actually, hold on, just to emphasize on this, because we have moved this all online, we didn't do it earlier, but we can bring up the graphics showing kind of where we're all spread out. So like Maniac said, it's still light out. And over here in Stockholm, where I'm at, it's still light out as well. And so we've really taken this show online, on the road. It's everywhere, spread out. And even some guys over in North America, up on the top hat of America, that is. Although Moses, he's close enough. He might as well be up there. Lawners and Scrawny up in Canada, Moses in the NA Lakes region.
Beautiful region.
But it's good to see. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we're doing remote, right? And for some reason, I'm the only one coming to Copenhagen, so I had a nice trip. But I don't mind. It's a place I really appreciate.
You realise that, Semler, that Scrawny is actually like Quebecois. So you could have been talking to him the whole time in French, but you just didn't know that.
No, I just didn't know that. He hides it well. Why doesn't he speak? He doesn't have the accent.
Yeah, he does sound more like he sounds like one of the, as I call them, the American Canadians, basically like Sadakis, let's be real,
Yeah, there you go. It's like Sadakis kind of style. I mean, it's not like Miss Harvey or Livin' Pink or the other, gals that we know in the scene who actually have the accent a bit. Well, moving on. It's all right. I mean, that's the thing. Wonder, accents, everything. We have all sorts of CS. So this was the match overview for the day. So you can see that we've still included some of the European matches, obviously, the 5 that we got through today earlier, ending with Mad Lions devouring Dig. Now we're moving into the 3 North American matches. Cloud9 versus Triumph is going to be kicking it off, FURIA and Gen.G, and then Chaos MIBR to close the day. So already we can kick it off in terms of, let's start with you, Maniac. Which match out of these 3 are you watching, are you really focused on right now?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think that before we started this segment, I was ready to underestimate Cloud9 versus Triumph, right? Because you look at these names, and obviously FURIA versus Gen.G might be a most exciting prospect, right? But just some of the results that Cloud9 have had recently on online Counter-Strike, they've been Liquid in BO3, they've been EG in a BO3, they've been Gen.G as well. So actually, considering their circumstances, we might have a banger of a first game.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This is going to be the first time that we get to see Triumph play here. So, I mean, Thorin, do you agree with that? I mean, this is the first time we're going to see Triumph play in the groups here.
Mate, the last time Triumph entertained me, it was a dog on like a comedy skit on like an American TV show about 20 years ago. So I'm waiting to see, right? Like I've heard good things from Maui Snake about the guy called Graham. Apparently he's like a pretty good player. So I'll give him a try. Yeah, we'll see. But Cloud9 in theory's got the quality, they've been together a while now. Not a bad little reference there, Sam. You have to be a boomer like us to know what I'm talking about though.
Exactly, though. That's fine. I mean, I like it that you're getting Maui in here, man. Maui, shout out to him. It was great working with him at Flashpoint, and hopefully we can work again in the future. But let's move into the next bit then, because I mean we are going to start diving in to the format, and for that I have a video that's been recorded that will explain how this round robin format is going to work here at Blast.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. third place from Group A will play against second place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing second in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
The hype music is real, and that's how the format's going to go. Round robin format here. You don't want to be at the bottom of the group, and that's how it usually works in tournaments. The more W's you have, the better you feel. The more L's, well, you don't feel anything because you've lost, you're gone. So let's talk about Group A, because we're going to be kicking off the night with a match from Group B, but 2 matches are from Group A tonight, and so we'll be focusing a little bit on these teams now before we dive into obviously our first match of the North American evening with Triumph and Cloud9. So, did anything stand out? We actually got to see some of these teams play yesterday, so has anything kind of stand out? Have we made any adjustments for these teams in particular going into tonight?
Well, there has been, I guess, 2 main conclusions from yesterday. The first one is Gen.G look activated, and they really dispatched of Chaos quite easily. Everyone in the lineup was activated. Kusta was stopping the charge, but everyone was very close behind him. So Chaos, even though we know they might be dangerous, they actually did not stand a single chance versus Gen.G. And because of that performance, I would probably put Gen.G at the top of my list for that group. And then the other conclusion is that the curse for the MIBR versus FURIA was actually over. MIBR did finally get the best of FURIA. Granted, it's a BO1, it's a group stage, so we have to take that with a pinch of salt, but it's wide open, right? And as Duncan will probably say, and I agree with him, Chaos, they're not just here to be dead last. They're not just here to be the 4th team that we don't consider. They can be dangerous if you disrespect them, if you come in with a little bit less focus, they can take you down.
I mean, I would expect Thorin's, Chaos would be Thorin's spirit animal, at least the name. I mean, do you agree with that, Thorin?
I mean, some people do say I am a little bit like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. Hopefully less evil and hopefully have a better ending than he did. But I do, move a lot of the chess pieces on the board. So Chaos is indeed a ladder. And much like that ladder, Fury and Gen.G trying to climb the ladder of the competitive NA scene and become number 1.
Mm-hmm. And who's stomping on their fingers right now, kicking the rungs out from above them? Huh? That's the question right now in this group. Or in the NA scene, if you want to touch on it, the NA scene as a whole. I do like the Littlefinger reference, though. He did go quick and clean, at least. Unlike some of these teams. So, moving on. What I do want to focus on, at least here, is going to be the MIBR lineup, because they did it on Inferno as well. And that was one thing that we wanted to touch on, because they've been trying the whole struggle, and we saw that in Flashpoint. We've seen that throughout the tournaments that we got to cast to them, is that they're just struggling to find a home base right now, MIBR. And so yesterday, not only did they manage to take down Furia, they did it on a map that they've been trying to make work for the whole year, it feels like. Yeah. And Thorn, we can start with you on this one. Oh.
It's okay. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but it's just Inferno doesn't seem to be the main reason why they won. I wouldn't put Inferno in now the category of, oh yeah, that's an amazing map for MIBR. We had K&G going absolutely bonkers and following with crazy clutches. I don't know, Duncan, if you agree, but I don't think it was mainly because of Inferno that they won that game.
No, I mean, the big problem for me would be, even in that win, I thought they actually looked pretty ropey on the CT side, and having a good CT side is basically how you become a good Inferno team. Like, you just aren't going to win 12T rounds every time, which they didn't that time. You get my premise. So I would say, there's still positives there. The big hitters generally came to the server. K&G had a monster performance. Even the new guy, TRK, had that one kind of standout round, which probably actually did win them the game and when you add everything up overall. But I still think that that's actually going to be something to look at. Is a map like Inferno is another map they could end up playing many times in this tournament, because a lot of people play it and a lot of people will be willing to play MIBR on it.
They'll be willing to go into that best of 1 format as well. that is one of the common things that's said, kind of like Mirage. Everybody knows how to play Inferno. You just know how to get that going. So we'll be obviously talking a bit more about MIBR and those teams coming up because we have 2 matches from Group A tonight. But Group B, we are going to start looking at them real quick just because, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, there are, some serious contenders here in this team right now to make some waves in this side of the tournament. And Evil Geniuses sitting at the top of the pack right now with their first win. They took down 100 Thieves yesterday.
Indeed, in a game, sort of a grudge game, considering the coaching situation. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but EG did get the better of 100 Thieves at the end of the day. And honestly, just thinking about the consequences of the first game we have tonight, whoever ends up losing that game might be the designated fourth from that group. Look, you have EG, you have 100 Thieves, Triumph or Cloud9. You end up losing today, you're putting yourself in a very bad position for the rest of the group stage.
All right. Anyway, what I think generally about that is I kind of agree with this segment. I would put it like this: Cloud9 are supposed to beat Triumph and then battle 100 Thieves, EG. Despite the fact in your brain you still think of EG, 100 Thieves are way better on land. No, this is the world we live in right now, and it's been a long time since those teams were actually really good on land. So what I would say is Cloud9's supposed to be in that pack and make a 3-horse race. But there's a world in which Cloud9, as we'll talk about in a minute, they've actually basically spent most of their careers on the level of the Triumph players. I feel like that's one where the name value is going to make you think there's no upset potential, but the actual parity between some of the players. And I would think Triumph would have the confidence going against guys like these. Basically, Triumph get the chance to be the crab who just pull the other crab just out of making it out of that bucket. So that's what they're going for right now.
Well, we had a chance actually to hear from one of those crabs who is currently doing battle in that bucket. We have an interview with Floppy, so we'll hear from him right now.
Floppy, it's good to see you again, mate. I guess the first thing I wanted to start with here is how you guys are handling the schedule, practice, and making sure that you guys are not easy to predict during all of this, because you guys have actually been on an impressive run so far.
Yeah, so playing all these different teams on LAN with the amount of frequency of the matches we've been playing, we have to switch it up all the time based off of what other teams do to anti-strat us. So we have to just pretty much innovate what we do after every 2 or 3 maps or so, just so we can stay fresh and people can't predict us as easy.
And how do you manage that schedule and what you're doing as well? Is there more scrimming now? Is there more practice time, more theory crafting? What's it look like for Cloud9?
I think we do a lot of server work, especially before match. We're always 2 or 3 hours before the match, we discuss what we need to be doing on each map and what they're going to be doing each map. And as a result, we just have the most efficient practice that way.
And, well, already it sounds like they've got at least a regimented approach here. And they are a team that's actually in a team house together right now on location. They've been getting their grind on. And actually, before we react to that one, I also want to hear from the coach. I believe we have an interview with TC, and then we can talk a little bit more about Cloud9 as a whole.
Talk to me, TC. I want to get straight into this. What is it like to coach the C9 boys?
It's been an experience, man. It's the guys are obviously very young. I think we're the youngest professional team probably that made it into the top 30, now top 20. So it's been a very interesting journey. Obviously me being the older one in the group, having to almost be the dad, especially when we just started. I mean, you've got a group of youngsters, everyone with different personalities. But honestly, the guys just mesh so well. Their personalities fit in very well, and the guys are just such a extremely hard-working group of individuals. So honestly, it just makes my job easy, and I'm just kind of here to keep them in line.
So it sounds to me like hard work is key here for this team. We heard it from the player Floppy. We heard it from the coach TC that they are dedicated and working in. I mean, does that sound like the way through here for Cloud9? Do they have to rely on the hard work, or do they have the talent that can also bolster that and pull them across the line? Thorin, what are your thoughts on that?
I think they certainly have some talent. Floppy's been the guy most people have targeted because, first of all, he actually has just the skills, the eye test. He passes that a young man should. The problem I would say he's had is he's generally been a bit of an onliner. Now, that hasn't mattered. Flashpoint's online, this is online. That's great. He has also, in his early LAN adventures in 2020, started to pick up the pace there. So I think he's a clear talent. He could one day, if Cloud9 get a much better team, he could obviously stay in Cloud9, but he could one day be an EG or a Team Liquid player. It's not inconceivable. But then you go elsewhere. Sonic shows some flashes of being good. I think he's still... Something's a little bit missing for me with him. I'm not sure what it is. And I would say, actually, the interesting thing is, in terms of impact, you've got to look at Motum. He's a pretty good player, but he's a bit one-sided. He's mainly on the T side. And then OC's probably the most improved player on this team. He's gone from just being the most bog-standard, by-the-numbers AWPer to a little bit more. He's kind of stepping outside his comfort zone. So I don't think it's crazy talent level. Like, listen, EG dwarfs them. 100 Thieves just have much more better tenured players and better pieces role by role. But compared to a team like Triumph, yes, they should outskill them man for man.
Maniac, would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Cloud9, we've talked a lot about the context. We've talked a lot about Counter-Strike going online and what it means for top teams. Maybe they lose in motivation. Maybe they don't exactly know how to perform, how to practice in general. Well, for Cloud9, they're used to that. This is probably where we get the best out of this team. We are still playing remote, online Counter-Strike. And for a team like that, this is where they had the best result. This year, every time I've seen them online, it has been complicated. In Leipzig, very complicated, losing to Renegades many times. They go to Katowice, obviously they play against a much, much harder range of opponent. They don't really win any map instead of just against VP, which is nothing to be too crazy about, right? But now you have them in exactly where they perform the best, online. And you know what? There's no diss about it. It's just where they had the best results. So that's their stage to shine right now.
So now, I mean, it is their stage to shine, and well, we all have our predictions that we've made. We did this for the European side, and we can take a look at the North American predictions here from the talented Blast as well. Maniac and I have been doing pretty well, so I gave ourselves, again, we have a different second match here. Opportunity to differentiate.
Yeah, what if it's a 15-15? I'm going to be so mad if it's 15-15. I will be so mad.
What do you think, Thor? Are there any predictions that stand out to you?
I think these are all pretty reasonable. Like, I'm surprised. This is the one area where unfortunately, the game of Anders Bloom and Scrawny and exactly what they're up to, which is if you ever wanted to pick a crazy upset, Chaos versus MIBR is it. They've already beaten them in the past, admittedly with Smooya, but this is exactly the sort of team that MIBR would slip up and lose to. Even so, they are a big favourite. I'm just saying, if you really believe in these underdogs, pick them when it's actually appropriate, not just to be silly and then later go, ha ha. Trolled y'all. Like you didn't try anyway. You knew you were going to do it. So I think the one in the middle is the obvious one that people can go either way on.
Yeah, that's going to be the one, exactly. And that's how it felt looking at the matches, because, I mean, obviously Cloud9 right now versus Triumph, it could be a massive upset. And we saw that yesterday. I mean, we all predicted FURIA to take down MBR. We all got that wrong. Could happen today as well. So, I mean, eyes on the predictions. It's been fun so far. What we need now is a scoreboard. We got to keep on tab. We got to keep tab of the score on who's ahead and who's not. But I think right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll dive a bit more in depth into our first match of the day here for North America.
For week 3 of Blast Premier, we've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Friezer's going to be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the straight finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, that's all, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boss. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
Let's go, G2, let's go. And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
All right, well, there we have it. Quick break is over and done with, and now we have to say a quick thanks to our sponsors, Betway here, for providing the odds for our matches at Blast Premier Spring Showdown. So now what we're going to be doing is focusing on our first match of the day, Cloud9 versus Triumph. And we managed to actually track down Sheikh Zula and have an interview with him going into this match.
Sheikh Zula, a lot of the top NA teams are saying they're struggling with a good quality of practice. How are things in the Triumph camp? And would you say you guys are struggling in the same way, or are you benefiting from more of the top teams being around at the moment?
I think we're benefiting. Our scrim schedule is definitely a lot more top heavy in terms of we're playing a lot of the top teams in terms of EG, Liquid, 100 Thieves and stuff like that. So I think it's definitely beneficial to have all the teams still in North America, and we're definitely getting, better, and we're definitely getting just more top quality practice.
And how is that practice going for you? I know practice results don't show you the end result, but can you see significant improvements for the team?
I definitely can. I mean, our roster is only about a month old, and our last showing in Road to Rio, we pretty much had only had a week to put things together, so we've really had about a month now to get everything down and to go through all our maps and really solidify what we need to do going forward. So I think it's definitely been good, and especially testing what we're trying to run versus top teams. I think that'll benefit us long run, especially.
He just nailed it right there, Sheikh Zula. That is definitely going to be one of the big things that a lot of the teams in North America have been talking about, is the quality of prac that you get. If all of the North American teams are over in Europe competing and pracking and staying in team houses trying to get the best quality practice they can get, what do you have left at North America? Now that the teams are home in North America, all of a sudden, you're right. Teams like Triumph get to practice against EG and Liquid, and that could set them up for success here in Blast Premier. So, I mean, does that stand out for you guys as an advantage? Is that something for us to look forward to here from Triumph?
Well, I mean, beyond the fact that the quality of practice will be improved, as you say, because you'll have teams who are normally not here suddenly on home soil, I do believe that one of the challenge and one of the way that any team can pull forward right now is to figure out how the hell do we use all that time? Because this is brand new for most of these teams to have so many hours they can put into the game. How do we organize it? How much do we practice? How much do we do theory? How much do we do debriefing? And that's going to be one area where if you're a team and you figure that one out, if you have the magic formula, well, you could put ahead.
I'm with you. In theory, it should help, especially teams on this particular level, Triumph, some of the lower level teams. Like, that should give them practice they never even dreamed of. The problem is, go on the other side of the equation. When people go to NA and they say, how is the practice? There's all just idiot teams who they don't turn up on time, or they play the scrim like it's the final of the major, or they don't properly practice, or they're talking trash. Well, that's what I hope, is that these teams, now that they've been given this grace that they would never, ever get normally, the chance to practice some of the best teams in the world. I hope they've made use of it. I hope they haven't just dicked around and tried to just win one map in stupid fashion or just doing rushes all the time without having any logic or purpose to the practice. So if they really dedicated themselves, and yeah, this is a chance to sort of close the gap a bit. And I would say even more than that, as long as you haven't trashed up, maybe even get yourself into one of these top teams one day.
That's a big thing as well. You know, trying to keep the interpersonal tied in, keeping it professional as well. You don't want to do too much trash talk until you've established yourself and become invaluable. But I mean, as far as these guys are concerned, we saw that in the lower third. It does look like Triumph are at least getting some results. They've managed to take down Cloud9 recently as well. So it'll be fun to see how this pans out in this first match of the day. And I mean, as far as Cloud9 are concerned, I mean, we touched on them earlier, but is this a sort of scenario where it's more of a 50-50 between these two? Or can we expect Cloud9 to have a decisive win here?
Well, I think that psychologically speaking, we are a little bit biased because we are more used to see Cloud9 go up against better teams, and that's a name that we've heard a little bit more. And I'm even mentioning this lineup, not the previous lineup who turned into whatever. This lineup, we've seen them a little bit more, right? They are in our mental space. We've seen them go up against good teams. They were in Katowice, they were in Leipzig. Whereas Triumph, it's a little bit, you know, unknown territory. So in that sense, I think we are a little bit biased. I think it's not clear-cut at all. As you mentioned, Triumph, they beat Cloud9 in a BO3 quite recently, it was a month ago, 2-1 for Triumph. So it would be disingenuous for us to say Triumph are favorite, but I do believe we'll see a much tighter game than maybe what our predictions tell.
Are we for me, I guess, right?
I keep
okay.
it, no, we're going
it's
on.
All right.
Yeah, it's like expect. Go ahead, Duncan, go ahead.
Anyway, right, yeah, so I'll just say, yeah, I think, listen, the thing with Cloud9 is they're also in a very, very difficult transition phase right now, which is that they have all their mind focused on trying to become a Tier 1 Counter-Strike team. And as anyone who has made the transition from Tier 2 to Tier 1 will tell you, the process of becoming a team that plays the proper meta of Counter-Strike and plays the way that you're going to if you go to the offline tournament almost primes you to get upset by the teams who aren't trying to do any of that and who are still trying to scrim you when they play you online and play really risky or do crazy moves that are considered completely unorthodox. So I actually think, like I said before, just the fact that if I'm the Triumph guys, I am going to be a hater of Cloud9. I'm going to be like, you know, these guys aren't much better than me. Like, I might have even been ahead of some of these guys if I got the right connection last year. So I think they will be primed to think they can win this game in a way they won't when they play the Gen.Gs of the world, etc. So I'm certainly interested in this veto right now to see where it goes. Like, I mean, interestingly enough, they've already banned Train at the outset. So I feel like it might be a handshake. Like maybe they're going to agree to play Dust 2 or Overpass or something in Mania.
Yeah, I agree with you. What is weird for me is that in 4 bans, they removed all the maps they played in the last BO3. Inferno, Vertigo, Train, both out. So it's fresh hit, it's Tabula Rasa, and yeah, Dust 2 might definitely be on the cards. It's the definition of an open map. It's a definition. Oh, there you have it. Dust 2 actually. Cloud9 deciding to remove Nuke. I don't know what to make of that last video. I feel like if you're Cloud9, I feel like if you trust your protocols are better than your opponents, you would take that Nuke. But actually, no. They go for Dust 2.
Yeah, I think this is scary. Like, listen, Cloud9 still has, as far as I can tell, the better players. They've obviously got all the routine. They've been playing together for that long. But if you were ever going to get scrimmed on a one-map scenario by a team that thinks they can beat you, this is the map. And here's where, by the way, if you're any of those guys on Triumph, you can really show us if you've got the individual skills here, win or lose.
And that's what we're going to be wondering here. I mean, Mirage was removed by Cloud9. I guess that's the ultimate scrim, but then Dust 2 is here as well. So this opens it up. It's a best of 1 format. It's not a best of 3, as you guys can see. And so it's all hinged on this single map. And I actually kind of, because we have a little bit of time, I think, I wouldn't mind bringing the commentators in to hear their thoughts on this pick ban before we actually get into it as well, just because I think we have that ability here at Blast. But I may be jumping the gun. I mean, well, they're 2 minutes out. They should be ready. They should be ready on the mic.
No. They just get right at the end when it begins.
Mate, just look how many trophies Shaq Zula's got. Look at that in the background there. This guy's already won like 17 majors in like gymnastics or something.
Yeah, but he is in North America where they just hand trophies out for participating, right? So I mean, that is kind of the that is. I've got a bunch of those trophies too. You know, Duncan definitely didn't win all those tournaments, those seasons.
Okay.
Didn't quite happen. But I think, all right, we are ready now to get the casters in. So let's do this big 5-split shot and see how this all pans out, because I think this is the first time we're going to try it. And got to come to me first. And then, oh, no, now it's just going to be me and the casters. Okay.
We got rid of the
What's up, guys? How you doing? Ah, you got rid of him. Yeah, I know. I wanted to give you guys a chance to chime in real quick. How's everything going over there? You're up on the top hat of North America, all that. It's nice. Good weather.
Yeah, hanging in. You know, it's still nice and bright and early. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for another game of Counter-Strike, and it's North America now, so it really hits home.
There's a part of me that wonders if Cloud9 are more scared to play against a team like Triumph than they are to play against a team like EG, because they have just come out of being a lower tier North American team to a much better North American team. So I feel like with Triumph, they're always right on their heels. These are the teams that they face off a lot against, and we saw Triumph have already beat them in a best of 3, and I feel like Cloud9 are more scared to play against a team like this.
That's the big thing, and I'm glad that Thorn also made that point there, where if you have trust in your system, why wouldn't you take it to a more structured map? But instead we're going to Dust 2, where it could be anybody. I think it was Maniac who made that point, actually. I may just be robbing him. It's been a long day. Gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to you. Kick ass, take names, and we'll see you after the map.
Cool. Thanks,
Will do. Thank you, Similar. All right, Mohan, here we find ourselves. The heads up match between Cloud9 and Triumph. I mean, I think we can throw Triumph into the same category as, say, Chaos, although Chaos has had a chance already this month to make waves, and did so. Triumph have been waiting for this attempt, and I think opening up versus Cloud9, a team that arguably isn't too long or too far from their scale and from their caliber, is going to be a really good chance for them to prove something. I don't think it's going to get easier for them as this group gets on, so for Triumph's sake, if you guys are cheering for them, I think this is the match they have to win.
I'm really excited for this map. I'm happy that it's on Dust 2, because I think Cloud9, since the last time they played, I feel like Cloud9 have gotten a lot better, and I have more and more faith in Cloud9. I'm sure we both do, as every time we see a new best of 3. But with Dust 2, I feel like it could be close. The veto seems a bit sketchy from that perspective. But at the same time, Cloud9's Dust 2 also seems to be getting better as the days go on, and I feel like Sonic, especially opping on Cloud9, is pretty incredible on Dust 2 of all the maps. He feels like sometimes he's the best opera on the server.
I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely Sonic's coming into his own. And I think it's really interesting, actually, that the veto process comes down between either Nuke or Dust 2, because that's going to give us, one of the two flavors that we know Counter-Strike, that we know Cloud9 are able to play. And they clearly just went for the more simplified route. Dust 2 is just going to take us into the aim duels. Dust 2 is going to be where everybody feels comfortable with this. And I'm very curious to see how the players are just going to match up on an individual level. They should have some intimacy in terms of knowing their opponent. And I'm actually very impressed with the interview we had with Sheikh Zulu, where he mentions having the chance to practice versus the top of NA. If those guys have been bullied around the server by the very best individually speaking throughout practice, I think that's a really good warm-up for an opponent like Cloud9. So without further ado, North America, let's get ready for the straight-up BO1 clash here on Dust 2. It's Cloud9 to the T side in a map that they seem all too comfortable to play.
Yes, indeed. And now we'll have Modem running out mid nice and quick. We know the pace is hot for Cloud9 at all times, especially on Dust 2. A good counter flash supports Spongy in getting his opening frag, and a couple of trades go the way of the CTs, but now the B side has been cracked open, and it's the CTs to already be in a retake spot, but JT, he's kind of left alone here outside the window.
Yeah. Tries to go for a fight. It's 3 quick kills coming out of Triumph. Blink and you miss it. All 3, Curry, Grim, and Sheikh Zulu. Oh no, excuse me. Sheikh Zulu not needed for the frag at the end there. But point being, Triumph just completely berating that retake. Excellent stuff there. JT tries to stick around to get something off of the retake attempt, but I think all that ends up doing is actually makes it even easier.
I think maybe he jumps out window hoping they didn't see him, because they got those kills so quickly. That's the only thing I can imagine for why JT might have jumped out. But yeah, and then they made a bad problem worse by, I guess, trying to help him. But it could have gone the right way. I think maybe the safest suggestion would, of course, be play within the site, take all the safe angles, and go from there. And here is a Galil winning a duel straight up versus an M4. Though Grim does get blind, Almadam's got another person straight in front of him, but he is behind the cover of a door. The Molotov will coat the M4 to make sure that Modem can't grab it easily. Sheikh Zula, I wonder if he's going to go for some kind of lurk frag here, because since he just has this MP9 to work with.
Man, if I had told you 6 months ago that losing Pistol on Dust 2 would turn around into a 5 Galil buy, I don't know if I would believe you. May have to check your mental state, my friend. But this is the world we live in now. And they completely reject any notion of needing utility in this round. It's really the firepower that they wanted to flex over top of the MP9s and scouts here scattered across Triumph. But a nice placed Molotov is actually enough to keep OC from putting that bomb down. And everybody else for Cloud9 is just kind of waiting for the post plant. So it's nice to see him get that device activated. All 4 remaining members of Triumph down here in their spawn. Again, they have the utility to make this retake happen. They've got the flashes to move forward now, but that's also going to call the T's back into action. OC and Sonic with a couple of kills off of the catwalk. They're just gunning down the counter terrorists at the base of their spawn. So Junior tucks tail. He's out of here. A single save for Triumph. What a bounce back from Cloud9.
Man, I really love this buy from Cloud9 because you don't need that many nades to win rounds on T-side Dust 2. And we like to say these things about every map, but it's certainly true for Dust 2. You know, a couple of flashes can get you across Cat, and this is an aim map, and this just goes to show you how important your aim can be and how it can take precedence over better guns. So I think they push Triumph to the limit, and I do like that Triumph threw a couple of Molotovs on the site to delay for time. They actually did substantial damage in this time that they were waiting, but Cloud9 also stayed very calm and made sure to knock down the potential for any boost. I think that was a big one when they tried to go from elevator. But yeah, Triumph tried their hardest, but Cloud9 still were in a better spot the entire time and never let that advantage slip.
Yeah, they get those 2 M4s to couple with what remained of the Galils. Already finding themselves an opening kill over here towards Long. So Triumph just trying to make the most of the pistols, looking to soften players up, and that could enable the scouts quite well. In fact, there you have it. The first one comes out from Spongy, and he body bags Modem, but it's that cat split, that 2-pronged assault from Cloud9 that unravels the car hold over towards CT Cross. It is the follow-up victory from Cloud9. They do not fall victim to the force buy.
Yeah, they run the gambit out Long. We know how sometimes this long control smoke can bite you back, and I think here we see the T's used it quite well. So now we move into round 4. It was a decent attempt in the start here for Triumph, but Cloud9 look like they've got their feet on the ground now. They now have a full buy up. They got the MAC-10 on Modem, and he's been weaponized as an entry fragger very often. And particularly a lot on Dust 2. Floppy, long control smoke once again. Wants to alienate the pit player. We can see the Molotov to make sure no one can cross wide. And he'll get flashed back, but this is going to give his teammates a whole bunch of information.
Ooh, looking easy here for Floppy. He's going to clear the blue box and then get caught by Junior, who just finds a great bit of timing there off of the peak. That's 1 Galil offered over to Triumph. Sheikh Zula able to see all of those terrorists filtering into the B-bomb site. So Triumph very aware as to what's gone wrong. The mid to B pays off for Cloud9.
Yeah, this was a situation where Floppy's life was worth the information. So did I say this was the information? This was a situation. Because if he does drag all the CTs out to peeking him at Long, well, B is so far away from Long that suddenly learning about 3 players being there can be okay, even if it's only a 1-for-1 trade. Triumph will be happy to have recovered the Galil, but Junior, he's got this Galil and he's been spotted. He wants some kills with this Galil, and he'll go and get 11 health, but he'll get trades out by the nade. And the MAC-10 potentially upgraded. Yeah, perfect. Wow, that was a good flow chart for how to make sure he got that gun. A guy on the ramp had to drop his to grab it, to throw it to him, and yeah, that went beautifully. So now Junior's going to be on the op. Maui Snake pointed, as I think Thorin and Semler referenced, Maui Snake pointed out Grim as a great player. I'm sure you've seen him play. He is definitely very talented. It feels like kind of he's almost in Floppy spot a little bit, or you know, in the spot that Floppy was as a very good player on a team that should be achieving more. But
yeah, we definitely saw Grim kind of rise through the ranks of MDL. You know, they were knocking on the door of Pro League at times. You know, he's been a cut above individually speaking, for a little bit, but never really got that long run, the sprint to victory. Here comes Curry, dropping the bomb over on long doors. This is a round for Triumph where they've doubled up the man advantage. Sonic's going to start clawing it back. He gets the headshot really swiftly. He could technically go take that bomb with very little contest, but Junior is posted on the doors. Doesn't actually have to walk into the scope, though. So now that bomb has been picked back up from Cloud9. They're playing off the man disadvantage, and that scope really scares me. So I think they're going to avoid long at all costs.
Isn't it interesting how the bomb dropping on that side of the door just completely changes the makeup of the round? Because now they can come back to potentially the B site. They can see if Triumph tried to get back in. They don't know if Cloud9 have left a player in there. It was initially JT who killed the solo man on the site, and it does look like Triumph are playing outside the site, so it could be a good site to go back to. Now we'll find out how much noise Cloud9 want to make, because this will be a clue for Triumph as to if they're actually retaking it or if they've left a person in here. It seems like they'll give them no hint whatsoever that they've left, which is kind of cool from Cloud9.
Molly goes deep through the window, so that's going to give Sonic the safety net to bomb plant. He tucks behind the box in case there was somebody just creeping behind them on the tunnels, but that is all not the case. Oh, Sonic, off of the second flashbang. I thought he was going to maybe go for the peak, but with that last piece of utility thrown out, it is very much just Cloud9 looking to anchor the bomb site with a man disadvantage. A little bit of an off flash for the CTs. JT's been spotted, but still he comes up with both kills. The headshot versus Junior as he peeks through the window spells disaster for Triumph. They had the man up. They had bomb down at one point, but Cloud9 fighting ferociously back into the B site. They were given a lot of room. They were given a lot of respect, and I think that comes back to bite Triumph.
They inhibited their own execute a little bit with the flashbang to try to retake, and JT took full advantage of that situation. So very nicely done from a lot of angles there from Cloud9. It was an awkward situation with the bomb. It was tough for Triumph to not want to sit at long and hold on to that spot and think Cloud9 might try to re-aggress. But obviously smarter from Cloud9 to not have implored that option. The re-peek with bottom. I think he knew what he was getting into with that re-peek, but still, he gets the kill.
Yeah, I think he knew exactly what was coming, and I think he didn't care. Just looking to flex on the anti-eco. All is fair. And all is done here. Round 6 going to definitely come to a close once these T's move up towards that A site. Curry will be caught by mid. No, actually. Floppy's going to go ahead and give him a little bit more space to work.
Yeah, no, what we're looking for at this point in the round is, of course, how many kills can you get with just the CZ? We've got the flank out and Floppy holding back within the doors. Doesn't really have much else to think about. I mean, maybe he has a book, could pop open the iPad, watch a movie, but other than that, you just got one angle on this flank to make sure no one can come through. And Curry, I think, has a handshake agreement with him that this is probably an unfair battle for whoever decides to push. And it'll seem like a kind of a stalemate as Cloud9 move into 5-1, and it's a great start. It's a start where Cloud9 look very clean, and now that they have kind of their claws in, you think Triumph, maybe the confidence is starting to slip a bit. They had a very tumultuous series the last time that they played, and a 16-14 map, I think, to finish it. But that kind of favors Cloud9 in the future, I'd say, as a team that you would expect is better, more infrastructure, more talent, and has a better pedigree just at beating other top teams. If you want to give credit to the team that's favored in terms of their ability to adapt, you think the next time that they play, Cloud9 will do a better job of adapting than Triumph can, and it seems like maybe that'll be true. But that being said, as was pointed out by Maniac, all of the maps in the veto from the last series that they played were vetoed out. So we're kind of on new territory with Dust 2.
Somewhat here, yeah. I also want to reiterate what Floppy said in his pregame interview, and that being that, with just the sheer quantity of online matches going on at the moment, they feel like they've got to really kind of vary their strats based on opponents. Like, they've got to come in with fresh faces, because if not, I mean, if you're Triumph, like, the team that you should be trying to counter strat the hardest would be something like a Cloud9. And, he wants to stay fresh. Ricky Camaro. So far, so good for Cloud9. Double op setup being seen between Sonic and OC. I think that is a lot of firepower on the snipers. OC is kind of painted as the primary opper, but Damn, Sonic, he is just as competent, although it is OC to start it off. Then that second DOP already claims a victim. Triumph, they're doing a great job of fighting back on long doors, but JT now pinned in behind Big Blue. His team is just running away from this, so as long as our eyes are drawn to this gunfight, the closer Cloud9 get to winning. You know, they are going to deal with JT, and then maybe they could go for the retake, but the longer he waits, the longer he stays alive, the less time these CTs have to win the round.
Yeah, and JT does so well to stay alive there, to get a kill with such low HP, and to, of course, yeah, delay, as just mentioned. Now, in the 2v2, they can attempt the retake. Sonic's here to take a fight. It's definitely in his favor to win them, but there's always a chance. Molotov lands, fire at the feet of Spongy, and he'll try to crouch underneath the scope. He actually might be able to do it. Wow. I don't think Sonic expected to die that way, but it looks like Spongy has had enough. He's happy with that duel. He'll be able to recover an op from his teammate, and he'll fall back now to save in the long doors. And this round is all about JT being able to come out long, get knocked down to 17 HP while teammates die around him, and still get a second kill and stay alive for another 15 to 20 seconds. What more can you ask of a teammate, Connor?
Yeah, well, I mean, remember, JT, he's one of those in-game leaders that I don't think falls off on an individual level, and I think that you can count on him to make intelligent plays. That's never a play that's going to wind up on a highlight reel. He will never be remembered as the guy who stood behind Blue Box, but what's important is that he straight up wins the round because of it. You know, it's like, it's not pretty, but damn is it efficient. So that 5-round lead for Cloud9 looking real good for them. SpongeBob saves the op. Let's see if he can do anything for Triumph.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's spacing that wins this round. Well, gets them the B side, I should say. Don't want to call that too soon. In fact, the flash and the push in from Grim could prove to be fruitful. 5-7 headshot in, nice. But the trade is out for Floppy. Another low HP trade.
Oh, but ShakeZula's going to do the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Just plays close smoke with the pistol. The sidearms paying off here. Wild to see Cloud9 fumbling this much versus just the pistols, and yet Spongy's op still hasn't even come into the play. Floppy, very low HP, 3 frags to his name. He has done everything to bail his team out of the situation. Can him and OC combine here? I love the patience. Just going to sit and wait, see if anybody from Triumph decides to overextend. But Floppy's in a tough spot. Once he bomb plants, that gives him away. If there was anything for the CTs to use, wow, they've actually got his teammate down as well. Floppy, he's going to have to go for the ace, and they deny it. Spongy's op, the last frag, the only frag with that saved weapon. It's everything else they purchased that gets this one on the board, 6-2.
With the op, they had no choice but to be patient, but it also seemed like the smartest thing to do, as you pointed out. I mean, the bomb plant gives everything away, and I think his teammate dies just as that bomb gets tapped, but it's the refresher strat. Who would have thought that a second CT would have come through the smoke into the same angle to stop the next guy trying to do his best bomb planter impression and just get that frag in that way. But I mean, they were ecoing. Right, maybe you should be afraid of those kinds of pushes, and I think in the future Cloud9 will certainly be more aware. But this time around, Triumph, and they pick up a second round.
Betway odds on screen now. Cloud9 heavily favored in this one, and I would say that's fair. They have been very clearly a cut above the rest of Tier 2 NA. You know, if we clump, say, Cloud9 with Gen.G, I think that those teams are still a step ahead of the other clumping of, let's argue, Chaos and Triumph. And then above them all, of course, we've got 100 Thieves and EG for the time being. For now.
Indeed. We don't know what the future holds, but the future of this round seems very clear. Cloud9 want to get up cat. Bombs here with the core of the players. Player and lowers here to catch flanks. Got the late man up cat to help potentially with entries. But now there's a reassessment of the situation. They've turned their eyes back to mid control after putting some pressure on cat. Just want to make sure that there are 3 players over at A. It's actually a mid to B split.
Yeah, trying to pressure Spongy here. He's going to go all in on tunnels, gets the first frag. Curry's completely blind, and there's a bunch of players in front of him, but he goes unchecked. Floppy turns back, checks the closest of the cubbies, and sure enough, that's the double entry that Cloud9 needed. Now, they are already watching the tunnels wrap around, so OC just moments from now should have a CT walk in. Down goes ShakeZula. And the other 2 survivors are going to have to save this one. There was a world where they locked that off, but poor Curry, man. He ate that flashbang.
He did, and I think Cloud9 made a small pathing mistake by not clearing him while he was blind and gave Curry a chance to get the kills. And he definitely could have. He was put in a position, but he's probably caught off guard by the fact that he hadn't died sooner, considering they did come in the window. Also, Prius, go off. I really like the use of turning off X-ray. It's playing with our emotions in all the best ways. I think we need more of that. I feel like the only way to understand how scary it is to be on, one of these teams in the server is to not have X-ray on and really feel these F1 race car peaks, as Mr. Canaries would say.
Five-round lead. We see you, DJ. I see your confirmation, buddy. Don't get too wild now. It's all business ahead. 5-round lead still for Cloud9. Slight gap on that smoke, but Floppy's gonna plume one and stay as close as he can. Even though he's blind, he just barrel stuffs Grim. Sheikh Zula, one of the 2 remaining counter-terrorists here on long, playing for the pit. Spongy, meanwhile, in mid. He's able to cut off OC. There's a player in the open, and he even bags the second, but Modem trades this. So it is the one-man advantage, still up for Triumph. Their rotators very much cut off. The Molly holds them in CT spawn. So even though they have that man advantage, they're going to have a open B bomb site for the plant.
There's talk, a little bit of chatter on the server about that interaction between Floppy and Grim. And of course, there was a small discrepancy in the timing that allowed Floppy to see. And a chance at a boost kill, and Sheikh Zula ends up dying anyway. Sonic adjusts for that opening kill, and Modem does not want to jeopardize this one-on-one by taking the exact same peek in the window.
Oh, it's Opper v. Opper here.
Oh, little
Junior's
footsteps.
just creeping around it. Time super far gone already. He needs the shot, but where? Where did Modem get off to? Yeah, that's right. He's inside the smoke, and now Time makes the difference. And of course, Modem with the fadeaway frag. He's going to escape death on the bomb. An 8th on the board for Cloud9.
Okay, Prius. I don't want to take away from the game, but Prius, you're 2 for 2, my friend. That was beautiful. That had me wondering, where was Modem playing? I didn't realize he'd go inside the smoke, but of course, count him up. You got 15 seconds to delay, and a guy with an op that doesn't want to shoot too soon. So it was a good play by Modem to just sit in that spot and call out the fact that his opponent was going to be a little bit too careful to just blindly spam through it.
Yeah, Junior back at bat here. Looking to hold off on mid doors. Sonic, he's got your number, bud. Grim's gonna come off of the catwalk. Now he's gonna be given multiple targets, and I love this patience from JT. He jumps onto the Xbox, but doesn't give his head up until that second player also gets upwards. So he just scuttlebutts over, gives his buddy a little bit of space. The double peek, Yahoo! Down goes poor Grim. So Scout on Spongy already tagged up. JT's actually going to die to the Deagle, and as he stretches upwards for that AK-47, it is just as quickly ripped away. This is Cloud9 with a 7-round lead, 9-2 on the T side of Dust.
It's a flying start, yeah. They have gotten away with all kinds of things. Long control, cat control, B-site hits. I do appreciate how competent Cloud9 look on both sides of the map. I think there are some teams, they're a bit sketchy when it comes to some of their B plays. They try to all in through tunnels, whereas for Cloud9, they're more relying on lurks and dry execs or mid splits to make sure that they get B. And some of the ugliest rounds are lost on Dust 2 when you try to run headfirst through the tunnels with 5, and Cloud9 are not going to partake in that type of CS. Another attempt here from Triumph to try to get back into this. And when you lose in your defaults, I mean, it's not necessarily the fault of the default. It can be sometimes you get spammed through a wall, or you lose a duel that you wanted to take. That can happen as well. So I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the way that Triumph are setting up these rounds. But as always, something that can take the edge off is trying to manufacture a gimmick opening kill so that the team you're playing against isn't as comfortable in that 5v5.
Ooh, Curry. Ooh, so close to the 3-man spray down. So much damage done, though. Look what's left of Floppy and JT. Just 20 HP across the two of them. That's an average of 10.
I think Curry was going to be my other name. Like, I think that was the name. My alt account on Twitter is Chef Curry. My alt account on Twitter is Chef Curry. And there's so many, there's so much great wordplay that can come of Curry. You know, the habanero spray. That was a jalapeno popper of a round.
Oh, Jesus. Are you done? You got more? You got more in the tank, Mohan? Let's see if Cloud9 do. It's limited HP here for them to work with, but the Molly buys that time.
He rubbed the masala all over that one.
Big flank. Oh, Junior. Yeah, just completely blindsides Floppy. Now, OC's going to be honed in on this, just waiting for the peak. But obviously, Junior, he's going to hold off until Grim makes a move. Grim's already starting to work his way around the elbow. Oh, and OC just looks away as his foot was spotted. A chance! But Junior, good swap to the USP. I mean, if he plays the op there, he has to hit the one shot, and then it's just whoever sniper is on cycle probably loses out the duel. The USP, however, with the knowledge of low health, tippity taps away. Triumph, third round.
No, it was perfectly played by Junior. I mean, OC knows what he's agreeing to by holding onto that angle. Junior is not going to give him an inch. He's going to allow his teammate to gain space while OC decides what his decision is. OC does the best he can possibly do by hitting that one shot, and then Junior kind of clutches the moment out by pulling out the USP, which is the exact right option. So good heads-up thinking by him. Good communication from him and his teammate, and a nice third round pickup here by Triumph. I thought I wasn't sure how that one was going to go when we got to those closing moments.
I like that the guy named Junior's got the Boston Red Sox in the background. You know, it's just that breathing stereotype. And he's at bat yet again here for the catwalk. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Just barrel stuffs Floppy. Now Sheikh Zula, he may not realize that there is a lot of bodies about to round that corner, but he does pepper down Modem to about 1/5 his health. And then he holds. Just staves this one off. Modem now very much alone, just sprinting into the B site. Spongey's going to miss the couple of shots because he was blind, but Curry's there to lend a helping hand. And now the only route for Cloud9 is really catwalk to A. I mean, they've got the incendiary, the smoke to block off and disturb the man back on the bomb site. Sheikh Zula's going to try and lend a helping hand, but they've actually already surpassed him, so it's going to be weird and difficult for him to get into the mix. Junior, he's going to get blindsided, but he actually decides to go down ramp. This gives more space to Sonic, but again, the up-close opping of Junior. This time, the no-scope as Curry comes over. That's two kills for each of them, and they both save an op.
Yeah, Junior deserves a big shout out for hitting that shot, because we saw the first one was baited out, and so he's not favored coming back into the position. And because he has to hit an awkward upward flick and could have very easily died. And there it is, actually, yeah, the no-scope upwards. He's absolutely pressed. I think Cloud9 played it well in that 2v4. But maybe their grave was dug too soon. However, redemption already. Cloud9, opening kill down mid. Big piece of information gained. Maybe they don't need to risk it all by going for long control this time around. They've already got somebody up cat.
They go for the long play nonetheless. Grim going to put up a smoke of his own here, trying to play that temporary cover. Trying to maybe cut off Sonic. The second side of this pinch. The second half of the pincer. It's a little bit of a delay coming down on long. Making sure the spacing's proper here. That does give the chance to Grim to move forward, and that's actually a big kill versus Sonic. Look, he can just turn his attention, but it's a bit too slow. Modem already peeking up around the top of the ramp. That means JT plants, and again, the double sniper setup. Triumph, they're going to want to save this.
I think we were both absolutely looking to Grim to see how he was going to get back information. From the way the site was built, you cannot just sit on it and wait for the split to come. You'll end up in one single angle that's at the back of single box, holding a expected and pre-fireable angle towards cat, and usually end up dying to a combination of spam nades or pre-fire. And so that's why Grim had to push forward to try to get a kill off of cat. And I think if he had known that there was nobody else coming cat late, he maybe would have pushed forward. But imploring the option to come back and take the fight on A ramp was not so bad as well. He came back to the site box, would just assume the cat player wouldn't trade right away, just didn't end up hitting his shot, and that's of course why Cloud9 were able to press their advantage and win. They had more options. They had more outs in that round, so losing one player was not the end of the world. Moving into the last round of the half, I'd say the score is telling a very adequate story as to how this game has gone. It's not been too bad for Triumph, but it has been very good for Cloud9.
Their T-sides tend to be on Dust 2 as well, so maybe switching to the defense could be what they need, but Curry, 3-man spray down through the smoke. That's almost his second 3-player spray down, actually. And so Man's got solid holds. It's not over just yet. Bottom and JT have an entire round ahead of them if they want to slow this down, but let's theorize that Triumph turned this one into their 5th. I think that's enough of a CT side, actually, assuming that they start well. Curry gunning for the ace. JT's gonna dink him a little bit, and now I think the tunnel players come into action. They're looking to cut him off, looking to cut him down and give Triumph their 5th round, which they will. Grim trade, so 4.5 frags for Curry in the 15th. He's gonna top the scoreboard. Most kills in the server at the moment. Can he go to the T side and prevail? You'll have to join us after the break to find out.
Is it live?
Live. Good luck.
Oh, I'm back.
Wait for your AFK?
Oh,
Nice.
Live?
Live. Uh-oh, now you're back. I shouldn't have told you. Bro.
Who is that?
No!
Oh.
I keep trying to shoot you guys in the body. You just turned around and headshot me. Oh, what are you doing here? Ah! Oh. Sure. Oh, you aren't getting lucky. You're getting lucky with this spot.
I'll take it. Who is that? That's
I had one about it.
Oh, wait.
No.
Ah!
Yes.
Dude.
Crouching's the key. Ah, yes. I'm back. I'm back.
One step closer to the second half. Cloud9 and Triumph locking horns here on Dust 2. It's double the round count for Cloud9, however, as they switch over to the CT side. They were looking hot, but so is Curry. He's got a couple of holds that are worth noting throughout the first 15. I'm curious to see what Triumph has for us here on the offense.
You should be curious what I have for you, Connor. I've got some puns prepared coming out into the second half if Curry continues to spray down his competition like he did in the first half. My first question, though, is can he do it?
Oh my god. I could just picture you sitting there all break long with your pen and paper, viciously writing it all down. But here comes Bottom. Great peek through mid doors. Finds 2 players in the bottom tunnels and just pops their noggins. Now, this is going to expedite the process for Triumph. They decide, listen, we got to get something done. We've got to at least gun for the bomb plant here. Little to lose, lots to gain. And yet still, all the 5 CTs standing. Bomb does find Sanctuary on the A site, so the retake begins. And this retake's not going to feature any type of grenade. It is the kit for JT, Kevlar for the other 4, and Cloud9 now encroaching forward. Now the flashbang comes up from Triumph, and it's not enough for Sheikh Zula to actually do anything on the bomb site hold. Grim and Spongy both with a kill apiece, and Grim at a distance, he's tapping at their heads, but Sonic's going to best him, and Cloud9 takes second pistol.
Hey, that could have been worse. That could have absolutely been worse. A nice attempt there by Grim. We know Cloud9 do like to buy up armor on a lot of these rounds. So coming across Cat, they definitely weren't disfavored, I'd say. Even though it's a retake and you're low on grenades, having a kit can be just enough. Because again, we know how kind of not great and grenade intensive Dust 2 can be. Very open lines of sight. Only takes a flash or 2 to gain a lot of ground. And although counter grenades can throw a wrench into the works, it's a pistol round, so you're not anticipating a lot of that. Now, Triumph into round 17 will decide to buy up. They've got an AK, a Galil, a Scout, and 2 pistols, pretty strong ones. Lots of grenades left, though. It's actually a very decent. Okay, well, when that happens, I mean, it's one of your pistols. So at least there's that. But yeah, of course, one floppy boy just gonna spam through a smoke and get a frag.
Yeah, let's hope Curry could, I was gonna say get the entry, because none of his teammates actually have AKs. Just the Scout and Galil still up. Tech9 swinging wide. Spongy hits the headshot. Bomb now thrown down into the dirt, and JT has to reload. He somehow gets away. Poor Junior just playing with the Glock, but he still rocks JT, swapping back to the Scout, and now he hopes. He welcomes this. The CTs, if they were to give him a peek, he's got that distance advantage, and hell, he can even swap over to the M4, but as he switches guns is when the counter-terrorists aggress, and he decides to swap back, just in case they come peeking for more. OC versus Junior, 1v1, 40 seconds on the clock, and OC already starts to push up middle. He's looking to cut off this rotation. He's called it right.
Does he hear it?
But he may not expect him to already be passed.
Oh, he didn't hear it. Yeah, he didn't hear any of those footsteps. So OC, man, he went so fast as well. I feel like there's a lot of shades of Junior in OC. I mean, not just because they're both opping, but just, I mean, it's just like the way that they aim and stuff. And I feel like, yeah, they were kind of on the same wavelength in this 1v1. And OC's going to be so confused as to how this is at all possible, considering how quickly and deliberately he ran up mid. It's definitely a wise idea, as we saw, just a bit off on timing. Junior, is this position going to be called out? I feel like he's not necessarily safe.
Oh, he wasn't. Absolutely wasn't. But he was on point. Hits the headshot versus OC's peak, and that's Triumph picking up the round. Nicely done. A force back from them as well.
Yeah, that was. I mean, his aim saves him, but yeah, OC calls out the position. Man, you gotta appreciate that target selection. I mean, it's more his target selection, yes, crouching to avoid the first target and then picking the second one, but just his ability to adjust so easily. That vertical angle, I mean, that can be just a bit too much for most people. So CT is pressed up into this corner. No flash just yet. But yeah, they're starting to push out. OC, Oh no, Spongy. He's got to be able to try to bring this back a little bit. Flash will pop in his face, and they'll fall back. CT's now getting a lot of info. There's no push out into B, no push out into mid just yet. They're giving the CTs a lot of room to breathe here.
Yeah, but they're giving Floppy a chance. And you know what? There's a reason we talk about Floppy as a step above, but he gets the assist he'd hoped for. Grim taking down Junior. Putting things in question. Triumph, they could still push through this B site. They've got the doors smoked off, so there's no line where JT can really hit this. Lady Luck could have lent a helping hand. But for the time being, it's looking like Tunnels is going to have to be the point of contact here for Cloud9. OC's on the front of this, and he softens up Spongy. Having a shot over towards Sheikh Zula could have been the cracker to break open this B site, but at this point, I think Triumph, they've got the round in the bag. It's a matter of whether Cloud9 can inflict more economic damage as they try to exit with the win.
Yeah, I love kind of how OC plays that. Considering the first position of the player that he spams, close wall, knows he either has to re-peek or completely fall off with a double stack box beside him. And then once that's called out and he sees the smoke's been drawn out, lines up a player and just prays that he can get the spam in for the headshot. I think it made a lot of sense the way that OC attempted here. And that shame for Grim. I mean, he was aiming in the right place, but maybe his teammate had a death wish. Grim gets the second kill outside the site. And it was a tight eco. There was a couple of moments there where Cloud9 definitely could have brought it back, but Spongy, I think, first and foremost, made sure to get that kill on long to bring back some favor towards Triumph.
All right, I respect this. Cloud9 just going for the Stampede strat. Gonna go sprinting up to the top of mid. Curry finds them turned, so he gets one, fades back a little bit here. He wants his teammates to come into the mix. He's actually gonna get dinked. A dangerous game, this USP. Damn, OC almost cutting it into the 1 versus 1. But sure enough, Triumph move through. They keep 2 AKs in their hands. They've got 3 players actually at 14 frags apiece. In fact, there's 5 players in the server with 14 frags, 2 at 15. So
oh, yes!
Go!
That's so easy.
Is that Anomaly?
I wasn't exactly ready for that. Yeah, American Anomaly, maybe.
Oh, I think 1's enough.
Okay. Yeah. OC gets jumped. No ski masks involved, but he'll have to fall back off long. Sonic, wow, he is dancing with death. This man is a brave one. Ah, and he tries to trade with the grenade, but commits alongside the peak. And Junior, I mean, when you throw a bunch of chaos at him, he doesn't seem to falter. He seems okay all the time, no matter how tense the moment is.
Yeah, has not cracked under pressure in a couple of rounds, actually. That's a very fair point. But, you know, Sonic got what he asked for. He stuck around in that duel. He thought he was going to best him. And to be fair, a single bullet from that M4 would have made the difference. Junior actually lays down the smoke and then peeks before it pops. And Cloud9 called this off. Not even going to try the retake here. I mean, think about it. They had the frag on the first player who jumped over to the ramp. They had the bomb down for the moment. Grim, I mean, he even planted safe because he was worried and nervous about Cloud9 being close. And so the post plant would have even been weak, I'd argue, because Triumph can't sit all the way back in the pit. They can't play back on long plat. They had to be close. They expected the retake, but it never came. This is 11-9. Within 2, Triumph keeping it close.
Yeah, definitely, and we know that this map really can come down to these single moments and trades. And I think that the way that Cloud9 see it is they have a better chance of winning next round than they do in this one, even though they're going to have to buy up worse guns technically, because OC was on no armor and probably would have eaten some kind of grenade coming up cat. It was 3v3 with very low grenades across the boards for the CTs. And yeah, they wouldn't have been able to buy here if they had lost.
Ooh, he just, wow. Spongy. That's
okay.
Nasty. He decides to jump across, uses the smoke to put out the flames preemptively, and then sticks to his guns. All the while, Triumph, now they're trying to use the catwalk, trying to take this A site, knowing that Cloud9 go heavy on A. And to be fair, that's a pretty consistent factor of Cloud9's CT side, is these early numbers games towards long.
Yeah, it's really
gonna
on.
save this. They call it off.
So, yeah. So ideally, you have the op to be able to help out on these long takes, but this time OC is over towards B, so they don't have anybody spotting the cross. I think in Sonic's ideal world, he's sitting there waiting for them to pull off a play like that and just to catch them rotating up. But of course, this is the nature of Dust 2 on A. It's the squeeze between Cat and Long, the pressure from both sides. And if you see that there's 3 players at Long, well, it's not like there's 8 players on the map or something. There can only be so much presence on Cat as well, and that's what Triumph prey on. So I wonder how well that would work for them in the future to move that quickly, but at the same time, this was probably a good round to do it, knowing that Cloud9 were off the back of a save, maybe just hoping that OC could at best be traded 1 for 1. Within 1 round now, and Cloud9 have called a timeout. And that's, I don't even remember if we've seen a timeout so far, but does that mean there's one, this is their final timeout of the game? Have they called 3
This would
already?
be first of 4.
Oh, first of 4, okay. All right. And time is an illusion, especially when I think about it. I have no idea sometimes who is called timeouts and when. So it is... Hey, it's like it looks pretty healthy for Cloud9. It looks pretty healthy.
We are getting awkwardly close, however, to that upset territory for Triumph. I think part of it is that, you know, I thought maybe a couple of their individuals would be able to draw it in, but look at the odds. Look how they've shifted back here. At one point, these were way more skewed. So there is a world where Triumph still pulled this off. But what I wanted to say was, you know, I thought maybe some of the individuals, maybe 1 or 2 players would really be clicking heads, and that could be enough for Cloud9 to try to figure out. But I think this upset potential is based off the fact that the entirety of their team is performing. Everybody seems to be doing their job. There's not one clear player ahead of the rest. It's just been solid CS from all of Triumph.
Not a match of a hard carry, that's for sure. Now, for Sonic, he was up on Cat trying to get the early info. They're low on info on Long here, and it looks like Triumph are thinking about going back towards it. This would be a wise choice, of course, from what we can see. And in general, Cloud9 are pretty limited on what they can and cannot know. They're susceptible to heavy rotations if any B mid presence is taken, and it looks like Long, well, this is going to be a dangerous fight. JT eats a flash from his teammate. It's going to be a clue as to how close he is. Very dangerous spot. No flashes are eaten here by the T's, and even though 3 come out, oh my god, they're going back and forth. What a tense moment for JT.
Yo, and he decides to go for the peak there. He called Bottom over to go with it, and Grim's going to be able to take himself both. In fact, that's the 3-piece from Grim. Not an easy pill to swallow. Triumph going to move forward onto this A site. Not a single casualty. That 1 3K ties up the game. And I mean, this is momentous for Triumph. Remember, this was a 10-5 half. Now turned 11-all.
Hey, and it's off the back of good calling. I mean, here, Triumph, there was a lot of gaps in the play for Cloud9, and they seem particularly scared about B. They didn't have much info on Long. Sorry, they had no info on Long. They had 1 op playing off of Cat, and then they came back to try to get Long a little bit late. But Triumph were 1 step ahead. Were still able to pull off their entire default, going in through tunnels, coming back to the top of mid. They maintained 5 players the entire time, avoiding Sonic's op. And I think the only way that Cloud9 would have been able to win that round is, of course, maybe a lucky flash at Long, slightly better timing in terms of moving a bit faster to get Long control, or having Sonic be used aggressively to the point that he guarantees a kill or some information. But none of those happened, and everything fell apart for Cloud9. And I think even if there was a trade or 2, Triumph would have been in a great spot to win. But there wasn't even a single trade. Every shot was missed.
I almost want to say that most of the flashbangs really missed the mark as well. You know, JT kind of getting stuffed by 1. Definitely didn't help out their engagement.
Yeah, I think they were constantly trying to flash in front of Blue. Like, They weren't trying to flash the corner, and I think the CTs were trying to flash any of the Ts so that they wouldn't turn around the corner. And the same was true for the other team. And so it was kind of a stalemate, it felt like, and JT was just not going to be the first person to go, especially since he got hit by the flashbang and let them know exactly where he was.
All right, this is it, Cloud9. You've just been kind of taking the beating. Time to get up. Time to dust yourself off. Get the lead back under control. It'll be easy to forget that Triumph even started to make this comeback happen if they could just close it down. But, I mean, a lot hinges on the 23rd round. The economy near non-existent for Cloud9. OC's got a little bit of bank. But, I mean, wild scenes. OC throwing the op over to Sonic. We know the depth of the op play for Cloud9. He's going to be posted with it up on Catwalk. And I mean, we talk about this frequently. When it comes to Cloud9 and aggressive early op picks, Cat can be one of their most successful spots across the map. He's not going to find anything, though. It's just the big old beat hit from Triumph. They're going to walk right into Floppy, who's very clearly capable of locking down sites, too. Not just Curry in the mix. However, his teammate then forfeits the bomb site. So this is going to give Triumph their ability to bomb plant. They've got a single smoke on Junior to try and hold this off after. Numbers advantage for Cloud9. Utility advantage for Cloud9. Hell, they even have the health advantage here in the retake. So it's time to prove you are a cut above. Go for it. Deep smoke over towards the tunnels would block off anybody over there, but it is still the T's very much on the site. They've got one anchor over by the car. Sheikh Zula presented 2 targets, takes both of their heads clean off, and now Modem's gonna have to come in and clear the other 2 or just walk away. They had it. They had the attempt, and Triumph shut it down. 2 survivors in this one. They are in the lead with momentum, with money, and with a very real upset ahead of them.
Seeing some pretty fantastic gameplay here from Triumph. An amazing hold, all things considered. As you mentioned, everything was stacked up against them. Clearly, a flash could have maybe been placed a bit better, but Sheikh Zula puts himself out in the open on this angle. Is that Ryan? That's Stash Rider. I see you. I see you, Ryan. In the Cloud9 jersey, probably so sad right now that Triumph have taken a lead.
It's the closest you'll ever get to a broadcast.
Whoa. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a charitable situation, maybe. Charitable situation, maybe. I feel bad about that. That was good. That was good. I think if you if I say, you know, Triumph playing well, I think if we talk to Cloud9, they'd tell you we played like shit, right? They wouldn't tell you that Triumph played well, and we look back at a retake like that and you think that's true, but because you know, flashbang not being there, the trades not being there. But at the same time, you look at Triumph, and they definitely are putting up their end of the fight. It's really about, can Cloud9 match it?
Ooh, Sonic, speedy peek. Swings out real wide. 3 versus 3, Molotov. That's going to slow them down. And remember, keep your eyes on the radar, because JT, he's coming in from back behind them. But he pops his head up as they turned around. Because with a Molotov in front, they had no reason but to watch the flank. OC, that is 2 quick snaps, and the third shot lands as well. He has primed Bottom for the clutch. Spongy not ready for the aggression, and Cloud9 break through the curse. 12 rounds apiece. It took an exceptional scout play from OC, however.
Yeah, holy moly, Mr. OC. Man, look at this. JT comes up for the flank, and there's an entire boy band watching him, waiting for that pop-up. But yeah, on the fallback. I mean, you can't blame him for going back to mid after getting the mid killed, but Mr. OC is always good for one of those rounds. Pretty amazing scout play by OC. And it's all tied up once again. And yeah, you couldn't write this script better. Both teams get to bye. They're both tied at 12. You know, there's still a chance that Triumph can win. Totally. They played well in this half, and they've exploited some of Cloud9's weaknesses.
I'm curious to see whether, you know, how many rounds it's going to take from Cloud9 for Triumph to start faltering under the pressure, if that happens. You know, we've kind of praised Junior for it specifically on his plays, and it's all good and fun when the rounds are just racking up on your side of the scoreboard. It's once Cloud9 can tie back at 12, it's now that we're in these final few rounds that the reality starts to sink in. You know, when you're down 5-10, any round is just the start of a comeback. But the end of the comeback is the hardest part. See if they can break through the Rhine. Spongy, he's just going to be giving cover to Curry. These guys just chilling on the catwalk, waiting. CT's not making a move.
Hey, we saw what happened last time, Triumph. They're doing everything that they're supposed to. They're putting pressure on all the right spots. Yeah, Cloud9 need to push one of these choke points to be able to have a chance, and JT is going to be at the forefront of the exchange. A good flash to help him up, but Spongy with the instant trade, that means they lose Cat and they don't have long control either.
Modem tries to get flash through the smoke. The same formula that worked moments ago turned back on its head. And Sonic, well, he tries to simultaneously go down Cat, so Triumph, they just bleed this clock down to the wire. They make the CTs uncomfortable. Counter-terrorists try to make a move, and it's shut down on both fronts. Either of those kills go the way of Cloud9. We're sitting in a 3v3. The retake players can come over. Floppy and OC can be instrumental to the success, but both of those frags going the way of the terrorists, that means 13-12, well, and they are right back in the lead. Can Cloud9 answer?
Yeah, I mean, if you put it that way, it makes sense. But if you look at it from Triumph's perspective, they establish cat control, they establish long control. Every fight from there on out should be in their favor. It's because Cloud9 were so late to come back and try to reclaim what they lost that they end up losing duels because their players are uncomfortable. You don't want to have to fight on the ramp versus long players, and you don't want to have to fight here versus cat players. It was already a bit too late. And it's kind of interesting that Cloud9 have decided to push up so delayed to turn the corner and fight. And I think, and I would wonder why they don't, how come they're so surprised that these types of attacks are coming? As you pointed out, they've already happened in the past. I mean, it's not like Triumph are splitting atoms with these executes. They're taking long and cat control and pressing onto your site. If you're not in good positions, comfortable positions, you should be losing.
Curious to see if we have Cloud9 go back to more of a long A emphasis. Remember, we've seen that at the beginning. We got those commitment fights from Triumph on long doors. And then the A site was faltering because they combined that with a really fast cat push. But, you know, I don't think sitting on the bomb site itself will be the solution. So look at this. Here we go. It's going to be a crucial gunfight happening over here towards the pit in the 26th round of this map. This only map, a BO1 in a really tough group, where each of these teams would benefit so greatly from a BO1 win versus one another. Remember, you just need to make it into that third spot to have more of a chance. And yet, they stave it off. They just wait. What could have been a really rapid clash actually starts to just boil here. Modem, he's going to be real deep inside the pit. Sonic, he lines up a shot through smoke. Now Grim's going to try to peek. Oh, Junior gives cover. As the two riflemen take out the player in pit, Junior shuts down JT. He would have had what was clearly two players with their backs turned. They tried to flick over. Who knows what could have been? But Junior, again, in the pressured situation, coming up huge with that op. And now OC, he's going to be caught out in no man's land. He's got teammates all around him. Everybody's here on long. Junior with another cover fire, and Curry trades back Sonic after he only gets the one. Floppy's position, though, unknown to Triumph. They have the map to play if they choose to. 30 seconds to make their move.
Yeah, there's a player coming out of mid as well. He's not really putting a lot of pressure on Floppy in the spot, and the bomb looks to commit over towards the A site. There's certainly a chance, genuinely a chance that Floppy could be able to pull this off. The op probably his biggest threat, but yeah, the bomb's going to start crossing. He's spotted, and the double peek's good enough. And Triumph, they come out ahead again in the face of a much better long setup with an opening kill to Cloud9. A player in pit who didn't take a single point of damage. They still find these entries.
Wow, and Blind Junior, a big three-piece to add to the scoreboard in round 26. Triumph looking to secure that 15, guaranteeing them at least half of the points here in this BO1. But look at the state of affairs on Cloud9. They are coming wounded, limping in with MP9s, yet still successful in shutting down the long play. I feel like it's almost forfeited to them because they've got the ability to be so aggressive. They move forward, but can they react fast enough? Because Triumph, they're already starting to go to plan B. They've moved through mid. Wild spray down through the smoke from Sonic's not going to connect anything. And Floppy, he is so compromised. He should be so done for. He gets just the 1 kill, and now Cloud9, they have to contemplate a retake. Last time we saw them in a man advantage on the B retake attempt, it still fell short. They're gonna have to try it again. And at least this time, they've got a player coming in through tunnels. So there's a world where Junior gets sidelined because of the tunnels peak, unless he can somehow give cover. But JT's been afforded a smoke. And now that player back on car, he's kind of in a difficult position. Junior, he's gonna have a back turn, coming in big with the op. Spongy's got 2 kills, Sonic's the last one up, and he knows exactly where Spongy is, but he just can't find him. And the bomb's so far gone, that's Triumph with 15 on the board, guaranteed.
Sacrificing only a single player at long was Triumph. Throwing Curry out there, baiting out the attention of 3-4 CTs, and then immediately turning that into mid presence, and Cloud9 had absolutely no response. The fact that Triumph are wasting not a single moment of time in their decisions have allowed them to condition Cloud9 into being so afraid of long, and now afraid of mid to B without an ability to be able to stop it. And at Triumph, they win a new round, a good round. They put Floppy, who is normally a fantastic on B holds, in a very difficult situation. No help whatsoever. And they managed to get a kill out of Floppy, but that's kind of the best that they can do. The last time that they came full on into B through tunnels, he gets 2, and that's the kind of player he is. He's going to squeeze water from stone, but not even Floppy can deal with a 3 choke point execute on the B site, and that's what Triumph gambled on.
Minor detail as well, that smoke grenade that Spongy wins the round because of, that was a counter-terrorist piece of utility. They threw that over the wall along with the tunnel smoke, so comes back to bite them. If only he had more time, then maybe he could have figured it out, but
damn,
they're running out of time, they're running out of rounds. Need 3 in a row here for Cloud9 to even tie. They've got a lot of bodies just starting to stack up on the site. Modem gets the 1. Curry trades it straight away. And Triumph, well, they can just slow this one down. OC's gonna get flashed here on the CT cross. Shake Zula starting to tap over towards the elbow. Down goes Modem thanks to Curry. The trade frag's good from OC, and he steps up big. He gets that multi-frag. Peeks back into the offer. OC doing it all with the FAMAS here. Spongy's gonna have to clutch this. Doesn't have the bomb, and he's only working with 30 seconds on the clock. So he's gonna creep and crawl and walk right into the scope of OC, swapping to the sniper, getting his 4th in the round. 2 more to go for Cloud9.
To me, it still looks very scary for Cloud9, even though they deal with that hold. So of course, OC to do so much work for his team. Triumph, I love how they put a pause on the play as soon as they got to the ramp. They got that opening kill. They just barely couldn't find those trades. I'm sure you saw it the same way I did. Once they got to the long corner, they almost got the kill in CT. They're throwing Molotovs in the correct spots. They were doing so much unconfirmed damage and nearly met that unconfirmed damage with confirmed kills. But again, by the grace of OC, were able to dig themselves out of a horrible spot. And once again, OC will chime in. There will be individual plays that help Cloud9 over the finish line.
Could very well be. OC's going to have a little bit more to do here. B-site going to be compromised. It's going to be challenged. Grim taking the head off OC. Modem, he's got a smoke to play around with, but he turns at the worst possible moment, and Curry comes through with both the kill and plant follow-through. There's more damage being done as Junior's dropped to just 12 points of health, but JT, Sonic, and Floppy, with 1 flashbang, are gonna have to burst through a B bomb site that they have had nothing but struggles trying to retake. The flash goes up and over, Grim's gonna be fully blind, Spongy gives cover from Car yet again, and Floppy's the last one to fall. We have an upset in an already close group. Triumph over Cloud9.
Given the recent results, you hate to see it for Cloud9. This is a terrible place to be, especially on day 2 of Blast. And for Triumph, fantastic map for them. They did everything that they needed to do. They had a great T-side to look back on. Some of that was super clean. And yeah, what more can you say, man? There's so many good things to say about the way Triumph played. But Cloud9, after their recent form, you hate to see them take a loss like this. Maybe they made their own bed by picking Dust 2.
Could have been Nuclear Dust comes to a close. Well, through a break. I can't wait to hear analysts have to make.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Door! I can't help. Yep, I can't help.
Oh, no, next to you. Nice!
No!
Let's go,
baby! Good shit, baby.
You're so
Dave Griner!
We got to work on those chicken timings a little bit there. Not quite on point. Snuck a few in there, but congratulations. Triumph with the massive win to kick off their group run here at Blast Pro Series, or Blast Premier. But you just got to dive right into it. I mean, it looked like everything was going to go according to plan. Cloud9 were going to get it on lock in the first half. And then all of a sudden, Triumph to start grinding rounds out in that second half and end up taking the map. So, Thorin, what do you think? What do you make of this big map? I mean, once again, an upset.
Yeah, and remember, in this type of a game, yes, obviously it's a T-sided map, it's Dust 2, but with the score that they had on the side of Cloud9, you're supposed to use that as a veteran, which compared to the guys in Triumph you are, against them. You're supposed to take some chances when you're on the CT side. You're supposed to make fast rotations when you are. Basically, show them why you're pros and they aren't. If you just sit back and let these guys just take aim duels with you, just trade on you, just attack the site with 5 guys, well then you deserve this to happen to you. This actually shows me that for all that Cloud9's made some progress, and they certainly have leveled up their game as a team. Listen, everyone can lose a best of 1, but it's the way that they lost this best of 1. It was such an unconvincing sort of capitulation.
That's such a good word to use there at the end. Fitting. As Cloud9, I mean, they fell. They couldn't manage to keep it together at the very bitter end there. Maniac, I believe we have a clip actually to take a look at from you that is going to highlight one of your points in terms of A long, which was such an important part of the map when it came between these two maps, between these two teams.
I mean, not only was it about A-Long, but it was about the nerves, right? And we prefaced it before that game. We said that Cloud9 going into this game, they would not be the most confident. And just look at this clip, right? We have Triumph taking over A-Long, Cloud9 ready to take back, but the flash is missed. JT is not using it. There's a second flash behind him, still not picking. That's the third one we hear. Still not sure what he's supposed to do. This is the definition of being undecisive. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, he shyly peek, but then the revenge is way too late. MOTM not exactly sure how he's supposed to play. Finally goes for it. Then Sonic absolutely alone and he dies. This out there is the definition of what you're not supposed to do when you want to retake A-Long. And this just illustrates the whole end of that game. The pressure was on Cloud9, and as we could hear on the TeamSpeak, Triumph, they were having the time of their lives.
Yeah, they definitely sounded hype. There was very little hesitation on their side of things. I mean, Duncan, that seems to really sum it up in terms of the hesitation that's going to cost you a match in the end. And it was JT at the beginning trying to make that play. You would think perhaps that he should be a man behind. It should be Modem going in there and just, JT kicking him in the rump, getting him to go around that corner, trying to take that fight.
Yeah, the thing is as well, if people haven't ever seen JT play before, he is the definition of a low-fragging IGL. But he's a smart player usually, actually. Like, usually he positions pretty well. He plays off his teammates. That looked to me like panic right there. I mean, as Maniac pointed out, basically he has 3 opportunities off utility to actually peek. Then when all the utility's gone, he peeks by himself into what essentially could have been 3 people looking at him. And he's one of the most, least skilled players on the server. Like, this is like brain fart territory. I don't know what you're expecting at that point in time. Like, I made the joke before of Triumph the insult dog from the old Conan O'Brien show. It's like, yeah, Cloud9's like, oh, we're not bad for a Cloud9 lineup. He's like, yeah, not bad for me to poop on. What they did in that game, Sam, right? To give you something.
I just got reminded of the worms from Men in Black for whatever reason. I don't know, man. All right, we're going to hear from Sheikh Zula now in a post-match interview. He has won. They have pulled it off. So let's hear what he has to say.
Sheikh Zula, you guys did it in a best of 3. You've now done it in a best of 1 to kick things off. Now, you told me in the interview before that you were confident, but you guys had such a great T side, and their CT side still seems to be a problem. Was this something you knew you could abuse?
I mean, we just felt comfortable going into Dust 2. Like I said, we've put a lot of prep work in for ourselves over the last month, and Dust 2 is just one of the maps that we feel really comfortable on right now. So I know it's one of their best maps, but we're just going to play to our strengths. We feel really confident about where we're at as a team right now. And so we had a good read too. I mean, we did our prep work and we kind of knew, what to look at. I think the first half was a lot of jitters from our end. I could kind of tell that things weren't the same as scrims in terms of how confident we were, how much we would take map control or be proactive in the mid round. And we let a lot of things be questionable in the mid rounds where we wouldn't know where they were. And a lot of at least for the first 10 rounds, it felt like we wouldn't know what they were doing until they were doing it. And that's not a way that you can play a map. So I think we're able to, once we won that anti-eco the second round on T side, I think we were able to kind of shake off some of those nerves. And once we kind of started to get rolling, it was good for us.
Well, it is Triumph getting the perfect start to their group here at Blast Premier, but now it's time to move on to our second match in the North Americans, and it's going to be FURIA versus Gen.G, one of the major bangers going in here, 2 of the top teams in this North American tournament. Already they're going to be locking horns here, and so we got to dive right into it, guys. We've seen the predictions. Who are we thinking is going to come out on the edge here?
Yeah, it is really a tough one to decide, just because there is a There is a similarity in terms of skill. I think that in both camps you can name many extremely mechanically gifted players, right? So that's one step. But the other is the way the IGL use that skill is vastly different. You have FURIA, the definition of straight fire, in your face, very aggressive type of Counter-Strike. And then you have DAPS, which is basically quiet, nice and easy. Let's take control. We're going to set the pieces and then we'll use the skill. So I'm not exactly sure which will prevail. I do feel like FURIA, whenever they take off, they will never let you catch a breath. Never, ever. If they feel like you're in the back, you're back against the wall, they'll just keep hitting you again and again and again. So now that's up to Gen.G to actually keep them quiet, keep them down, and set a quiet pace, because that's what they need if they want to win.
Well, Thorn, do you think the Lumberdap is going to be able to keep Gen.G going on this one?
I think it's definitely going to be very map dependent. Obviously, what the veto coming in here. I would just say, like, for me, the problem is, like, the guys from Gen.G and FURIA both have their own style of play, and they do not particularly adapt to the opponent. So I want to see who imposes their will in this game. I feel like FURIA if they get rolling overall, but then again, in theory, the more, like, experienced players, some of them are on the side of Gen.G. So let's see what map we're going to end up on here. Like, Inferno's obviously right on the table immediately, and that's actually where we're going to be at. Now, here's a very interesting detail, which is this was the map that basically won Gen.G the DreamHack Anaheim Championship, which got them all this hype earlier in the year. Then they came into Flashpoint, tried picking it a bunch of times, got dusted off to the extent that people started picking it against them, and basically had to rediscover their map pool. So I've already seen the guys from FURIA play a banger T-side on this map. This is a map that, if you know Henny, it's basically like his second home is this map. In fact, so is the close range, super quick open you think of. So I feel this is primed for either a great game or a really fun upset.
Maniac, what do you think of this last map here, Inferno? I mean, is it FURIA? Is it them in their turf? They lost 16-13 to MIBR on this map yesterday. Are they going to be able to wipe that out and just focus on getting the job done versus Gen.G?
Well, I'm looking at the last time these two lineups actually faced each other, and Inferno has been won by Gen.G every single time. 16 to 9th, 19 to 15, and 16th to 9 again. So it looks like Gen.G have their number figured out on Inferno at least. And one of the problems that I have with this FURIA lineup, at least against MIBR, is that it was very, very gimmicky. And I mentioned that round earlier in the pre-show that I've seen FURIA be 5 weapon-armed players on the A side of Inferno. I hadn't never seen that before. So was it the case of like a very specific like microverse of FURIA versus MIBR, or is it the way they want to approach Inferno? Like, this is vastly different from my philosophy playing in this game, but it doesn't matter. If it works for them, it works for me.
Well, there we go. We're going to find out if it works for them because we're about to hop into the action. We have to take a quick break. Thank you guys for your insight. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get into this match. Scrawny and Launders on the mic.
They have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction blocks him from the sky.
They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps and what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think a standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then they might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the Betway odds of our next matchup already on screen. FURIA going to be somewhat favored over Gen.G, and I think that's because we have seen them kind of rise to excellence in the online North American realm as of late. But Gen.G, I mean, they dismantled Chaos yesterday. I think on an individual level, they're going to have their hands full with FURIA. But on Inferno specifically, Launders, I think this one's pretty damn 50-50.
I think I bumped something, so I don't have sound. And I'm not sure if you can hear me, so I don't want to, I'm not ignoring you, but I cannot hear you right now, so I will try to fix that.
Well, I will just simply say that I've never actually liked you and never considered you a friend. Stay silent if you agree. Wow, man. While he fixes that, of course, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump into the server, or just hold off. Let's take another look at our team lineup for FURIA. I mean, listen, we know them well at this point. And me, well, I probably sound like a broken record, but I've just got to keep on praising Art and Henny when it comes to the aggressiveness of Counter-Strike. I believe it was Young Hawka who on Twitter recently shared the statistics of the opening duel attempts by Art, and he is hands down the most proactive entry frag attempt, attempted entry fragger in all of Counter-Strike at the moment. That supersedes regions as well. So something that we definitely have to look out for. I'll tell you firsthand, even as a commentator, it's actually incredibly difficult to keep your eyes on Art at times. You know, when you're trying to look at the radar and find your overlay as to what exactly is going on, what exactly is happening in any given moment, it can be so difficult to keep track of him because he just seems to slip into all of the weirdest places. He seems to find his way behind enemy lines or slip through smokes or push past with flashbangs. And Art in and of himself is really good at that. But when you couple it with his right-hand man, with Henny, I've got to say it becomes even scarier. Henny, who has found form in FURIA and who I think gels incredibly well with the structure of this team, with the ferociousness and the aggressiveness that they can employ. It's a real scary, daunting enemy that they have in front of them, Gen.G. But Gen.G are also going to be on the offense here on Inferno. So it's time to find out what they can do. Actually, excuse me. They're not on the T side yet. This is the knife round that's going down. Oh my, look at that. Som trying to earn brownie points with Mohan. He's rocking the boxer tee, the El Clasico white. And that's how you know how he's really the real deal. All right. Boxer Club, rise up. I'm going to tell you guys right now what's happening in the knife round. Kusta's actually hiding in the underground passage of middle on Inferno. He's just hiding there. So maybe the game would start faster if Kusta didn't hide 1v2 in a knife round. But they're eventually going to find him, and this one's going to come to a close. Of course, paneling through, cycling through the cameras of the boys on Gen.G. Bentet who has made the long trek from Asian Counter-Strike over to North America. And, you know, until yesterday, we hadn't seen, I would say, all of the stars really connecting from Gen.G since that very successful run at DreamHack Anaheim. So yesterday was a good showing from them. And yes, they dismantled what is arguably the weakest team in the group, just dispatching of Chaos on Mirage. But it's the fact and the fashion of some of the players that showed up in the server. I mean, Som had a lights-out game. Bentet was right up there. And what has been, I would argue, the most consistent factor for Gen.G, Kusta. Incredible opping, incredible clutch factor as well. I think that's the real key piece for Gen.G. And all the while, Daps seems to be performing individually well. Hell, they even have the major winner after mentioning all those other names in Automatic.
Hey, Connor.
Hey, Launders.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I'm back.
I can hear you
sorry.
loud and clear.
I'm not sure what I did, but I kicked my PC and we've got audio back. So I was able to watch you casting what I think was a knife round. That's the world's first here at Blast.
Well, I was trying to fry Kusta a little bit, man. He was hiding in the knife round. You know, if you're the kind of guy who runs away in a 1v2, yeah, exactly. One of those. But without further ado, let's just get into the action. Mohan's back, and already Gen.G are gunning towards this B-bomb site. It's Automatic to pick up the 2 kills, as Yuri was just trying to hide there behind the car. Quesarado taps 2 heads in Automatic and Bentet, and we're suddenly in a 2v2. This could have been huge for Gen.G. They were doubled the man advantage. But now, they're going to have to wait for these smokes to fade and look to hold back the counter-terrorists. Vinny, he's already trying to get his eyes through construction, looks to seek a kill in the back of Nubox. Daps drawing the attention, and Art's already moving forward. Kusta's going to have a good chance to sideline one, but he fires off the Glock a little casually. Vinny, inside of the smoke, gives chase, has to whip back around, but Daps puts him down, and that's Gen.G taking pistol.
So quickly, I'd like to know, who do you think is going to win this map? Because I wasn't able to hear those predictions.
I'm going to say
that's
Gen.G.
Gen.G, okay. So obviously when we watched FURIA play versus MIBR yesterday, there were some question marks about the way that they were playing Inferno, and it felt like it highlighted a lot of FURIA's weaknesses to be a bit more submissive on the map on the CT side, give up some map control, not be able to have too many creative options for how to push. And I have the same question, so maybe I'm leaning towards your prediction as well. Maybe Gen.G could potentially take this considering the map.
I feel like if you had asked me a week ago, I would have instinctively and instantly said FURIA, but having seen them lose versus MIBR on Inferno yesterday, I don't think it all boiled down to the map, and I'm pretty sure Maniac made that point as well. But Gen.G's performance, I think, like, you know, we knew that they could do better than what we saw from them in the online matches recently. And yesterday versus Chaos, they very clearly looked a step above. So I'm just riding off the form of our opening matches yesterday in this prediction. But it seems like Gen.G are riding the momentum of their pistol round win already very quickly up here towards the A site, looking to pressure on short. And FURIA go for these A stacks that are inherently gambles. If that bomb had come up short, it could have been a jackpot for the counter-terrorists, but it looks like they're sussing out CT spawn, and they're going to dodge this entire threat by heading over to B.
Art will at least grab a kill on this rotation. Bentet will pick up the slack, and it's a bit scary enough for the CTs to rotate, knowing that someone was in CT, and if they know about Daps, he's still here lurking around mid. The CT forces have thinned out quite conveniently here for the T's, and Daps will look to continue to pick them apart. However, Quesarado comes through the deagle kill, and it's not so much that they'll win the round, but it's just a really nice kill to have to continue forward into the rest of this round. Seems like there's a chance here that FURIA might be able to get another one. However, 2 players, they've got good weapons. They want to hang on to them for the following round, and we'll just look to save.
All right, doesn't even look like there's going to be any more frags stacked up here for either side. So I'm already very curious. We are 2 rounds deep. Mathieu said on the analyst desks that you know, he had never seen a team like FURIA stack 5 players on the A site of Inferno as CTs, and I think this is one of those rounds he's kind of alluding to, you know, very preemptively just bodying up on the A bomb site and hoping Gen.G come in. I wonder if that arch to CTB call is a product of Daps's research, knowing what FURIA's tendencies are on rounds like that. Keep your eyes on it as we move forward, but this one shouldn't be all too special. It is a very limited buy for FURIA.
So on to round 3. A couple of good guns, but other than that, kind of more of the same. A couple of great HEs to start things out. Some good damage onto Som. Bentet is also quite low, and it looks like the CT boost is going to be incorporated. And CSGO gets spotted while he was going up here. This is one of, it's of course the weakest, but his chance comes and goes. He doesn't get the shot and he'll have to fall back. But now it looks like he wants some more. Art has a smoke to go for, and he can continue to feign B presence or just hold on to top banana for the time being, making it a bit scarier for the T's.
Seems like they're just looking to make calculated decisions here. And I think that that's another edge that Gen.G may have over FURIA. You know, we have, excuse me, FURIA have become synonymous with aggression. And it's something that they do incredibly well on both the offense and CT sides. But I think Gen.G are very calculated. You know, we've seen a lot of great method to their madness. And this type of a pace, you know, if they can contain FURIA, if the aggressive peaks are expected, I think the individual level of some of Gen.G's players can be enough to stop it. And then it becomes predictable at times. You know, it's consistently aggressive. That's what they do. Although at the moment, it's just a FAMAS and P250 between Yuri and Vinny to cut down 4 players on the top of mid. I mean, hell, I can talk about the aggression all I want. It is the sheer stall on short side. FURIA picking up a win they had no business taking. And it's all based on the FAMAS P250 combo. Chew on that, Gen.G.
Yeah. Kind of the high-low setup, the totem pole stack. And I don't think any of this, you know, demeans your point about, you know, the limited options on CT side to be like FURIA want to be, you know, whereas Vertigo's A ramp is so wide open, and that's where we see FURIA use these smokes to get in the middle of them and be unpredictable. It's a bit more limited on Inferno, it feels like, based on the way that they were approaching it. But yeah, I mean, you've got to trade some kills. Here's a good example of that. Nice opening from Bentet. And the fallback grenade from Henny, but Kusta immediately comes through. And, ooh, oh my god, they're letting CSGO live. Yeah.
He said, coming right through. Does it as his own. Frag grenade just chipping a little bit off of Som. He's going to tuck behind one of the 2 boxes. Vinny starting to retract somewhat from Arch side. Som, he's going to take that piece. Now he sees the barrel, but Vinny just flicks 90 degrees, takes Som's head right off. Automatic's going to have to double his kills if he wants to close the clutch. He's got that up close. Vinny, he's already sticking the bomb, however, and it's going to come through for FURIA. A second, a follow-up. Despite Gen.G's best efforts to burst onto the A site, we're all tied up at 2.
Yeah, that's got to be so frustrating, but, you know, we saw Kaser out of position. There's 3 players in front of him, but the one that could trade was blind and had no choice but to sit behind default, making it 2 1v1s for Kaser, making the most of the moment there off of that flashbang. And in the 1v2, it's got to be so frustrating for Automatic. He needs to get out of pit, but the bomb is planted safe in front of default, and on the other side of default, or sorry, just safe, I should say, and the op from Art, yeah, he's not overextending by any means. So that's going to leave Gen.G on just pistols to try to reclaim some of their dignity and maybe get a few kills.
About to fade, and Art's not going to let Som get away with anything here in the 5th. But again, you know, here's so if we can praise, like, let's say the tactician elements of Gen.G, then this is where I'm going to criticize them, and that it's that, you know, in pistol rounds like this, when they're working with few tools, sometimes it's so slow that you'd almost never expect anything to happen. I'm going to say this is one of those rounds. You know, FURIA, they're very confident in their anti-ecos. They will just try to fight you, and if you think you can just spread around, take map control, look for 1v1s, you're not going to have a very good time. I think that round's an example of it. But I see Mac 10s in play, and most notably, the AK could have been had for automatic. Is this going to be hyper-aggressive?
Man, sometimes you get... He's got the best B spawn, it looks like. You get a bit more move speed, and you never have to stop to shoot. See what happens of it.
He's going to try to charge, and he doesn't clear the boxes. Vinny in with the two-piece. So much utility damage being done there. FURIA, they raise the red flag immediately, retreating with 2 of the 3 CTs, but also leaving Vinny as a landmine. And he blows open the attempt here. Gen.G, they tried to just slam into the B site. Instead, they trip and fall. But Bentet, he's inside of the smoke, and so is K-Serrado. He has the back of Bentet, turn, peeks wide, doubles up on the frags, and the bomb gets thrown in front of Kusta. He's tasked with the 1 versus 3. I absolutely love it from K-Serrado.
That's disgusting by K-Serrado, man. I mean, Art is there to be a bait. That is... And I mean, there was just Sticko bringing up the fact that Art has such a poor KPR for how much impact he has in a round. Here's the perfect example of that. Like, Art peeking to go for the kill, not getting the kill is one thing, but it opens K-Serrado to guarantee these 2 kills. I mean, the first one is 100%, and he can spend as much time there as he wants to try to get the second, because they have no idea, no inkling, no feeling that he may be stuck in that smoke with Art. And so well played from that perspective. And of course, the big mistake from Gen.G is not simply clearing sandbags. But maybe it won't matter too much. There's an off-drop in line of sight of Som. He'll want to try to grab this. He'll in fact do that. It is a pistol round. But not a bad start here for Gen.G.
Vinny dumps a nade, does just a little bit of chip damage. Bentet gets his hands on the op, thrown over to automatic. They'll figure it out. There's a world where Vinny as well, you know, that's where I want to say, like, he has some of the most tempered aggression on FURIA. You know, Vinny doesn't slot into the madness at times, and, you know, he could have just easily started pumping bullets through that smoke trying to line up bodies. And there were so many targets, actually, that there's a world where he gets someone, and he was more prepared for them to push through. Hello! They're going to get 2 frags out of nowhere, and now it's K-Serrado yet again on the back of the bomb site. Nobody checks him, but he can't maintain the spray. Som turns back, takes his head off, and this is Gen.G in the end, robbing with pistols. A double sniper setup could come out of this. What the hell?
Well, I think it's very clear what kind of game we have on our hands in this matchup. A bare knuckle brawl. On Banana mostly, and it's pistols to do well on both sides. Man, FURIA, they made one bad step to get killed with the op pushing up. When they went to go back and get some more information, they were in a pretty okay spot. K-Serrado missing a spray in a situation could have maybe got him 2 kills, and maybe we talk about a closer round or a round 1 by FURIA, but all of those things don't work out so well, and Gen.G, they come through with it. You know, they move really quick up to Banana, and it proves too much for FURIA. It's interesting, but it's also good. I mean, I really do like the fact that with Gen.G on T side, you get a ton of variety, and it's hard to read what kind of tempo that they're going to set.
Agreed with that, man. It can be, at times, tough to figure out. And I think that's actually going to kind of keep FURIA on their toes in this matchup. I think this matchup particularly could become something special. For the moment, you've got Yuri on the backside of the boiler. Henny. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
He wields it like a shotgun, not an op. And he somehow actually manages to get through the smoke as well. So now they've got Gen.G encapsulated. They are boxed in. Art, he's trying to throw his vision towards Pit. Maybe wants to duel versus Kusta, who he's going to burn out into the open. There's one CT for FURIA over towards Moto. Everybody else coming in on short side. Remember that Henny's still in the mix, but this is a double op retake, and both these snipers are in close proximity of Gen.G's players. Automatic's gonna connect the first one onto Vinny. Here comes Kusta with a kill of his own, and everybody's falling for FURIA. Henny's frag on Pit, the most successful thing to happen on the A site. Gen.G gonna tie this game at 4 rounds apiece.
Man, the trades up until that point were not so bad, as you pointed out. I mean, Vinny goes 1 for 1 in Boiler. Maybe could have been a bit better. Henny gets this miraculous frag off the balcony. I've never seen a flick like that, and even makes it a headshot, of course, into a player you'd think he was just going to have to let go. I mean, this is just nasty from him, and he ends up staying alive. So with Apartment's control, and it looks like a player crossed right by him, you think, okay, there's a chance. But Automatic, you know, he stays strong with his op, picks off a couple of players, easy shots for him, and Gen.G pull off the post plant quickly. And could have been a very scary round. Lots of nades here bought for FURIA. A couple of those will be thrown to bottom of Banana. Bentet at the receiving end of it is down a good 64 health before we've even begun the round. And the CTs, they've still got Henny's up.
Betway odds still favoring FURIA despite Gen.G's current resurgence. They've got the momentum for the time being. Still so many questions to ask. We're not even 10 rounds deep, but we're close as can be. And Henny damn well close to the edge of that wall, just trying to scour down Banana. Vinny, he's going to lose his head as Kusta emerges inside of the apartments, but that's the only A player for Gen.G. The rest of them just sitting back here, getting the op response from Henny. That's going to be information gained, and gained at a good time. 50 seconds left on the board. Look at the way they just scurry away from that sniper. The loud boom echoes throughout Inferno, and they want to do everything to dodge it, but they are still going to fall into Serato. He's in with 2 kills, and Yuri dunks the nade down in the midst of it all. This is going to leave the man advantage in the hands of FURIA. Automatic with the bomb plants deep, and Kusta, well, he is pinned into the graveyard, just looking to lock this down. Automatic's trying to find the post plant position. CT's trying to come in from all directions. Don't forget that there is still 2 players playing off just the pistols. There's utility for Kusta to try to play, but he doesn't want to give away his position. Automatic, he could be flanked here. No, Kusta, he decides to pop up, and now he's going to have to do everything off of the flash. Knows they're both back there, has another chance to peek. Time's burning quickly. Kusta's just trying to stay standing in the graveyard, and he takes down Henny as well. Yuri gets the frag, but doesn't have the time. That's Gen.G in the lead.
We talk about the clutchness of Kusta, and that is the perfect example. I mean, he gets the 4 kills. It may have well have been the ace because he wins the round as well and digs Gen.G out of a spot. This game, we're seeing Serato play at his absolute peak. I mean, he's getting 2.5 kills a round with a rifle or even a deagle sometimes. Here's that extra damage at the end of it. Man, this guy, he's probably going to win a couple of rounds in the future just on his individual skills alone by how well he's playing. But it's answered back by the absolute clutch factor of Kusta and his ability to jostle around in that graveyard and still not die. I mean, it's just fantastic to watch. I mean, that was a little bit more messy from his perspective, but even when he doesn't have many options and it's got to be ugly, he still manages to find these ridiculous clutches.
Very clear, however, that Gen.G just wanted nothing to do with that solo op. And there's another one here in this round. The 10th has Yuri well equipped, while the majority of FURIA stack up on the B site. Vinny so blind by Daps that he can't manage anything. Serato's going to get the one and done. But there is still a CT here in Henny, and he's tapping off the P250, softening Som, who has to plant bomb, has automatic to watch back Banana. And Henny, he's probably not going to call that opera into action. Art could come lend a helping hand if he wants to. Damn, man.
It's the clean spam through the painted glass. And now Henny, well, at least Yuri gets to save his op. Gen.G, as you're talking about, able to avoid this powerful weapon one round after another, and FURIA will give up number 6. Man, this game has felt much longer than the rounds show. On these eco rounds, it always feels like the team who's pistoling could win, even though that's not always true. And it feels like everybody's working overtime for what they've got in front of us. And yeah, definitely one of those games that's even tighter than it looks somehow.
Of all the times I've seen somebody try this window spam, it just, you know, there's never anybody there. And the one time someone tries it while a player's in position, poor Henny, just working with the P250. The BB's not going to cut it, so doesn't get rewarded with it. But, you know, he doesn't even know if he landed it. Somebody send him a message. Let him know it worked.
Clip it and ship it. So we've got a pause here called for the CTs as they talk about things. I think the only thing to talk about is like, did we do anything fundamentally incorrect on these past rifle rounds? I think the answer is not. I don't think the answer is yes. So I feel like they might do kind of more of the same, try their hand at more top banana control, but this time fall back on the ops for their opening kills. And I think that's just up to the oppers as to how they'd like to start the round. Anything can work. Anything at all.
All right, raising the bar, huh? Let's see if they can follow suit. Art toying with the idea of peeking down mid, but this is all still smoked off for the moment. The fire on his side fades. He's going to try to take that control, and, well, he eats a frag for it, but they're not going to give him anything for the time being.
Information both ways off of one flash. Yeah. And I mean, it favors the defender. You know, whoever throws a second one ultimately is the one who gets the latest information and can hold the angle if they want to. Of course, the smoke is what comes up in the face of automatic. And we draw an incomplete conclusion here. But FURIA with top banana control, I feel like they're definitely in the driver's seat for the time being. However, Gen.G do good to push back the Opper. Art, he's all the way at sandbags. Man, big risk by him. His teammate is there now, but Bentet, you gotta assume that, you know, he was making a good decision there by trying to bounce on this top banana control, expecting him to fall back.
God, I feel blind seeing this tunnel vision from Art, but he's just trying to creep and crawl around these corners. Som could be able to hear him. Oh, wow, Som almost gets around the corner. So damn close to finding himself amidst this hit onto the A site. Because the bomb's been dropped, they've got to go back and reclaim it. Art's going to just lock that down. If Som had gotten into position just a moment sooner, a second makes the difference for FURIA to find their 5th. 1 round as well, separating them from Gen.G still.
Hey, that's the Art factor, man. That is the Art factor in a nutshell. 99% of players walk at least 2 or 3 steps down banana on a flank like that, but not Art. Art decided that this was what was happening, and that's it. They're going A, I'm running on the flank. I swear, nobody takes risks like he does and has them pay off.
Deep mollies on banana yet again. Art, he's going to be up there. Damn, what do you make of this? Again, where Art, he's taking a risk, but at the same time, doesn't have a fallback in teammates. Vinny decides to double back. That's just the MP5, and even then, he's still floating towards spawn.
I mean, I definitely don't mind this from Gen.G whatsoever. I mean, jumping him at this spot is perfect. They saw how aggressive he was last time. They're just working off the most valuable recent information, and they're somewhat rewarded. Him getting that first kill is not what they wanted. But Kusta, lurking on the other side of the map as per usual, gets met by Yuri. And it throws things up in the air once again.
But the bomb carrier and Daps just runs right through that smoke. They made a trail to cover his route. Quesarado, he's going to pop up. Stop bomb. Could react with automatic in the apps. Frag grenade goes first. That's going to hit the mark. Dropping Audi to 59. Bentet, last man standing, gets the headshot versus K-Serrato, doubles down. Yuri cleared, and we've got the clutch from Bentet. He's looking for the 4K in the round, the 1v3, and he has no idea where Vinny comes in from. Vinny's chosen his route. It's short side. Bentet's going to afford him the walk up, and Vinny, he's going to take the high road. Now Bentet's going to crouch back down, and he finishes the clutch. All 3 targets taken off of the A site. It looks so good from the graveyard hold, but Bentet does it without breaking a sweat.
What more could you expect from the Polish legend Bentet, man? Fantastic in the clutch, as per usual, leaving FURIA scratching their heads. And some with FURIA face tats on their foreheads.
It's commitment. I respect it.
Yeah. Dude, K-Serrato does well to get on. I don't know. Not exactly sure. Some questions I can't answer.
Oh my. Me, oh my. This is one of those wild rounds where, you know, it happened so early that Gen.G could still technically move through with method. You know, reclaim the lost territory, don't give up another kill, trade efficiently. But all the while, FURIA, they're just going to hold now. They've done their job out the gate. It's a matter of not losing too much. Just trade train your way across the finish line. Art's gonna respond, and K-Serrato, he drops down into the pit. Oh, Art pops back up, and it's a flawless round from FURIA. How, when, where, why, who, what? What?
Dude, K-Serrato can't be stopped right now. I mean, he technically can because Gen.G are winning, but generally speaking, he's always getting way more than he's supposed to in these spots. I mean, this is just wow. I mean, he's lucky to have not hit his teammate, let alone hit the player all the way down mid. And dude, he is seriously so nuts right now. I mean, I feel like he could have very easily had a 20 kill half if the T's had come his way more often on these rifle rounds.
You know, you mentioned it a few rounds ago as well. Like, expect a couple of these pistols perhaps to be won by FURIA. I didn't expect it then and there, but I feel like that's just kind of a statement for Gen.G as, oh, dunked on. If they thought they had a chance here versus the B-bomb site, well, Daps, he's going to get the show rolling. Vinny's going to start dumping utility here, trying to come in with a multi-kill. So many players in front of him. They almost line up. They do actually, in fact, for K-Serrato. He's going to be able to drop that bomb, but it's picked back up by Som. K-Serrato gets flashed through the first doorway. Daps never saw it coming. He gets taken down as quick as he got this round rolling. Now it's all on automatic. The Opper and Som, who has 4 health to try and lock down this 2 versus 3. We have fireworks, baby, over on this B site. Both these teams running rampant, making plays out of nowhere, making magic out of thin air. And Henny, well, he is just scoped and waiting. Yuri will serve as the trigger moving forward, but Henny's actually gifted the arm of Som. Now automatic with it all to do, dies to the deagle of Henny. He's gonna go ahead, tries to sprint in and get on bomb, and since he's got the kit, it's the clutch. FURIA tied at 7.
They grab it just in those waning moments, man. I thought Automatic had the big pickup there to allow them to close that round out, and FURIA still pull that back. K-Serrato, once again, impact here through the smoke to drop the bomb on the site. Get some extra damage in just before dying once again. We move into the last round of the half. K-Serrato, 17-9, and overall, I mean, it wasn't a great behold, but yeah, they were fortunate enough to have the teammates to pull off the retake. That flash plus initial kill from K-Serrato, you know, really bringing it back. And again, you know, I keep saying his name, but he just had so much impact here. Nice op frag, well, shot onto Som for Art to kind of kill Som's hopes of having any impact. It's already down at 16 HP and hands that Galil over to Bentet immediately.
Yeah, no longer allowed to wield it. Here's Yuri playing the close smoke. Gonna get dinked through. And that's going to soften him up. Compromising Arch side. Vinny trades it. And Yuri's grenade is great. Henny looking to lock down the balcony. Shuts Kusta down. And an 8-7 half coming into fruition for Furia. Winning 4 of the last 5 rounds. Winning 4 of the first 6. That spree is what Gen.G have going for them. They're going to switch to the other side. And we'll see you all after the break.
The old NIP players, it does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaives, that's not bad, but pop towards the window. He's going to peek, he's going to find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Furia finding momentum at the start and end of the first half. Gen.G, they got their groove going, but only in the middle of it all. We find ourselves with a 1-round difference to the favor of Furia as we come in on their T side. Launders, look at all those nades.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. Just a bunch of grenades to be used, all these kits. And obviously, they're going ahead and not getting head armor. And we've got Art with some psychological warfare to start the half off, opening up cases, CSGO cases at the beginning of this half. They got a stat track UMP exposure, an MP7 mischief, a Glock off-world, and a Tech 9 FUBAR. And this guy's all kitted out now.
Look at him go.
We'll get the CS money take on that later.
Yeah. The mid-game shot style. Yeah. But listen, man, it's looking a little precarious here for Bentet. He's got a lot of bodies wrapping all around him. Automatic finds timing on the peak, but through the wall. Art's going to take him down. Now Bentet's got the chance, tapping at a distance. Som saves him, perhaps, as Kusta peeks in from Arch, and K-Serato off of middle is able to answer with a headshot here. Even Som gets gushed. Both of the last two players for Gen.G playing with minimal HP versus the full bars of FURIA. Yuri, he's going to get flashed into the pit. Down goes Bentet. Som, a young star made to be for Gen.G. He's got the bomb in front of him, but he peeks into K-Serato. That's the two-piece for K-Serato. FURIA leading by 2 rounds. Momentum on their T side. That's a scary beast to handle.
Yes, indeed. 20-9. Obviously an iconic scoreline in the start of the second half, just to show you how good he has been playing. Pistol rounds, rifle rounds, eco rounds, you name it. K-Serato is there hitting shots. And Gen.G, they'll have to buy up. They've got 5 different weapons, an assortment of artillery to come into this second round. Force up on the CT side to try to come back after that pistol. We'll see if it pays off. Automatic scope down mid, but a flash to push him back, and it's actually him to get caught on the wall while he's half blind. A good flashbang from FURIA to get this 5v4.
Bentet's boiler push, though, good for 1 kill. Art just spams him with the MAC-10. Switches over back to the AK, leaves the SMG to be picked up by Gen.G, you know, giving him the scraps as FURIA bring the bomb back, double over towards the B site, and it is free for the taking. So this is going to be FURIA double digits, 10-7 over top of Gen.G. I mean, we didn't expect much for Gen.G's buy. It's the equivalent of when you haven't done groceries for a couple of weeks, but you're really hungry and you've just got to dig around in the cupboards. You know, peanut butter, banana, jam, pickles.
MP9.
You try to make it work.
Yeah, whatever's around.
Kusta's shotgun?
The long-range Nova.
Not meant for that range.
He's gonna leave it a shot. Listen, the Nova can kill, and I know you know this, but like the Nova can like come out of A ramp on Mirage and kill someone in CT spawn via headshot. That's how accurate it is from a distance. So there's some method to the madness here from Kusta as he takes the long-range duel, trying to get whatever he can, and could have potentially tried to hold on to the exits, but it's all about banana here for FURIA. Hopefully we got no exiting B antics. That'd be the only thing that could stop FURIA or net a kill here for Gen.G. Bomb will explode, and of course cool guys don't look at explosions. They'll stay faces forward, making sure that nobody's here to peek them. FURIA at 10, definitely looking strong. Certainly not out of the woodwork, though. We have a lot to know about Gen.G and their CT side, and FURIA, from what we can discern, were not incredibly amazing versus MIBR on their T side. I mean, they looked good, but not amazing. And I think it was actually MIBR to adapt to their play and find spots of information, specifically Fur on Banana, that won them the game. A big CT side kind of comeback to win them the game from MIBR.
Absolutely agreed. We saw Fur tucking behind the banana box. And, well, right now, had there been anybody there, they'd be dead as all can be. I mean, like, dead. Nobody here in Banana, though, at all for Gen.G. They're very much sitting back patiently on the bomb site, still wielding the minimal tools that they move forward. MP9 Mag 7. I mean, this one point of contact on the front of the B site is the only real chance for Gen.G. Kusta's going to add to their chances with the flash. You know, it's not a stretch of the imagination to see 1 or 2 kills go the way of Gen.G, but it's with that bomb all the way back to T ramp. It tells you everything you need to know. With these kills coming in, Gen.G are going to be bolstered on the B site, but the bomb doesn't have to follow through here. FURIA, they could still tuck tail, they could still turn back, but you know what? They're consistent, they're persistent, they're trying to hammer home this B hit. Mag 7 headshot from Som. He's desperate as Daps gives cover. What is going wrong? Henny, he's looking ready to come round the coffins, but even he gets dropped down to minimal HP. The shotgun from Som, good for another. How have they pulled this off? It's like watching FURIA in the last half. How have they pulled this off?
Well, it's because Psalm's in a boxer tee. That's 100% the reason why they pulled this off. The bargain basics buy, and yeah, worse than last round because they had lost a couple guns they didn't bother upgrading. But who needs an upgrade? The CTs are here to deliver them. The Amazon Prime delivery right to the front doorstep, into the grill with the AKs and Galils. Only one M4 on the board for Gen.G. That's how good the buy was for FURIA. They reap the rewards.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hectic push down the B banana. We've got Caserado coming out on top with the Deagle. Now, seeing as he is just off the pistol, he wants one of these guns. Good grenade damage versus Daps. A little softening effect here with the utility of the T side. But now they're just going to back up, you know, and this is what you want to see. I mean, this is what they could have done last round when they got stuffed at the B site to start.
Yeah, that's true. Now, yeah, they've established quite well. I mean, Gen.G, if they sit passive, I feel like they're asking to lose. So after the dust settles, I wonder if Gen.G will try to make some kind of move that can be inconspicuous enough to get some information back despite being down 2 players. And it looks like the attention will be drawn towards mid. We've got a Daps who's sitting in emo who's like, guys, can you get some info for me? Automatic tries it, but Vinny, he ducks right under the bullets of Automatic, and Bentet will at least trade, but that still leaves a tease with the advantage. And Henny, that patience, man, no way you'd expect him to be on an angle there.
Yeah, Daps just giving this one away. I mean, that's it. It wasn't going to look like a comfortable 2 versus 3, seeing as Bentet was on the opposite side of the map. But like you were just saying earlier, you know, moments sooner, Daps is saying, guys, I'm back B site. I need some info. Let's make some plays. They got the info of 2 players middle. Daps decides to go fishing for a little more, and the hunter becomes the hunted. Good patience there by Henny, absolutely, for FURIA to find their 11th round. And Yuri, another unsuspected spot. If Bentet thinks he's going to be able to save, Yuri could catch him as he comes around the stairs. Down he goes, sweeping all the CTs underneath the rug. There's no evidence, officer. None at all.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes the scariest part about FURIA is they do know how to not hold W sometimes. And I think that sometimes, funnily enough, the role that Henny has been taking. You know, he's been more patient than ever on this roster of all rosters. And we see that with his completely silent hold at the top of Banana. Automatic back on the op versus no ops on FURIA. They maintain mobility, and Psalm is going to look to help his teammate boost up. Kuster booster, who's going up top? It's actually Kusta. Yeah, to look over top of the smoke. Man, they've taken so much damage just trying to sit up here. Caserado, could knock them off their pedestal. Yeah, Incendiary to refresh his spot, but not a bad start for FURIA whatsoever.
Just using that utility, not even offering up an attempt from Gen.G. You know, they're very persistent in trying to establish that boost, and it would have worked well had those flashbangs not been so damn on point. So they find absolutely nothing, and by the time they realize what's coming their way, they're going to have to hold off a 5-man FURIA hit with only 50 points of health between the two.
We know
very
how
cover
much
as well
FURIA,
in the back of the site, dude.
Yeah, they love to throw the smoke down front sight. It comes up, but another execute incoming.
Double smokes first. Automatic comes over. There's nobody to boost him onto the half wall. And if he wants to run through smoke, then he's going to be blind with that off. Not ideal. Caserado taking down Vinny, giving something to Gen.G. A gift, perhaps. A way in. A lifeline. But maybe, if Daps can come in with something else, he's, however, held down, pinned in to his spawn by Yuri. Automatic's off will connect a single shot. So the first rotator over finally gets the kill. But can Automatic and Bentet actually unearth this? Are they even going to try? I mean, Automatic's all alone here. I would have thought that he'd take this chance to flee.
Yeah, I mean, his teammate his teammate's positioning would tell you that, you know, he doesn't really have any business trying to go for this. Oh man, living would be one thing. Oh, but he at least gets Art down, but he loses the op, and yeah, totally, you know, you think Bentet was going to corroborate the information with him that he should be saving, because Bentet's not even coming close. And FURIA, they picked this round up. And man, I really feel like it's a tired point to talk about how important Fnatic control can be. But we see how often CT teams get absolutely dumpstered for trying to sit on the site and try to stop full-on B takes, when the B takes these days, Connor, have gotten so good.
Agreed. I mean, it's made even more difficult by the fact that their initial banana control gets completely called out. They're not afforded their boost. They're all softened up to low HP. You know, so then you have to make that calculated risk. Like, do we attempt to hold back on the execute, which, as you just said, is more and more difficult as time goes on? Or do we risk it for the biscuit, lock down banana with our lackluster HP, and just try to go from there? But they chose the former. Did not work. And now in this round, Daps is already down early. So just that M4 save by Bentet in the mix. FURIA, this is patience from them that I think isn't always seen. And I think that versus teams like MIBR or versus the Cloud9s, the EGs, like FURIA want to play their straight up, heads up, aggressive in-your-face Counter-Strike. I think that with Gen.G, they're playing a different level of tempered aggression. And it's good for them. It's great to see. It adds a little bit of depth. You know, it means they're not just that one-trick pony, but it's also a great counter to Gen.G specifically. They let them make their moves, they let them go for the elaborate double-man banana boosts, and then they just come back in 40 seconds later, ripping you apart with the stellar aim that we've known to praise FURIA for.
Yeah, and it's a good point that you raised, that they did do really good damage to them in the beginning. So, you know, maybe best course of action for Gen.G would have been try to get bracket control or pull FURIA into taking bracket or something. But yeah, I mean, they were already low, and then holding back with 2 people, no extra rotate over to B. Maybe they were just assuming FURIA were going to try some kind of A-side setup or something. But yeah, FURIA, they seem to be very good at picking sites more than anything else. Sometimes very limited on information. And while Serato, he hasn't had to light it up in the last few rounds, FURIA are still doing just fine. Gen.G on this round will have the op again on automatic. They have a reasonable amount of grenades as well here across the CT side, but full nade kits with almost no compromises for FURIA.
FURIA's T-sides, man. Looking way too much for Gen.G to handle at the moment. Gen.G, again, just kind of, this time it's not banana that they're forfeiting. You know, we already made that point, and that it can cost you the B site, but giving up any type of mid-peak, giving up all of the apartments as well. Gen.G just sitting back and letting FURIA rack up these victories.
Yeah, it's that submission that it feels like they're partaking in automatic. He's going to try desperately to hold on to some information. Might be offered up a player peeking. The X-ray off is making this a very scary situation. We see how fast it is, racing right across the screen, but allowing Art to lever forward into short control.
Bentet's going to put out that Molotov. He eats a great grenade. Over 50 damage from the frag. Automatic's got just the pillar to play off the cover, but there's a T already on the site. Serato just rips through the defense. Clotheslines Automatic before he can find anything else, and Bentet comes up with nothing in the pit, despite having the smoke put out the flames, despite getting his rifle up. That grenade just did such damage versus him, and the rest of Gen.G just walk away from this. FURIA being gifted their 14th round. And again, I'm going to pose the question, is the lack of movement, is the passiveness of Gen.G the issue that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, they risked it all on automatic trying to get an op kill. And while his information was valuable, as soon as that window closed, a player crossed across the screen, the smoke comes out in front of him, and FURIA know that the opper is going to be late to rotate into the site. You know, that's as far as the information will get you. The rotates can come in right after that, but that's not really bracket control or or a delay of any sort. So we needed to maybe, versus this squeeze on long, defend from them being able to push out of these choke points and allow the crossfire to get comfortable on the site and then go from there. But to me, it looked like Gen.G basically had fewer nades than they did, when I know that they had a significant amount of utility to start the round. I think they had 3 or 4 Molotovs, if I'm not mistaken.
Art, realizing that he has this AWP, decides to still play his classic aggressiveness. He gets eyes up for just a moment on short A side and then just immediately peels back from middle, leaving Vinny to serve as this A anchor. And I think that's the beauty of Art's style, is that it doesn't matter what he has. Deagle, any other pistol, AWP, M4, AK. He's gonna go for those early pieces of information. He's gonna go looking to pluck bodies off of bomb sites. And now he's at the forefront of the B site instead.
No, well said. Whoa, dangerous spot. Yeah, Art, oh, they are, yeah, he's coming through this for sure. Okay, right-click smoke and Art's out front.
Yep, just running through it all with the AWP. He's going to completely lock down CT spawn. Som swings for the 1 kill. That's it. They had 3 bodies there if you include the CT rotate, and just 1 frag, Mo. That's all.
Man, Art, like, he's like, let's do it. Let's do it. He's like, he doesn't see any fear in this moment. He's like, I'm going to drop this smoke here. They'll never see it coming. He kills the rotator. That guy, why would the spawn guy ever think he'd get peeked first, you know, in this situation? That was so hard to deal with, but it is the bet you make for yourself when you want to try to hold B this way. And the thing is, I mean, Art, he plays every round like he has a CZ, 100 armor, and 400 HP. So if you play against someone with that much confidence and the other team plays scared of that kind of confidence, then you open yourself up to situations like we just saw.
Yeah, you know those heavy terrorists that you have to fight against when you play like the Valve missions. I feel like that is just Art.
Yeah.
You know, they made that model after him. Yeah, the big heavies.
It's a fun time to be a FURIA fan. Except for yesterday, that wasn't so fun. But apart from yesterday,
yeah, but you know the Brazilians still won,
good.
So it's a win within a loss.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's kind of, I would say, easy to cheer for MIBR. You know, they need a win every once in a while. Yeah. Oh wow! Cacerado just deletes Som. Art. Yeah. A little bit awkward on the unscope, but none the wiser. FURIA just gonna, oh my god, continue right into the B site. Cacerado, that was real crispy. Now we've got Henny going 1 further. FURIA, they had 7 map points to try and close this match, but they only needed 1. Who would have known that switching over to the T side for FURIA was gonna be the solution? We saw them pick up Pistol on the first half, and now they just absolutely destroy it. Awesome showing on the offense, only giving up 1 round to Gen.G. And I would argue it's the passiveness, it's the stalled setups of Gen.G in the face of a ferocious FURIA that just serves way too much to handle. Ladies and gentlemen, join us after the break. The analyst desk is up next.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here, so I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what the new
what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, GetRight got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's GetRight? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the break. That's the thing. I'm used to doing the commentary, so it's like I'm used to having this down here at this point. But we're back, and we're going to be talking about the light and redemption of FURIA. Of FURIA. Just let me go with the flow here. We're talking about FURIA. That is it. The Inferno streak for Gen.G is over. FURIA have broken their backs in a dominant second half performance. We have we have at least the scores for the players here, but 16-8. 16-8. It's hard to get more clear than that. I remember you a long time ago, Thorin, telling me that, it's like if it's anything less than 16-7, it's a dumpster fire. I mean, it was pretty close. It was pretty close here. So what did you think about this, man?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is obviously a map where classically there is no dominant side. So if you get blown out like this, it's actually quite telling. I'd agree with you. There was a lot of play within those rounds. Gen.G didn't get battered in exactly the way the scoreboard might look like, although I will certainly say Daps's 6 kills do represent his contribution to this particular effort. The problem is, it was just a lot of underwhelming stuff on the Gen.G side. Still not a big fan of automatic CT side AWPing, especially on a map that's very difficult to AWP on like this one. Kusta does what he can, but again, you don't really want Kusta as your best player from this lineup. You have all the sick aimers you want on line. Then you go over to the FURIA side. These guys just do work on the T side. I mean, Maniac has gone to great lengths to point out how aggressive Art is. I saw this amazing stat that Hawker found on Twitter where basically Art not only attempts 44% of the entries for his team, which is an absurd amount, by the way. It's 10% more than anyone else in the world. He gets 46% of the entries. It's ridiculous, the success rate. So when you consider it, their whole game basically on a map like this is based around what he's doing. Then it allows someone like this guy to come into a site where he's got info on where they are. He can take aim duels against players he's equally as good at, if not better than right now. And then as a result, it's never going to show up on Art's part of the scoreboard, although he did decent in this game. Someone like this is going to be the beneficiary and look like a monster.
And well, it's actually very fitting because I believe that we have a clip here of Art. Maniac, you wanted to talk about him in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Art can take so many risks. This play right here is the definition of high risk, high reward. Art was staying for the longest time alone banana at the sandbag position with an AWP. That is not something, that is not conventional Counter-Strike. That is not by the book. And look at this. After getting a kill, he gets and goes for more information. That is 20 seconds. He takes his knife, rushes down middle, and gets the bomb mid at 14 seconds. This is not supposed to be by the book Counter-Strike, but it is beautiful. And you know what? When you take so many risks, at times, you're going to win rounds on your own.
Well, this is fantastic. The stars have aligned, gentlemen. I've just been informed by production that we've got an interview with Art, the man himself, right now, ready to go. Let's hear what he has to say.
Art, an 8-7 first half, and then we flip onto your T side and everything was working out. Now, what changed since yesterday, where you certainly struggled a bit more on your T side against MIBR?
Hello. I would say yesterday against MIBR, we kind of felt a little anxious and we make a lot of mistakes, and that ended up costing us a lot of rounds. That was important. And today we fixed those. We play way better now, and we did a lot of less mistakes.
Now, when you're going up against Gen.G, the last 3 times you've played them, Inferno's come into it and they've managed to take the win on it. So was there some tendencies you noticed from this team in order to be able to take such a convincing win?
No, not at all. We just focus on our game. We kind of know how they play, and we know it's going to be very anti-strategy, if you know what I mean. Like, we play a lot together, each other, and we are playing a lot of Infernos, so every game like this is like a lot of antis.
I like that. It sounds like it's the game within the game, and, well, today, FURIA emerged victorious. They made the adjustments necessary to net the win. Now let's move on into our final match of the day here for North America. It is going to be MIBR versus Chaos. And MIBR, the team that FURIA fell to yesterday. So now let's see, can MIBR keep that hot streak going? I mean, we're looking at these guys to really kind of come through here and prove themselves in these groups. So, Maniac, why don't you take us away here on MIBR?
Yeah, well, you know what? You're right on the money when you talk about that victory versus FURIA, because, and here is my question. We know that MIBR can be an emotional team. We know that they can be fired up. We know they can overperform at time. Was it the case versus FURIA? Was it the case of a domestic rivalry that pushed them to play better than they usually do? We've seen Fallen be extremely decisive in the clutches. We see Gen.G completely taken over. Now, the context is completely different. Now they go up against Chaos, lineup that has changed a million times recently. They don't have that same element of emotional motivation in there. So will we see the same MIBR, or will they fade and fall into the trap of Chaos? I'm not exactly sure.
Well, it's great because we've actually got a team here on the desk, and I can just go ahead and turn to Thorin and be like, so Thorin, what is the answer to Maniac's question?
I actually do kind of feel like this is another map that's got upset potential. Like, I want to see where it goes in the veto. That's probably the most interesting part to me, to kind of set up the potential for that. But I certainly think that the players on Chaos, I mean, they have a couple of players who can frag, certainly. Like, I can rely on Zeppa and Steel to kind of do their job. The others, a little bit more of a mixed bag, like Vanity sometimes contributes. For MIBR, it's absolutely clear-cut. They have 3 people who are the big fraggers, Gen.G, FURT, and Fallen, usually in that order. Fallen is nowadays relied upon to win clutches. That is already a red flag, by the way, if you want to potentially set up an upset, because there's no such thing as a role that wins clutches. That's just something above and beyond the Call of Duty of your particular position on a map. Like, it's not like you have a choice to send the guy in like basketball with the last second on the clock, do you? So what I would say about that is the reason why nowadays people only talk about Fallen in the clutch is because he's not that sick an AWPer. He's not that sick an in-game leader either. So it's all he's got left to fall back on, which admittedly is a fantastic little joker card to be able to pull out. But anytime you don't see that happen, think about Flashpoint in the last 2 maps. They look like half as good a team because they really do need him to sort of steal them a couple of rounds they don't often deserve. So I'd say, listen, as long as we don't get anything crazy in the map, well, they're favoured, but I wouldn't put it past Steel to be able to nick one right at the end here.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the map
still on table.
Yeah, I'm just, if I'm Chaos right now and I'm looking for an upset, like, where do you go? Like, where do you try and go to punish MIBR, right? Do you go for a tactical map, but that means that Steel must have some trick? No, you try and level their feet, you have something open. Is it possible?
Oh, they've done it. They've actually done it, Maniac. They've gone into Inferno again. They believe in it.
I don't want to participate in this discussion anymore. You just take it away, Duncan.
Yeah, the problem with this
Duncan,
is, listen, I understand, like, yesterday's win was a great one. It's obviously a map that they're trying to get together. The problem is, this feels like a perfect map for Steel to pull some shenanigans on. This is where an IGL can kind of mix up just basic Counter-Strike with some clever reads. And then listen, he's got to get the fragging. If he doesn't get any fragging from his guys, it's not going to matter either way. Gen.G will probably brutalize them. But I think the chances are there. Like, I'll take MIBR still. I'm not going to go crazy, but I'm definitely interested to watch this game now.
I am as well. This is excellent because now, I mean, well, here we go. Some stats here from Fallen. Man himself yesterday versus FURIA. They were able to count on him in the end. But you don't have to discuss the map maniac, but do you agree with Fallen and, or at least Doran's take on Fallen, his role in MIBR right now and what he brings to the table?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be so biased in favor of Fallen, and I realized I was, right? Let's be honest, let's be objective about it. And it is true that it is through the clutches right now that he is shining, and he used to be one of these players that would take over games entirely. That is not the case anymore right now. I have to be at peace with that. I have to accept it. But at the same time, they've changed lineups so many times. He's changed roles. He was AWP, then he was a rifle, then he had a secondary AWP, then he had another player. They change all the times. So when you're an IGL and you're trying to be cerebral about the game, how do you find your own groove? I think that Fallen over time has just lost his own breath, just trying to find a solution for his team and just losing himself in the process.
I could see that. I could see that taking more and more on himself. I mean, it's a painful thing to lose the likes of Coldzera. What was it? The Terminator, I think is what we tried to dub him back in the day before he spat in our faces and said, no, I don't like that nickname. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the analysis going into this match, and we're obviously going to have a little bit more time to break down the match afterwards. But it is now time to get in here. The fans are here. Be sure to check out the Blast Premier Twitter if you want to get involved here and get on the stream. If you want to support your team and show up here, you can be on the fan cam too. So follow the Twitter and get involved. But we're going to take, well, actually, I think I'm taking a break. Yeah, I think I'm taking a break. Yeah, I'm taking a break, and then when we come back, we'll be getting into the match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in.
They have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction blocks him from the sky.
They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round then. it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always like going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top fours on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 3rd place from Group A will play against 2nd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing 2nd in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
Chaos and MIBR going down on Inferno. They ate a hard loss versus Gen.G yesterday, Mohan. Tell me, do Chaos have a chance?
I think they do. I mean, I feel exactly like Thorin does. Like, I'm excited for this match now that it's Inferno. I still hold out that MIBR will probably win, but I totally see a situation where Chaos could also win. I think it'll definitely be a close map, and I think I strongly believe in Steel's ability to call and adapt on the fly. I never want to write him out in any one match, and I think that this is going to be no exception. Yesterday when we saw them play versus FURIA, MIBR looked good and bad, but got better towards the end of the map. I'm hoping MIBR are going to be better than ever. So yeah, you know, I'm going to put a number on this. I'm going to say this is 16-13 towards MIBR. That's how I'm feeling.
All right. Let's keep that in mind as the action gets going. Ladies and gents, it's time. Chaos. They're going to be trying to take one off MIBR, looking for revenge. Had they defeated MIBR in the last tournament they played, well, they would have gotten into the playoffs themselves, instead eliminated. And at that time, it was very much, ooh, these legends in Fallen, Fur, and of course Gen.G that dismantled Chaos. Fallen and Fur doing a great job of locking down the B site. 1 kill from Gen.G, but that is all. The CTs hold strong on the B site. Brazilians kicking it off with that pistol round win.
Yeah, you can't spell Fallen without all, and he certainly does it all. That is such a sick hold by him. And he has been on point. I mean, yesterday he was like 22 and 20. I mean, he definitely dies more than most, I'd say. But at the same time, he does play this play style that does put him out there. Not quite to the same degree as Art does, but does have the CQC Art opping style, as well as a lot of selfless rifle plays that, you know, puts him in the line of fire quite often. But yeah, he played pretty well, all things considered, yesterday. You know, positive scoreline, above 20 kills, and I think he's clearly off to a flying start. Looks like he's in for another good game.
Gen.G committed behind the pillar here, just holds. You know, there's no rush. There's no issue. Everybody just relax, all right? We're 1 round deep. Take a breath. Wait out some smokes. Or Steel could swing straight out the boiler, look to deagle you in the head. But no, he doesn't do that, actually. He just waits. So we're still taking deep breaths.
Yeah. Woosah. Woosah. They've got, they don't want to die. They've got 3 smokes, so Well, the plans will be laid out before us. Certainly, if we're patient, I'm sure we'll find out what it is Chaos want to do. It looks like some kind of small fake towards B. Pull some rotations, but the double lane setup proves to be pretty static. I don't know if they are in a position to move from these spots, so we'll see if that makes any difference.
Flashbang goes high. TRK going to be presented bodies, but Zeppa and Steel falling down and getting a couple of kills. Taco, he's going to catch Steel, but then Vanity finds another player turned, and Zeppa, well, he came off of the bomb for a moment, but Fur just crab walks into the bomb site. He is pinned in, and Vanity needs the Deagle headshot, but he's so worried about a second CT that he doesn't focus on the fight at hand. And even though they were working with the minimal weaponry, Chaos at least scaring MIBR on that A site.
Yeah, it did get a bit tense there, a bit nerve-wracking. And Steel, absolutely ridiculous to come out of halls and get that kill with the Deagle. So, you know, they probably shouldn't have even gotten close to a bomb plant. It was a very good attempt on this pistol round, considering the setup and the early damage done into halls. It is another maybe interesting eco round, as we've got 4 grenades bought along with the full nade kit of Steel, and all the T's holding back, not going to sacrifice themselves to the fire gods of Banana, and instead just want to wait until those nades come off. A good flash, kind of well timed, push them back. Fur, he'll come up through this and look for the fights, and he'll find them, but he won't win them all.
Nope, not all of them. Vanity's the successor of the 3 fallen T's. Smoke goes down for the cross. Frag grenades could be big. No. Near nothing. Vanity, he's going to prioritize plant. TRK runs through the smoke, cutting off the Banana Man. This is going to push it all onto Steel, and he comes up empty-handed. So MIBR going to find that 3rd round, but at least Chaos have been able to cheat the bomb plant launders. That's a little more money for the boys on the T side.
It was a little bit of NRG with that flash, where they wait for the smoke to come down to the bottom of B, and then they flash for the half-wall peek while MIBR feel comfortable. Something I really love about Steel strats, they're just super simple, and you can copy and paste them with almost no practice. And that's, you know, one good, well-timed flash and everybody turning a corner at the same time to try to gain some ground. I mean, they got the fights they wanted, they traded out pretty well, and they even got the bomb plant to top it all off. So overall, it's not a bad start for Chaos, even though they lose the pistols in the preceding rounds. MIBR's money is relatively in check. There's an op in play. But TRK, wow, the tempo's high already. He's pushing down mid, and he hasn't been spotted.
Uh-oh. Damn, no respect. But Leaf, just in time, pops up from the murder hole. Still costs Gen.G, but it could have been worse. Hands down. Vanity now, inside of the apartments, but doesn't know until now that Taco's already in position. Again, a good trade frag. So at least the T's are in spots to stop the defenders from getting aggressive with Fur. We saw him win a game from behind these boxes. He's going to falter versus Steel. Now that could be the open route Steel hoped for, but he's got to get his gun out. Flashbang comes over top, blinding Fallen, preventing him from going from any sort of a peek. But on the other side, it's Gen.G with a kill and Zeppa. What? I mean, there's a world where his feet came first. Yeah. But from Fallen's perspective, I mean, that's unreal.
Yeah. He wasn't even halfway through that smoke.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that was just pure pre-fire. You could see his body on the other side of it. Yeah. Yeah, so
now look, when we brought up the predictions at the start of the day for North America, you know, I think Thorin made a very fair point that said, like, the middle game was the 50-50, FURIA versus Gen.G. And he questioned why the Madmans in me and Anders wouldn't go for the Chaos picks. But if I'm just being blunt, and forgive me, Chaos fans, I chose you guys yesterday. I was kind of really underwhelmed with Leaf. They got bullied through and through on Mirage, and I was expecting something like Zeppa's performance. Yeah, yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I thought Leaf was like kind of.
Leaf,
they didn't. Yeah.
They didn't what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he put up numbers. You know, he had numbers, he had frags, but like it wasn't a Zeppa-esque type performance that we had seen. Like the expectations Zeppa made for me were far higher. But you know what? It didn't even just fall on Leaf. You're right. Zeppa also kind of stuttered yesterday, and I think that's where now the consistency of these potential stars on Chaos, the consistency is still too low to really favor them in a lot of these matchups. And that's what I learned yesterday.
Yeah, I hear. Right. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's like kind of, it's like carrying to a loss isn't a real concept, right? And Leaf put up a decent performance. It was like he was one of the only players that we were talking about, but it's not like he was 30 kills or they had won the map off of him. They hadn't even won the map, and he was just finding kills in spots while his team was still losing rounds. So yeah, I see where you're coming from. I was thinking maybe Chaos wanted to play Inferno potentially because there's recent game tape from MIBR. And we just saw Steel win that duel versus Fur, and I wondered, Steel waiting for that round? Is that one of the specific things that he could have noticed from the last match to try to exploit? Because it seemed like before MIBR made that one adjustment, they had a really hard time actually on the CT side.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If it wasn't for Fur tucked in by the side of Banana, then there is definitely a world where Furia don't lose that BO1. But over here towards the Arch side, we've got Steel trying to give chase to Taco, doubling back over towards Library, keeping an eye on CT spawn. He has Fur on the opposite side of all this, who is now going to try to activate. The ump robs him as Seppa and Steel, shoulder to shoulder, yet again succeeding. This duo is deadly. They just rounds previously got kills where Leaf comes in with the 2
Wait a second.
There's time. Whoa, wait, there's time. If only he had one more shot, he could have stopped Zeppa. No plant. Whoa, man. I thought Chaos had that in the bag, and it still comes down to the wire.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, if he had got the kill, first kill was his. If he won the pure 50-50 and was able to run away around the corner, man, that could have gotten hairy. So definitely a very close call there. Nice frags by Leaf. Nice frags in CT spawn by the two working together. They did find the weaker guns to be able to win the duels versus them. But yeah, Chaos earned themselves the eco out of MIBR. And that's the most salient and important thing. Now, it is just USPs to push down, but the USPs are already doing work. Trade back, and Vanity is going to be a bit scared to be down here. And it looks like there are more points of attack.
Whoa. Fallen, just creeping and crawling. Looking for something more than a couple chickens. But, Leaf gonna keep him honest. So the moment he comes out the door, he is shut down. Chaos sitting back. I feel like last round, because of the scare in the final 10 seconds, they're gonna be extra meticulous here. They have to be, Just rein it back in. They're about to tie this game up at 3 rounds apiece early on their T side, despite MIBR starting strong. So let's do minimal losses here in round 6, boys.
Yeah, I think that's the nail on the head. Yeah, they immediately activate once spotting. And if Fur isn't able to collect the AK, Zeppa best sim straight up 3-3. A mental reset. MIBR. Chaos come back after that pistol to make this half already look a lot better. And there's no op-bot up here for MIBR. That will be a focal point of their CT side, I think, if they start to take a lead, or if they just save to the point that because things aren't working out so well. But for the meantime, just the 5 M4s going up against the 5 AKs. The pure classic duel here. No M4A1S stragglers.
Not going to worry too much about that nade. Fur still hungry to take the challenges down mid. Gen.G, he's just on the side of that smoke. He walks through it, and he is going to regret making that mistake. Fur locked in on it. Obviously, to us, it looks way too easy, but, that's a deep position for Fur to be holding on to. Gen.G thought he could just get vision to try and probably hold the same angle. But Fur bests him. Now the deep smoke meets Fallen, but he has a gap to play around this one. Not perfect. Steel still trying to flex around it. He could walk through. Maybe that gap is meant for Fallen to keep his eyes on, and then Steel could cheat through the side of it. That'd be next level. The follow-up smoke. This gives Steel more room. This is definitely a layered strategy, especially based on the timing here. Counter-terrorists have nothing left, and here comes Steel. Yeah! Hook, line, and sinker, but TRK from Pit with 2. Then they all activate. Then they trade train. Then we're left in the even bomb plant. smokes, though.
No nades
slows
whatsoever
everything
here
down.
for the CTs.
No opening, no route. Just a time ticking quickly. Bomb halfway gone. Fur, he's going to be walking up lane, and Leaf from the right side peeks. Unexpected angle versus Fur. It's the new kids on the block to close in the 2v2. Chaos riding this wave of momentum at the start of the map. Now leading by 1 round.
Pretty unbelievable. We see the spray transfer. Oh my goodness gracious. And he is disadvantaged coming through the smoke. We can see the man sitting opposite default, waiting for that push from Steel. He seemed fully aware of it at any moment, and that's when it's the most frustrating. You knew there was a threat on the other side of the first smoke. You knew there was a threat on the other side of the second smoke, and when he finally came through into your domain, you still couldn't win the duel. And yeah, Steel's grin can be seen from space at this point after a round like that. The pistol round here for MIBR. They've got 4 nades and 4 smoke grenades to work with. Both work really well when you have this many on the CT side. Interesting to smoke up Arch, not used inside of brackets to lock it down on both sides. Trying to invite Chaos into a dance with death up lane. There are 3 CTs here. I think they're probably smelling a bigger stack, but at the moment it's pretty simple. They've got a 2-3 spread, and they aren't using these nades together either.
Counter terrorists while they hold on to some utility. Not using them just yet. Not meeting these T's on the front line. Smoke over towards Arch. Ooh, Steel even getting Taco on the timing. Gen.G is going to give chase to the lane, and TRK is in an interesting spot as well. Gen.G goes down first. TRK, then... What? Is he allowed to do that?
I don't know.
It's going to be a fadeaway from Gen.G, long-range AK, finding the bodies here. Fur gets nothing more. Let's cue that one to the highlight reel.
I think it's as if he jumped for the theatrics, and boing, it's like he shot. Yeah, I mean, I guess he shot before he left the ground. Vanity is like, I felt like he jumped for that one. By the expression on his face.
Can't even see him.
That's how it read. now that's what Vanity's voice sounds like in my head for the rest of time. The fat way odds fly through. MIBR slightly favored. Whoa, still slightly favored. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Vanity's defense probably has a deeper voice than mine. He doesn't actually sound like that. That's more of a Steel impression. Just kidding there, too.
You made him sound like
Gen.G's gonna fall to Steel. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's who I was impersonating. But Taco's got vision over top of the smoke. And Steel goes down, trying to create that space on Arch side. He'd been a good job at kind of unraveling the A defense, but MIBR, they are so kerneled. 2 players per bomb site. Chaos, they're gonna have the double man advantage straight up on B. Utility to come with it. So Fallen just looking to knock him back a peg with the op. He loses his line of sight and still nearly able to add one to the kill feed. He's going to find Gen.G turned, and then the terrorists commit. They're able to trade frag Fur out, so Fallen has everything to do until his teammates come sprinting over, but the bomb's already planted. There's lots of utility for a retake attempt, but they're going to need all 3 players. So sure enough, we're going to get Taco coming down Banana and besting Vanity. That is a crucial kill to take because it was versus the scoped op. Now this is going to give tons of space to Taco. He's going to be able to get closer to the bomb site. And in response, Chaos, they've decided to go deep on Coffin. This is the newest players here for Chaos. And they're both very much deep on Coffin. The bomb's ticking away. They're going to go ahead and jump on top of it. Fallen, he's got 2 seconds left. Fallen's going to stick this.
Leaf!
No, it stopped in the last second by Leaf. Unbelievable scenes.
Yo, Leaf! Oh, they split up. He pushed through after getting that kill. Man, Zeppa is so beastly at getting kills from Coffin into the construction. Whenever he has to take that duel, we saw him get that 1v5. Obviously, famously, a classic moment just from just a few days ago with the Glock. And then Leaf, yeah, smart, pushed around so that they're not expected to be on the same angle, even though they were both last spotted there. That is enormous.
I want to see that timer, man. 1 point. Oh. Ooh, at about the 26 millisecond mark. All right, Leaf. I see you. The newest members of Chaos picking up the clutch.
Yeah, the newest. Yeah, they're looking sharp. That's good. Wow, round 10, and yeah, it's been an exciting day at Counter-Strike overall. I mean, a lot of the matches have been pretty interesting, and it feels like maybe there's another upset on the horizon. Earlier we had Triumph versus Cloud9. Now it looks like Chaos, driver's seat versus MIBR on Inferno, and you know, lots of great things to say about MIBR's Inferno, at least at this tier. I think in terms of versus tier 1 teams, not so much, but at this tier, yeah, and still they might lose.
Gen.G's looking to frag out on the bomb site. Leaf headshot through the smoke. And that's the bomb plant to follow. So this is Chaos 7 rounds in a row with no doubt. 7 rounds straight. I mean, MIBR come in on the pistol. Remember how convincing it looked in the pistol? There was a world where we could have doubted the individuals of Chaos, most certainly. But at this point, no sir.
Yeah.
Everybody's hitting their groove.
And you know what? I mean, we're seeing more ingenuity from Chaos on these eco rounds. They're doing cool stuff with the pistols, whereas with MIBR, it's like they buy all the cool stuff to do cool things with pistols, but they don't use them in any special way. And it feels like the calling kind of shuts off when they don't have much to work with, and their CT side setups are run-of-the-mill. They did a push down mid. Everything else has been pretty basic. I think we're seeing a lot of cool, fresh, new stuff from Chaos. And to compare them with other teams right now, again, it feels like these once touted second-rate NA teams like the new Cloud9 roster or Chaos or otherwise are pulling in some of the freshest and newest looks, as well as cool executions and eco-round strategies to pull out some of these victories, and meeting them halfway with, of course, crispy aim. And it feels like, you know, MIBR is not their problem isn't aim, I wouldn't say. Sometimes they don't hit shots, but if you're doing old stuff versus new teams that can aim nearly as well as you, then pretty much asking to lose, of course.
Yeah, I feel like there's a world where Leaf probably has never seen this MIBR team win a major. You know, there's a world where he comes into the scene after that. So these guys play different games. Gen.G gonna try to hold back the push, but Leaf just flies around the corner. Gen.G, he's gonna swoop in with Vanity and another couple of kills picked up by Chaos. MIBR yet again just swept away on A. In a matter of seconds, all the frags belong to Chaos, all the kills, all the bomb plants. Damn, at this point, almost all the frickin' rounds. 8-3.
It feels incredible to be able to win a round running out of halls. Number one, because it's terrifying before the moment that you leave the doorway. You don't know how the entry is going to go, and you could look like fools. But then you use barely any nades to get out, and once you get out on the site, you still don't use many nades. So left over, they've still got plenty of utility. They still have 4 players alive. They lost a single guy who had a Mac 10 in Leaf, and just completely dismantled MIBR with no chance for rotations as well, because the execute comes through so quickly. And yeah, I mean, Fallen looks so good on that pistol round, but no one ever looks good when you're saving.
Vanity here's woo! Just met by Taco up close. That one's gonna scare you a bit. So far, I feel like Vanity's the only player who's been robbed in the server. You know, we saw his reaction to the near jumping Deeg. He's gonna be doing all right. His team performing well. Leaf and Zeppa both at the top of the scoreboard for the side of Chaos. So in terms of their game plan, I mean, things are perfect right now for Chaos.
Maybe MIBR will try to get somewhat creative here, calling a pause with, I mean, very, very low money. I don't think that we're going to anticipate a buy. Oh, whoa, Fallen drops an M4. Okay.
Okay. We've gotten to that
Wait.
point.
Hold on. It's just the M4? Okay.
The grand
Maybe
reveal.
It's leave for... I don't know. Yeah. That's a little bit disappointing. Yeah, they pulled the curtain down and there was nothing there. But I think maybe they leave. Maybe they want to leave Fur at B and try to do. I don't know. Did you show us MIBR? What did you talk about during that pause?
Whoa, Gen.G, he's gonna get caught on the reload. Fur, that single M4. This is what they're talking about. A little boost over top of the banana wall. 5 versus 3 made from it. Taco, he just has to hold this smoke long enough for the M4 to rotate over. Fur, he is right next to him now. And he's gonna try spamming that smoke. Meanwhile, Gen.G, he's got the flank on Steel, executes the bomb carrier. Vanity, the only player to come in with a frag here for Chaos. MIBR, you asked what they talked about. I'm not quite sure, but it definitely went well so far. Vanity, though. Yeah. Hold your horses.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, okay. Yeah, he doesn't have the bomb. Imagine if he had the bomb. I mean, oh my gosh. Whoa, he's going for the long round. I mean, they're pushing, though. Unfortunately for him, he's just going to be... I mean, his heart rate monitor and his Google Fit app are going to be very happy about all of the laps that he's doing, the amount of mileage he's putting in, but ultimately... it's not going to amount to much because MIBR have already sussed out this information, pushed in, looked at Arch, 30 seconds up, bomb in a pretty good spot for MIBR still, but whoa, that's a headshot. That is one hell of a headshot. Now he just has to make a guess. Where's the last guy? He's thinking pit, and the bike peak is too much. Such a shame. What a round that would have been for Vanity.
Damn you, TRK. You taking that away from us, man. Poor Vanity. Awesome individual showing. I mean, 100% the 1v4. I wasn't quite certain if that was legit the 1v5, but yeah, I think he was on for the 1v5 ace clutch and TRK from pit. Now, what's funny is that TRK versus FURIA, he had 1 or 2 very crucial rounds, and I would argue that they always seem to stem from that pit position. So for him to just go ahead and shut down a round like that, MIBR able to win, remember, off of Fur's solo M4. So Fallen making the investment, taking the economic hit in round 12, and it absolutely pays off. But don't forget, Chaos still doubled up the score count of MIBR. They have all the cash in the coffers, all the money in the bank. And MIBR still strapped for cash as they come in here. They're going to buy everything they can. And they look good. They're in a great position, but they need the consecutive rounds. They need to finish this with as many as they can bag. They've got the 5v4 already. A little bit of AP's peak from Leaf, but no commitment.
Yeah. MIBR have used this aggressive lane setup a few times, so I'm surprised Steel didn't anticipate it. Fast flank in. Good kill so far in the crossfire. This hold looks solid. The bomb is still in spawn, man. What the hell?
Whoa, and TRK, he's between it all. Oh my goodness, and he peeks right in. Rapid headshots lining up. Gen.G, he is completely outnumbered. He is surrounded and done for. That's a 5th one from MIBR. A little late on the bomb carrier. Let 2 CTs, not 1, 2 CTs slip into banana.
Yeah, it was a very strange round. The first Steals push to top mid, and then the bomb being left while they're taking the site, and then the push down from MIBR into mid once they killed Steel to get in between the bomb, and TRK still getting that frag as well, even though he was spotted crossing, and the fight could have been avoided. Very strange series of events. Very strange. I won't bother trying to make sense of it. Gen.G between 2 fires, and there are targets here. They could be vulnerable depending on how frisky he'd like to get. Will he have a flash to support? He's turning from it. That was an opportunity, but Fallen off angles, good enough.
Now Zeppa has to contemplate whether he wants to face the same fate. He has the flash to Fur. Push past. And he gets Fur out from behind the sandbags. Fallen retreats into the bomb site, denied any vision by smoke. And Leaf, well, he throws a smoke out from balcony. But it is very much just him at the moment.
Zeppa's aim's so good, it looks like he's playing on a freaking touchscreen.
He has been crisp. Poor Leaf, though. He's going to try to aggress out from the balcony. Taco gets him, and it's the 4v3 for MIBR. Little mist incendiary means Vanity can at least have a bit of vision onto the site, but doesn't want to risk his head. They're already playing with a man down, so it's going to have to be flawless in these final 30 seconds. If Chaos really want to chance it, I mean, they still got some cash stacked up, so why not go? They're going to try to hit this A site. Smoke down at the feet of Steel. Molly versus TRK. He's going to get flushed into the open just after Taco goes down. So Steel, very successful entry onto the A site. KNG's op honed in on Pit. He could very easily hit the wall bang. Steel knows this, pops up, and loses his head. Now we're on for the 2 versus 2. Fallen and KNG, both playing off the arch side. Vanity and Zeppa, they're holding back with one inside of the palace. Fallen, he's going to push in, trying to clear first on the site. Down goes Zeppa. Vanity, though, he's got the trade. He doesn't have much cover. KNG's trying to find him with the op. He swaps to the USP, and 4 health makes the difference. Chaos finding 9.
Wow, that's redemption for Vanity, man. That came close, and he could have definitely lost that round. That round, though, is brought to you by Steel. This looked like a very bad situation, but perfect execution from Steel. His own Molotov to flush out the second frag. A team's flash and perfect spacing from him to get out right when he knew he needed to. Another 2K entry on the site when they needed it the most. It definitely felt like MIBR were going to win that.
Vanity with shoulder pain after that clutch. Little technical issue. Seems solved already, so don't go too far. The action comes back. It was a Steam problem, little alt-tab. Steel's claiming, in all caps, "Bro, my game alt-tabs." And I think that makes sense because we saw him just pop his head out over the wall. He was doing such a good job of dodging cover from KNG, and then he just stands up like, "What's up?" And as expected, KNG, he's gonna make a mile if you give him an inch. So, all right, folks, buckle in. We've got one last round here from Chaos's T side. They could very well be looking at double digits on the T side of Inferno versus an MIBR that we thought had this map figured out a bit. KNG, he's gonna get flashed after his first kill, and TRK even falls inside of the apps. Taco, he's gonna just look away from Vanity, who is so low on health. Fallen, trying to do his best to lock down this A site. He has the helping hand of Fur. That immediately turns his attention, and he's gonna lock down short. 2 frags for Fallen to close the half. No double digits just yet, but look at that spree of rounds. Incredible from Chaos on the offense. We're gonna take a break and be back with Chaos on the D.
Is it live?
Live. Good luck.
Oh, I'm back.
Wait for your AFK? Nice.
Live?
Live.
Oh, no, this is not.
Oh, now you're back. I shouldn't have told you. Bro.
Who is that?
No!
Oh.
I keep trying to shoot you guys in the body. You just turned around and headshot me. What are you doing here? Ah! No. Sure. Oh, you aren't getting lucky. You're getting lucky with this spot.
I'll take it. Who is that? That's
I had one of the other people.
Oh, wait. Ah!
Yes.
Dude.
Crouching's the key. Ah, yes. I'm back. I'm back.
Unbelievable scenes going down here on Inferno. 6 rounds for MIBR as they switch over to the offense, and let us take a moment to appreciate the utility damage on Fur. 15 rounds deep, 489 damage, plus the man's got 132 ADR. These are astronomical stats.
Wow. Yeah, they complement each other well. He's got the brains and the aim. Yeah, second place in that aim challenge in the break, too. He's got the D. Oh! 2 guns down B!
Let's go, Leaf.
Let's see if they're as scary as they look. Leaf. Yeah, he's got the cockeyed view model of these guns. That's the only thing that bothers me about the dualies.
Oh, little tippity tap from
now?
Zeppa up close.
Oh my god, no way.
He's stabbing multiple people inside of the smoke, and how is he still alive? Gen.G, he's going to win the duel at the bottom of mid, so Zeppa this entire time just tucks into the apartments like it's nobody's business. The dualies go down, but now MIBR in the post plant. They're down a player versus the retake of Chaos. The utility starts to come flying in. That one flash, all they had. TRK surviving, and KNG not landing the shots as his teammate needed help. That's Chaos to 10 as quick as they can. A CT-sided pistol looks good.
Man, Chaos, they're looking super strong, man. They looked really strong at the end of that half. Didn't think they'd win a couple of rounds. They did. They had some super cool stuff on the T side. They're into the double digits, 4-round differential. And, yeah, I mean, the pistol buffer is just enormous. And Zeppa, does he make the objectively best play here? He delays them. He stands in the smoke. He knows they're coming out. There's a knife out with the body block to make things really hard for the T's, and when they get out, they're low. So, I mean, wow. And look how confident Chaos are. They go ahead and buy 5 SMGs into round 17. They're going up against a buy from MIBR. You know, pretty good guns here for MIBR. It's just that they don't have many of them.
Yeah. And the players who don't have guns don't even have armor. Not to mention, we've already got the utility damage. Steal. Scroll wheel jump. Gen.G, he's going to go with the MP9, try to hold them back on Arch, but it's the one and done from him. So Vanity, he's going to lock off short while the smoke pops close. Arch, Vanity, he could run through this. Oh my god! Fur runs into him, and Fur's not going to fall for that. Zeppa got away with the robbery last round, so unfortunately, Vanity and Leaf both just dying inside smokes. They never even saw their murderers. Zeppa, 1v3 attempt if he wants to try and take it, but you know this AK is too valuable. So MIBR, their buy works out. But, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How are they going to recreate those sorts of smoke kills?
No, it's true. And playing off the audibles. I mean, for Fur, since So like, since he's the one running forward, he knows that there's someone in front of him, as opposed to the guy who's stopped, who doesn't know that he stopped somebody. It'd be really cool if there was some kind of haptic feedback system so you could know if a player bumped into you. I mean, that'd be next level. Like, that's something that you could tastefully add to Counter-Strike without like making it some kind of VR experience that, you know, has more to do with the VR than it does the game. A little haptic feedback when you touch somebody, I think that would add a lot to the Counter-Strike experience. I don't really know how to go about adding it. Connor, maybe you know.
I'm a little worried people would just drop all the guns and, you know, enjoy themselves.
Oh, I see what you're
Something
saying.
you gotta
Yeah,
be worried
sorry,
about.
I didn't catch on right away. I had to make you spell it out. I probably apologize.
Yeah, you know, Counter-Strike would get real peaceful real quick. Priorities at the end of the day. Zeppa's here on the
knife
logs.
animation.
Cuts his own hand. Zeppa able to stop Fallen from getting his position behind the wood. So this deep aggression from Chaos is actually working. I mean, remember that MIBR, they picked up that last round with just the 2 AKs. Chaos also playing off the back foot, but so far so good.
Yeah. You know, I've always thought if the CTs and the Ts work together, they could win so many more rounds.
Yeah, maybe we could put our differences aside.
For the sake of the W. Okay. Wow, yeah. I mean, Zeppa starting out with this 1 AK, and we can see how powerful just having a 1 gun can be, especially on Banana, where all the action happens. Johnny next up. Oh, peace out, brother.
Yeah. Gone. TRK on the forefront. MP9. Wait, what? The MP9's on the T side and the MAC-10 was in Gen.G's hands. That confused me for a second. I was like, wait, how? But, okay, we're swapping weaponry. Everybody's sharing. Lots of love in the server at the moment. But 3-round difference as Bomb doubles back towards short. 20 seconds at Vanity. He's going to get pulled from the sky. Leaf on the CZ. No armor. 3 Ts. Oh, lines them up. Steel somehow with a wallbang stops Gen.G. It all falls onto Taco. Steel's pistol reigns supreme, but Taco with the Glock. He's going to have to plant this. He needs to stick it, and Steel's going to execute him point blank. Tell me how Steel pulls that off.
Man, every single round this game, he has had, I mean, he's been like the art of the server, but fragging even harder. He's been working by himself, aggressive lurks, pistol round frags, entering on T-side, doing everything and more. And yeah, like, that's a kill you can't really explain. You can't take that into the lab, analyze it, and come out with any reasonable answer. That's just the way she goes sometimes when you got a player that good wielding the Deeg. So counter-terrorists, they take a timeout. Just talk about how awesome that round was, probably. Not discuss any further strategy. So you know, I mean, it's like they're icing the kicker here, as MIBR are the ones who have to save.
Or not. Fur decides to buy in. Taco as well fully invests.
Interesting. Yeah, they're going up against... Actually, you know what? I mean, they've kind of sabotaged Chaos's buy a little bit. You know, they don't have the great guns. No, they do. They do. I'm wrong. I mean, I was looking at the shotgun and the SMG. Definitely going to be a very difficult round for MIBR to win. But, you know, the stakes are high with everybody at almost $0, so it does make sense to press the issue. And we saw what MIBR can do, especially with Fur and his ability to entry. MAC-10 or not.
Gonna risk it for the biscuit. There is still a couple of weak ends on this Chaos situation. Vanity, notably with the shotgun, but he gets tubular inside the apartments, just thwacking them back. Now he's gonna go ahead and drop down into the pit. He's switching over to the Deagle, and they are gonna try to challenge this one. He's gotta be cautious or else both his guns will be dry. A little cover given here by Leaf. They extend into the finale. It all unfolds at the A site. 5-round advantage for Chaos and economy on their side.
I don't have much of a comment for that round. Mostly, for some reason, the way that you said tubular got me really excited for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Not really sure how they're related at all, but yeah, the voice in which you did it was just perfect. So, yeah, it's a
tubular.
I mean, I guess tubular, gnarly, radical. Okay, I guess it'll be more of the surfing thing. MIBR's odds are not as lean towards them anymore.
Okay. Awkward. Gen.G, he gets 2 kills with the utility while he was fully blinded hiding behind the sandbags. I'm sure from his perspective, he saw absolutely nothing. A third player dying to grenades on the top of Banana. MIBR, I respect the hustle. They gave it the old gusto, but ripped to shreds by the frags and mollies. Yeah. And all the while, Gen.G, he's just looking to the corner, man. He comes out.
Right. I mean, they gave him a bit of a lifeline, not hitting their shots immediately. So that's the bet they made. Chaos are 3 away from closing this out. And man, I really didn't expect this half to start off so quickly in favor of Chaos. So man, I think I called this 16-13 MIBR. It looks like at best MIBR will get 13 at this point.
Gen.G is going to be close but low HP. They're going to boost over top of the wall, but he's right down. Look down. Oh, Gen.G is going to take them both. They go for the totem stack, and Gen.G had 5 HP, but that is still enough for him to rob the B-bomb site of any sort of hold. And I mean, Chaos, how do you not just transition into a save with something like that?
Yeah, just try again next round. You've got money to buy. It's unfortunate how much of a risk it can be to take an aggressive peek like that, even on your side of the fence there by the half wall. But yeah, it's the lay of the land on Banana. You really do want to risk it for the information, and sometimes you don't get the information, and sometimes it's as tragic as 2 players die without a trade. But MIBR seemed to have some kind of inkling of what the setup was. So, you know, credit to them for like prompting that flashbang, and Gen.G for offering himself up as a mercenary to fly around the corner. He had 5 HP, so really not much to lose. Kind of an okay round if you're Chaos to lose, honestly. I mean, it is a round that you're losing and it's very clean, but Chaos still save 3 here and have 2-3 full buys left over.
Easy rebuy, but that's going to be a real fresh breath for MIBR. Able to have a little bit of economy behind them on full-fledged weaponry, no longer having to try and flex with just MAC-10s sprinkled across their AKs. This is where the comeback should start for MIBR. This is where the comeback could start. But with some of the individuals we've seen from Chaos, there's also a world where they just lock this one down on the defense. They've had momentum since the CT side started. Let's see what's up MIBR's sleeve.
MIBR in some of their establishing rounds on the T side, you go quite slowly, and they go for the presence, both B and mid, but they don't often commit right away. So it looks like for the time being, you know, it's okay for Chaos. Wow, they actually do a smoke to mid from the site. The information is blocked out behind this arch smoke for MIBR, so it's a bit of an awkward spot. And it looks like, I guess, as the smoke comes up, they'll try to peek mid together. And once they spot this, we can actually have the rotations come up. I like the game so far for Chaos. They've got a certain amount of good information quickly enough. But, oh, the rotation's not coming in, actually.
Ooh, executed inside the boiler room. Steel, gonna catch a quick
back.
one to the
They're
head.
Coming back.
Yeah, Zeppa.
Oh my god,
oh,
or
man.
not.
Gen.G almost just caught him. Zeppa, he's going to just spray down the 2. Dies very quickly to Taco, who does come out from the boiler. So Taco versus Zeppa, those are the 2 pieces that have paid off for each of the teams at the moment. And Taco, he's going to call them to scramble back onto A. Leaf is looking to prove himself as he has no teammates to help him survive. 20 seconds on the clock. Leaf, he could do this if he just stops the bomb, but it seems like nobody's gonna check him. Leaf swings, and Leaf stops it. Now he's going for the 3rd, and Leaf will take it all. Turns MIBR upside down, and even adds a couple extra shots for safe measure. Chaos 14-8.
This Leaf is razor sharp, man. That is such a big play. It's 2 big plays. Zeppa and Leaf to get combined for 5 kills. You look at MIBR on this round, you think, they half-assed the clear on that box. They definitely had time to look for it, but Leaf, smart of him to not rotate, smart of him to not shoulder peek whatsoever, and to hope that they would make that mistake. It ends up being the correct risk to take. allows Chaos to get to 14 way easier than it should have. And now, yeah, we're back to kind of a reset. That 5v5 situation, damage done both ways. MIBR go quickly up banana now. Bomb still stationed at mid, so they haven't made any decisions quite yet. Chaos lacking on information in contrast to last round. And have Arch left wide open. So there's a hole here for MIBR to try to exploit. Chaos almost certainly get caught off guard unless something goes terribly wrong.
Ooh, steal. He's going to be caught out by Fur. They double back. There was a spot just then where I thought maybe they're going to go for the B pinch through CT spawn, and that seems to be what Gen.G kind of expects. But MIBR want to roll the dice on short A yet again. Well, you'd think Zeppa gets hard checked, but Vanity, he's actually going to be the first point of contact. And if this smoke goes down, they could all just lose their vision. Vanity's going to do a bit of damage through the smoke. That's 3 weakened members of MIBR. Vanity's been removed from this one. Zeppa, he's also going to die. Gen.G, he stops the bomb, though, and then extends into the sights of Taco. Fur just has to cut off Leaf, who this time has no chance at throwing in the big heroics. MIBR not down just yet, folks. That 9th round is theirs for the taking. They could even go hunt Leaf if they want to choose to do so. The money's not the best for Chaos, so this AK definitely valuable for the defense.
Nicely played, man, for MIBR. Jamming the rotation inside of CT. You wonder why Chaos were so lacking on info, and as soon as they came back to try to get it, you know, Fur grabbing the kill is one thing, but they had the way they play it out from there on out. We saw a B player who was scared to rotate into CT spawn, and they preyed on that by attacking A, knowing there would probably be a 2-2 on site, leaving A slightly weaker, and once they got into the site, they were super smart to call out that Chaos were going to continue to be in this passive setup. Taco dropped the smoke, and an incredible spam from Gen.G once the jig is up on what the setup is, with Vanity holding down lane, and clearly somebody has to be watching Arch.
There's a lot of people watching.
Know, happy, yeah, excited, confused, all of the emotions probably for those who are watching for MIBR, of course.
Gonna try their hand with the upgraded pistols yet again. We have seen Chaos just pull rounds out of thin air. Exchanging utility, that's a great way to soften them up. Now they are all susceptible to pistols except for Taco, who still has his full belt of utility. But there's no rush. I mean, MIBR do not have to force the issue just yet. Continuing to try and find the opening here at the B site. Zeppa is just kind of toying with him, showing a little ankle. Now the molly comes down right in the face of TRK. It's gonna get extinguished. And again, we've got to look out for these hectic moments within the chaos that the CTs could actually prevail. Leaf, he's gotten his hands onto an AK. Gen.G gave him an AK. And Leaf, he bags 2 more bodies. Zeppa comes in with a rifle as well. It all falls onto Fur. He's got 2 kills and the bomb. 40 seconds, both Steel and Vanity about to peek from CT. And if they combine their peaks, then maybe they best him. But he has an open route towards A. And he's just going to burn this clock so that they start second guessing where the hell he's got off to.
Man, Leaf makes plays point blank period, and that leaves Fur in a terrible situation. He does have the site open. Oh, Steel's gonna spot this. Bring the CT rotation back. Fur open plant. He can play from anywhere on this side of the site without getting spotted. Goes for construction, as one would expect, and the CTs deal with it. It looks like, yes, Vanity gets the frag. The bomb will get defused, plenty of time left over. AK's recovered. And again, let's shine a spotlight on young Leaf.
Point blank on the CT smoke. He CZ's Gen.G's head. That AK, though, I mean, listen, man. You're taking a risk walking through CT spawn with an AK-47 like that. You're taking a risk walking through a smoke in a round that is as important as that. And they had an inkling that these CTs were going to be lesser weapons. So to offer an AK to Leaf, and then for Leaf to actually push through smoke amidst all of that utility, just big plays from the young gun. 16 years old, earning his wages tonight. 21 frags, and now it is 6 match points for Chaos to try and pull this one over the line. MIBR, who beat FURIA on Inferno just yesterday, coming in and getting stumped by Tier 2 NA. Or do they run this back? It's not going to help that Taco gets tagged early, but Fur, he extends and will catch Steel. So the op hits the dirt for the CT, and Zeppa, he can only connect the first headshot as Fur very quickly trades that one. They could just bombard into the A site unless Vanity from inside pit comes in big with the one-man army. But Gen.G bests Gen.G, and this is going from bad to worse for Chaos. This map not nearly done yet.
That's true. That's true. Leafy makes plays, but in the 1-on-4, you wouldn't expect him to come close. Nice trades from Fur up Arch, getting down, first of all, off of a perfect flashbang to get Steel off his pixel peak angle on the archway. On the fallback, he couldn't even find the way into CT spawn, and then, you know, there's the Zeppa trade who comes out, who looks like he's about to line up 3 bowling pins, and immediately Fur turns hard 45-degree flick into library and puts him to sleep. Gotta stay quiet in the library, says Fur, and they get to the bomb site clean after that. 4 alive because of this man. And, you know, of course, Leaf, yeah, just not much of a chance. He'll swap over to the AK as the bomb goes off, and they search for him. So it's a great round for MIBR, but after that 9-6 half, the 2 pistols, well, actually, MIBR did win the first pistol, huh? Oh yeah, Chaos had more than a good half in that first half with the 9 rounds. They've got 5 rounds to go, and it would be hard. No one would guess that MIBR would win all 5 of these rounds from what we've seen. Chaos definitely still looks very good on the CT side.
Especially considering some of the rounds that, again, they had no business winning. So if already your rifle rounds have been leaning the way of Chaos and the anomalies on top of it, it's really hard to believe in MIBR to actually make this overtime, or rather tie, happen. And in terms of the rankings within the group, I mean, a tie here for MIBR could actually be the difference between elimination and that 3rd place, assuming that the other teams can also win. You know, MIBR, they've got that first victory. Chaos, it was supposed to be their easy game yesterday, Launders.
Yeah, true. No, that's true. That was their easy game. Zeppa, just wanted to mention, you know, he's only got 12 deaths in a 15-10 scoreline and 22 kills leading the charge. This guy is so unbelievably consistent for how little experience he has. It's just something that's going to be a consistent talking point. And, you know, yeah, this can't be ignored.
And now we get that narrative that, you know, is supposed to be the golden ticket for Chaos. Zeppa and Leaf at the top of the scoreboard, Steel leading it, Vanity and Gen.G doing their jobs well, as they have been. But the 2 young guns go down first. This round already being taken control of by MIBR. And poor Gen.G, well, he's got that solo hold at the B site where the bomb is inbound. Unless Fur clears out A, in which case they have all the time in the world to wrap it back around the world. And no, he's going to die. So into the B bomb site they'll go. Especially with this CT split coming through from Taco. Yeah, this one's definitely the way of the Brazilians. Steel just probably trying to hang on to the guns. Gets a little freebie flashbang, you know, some icing on the cake, the cherry on top, all that jazz. 11 rounds for MIBR, 4 to go.
I remember Fur being asked once, Fur, why do you push so much on the eco kills? And he said, if I don't get the kills, my team will lose. And so that's why we see him working by himself to get all the frags that he can, because he has no faith in his team and is not afraid to talk about it.
Stellar anti-eco. In the face of adversity, MIBR still adding rounds to the tally. So if we look at this CT side so far, we had what? We got Chaos picking up pistol, MIBR the second, and then 3 in a row from the counter-terrorists. So winning 4 of the first 5. Then we got that back and forth affair. Back and forth we went until 15 rounds was secured, and obviously it's now 2 in a row from MIBR. They need 6 straight to split the points down the middle. And Chaos, well, they're just going to stave off for now. They're going to have to wait before they can buy. The single AK from Steel then becomes that much more valuable.
Indeed. Both teams lethal at any turn. TRK, early damage on Banana. And the pushes up into halls for Zeppa. He'll sit on that grenade. Really likes the spot that he's found himself in. Won't even bother trying to dodge in order to avoid making footsteps. Fallen trying to suss out the situation. There is absolutely not a single CT at B. And, you know, we've seen MIBR rocket back and forth many, many times. Don't know if they'll have a scout this time around, but it's not clear whether or not MIBR will commit just yet.
Utility inside of the apartments, just burning it out. Also, the clock burning at the moment. We hit the minute mark. Counter-terrorists still entirely at that A bomb site, so it is not a matter of if, but rather when do MIBR full execute into a completely clear bomb site, moving us now one closer. So this one, round 27, nobody will ever remember. There is nothing to talk about. Unless some kind of miraculous retake attempt, but Fur trying to gun them all down in one swift spray is replaced by Taco, who stops at 22 frags. Vanity shuts him up for the time being, and Fallen trades to the end. So 3 more to go. In terms of that 6-round comeback tie, well, MIBR halfway through.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, buy save situation, but yeah, but still, you got to hold out for Chaos. There's a much better buy in this situation. They don't have the op to work with, but yeah, always scary from what we've seen so far in both halves. They're a two-way team, no doubt about it at this point. MIBR, they did stage the comeback on the CT side versus FURIA. Maybe they can do something cool here on the T side. Gen.G. Oh, he's been known to get a double entry or two. That's such a quick death, though. That's a hard one. That's a hard one to cope with if you're Gen.G. You had absolutely no chance of winning.
Especially considering that Chaos went for the boost, fell off of it, and then came back in with a double take. Now Steel from the skies above the A lane extends the man advantage to the 5v3. And if you're MIBR, well, you may have won 3 of the 6 you needed for the comeback, but you've never faced this level of adversity within those 3 rounds. So this is the most downtrodden Brazilian situation that we have had. And yet they will still attempt to retake on Banana, burning Gen.G into the open. Flash goes past him, and he tries to make the play, but a blind frag kill from Fur versus Gen.G that opens the door slightly, just a crack.
Yeah, things get real at this point. They have the smokes to exec. Chaos kind of low on grenades, and they're split between sites. Far rotates from A. Arch is wide open. Time working against MIBR. They're going to pick the site, but the rotations aren't here yet.
So they go in, they trudge along. Zeppa and Leaf, who else to lock down the B bomb site? It's going to be Zeppa extending past the smoke. TRK, he goes ahead and clears the bomb site, but the defenders did their job. They cut it down to the 1 versus 2, and TRK, with the match on the line, is pinned behind Nubox. There's no incendiary for Chaos. Oh! He peeks into them! TRK, double headshot!
Yo, what? Holy smokes, he got spotted moving to quad after that smoke went up. And then TRK, my God, what a spray. I think he was only fishing for 1, but he got 2 on the bait. Hook, line, and sinker.
What a way to keep this going. Oh, just wrecked. I mean, whether he wanted it, whether he expected it, it doesn't matter because it moves us 1 round closer, and look at the result. That double kill from TRK could be the lifeline. Pistols back in for Chaos, limited utility, limited guns, limited chances. 2 to go. MIBR, they are 2/3 of the way through that 6-round spree, and this should definitely be theirs to take.
One more attempt into the B site. We've seen how seriously they take these eco rounds, how well it's gone versus players, versus sometimes a completely open fort. It's well drilled. It's got a point to it, boost in that they're not looking at, and the CZ frag is in. A lot of damage done by Leaf. He narrowly escapes getting killed through the smoke. The rotation's called, the bomb will get planted. Digits punched in faster than ever. There's one CT still being entertained on the A side. I wonder what goes on in this interaction. Seal. He's coming out for the hot swing, and you know it.
He does a little bit of damage, but Fur takes him down as the hold on the B site goes well as well. MIBR, that's their 14th. We're going the distance. This matchup, I mean, the grudge match, right? Chaos. After beating Liquid last week, they needed a victory over one of the two Brazilian teams. Instead, they got cut shy of that playoffs. And now, with 15 secured, all of the points could have been theirs. 5 in a row so far from MIBR. 1 round left, no overtime. This 30th round means everything.
Hey, it's a series of good rounds, good adjustments, and miracles to help them get to this point. But all of those things, are what makes it possible to stage comebacks of this size. A Teak timeout is called. It's number 3 of 4 this time around before, and it will be the last one of this game. Because, of course, no overtime here. Just looking for points. And MIBR, what are they going to talk about? It's always difficult, especially on the T side, to come up and figure out ways to be innovative in a match where where you have to take aggressive angles and deal with the fact that CTs can kind of dictate how aggressive you can be. It's always scary to try to plan accordingly. Now, that being said, they've seen varied success on kind of all parts of the map at this point. They've caught Steel off a great flash and forced him to fall back at top mid. They've won late rounds on Banana. Their eco rounds have been very clean. I think they have their options open just as much as they are closed. I think Chaos feel comfortable with some of the options they might try out, and just going to clasp their hands and hope that you don't really get like a TRK 1v2 like we saw in that previous round. Because some of their early rounds definitely looked pretty solid.
Gen.G calls out the grenades here. He puts that smoke. It extinguishes all the flames, but Gen.G, he decides to run through it. It looked like him and Leaf were maybe playing the boost, but Gen.G commits and he takes one with him. Both teams down to 4 members.
He was trying to, with all their grenades, get to the bottom of logs by himself, hold out for the rotate out. Interesting. They've got a catch set up here from Chaos. They're playing arch side, which means, of course, apartments is wide open. But it's this kind of risk that could potentially pay off. They've got faster rotates towards B, and MIBR have been known to go arch when they've rocked it back on low numbers.
I feel, if anything, the target that has been least hit is going to be that A lane. So I am all behind this Chaos hold. But can they hold? We get MIBR starting to rock that bomb back. 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's tense. Smoke will come down in their face at arch. So it looks like a lane could be the absolutely best solution. MIBR grinding down the seconds to scare Chaos, and the rotations might not come in time.
Steel, he's going to deal some damage through the smoke. It's labored. Vanity, he's going to get a better position, but he's distracted by the man in apps. Both of the defenders on the A site coming up with 0 kills. Leaf and Zeppa, the shining stars, the new kids on the block, are going to have to try and rock MIBR's world in a 2 versus 4 retake. They're already going to be met by Fallen's AWP, and he collaterals them. Oh my goodness. MIBR, they make it happen. 6 rounds in a row of ridiculous 1 versus 2 from TRK, and the resilience from the Brazilians is enough to tie this up. 15 apiece. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last map of the night, but of course we have the analysts after the break. Please do join us in just a moment.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and MIBR everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
Jiggling lane, 2.
Nice, one more. Nice. One more. Nice. Lane, default. Playing around
Arch,
the box.
copy dead.
Other
Default,
guys.
let's go.
Lane.
Sight.
10.
8 seconds.
I'll swing in.
I'll push on top.
Yeah, push
Stay
him,
alive.
push him after, yeah.
Stay alive.
Push him.
Nice! Oh my
Good
god.
job.
What the?
The steel cackle says it all. I mean, he probably wasn't laughing at the end of that match, sadly, because they weren't able to keep it together. Chaos, despite getting match point, they weren't able to clinch it and seal the deal. Still, they certainly gave MIBR a run for their money as the underdogs. So there we have it. Last match of the North American group for today, and it winds up on an overtime. Or an overtime, a tie. Feels like that's been kind of the trend. We start with the tie, we end with a tie, and we all come full circle, actually. It seems very zen. Thorn, what do you make of this match to end the day here?
Really exciting game. I mean, it obviously looked for all the world like Chaos had it in the bag. They had the really good T-half, exploiting the poor CT side of MIBR. I don't know how MIBR is getting away with not losing these Inferno games. But then again, I kind of do. Look at all hail Fur. Look at 125 ADR for an entire 30-round game. That's bonkers. You saw that kill he got right towards the end there where he just turned around through smoke, shot Steel completely blind in the cobby. So, I mean, he absolutely dragged MIBR off the line. TRK probably bought himself another week in MIBR winning that ridiculous 1v2. I mean, the sad thing for the Chaos guys is I look at the 2 newer guys, Zeppa and Leaf. They did monster work on this CT half. They had some absolute miracles of their own. So, listen, it was a game where each team could look at 5 rounds and say, we should have had that, or wow, how do we win those ones? So it was just a great game, I thought.
Yeah, really entertaining. And actually, we have a T-Speak from MIBR real quick that we can listen to as well. So, I'd actually like to just take a look at that because this is the B-roll. We've seen this already, or we can come back to this again. What are MIBR reacting to in these matches? That's what's really got me going. Well, or we can't, or I have to wait until the end of the B-roll? We can. All right, let's throw it now. There we go.
O tá aqui, ele deve ter dado a volta pra banana, viu? Tô quebrado, eu falei.
Meião, ele tá meião ainda. Bom round, galera. Bora. Bora. Fer. É o que precisava. Preciso de uma ali.
So we got a chicken out of it. Hey, there you go. That highlights it perfectly. Duncan, what you were talking about in terms of first performance individually on this map, a total monster from him. And so big rounds like that making all the difference. Maniac, didn't get to catch you there. So what was your first thought here coming out of this match when you're thinking MIBR, Chaos, it goes 30 rounds?
Yeah, listen, I agree with Duncan. I think that all hail fair, honestly. You know, he called the ADR 120, that's crazy. I have another number for you, that's 8-1 in entry duels. 8 duels won out of 9. Fur basically created a T-side for MIBR. That is how insane he was. He created so much space for them to close the rounds, because tactically speaking, that was a dessert. I mean, there wasn't anything crazy. They were playing quite simple Counter-Strike, but Fur was just making wonders. Now, if you are a Chaos fan, you have the right to be frustrated. You have the right to be disappointed because your T-side was very, very beautiful. Honestly, the fact that they abused the long arch again and again and again, exited to the CT spawn, put MIBR backs against the wall. On the CT, individually speaking, everyone showed up. It just wasn't enough. You could see the nerves at the end, a few duels here and there, a little bit of impatience as well. So disappointment for sure, and another 15-15.
What's fascinating is that we're actually going to get to hear from Chaos. And so perhaps we'll actually have a little bit of insight into what went wrong there, what didn't allow them to close it out. We have an interview ready with Gen.G.
An incredible game there from you guys, mate. But it was 15-9 to 15-15. 6 match points for you guys to close it out. I just wanted to know what the calls were and the communication was like at that point, because it really looked like you guys had it in the bag. We didn't think MIBR could pull it off.
Yeah, I felt like we had it. I mean, just like a glimpse of a new team and everybody new playing with each other and stuff. They definitely won the battle for Banana a couple times when I should have won it, but yeah.
Well, it's certainly a team game, so it's not just on you, but Chaos keep getting to these situations where you can take a win, you're very close to getting it done, and then it can slowly get taken away from you guys. What do you think is the missing piece right now to try and solve that?
Honestly, I think it's just playing together. Like, we've only been a team for like 2 weeks now, so we just need to grind out the reps. As a new team, I think a lot of weird losses like this happen, so we just gotta get through these and then we'll start closing out games, I think.
Solid mentality to have. Takes it on himself there that perhaps he made some mistakes, and also that he's willing to roll with it. I mean, this is expected. If you're a new roster, you're going to be making some mistakes, and you're going up against MIBR. I mean, come on. Those guys are not pushovers. So, I mean, any thoughts real quick on the comments before we move on?
I mean, just in general, as you say, a refreshing interview, great way, great perspective to have. Obviously, it's true that you're bound to make mistakes. This is going to happen, and a team like MIBR, with the experience they have, they will push you, and they will force you to make these mistakes. And I guess progress is when after 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, 4 games, you don't do these mistakes anymore. When you get to 15, you actually make it to 16, and you convert. So as long as they learn along the way, I'm fine with it.
Mm-hmm. Right, this is our first tie in the NA groups. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Never mind. Sorry, man. If I'm some of these NA team owners, like, I'm sending a blank check to Steele. Like, how many of these guys is he going to just pick out of the crowd, like Courtney Cox in that Bruce Springsteen video, mate? This is ridiculous at this point in time. He's just picking people up and then taking them, going, right, these guys are major champions and that, but if you just do this, yeah, exactly, we'll probably have a chance to win. This is ridiculous. Like, this guy has general manager written all over him, a role we badly need in CSGO.
Is it possible for him to be a GM despite the fact that he's got the Valve ban on him?
I mean, we don't even have majors nowadays anyway. Who cares? All the rest of the tournaments out there are way better.
I feel like this has been done in the past, though. Wasn't this done in the past by one of them where they were playing that sort of role? Wasn't Steele already doing a GM kind of position
Basically,
in the past?
he became like the coach of CLG. This is a long, long time.
That was it. That's a long time ago. Yeah.
But that was so long ago, and that was when all the other tournaments in the scene also used to mirror the Valve ban. Whereas, like, that's the scenario. Like, the problem is, remember, that's court. She stood in the arena. Like, do you imagine never has to set foot in the arena? I'm not actually sure if that would be still covered by the ban or not. I don't even know if Valve knows GMs exist.
Doubt it. Maniac, any thoughts on this? Any thoughts on this tie? The first tie that we've had in the North American groups here so far. I mean, it's been a couple over on EU, but NA they've been keeping it simple.
Yeah, I mean, it was all up in the air. Honestly, this 15-15 gotta hurt if you're Chaos, feels good if you're MIBR. But at the same time, let's not get carried away, right? MIBR, they needed to win that game. They don't. Sure, they win the last 6 rounds, but it's just, so far, it's not enough. But they do the job. We can see here on the screen, they have 4 points. They are at the top of the group for now. So, job done. But I say it with a pinch of salt.
Oh, that was a huge recovery, no doubt about it. And well, as far as Group B is concerned, obviously we're going to have some more matches from them. Tomorrow, we'll have 2 matches from Group B to look forward to. So, I mean, Duncan, so far so good here?
Certainly if you're EG, like that was pretty good. I think 100 Thieves can probably feel a little bit hard done by with the way that game went. They probably thought they had chances. Obviously the surprise factor is Triumph, the team that everyone would have written off completely just at the very beginning of the tournament. Like, forget about that. That's a free win right there. They've already got their win over Cloud9. I mean, they're playing with house money at this point in time. Anything they do, forget even a win, just giving a competent game to an EG or 100 Thieves is going to be a big deal for them. So at this point in time, they should have no pressure on them whatsoever. Meanwhile, if I'm some of the EG guys or 100 Thieves, I think I'm going to be having that like Sweat and Pepe meme going on. So I think there's potentially some more surprises in store in this group.
There certainly is. It's definitely thrown things out of whack. One of the big wins there for Triumph. Good of you to point it out. And let's take a look at our predictions as well real quick before we close the show. Because, NA, this is looking grim for me at least. Missed 2.
Yeah.
Barely got the 3rd.
That was almost right. I mean, this Cloud9 upset, obviously none of us saw it coming, even though we all kind of pointed towards the fact that it wasn't as clear-cut as the prediction would say, but it did cost us all a point, and I'll be modest for now. This is only day 2.
There you go. That's the right way to think about it. Because we're going to be trying to get some points together as well, see if we can keep track. And actually, we have correct predictions at the top, so it's already in there. Never mind. We're good to go. 13 in the lead for Maniac. Congratulations, my dude. So that is going to be it for us today, but we're not done yet, obviously. It's going to be going all week long here, Blast Premier. And so, match day overview for tomorrow. We'll be kicking it off with the EU matches, 15:30 CEST, and then we'll have another 3 to look forward to here from North America. But real quick before we go for the night, which match are you guys looking forward to? Thorin, just one match. Which one are you looking out for?
I mean, I've got to say Fnatic versus Mouse Sports, because first of all, can you even believe we're seeing that match on Blast Premier? And then secondly, someone's got to win.
There you go. Nice, clean, concise. Maniac, one match from you.
I wanted to go for the same, honestly. This is the shock. It is the shock. And granted, both of the teams show up at the same time. This is going to be an earthquake.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. Something to look forward to. So, guys, be sure to tune in tomorrow. Follow us on the social if you want to get in on the fan cams. When your team is watching, if you're a fan, you can get in here. You'll be on the stream as well. But that's going to be it from us here tonight. So, thank you, Thorin. Thank you, Maniac, for joining me on the desk. Thank you to our commentators and to everybody in production. It's going to be it for today. We'll see you all tomorrow.
A.